Chapter 4994. When the time limit mission came out, Lin Fei was actually not surprised at all. After all, he already knew that his family's leveling system was quite good. Once there was a mission, it would automatically be triggered. Fortunately, an everlasting mountain came this time, which was truly unexpected for Lin Fei. However, this was also good. These last few decades could still be lively. Although there were only 10 years left, there were still a lot of things that could be done in these 10 years. Master, it's just that once this everlasting mountain opens, I'm afraid that our floor will become very lively. People from many places will rush over, because this place seems to be the closest to us, and will also become a place to stay. The Blue Fairy was more or less worried. After all, she was different from the others and was more thorough in her thinking. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He really didn't care much about these things. It's fine. Even if they come and treat this place as a place to stay, it's fine as long as they're honest. If they're not honest, then I don't mind beating them up. Hearing that, the Blue Fairy came to a sudden realization. It seemed like he had underestimated his master's courage. If someone were to cause trouble here, they would definitely be killed, and there would be no chance for them to regret it. Because he was the Lord. Back then, the people from the second floor had suffered a huge loss when they came down. But in the end, he was still very obedient in front of Lin Fei. He would pay as much as he had to. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. Even if it was a blessing in disguise. She was clearly a maid, but in the end, she obtained such a huge benefit in an instant. Her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and even her physical body had reached the peak of the inferior god. In the same realm, there was no one whose physical body was stronger than his. The appearance of such a place had indeed caused the people on the first floor to be completely moved. However, they quickly discovered that they were unable to leave. Only with a certain amount of strength could they do so. After all, the world barrier was still very tough and powerful. Not just anyone could break it. The people on the second floor also saw the everlasting mountain outside, and knew that if they wanted to go to the everlasting mountain this time, they would have to go through the first floor. This was because the world barrier on the first floor was the weakest. However, when they thought about the great demon king, Lin Fei, occupying the first level, their faces turned ugly. These fellows were not so easy to deal with. Didn't they see that the 7 proud sons of heaven had suffered a loss? They even lost one. Even if the 3 big shots were down there, they would still suffer a loss. Until now, there was still no movement. Of course, they didn't know that the 3 big shots had spent a lot of money to invite the experts of the Tiandao Society. As a result, the experts of the Tiandao Society had suffered greatly when they arrived. He was even captured by Lin Fei. He had to pay a huge price to get it back. Even the Heavenly Law Association had refunded all the fees and even compensated them. If this news were to spread, everyone would be even more shocked and desperate. If they knew that the everlasting mountain would appear, they definitely wouldn't have offended Lin Fei like this. Now, it wasn't that easy to reach the first level. In the end, they felt that they had to have a good chat with Lin Fei. They obediently came down and did not cause any trouble, hoping that Lin Fei would give them a chance. They did not see Lin Fei, they only saw the Blue Fairy. Everything was handled by the Blue Fairy. It also allowed the Blue Fairy to enter everyone's line of sight. Who would have thought that the Blue Fairy who came down all those years ago would suddenly change her appearance, and her own strength would also become extremely strong. It was said that they had all reached the peak of the inferior god's physical body, which was the most inconceivable. The Blue Fairy was actually not too surprised by the people who came down from above. This was because the purpose of these people coming here was actually very simple, and that was to let their proud sons of heaven come to this level. When the time came, they would use their methods to blast open the world barrier and head to the starry sky outside. There was no other way, because the gods' continent was different from other places. This place was considered special. One could only leave the first level. If it was in the past, they would not have thought much about it. Unfortunately, this time, with Lin Fei, it was completely different. If they did not make arrangements for Lin Fei, they would not be able to leave the world of this level at all. It could only be said that this was all fate. In the end, Fairy Baiyu helped them. She also knew that such a situation was very normal, but there was one thing she had to tell them. If anything happened on the first level, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. They would definitely use some means. They did not have much of an opinion on this, as it was all within their expectations. Just like that. The people from the second level began to appear on the first level, and they were all proud sons of heaven. These proud sons of heaven were originally quite arrogant, because they had their own backgrounds. However, after coming to this level, they really did not dare to have any ideas. Who didn't know that there was a great demon king on this level called Lin Fei? If they offended this Lin Fei, they would be killed at any time. Even if the people on the second floor wanted to help them vent their anger, they would not be able to do anything, and they would truly be killed. This was because they had come to this level with their original bodies, not their clones. This was because their clones could not unleash their full strength. Crash. On this day, two figures directly came from the void to the world of this layer. The moment they arrived, their expressions were filled with joy. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that there would be a place to stay on this level. This is great, I can smell the scent of fresh blood. I heard that the strongest person on this level is only at the level of an inferior god. These two people's faces were pale, as if there was no blood on them for an entire year, but at this moment, they seemed to be exceptionally excited. And their strength was actually at the level of an inferior god. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and eat a batch first. We'll go after the everlasting mountain opens. The two of them directly ran towards the nearest city. As soon as they arrived at the city, they turned into a monstrous sea of blood and directly rolled up. The blood turned into streaks of light that passed through the bodies of these cultivators with whooshing sounds. The sudden scene also caused the faces of everyone in the city to change drastically. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. All of you blood food, obediently give me your lives. It's been a long, long time since I've enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. The moment these two people made their move, they did not show any mercy at all. They moved viciously, engulfing the entire city. He didn't give them any chance to struggle. Familiar path. Chapter 4995. The sudden scene had indeed caused the experts in the entire city to be unable to resist, and they were directly devoured completely. Following that, two figures quickly turned into a stream of light and sped away. All that was left was an empty city. Not long after they left, a figure directly came over. This figure was none other than the Blue Fairy. I came a step too late. This must be a foreign expert. I didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. As soon as he arrived, he completely devoured a city of 200,000 to 300,000 people. Such a person can't be allowed to live. When there was movement here, the Blue Fairy immediately rushed over, but she didn't expect that she would still be a step too late. Leaving behind an empty city. The Blue Fairy's expression was somewhat ugly. Ever since the people from the second level came down, from time to time, some people from this level would also come here by relying on some space treasures. In the beginning, there were indeed people who caused trouble. However, they were all killed by the Blue Fairy. Now, among those in the same realm, she was definitely considered to be at the top level, although she could not be considered invincible. This was a good thing for the Blue Fairy. If someone caused trouble, she would solve it. Once she took action, she would be killed. On the contrary, this made the Blue Fairy's combat experience more and more abundant, and she was more and more compatible with the powerful effects brought about by her physical body. She also made a name for herself on this level. Everyone knew that in addition to the great demon King Lin Fei, there was another she-devil, the Blue Fairy. At the same time, many of the favored ones who came down from the second level felt powerless. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas, but in their hearts, they could not wait for someone to cause trouble again. In the end, these troublemakers were killed one by one, and the person who was killed was the Blue Fairy. In the past, she belonged to the second level in their circle. Now, she had actually vaguely reached the superclass level. Such a huge change was really difficult for them to accept. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the experts of the Blood Clan to come. I heard that the Blood Clan likes to cause destruction the most. Coming to such a place, they will definitely crazily snatch the blood food. That's right. Not only are the blood breeds violent, but they're also extremely fast. It won't be easy to catch up to them. I can finally see the Blue Fairy at a disadvantage. Isn't she very strong? If you have the ability, kill the two vampire experts as well. The commotion here was quickly noticed by some people. They were all favored by the heavens, so they naturally didn't have a temper. They all knew that the great demon king, Lin Fei, wasn't someone to be trifled with. When they came down, they had repeatedly warned them not to cause any trouble and to put away all their thoughts. They still had to go to the everlasting mountain, and it was the easiest to leave from here. They couldn't cause trouble, so they naturally hoped that others could. Now, it was best to see the Blue Fairy suffer. As long as the great demon king Lin Fei didn't make a move, no one would be able to handle the two blood breeds. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The Blue Fairy didn't stay for long and immediately chased after them. After all, this level wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. In the eyes of the inferior god stage rankers, it wouldn't take long for them to walk around. Moreover, the Blue Fairy's current physical body was so strong. Get the hell out here. In an inconspicuous place. The Blue Fairy caught up, shouted loudly, and blasted open the ground. Following that, two figures rushed out. These two figures were the two Strigoi figures from before. They had eaten their fill, so they naturally needed to refine it. They didn't expect that someone would catch up to them before they even started. It was even a woman. A pretty woman. His eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that just as we were full, someone would send us a gift. Then we won't be polite. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed it. Don't be afraid, we two brothers are very gentle. We will definitely let you experience what true excitement is. Two silhouettes instantly surrounded them. However, as soon as they got close, a bolt of lightning directly bombarded their bodies. It turned out that at this moment, the Blue Fairy had used a thunderous method. They were quite strong, and the blood sea monstrous sky came crashing down. You have quite a temper, but it doesn't matter. We like people with a temper the most. You won't have such a big temper later. The two of them attacked fiercely, one from the front and one from the back. The Blue Fairy's thunderous method was quite powerful. Because she had used a thunderous treasure, she could restrain these Strigoi. In the distance, Lin Fei sipped his tea while watching the battle. Ever since he allowed the favored ones above to come down, Lin Fei basically didn't care much about the matters on this level, leaving it all to the Blue Fairy. And the Blue Fairy was quite good at managing it. At the same time, she could also train her strength. These two Strigoi are too arrogant. They're going to suffer in a while. After a glance, Lin Fei knew that these two Strigoi were indeed quite strong. However, compared to the Blue Fairy, they were far inferior. They were going to suffer a big loss later. Their lives would be gone. Whoosh! A compass flew out in an instant. After the feng shui compass flew out, a figure appeared on it. The figure raised her hand and slapped down. Following that, the sky full of thunderbolts directly penetrated their bodies. These two Strigoi didn't even think that they would be schemed against while they were having fun. Most importantly, they no longer had a chance to resist. With a whoosh, the blood sea was obliterated. It turned out that the blue fairy was just stalling for time when she fought with them. She secretly used a treasure and launched her strongest attack. She killed the two of them. This scene also made countless favored ones take a deep breath in their hearts. Good lord, she's really good at calculating. As expected of the she-devil. She's too fierce. How many treasures does this fellow have? That treasure just now is probably a middle-grade divine artifact. Be careful in the future. You can't afford to offend the great demon king or the she-devil. It's better to behave. The two Strigoi died just like that. Of course, the subsequent influence it brought was not low either. Everyone was obedient. However, even if the blue fairy could make a move, there were still more and more people coming. Some of them were extremely strong, and even the blue fairy would not be able to grasp them all at once. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some thoughts and knew some details about this level, so they did not go too far. He could barely maintain his silence. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not make a move again. There were more and more people on this floor. They all felt that this place was the closest to the everlasting mountain, and it was also the place where they could stay the most. Chapter 4996. Fairy Baiyu still managed to make a name for herself. At the very least, after exterminating the Strigoi, no inferior god would dare to make a move here. Time passed day by day. Everyone was looking forward to the everlasting mountain opening earlier. Of course, the only thing that made them a little unhappy was that they couldn't do anything here. This was because from time to time, outsiders would be killed by the female devil, the blue fairy. Behind the female devil, the blue fairy, was a great demon king, and that was Lin Fei. No one had ever seen Lin Fei's strength before. He had more or less heard some rumors. It was rumored that the people on the second floor of this world did not dare to do anything to this Lin Fei. He had even suffered quite a bit. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. That was what everyone said, so they endured it. For the sake of a small life, there was no need to offend that great demon king. Not to mention that he now had the chance to head to this everlasting mountain. Don't run anymore. Obediently hand over the map of the everlasting mountain. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Even if the great Luo immortal comes, he won't be able to save you. There were no signs. On the first floor of the god's great world, a figure barged in. Even the void moved along with it. Following that, a voice sounded extremely miserable as it smashed through a huge mountain. Following that, a voice walked in from outside. That tall figure was covered in boundless black fog, instantly causing countless people to pay attention to this side. They all realized that something was happening here. What happened? It seems like someone has barged in. What is this? Haven't you heard that this person seems to have a map of the everlasting mountain? It can't be. There really is a map of the everlasting mountain. This is definitely a good thing. Do you want to snatch it? When the time comes, you won't get lost in the everlasting mountain. Don't tell me you guys want to snatch this everlasting mountain's map. Don't tell me you didn't see who that figure was. That's someone from the Heavenly Ghost sect. Quite a few people heard the voice. When they heard that it was the Heavenly Ghost sect, their expressions changed quite a bit. Of course, the locals naturally didn't know. The outsiders more or less knew how powerful the Heavenly Ghost sect was. The black figure suddenly punched out. This punch pierced through the void, causing the entire void to crack. At the end of the path, the person who was originally covered in wounds put up a defense. Even if he managed to prop it up, it still crumbled into pieces in an instant, and he was sent flying once again. Another mountain was reduced to ruins. In a flash, the Black Shadow had arrived here. You're no match for me, so why do you persist? If you hand over the map of the everlasting mountain, you might even be able to leave behind an intact corpse. This black-armored man was very strong. He arrived above the ruins just like that. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, the ruins below instantly disintegrated and turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone's scalp went numb. They finally understood the strength of the Heavenly Ghost Sect's experts. They had actually grasped the great path of destruction. In an instant, they had destroyed all the ruins and turned them into nothingness. This was a profound technique that he had mastered. A figure rushed out in a sorry state. This is impossible, this thing will definitely not be given to you. If you want the map of the everlasting mountain, go and snatch it if you have the ability. It's impossible to take the map of the everlasting mountain from my hands, even if I die, I won't give it to you. The figure rushed out and let out a furious roar. Following that, his entire body turned into a jingguang and smashed towards the black-armored man. This jingguang was extremely powerful and terrifying. It gathered all of its power and instantly swept out, following a ray of light that flew far away. Many people also noticed the change in this ray of light at this moment. The map of the everlasting mountain, that must be the map of the everlasting mountain. Ha ha ha, I never thought that a map of the everlasting mountain would actually appear. In the blink of an eye. A few figures flew out, rushing towards the map of the everlasting mountain. The first to obtain it was an inferior god. He was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Ha 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 ha, this thing belongs to me. I never thought that I would be able to obtain a primordial map. Just as the inferior god ranker finished speaking, he saw a ray of light attack him. Before he could even react, he was split in half. He couldn't even block it. Following that, a black-armored figure came over just like that. However, this ball of light also flew out. It was snatched away by another inferior god. However, they weren't one inferior god, but 2 inferior gods. After the 2 of them snatched it, they fled to the left and right, as if they knew that the person just now was exceptionally powerful. People from the Heavenly Ghost Sect, no matter how bold you are, if you dare to kill someone on this floor, you will be finished. No one can cause trouble on this floor. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, were also extremely fast. With a bang, the figure on the left instantly turned into a pool of blood. A clone walked out from the other side. Sneer. On the other side, the black-armored figure continued to chase after him. No one can stop me from getting what I want. At the end of the path in front of him, a clone also walked out, forcing the figure to stop with a single move. Following that, the black-armored man behind him took out a large bell, and with a ding-dong sound, the inferior god was sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, 2 inferior god experts, in addition to the 3 inferior god experts that had been killed earlier, were killed just like that. Those who had some thoughts instantly lost them. The people from the Heavenly Ghost Sect were too terrifying. The battle prowess of a peak inferior god. The black-armored man grabbed the ball of light. Inside the ball of light was actually a ring, and everyone believed it even more. This ring should contain secrets regarding the everlasting mountain. Sir, you killed a demigod on the first floor, and then made a move here. Have you not heard of the rules of this floor? No inferior god is allowed to fight against a semi-god level expert. Just as the black-armored man obtained the ring, a ray of light flew over and struck the ring. The ring was sent flying. This scene happened very quickly. The people from the Heavenly Ghost Sect didn't even have time to react before they lost their rings. Following that, a figure walked out from afar. She even grabbed the ring. It was none other than Fairy Jadestream. The blue fairy was very busy right now. Other than her, a few experts also appeared behind her. These were all semi-god level experts. Of course, there were also some inferior gods. The first floor was different from the other places. It would be fine if it was a war god. However, the actions of a demigod expert and an inferior god expert were different. The impact was too great. Once they made a move, it would affect a very large area. This was also why Lin Fei had specifically requested those experts not to make a move rashly. Chapter 4997. This person was indeed an expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He was exceptionally strong. He had the battle prowess of a peak lower god, and he had mastered some special fighting techniques. Therefore, he was exceptionally strong. He could not be compared to other peak lower gods. Seeing that the other party had snatched the storage ring away, Zhang Xian frowned slightly before swiftly swinging his sword toward the other party. He was also an expert swordsman. He had a sword in his hand. This sword was a low-grade divine weapon. It was the best of the low-grade divine weapons. The cold light of the sword shone brightly. The frightening cold light made everyone's heart tremble. Just now, everyone had thought that this guy was strong enough. Unexpectedly, he was even stronger than they had imagined. A peak lower god. Scared. Scared. Another one who has come to seek death. Then I will not be polite and kill you. I am the rule here, and no one can set rules for me. Not you, not anyone. When the sword passed through, the void around Fairy Green Stream seemed to be restricted by layers of restrictions. The sword light could not get any closer. Even if it broke through the restrictions and landed on the blue fairy, it would only leave some light white marks on her body. Everyone could feel the power of this sword attack. Even the blue fairy could feel it. She finally knew that this guy was definitely a peak lower god. His swordsmanship was amazing. If not for some of the techniques he had cultivated, he would not have felt good. At the same time, the blue fairy was excited. She had finally found a powerful expert. You are very strong. Not many people have been able to make me fight to my heart's content. Today, you really made me feel like fighting. I hope you can let me experience what it means to fight. Many people wanted to see this demoness misfortune. However, he did not expect that this demoness would immediately launch an attack after blocking the sword. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. It was very intense. Cold sweat dripped down from the hearts of everyone who saw this. This guy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It turned out that he had not used his full strength when fighting those lower gods. The more Fu Bai fought, the more surprised he became. He naturally knew that the great world of the gods was divided into 3 layers. The first layer only had the strength of a low god. Of course, this level of strength was nothing in his eyes. The second floor was slightly more interesting, but the people on the second floor couldn't come down. Fu Bai was more at ease than anything else, but now, the blue fairy had popped up. This guy's strength seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. His methods were actually unable to capture the blue fairy. Instead, he was left with wounds all over his body. Lin Fei, who had been standing in the distance, drank his tea leisurely. The entire first floor was under his control. Once in a while, a powerful one would naturally be dealt with by the blue fairy. Fu Bai's appearance surprised Lin Fei. Finally, some powerful ones came. The most important thing was that this guy actually had a map of the everlasting mountain in his hands. This made Lin Fei even more interested, even though he did not know how that guy obtained the map of the everlasting mountain. What did this have to do with him? As long as he could land in his hands, anything was fine. The blue fairy is indeed quite strong, but this heavenly ghost sect fellow doesn't look weak either. If we were to fight, we should be able to fight to a draw, but that's enough to be proud of. The blue fairy's methods were indeed powerful, but the people from the heavenly ghost sect were equally powerful. To be able to fight to a draw was already a great improvement. It was too difficult to kill the other party, because the other party had mastered many methods. He even majored in the power of destruction. Eye of destruction. The more Fu Bai fought, the more shocked he became. He never thought that this guy would be so strong. Especially this physical body, it could even withstand the attack of his sword technique. On the contrary, it was his own that was inferior. He also realized that if he continued, he would not be able to gain any benefits. He might as well use a treasure. This was a big round eye. When this big round eye appeared, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even if they were standing far away, even if they were in the void, or if they were borrowing the effect of treasures, they could still feel this special atmosphere. Hua hua. The big round eye burst out a bright light. Within the light, everything turned into nothingness in an instant. That she-devil is going to suffer. It's good that she's dead, it's good that she's dead. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Many people hated Fairy Green Stream to the heavens. It was a pity that they didn't have any methods. Now, they could finally see the blue fairy suffer a loss, and it was very likely that she would be killed. The blue fairy used a method to resist, but the light still penetrated her, causing a trace of blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was still not a match for this heavenly ghost sect. The other party's treasure was really too terrifying. In just a single exchange, it had caused great destruction. If Fairy Green Stream didn't have many divine abilities and a strong physical body, she probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few breaths before turning into nothingness. If you don't abide by the rules on the first level, you'll have to be obedient and accept punishment. A palm appeared on top of Fu Bai's head without warning, followed by a faint voice. Then, the palm pressed down, and with a bang, Fu Bai's head was smashed down. That place was transformed into a huge handprint. The extremely valiant Fu Bai had disappeared without a trace. Even his big round eyes had become dim and colorless. The Great Demon King made a move. It must be the Great Demon King who made a move. He's too powerful. He attacked from afar and used such a technique. I'd better be obedient. This Lin Fei is in trouble. He actually killed an expert of the Heavenly Ghost Sect. The Heavenly Ghost Sect definitely won't give up. Just now, it was indeed Lin Fei who had attacked from afar. Now that he had attacked from afar on the first level, his power was extremely powerful. Even a peak demigod would be unable to do anything to him. Didn't many people want to see this? Thus, Lin Fei decided to attack. The strength of a peak stage lower deity was indeed quite powerful, but there was only so much they could endure. After a while, the blue fairy returned with that ring. You've improved a lot. This guy has the battle prowess of a peak inferior god and has mastered the power of destruction. He's indeed quite strong. It doesn't matter if you can't beat him. Lin Fei laughed and said. The blue fairy indeed felt quite ashamed. He never thought that he would still be inferior to others. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard such praise. This is his ring. Inside should be the map of the everlasting mountain. The ring was placed on the table. There was a faint layer of defense on it. With Lin Fei in his hand, this layer of defense was broken. This should have an owner, and that person should have stolen it. Chapter 4998. Lin Fei was still very interested in such a ring. He wanted to know what was inside. After all, it was quite different to be able to get someone from the Heavenly Ghost Sect to come and fight for it, especially when that guy had brought along some divine abilities and treasures. Even the blue fairy was at a loss for words, and had even suffered a loss. Even though it was only a small loss, it was still enough to prove how powerful the other party was. In front of Lin Fei, he was easily killed with a single punch. The defense on the ring was broken in the blink of an eye, and the items inside fell onto the table. There were only 3 items in total. This surprised Lin Fei. One of the jade talismans. This jade talisman was very ordinary, but it gave off a strange aura. Other than that, there was also an unknown flower at the side, which also gave off a strange aura. Other than that, what caught Lin Fei's attention the most was the last thing. That was a key. This key was completely white, as if it was made of silver. In reality, it wasn't silver. It was a special material. Seeing these 3 things, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. He had thought that there would be a map inside, but now he had thought too much. There were no maps of the everlasting mountain at all. Perhaps there were, but it wasn't the current situation. My lord, I think this jade talisman should have some use. I'm afraid it's the kind that hides some secrets. The blue fairy reacted the fastest. His gaze immediately fell on the jade talisman. Lin Fei also nodded his head. Maybe it should be on this, let me see what kind of tricks it has. He reached out and grabbed the clothes. Following that, a ball of light appeared on the clothes. An illusory figure appeared within the light. The illusory figure did not carry any emotion. This old man once entered the everlasting mountain, the illusory figure slowly spoke. There were only a few hundred words, neither more nor less, but the information was extremely explosive. He finally understood why there were only 3 items here. This old man actually went to the everlasting mountain before, went to the depths, and even obtained these 3 things. This jade talisman was specially left behind by him, and this is probably the last time. This grass can pass through a certain range after being refined, and this key is the most important. Only a few keys can be pieced together to open that place. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The most important thing should be this key. Unfortunately, there is only one key. There isn't even a map. It seems that the expert from the Sky Ghost sect doesn't know the exact situation. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was happy for nothing. Even if he went to the everlasting mountain, he did not know what was going on inside. Don't worry, sir. Since this ring has fallen into our hands, it won't be long before some people come looking for you to talk about cooperation. At that time, sir will know the specifics of the situation. The blue fairy was still very smart, and immediately thought of the key point. For such an item to be chased all the way here and fall into Lin Fei's hands in the end, the news would definitely spread. Those people would definitely move upon hearing the news. After all, the strength that Lin Fei had displayed would make those people not dare to have any big thoughts. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei on this floor. He didn't see the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect being killed with a single punch. After the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed, the first floor quietened down again. Even the people who came later didn't have much of a method. After all, to be able to kill an existence at the peak of the inferior god with a single punch, they were definitely terrifying existences. At the very least, he could unleash the strength of a god. And the most important thing was that this level restricted the use of strength, so even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. This expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect could only be said to be unlucky to encounter such a thing. Another 2 experts have come. These 2 experts are really quite strong. They are at the peak of the inferior god realm. However, it's not their true bodies, but their clones. After reaching the level that Lin Fei was at, he could naturally feel the changes at the base level. As soon as these 2 people entered, Lin Fei knew that they were clones. If an ordinary low god had some treasures, they could cultivate a doppelganger. Of course, it would only be a doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength wouldn't be too strong. However, it would be pretty good for traveling. That expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect didn't have a clone. He only had one true body. It was because his family was poor. If his family was rich, he definitely wouldn't have come here with his true body. This was something that Lin Fei understood after reading a lot of information. As soon as the two figures arrived, they headed in this direction. Lin Fei smiled. He seemed to understand what was going on. Are we really going to look for this Demon King, Lin Fei? This guy was able to kill Fu Bai of the Heavenly Ghost sect with a single punch. I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. The full-bearded man said with a worried look on his face. If we were somewhere else, I would definitely let him experience what it means to be honest and tell the truth. He wouldn't have to hide in this place and act like a mountain king. That guy will probably have a good talk with us. Even if he gets the ring, even if he sees what's inside, he will still be confused. We will have to cooperate. There's no other way. Who asked him to have such a key? The other middle-aged man in green said calmly. The two of them had come here to look for Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that that guy chose to come to the outside world out of all places, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Even their clones had to come here. If they were somewhere else, they really wouldn't have such thoughts. Who didn't know that Lin Fei's reputation was a bit scary? He even killed Fu Bai, who was at the peak of the inferior god stage. This was what frightened them the most. They were prepared to have a good talk with this Lin Fei. Even if they lost this clone, it didn't matter. They didn't bring anything with them on this trip, so there was nothing to lose. All they needed was some time to train back. This was their greatest source of confidence. The two of you must have come from afar for that ring, right? Before the two of them reached the underground palace, a figure appeared in front of them. The two of them weren't surprised at all. After all, Lin Fei was a demon king. On this level, there was probably nothing that could be hidden from the other party. From the moment they came down, Lin Fei already knew everything. He didn't attack them because they didn't have any intentions. When they saw Lin Fei, they were shocked. He was more valiant than they had expected. Chapter 49-99. When the two of them came together, in an instant, he sensed something unusual about Lin Fei. This guy was very powerful and terrifying. Even if they were avatars, if they were to go all out, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from the other party, especially when the other party was an expert in close combat. Fellow Daoist Lin, we are here to seek cooperation with you. I wonder if we can find a place to sit down and have a chat. The one who spoke first was the bearded man. Previously, he had some complaints, but now, he didn't have any thoughts of complaining. This Lin Fei was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was better to be honest. After destroying a clone, it would take some time to cultivate it back. No problem. I thought you were here to cause trouble for me. If you are here to cause trouble for me, I will send you back directly. I like people who abide by the rules on this level. Lin Fei's words weren't very harsh, but they felt completely different in the hearts of these two people. They were even more glad that they didn't have any ulterior motives for coming here. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a lot. That's impossible. The two of us are here to seek cooperation. We definitely won't cause any trouble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Actually, I was just joking with you. People like you should know the rules on this level. Let's change places to chat. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at a nearby mountain. The air here is fresh. It's the best place to talk. We aren't afraid that someone will hear us. Don't you think so? Lin Fei didn't bring the two of them to his underground palace. Instead, he found a random place. Not everyone could listen to him speak on this floor. Any place was absolutely safe. The bearded man and the man in green looked at each other. The bearded man was the first to speak. It's like this. Fellow Daoist Lin should have obtained a ring from Fu Bai of the Heavenly Ghoul sect. There should be a key inside. We both have a map, so we would like to cooperate with you to go to that place. We can be considered as a team," the bearded man said straightforwardly. "Fellow Dawish Lin, we have come with sincerity and hope to have a good talk with you. After all, this place is beneficial to both of us." Lin Fei's expression didn't change much. Everything was as the blue fairy had said. As expected, someone came to seek cooperation from him. It seemed that this key was more important than he had imagined. "Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the origin of this key first, and what's the purpose of that place. I'll think about it after you explain it clearly. Otherwise, if you want to cooperate with me just because of a few words, you're really too naive." Lin Fei was not someone who could be easily fooled. He wouldn't have any ideas until he was clear about the situation. Even if Lin Fei didn't say it, the two of them would probably know it. The two of them looked at each other again. They were not surprised by this at all. Just like the information said, this Lin Fei was quite particular. Of course, they didn't think that they would be able to persuade Lin Fei with just a few words. If it was really that easy, Lin Fei wouldn't have stayed on this level. Even the people on the second level of this macro world couldn't do anything to this guy, let alone them. The place we are going to is called the Immortal Ascension Platform. Of course, this place has another name, the Celestial Immortal Platform. I heard that it's very likely that we can reach the legendary place where the Celestial Immortals reside. It's a real step to the heavens. Not many people know about the Celestial Immortal Platform. Only a few big shots know about it. We found out from a lot of information that this key is one of the keys to open the Celestial Immortal Platform. A total of 9 keys like this are needed to open it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that this key would be related to such a place. This place was actually called the Celestial Immortal Platform. The name sounded different. A figure appeared in front of him. "It seems that this place is quite interesting. Can you be more specific? If you are interested, then I am naturally interested in cooperating with you." Lin Fei knew better than anyone else in his heart that if he did not obtain this key, coupled with his own strength, these people would definitely not be so kind. He was even talking to him here. Maybe he already had other ideas. The bearded man and the azure-clothed man looked at each other, but didn't stop and continued to talk. This time, the two of them spoke in more detail. They all wanted to cooperate with this Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei had one of the 9 keys in his hands. This was the key. Even if he had a map, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he didn't have the key. With the key, it would be completely different. Just like that. Lin Fei listened quietly. The more he listened, the more he felt that this everlasting mountain was more mysterious than he had imagined. There was actually such a place inside. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at Lin Fei quietly. "I hope to hear better news. It really is a pretty good place. It should be a place left behind by a big shot. I just don't know where the remaining 8 keys are. If I can't gather all the keys in the end, then I'll be busy for nothing." Lin Fei was missing a map, but he didn't have the mood to snatch it from these two people. The two of them had probably already made their preparations. They definitely wouldn't have foolishly brought a map with them. If there was such a fool, they wouldn't have cultivated to such a level. "Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't have to worry about that. The keys have already been obtained. They will definitely gather here this time. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait for a long time. It's still unknown whether you'll be able to meet them or not." The two of them were also very confident that they would definitely be able to enter that place this time and see the legendary Celestial Immortal Platform. If that's the case, then it couldn't be any better. Then we can try to cooperate once. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. That is, how are we going to split the benefits when we enter the Celestial Immortal Platform? Lin Fei didn't really care about who was going to be there. he didn't care much about the strength of these two people. At most, they were just god level. He himself was even more valiant. Therefore, as long as they reached the place where the celestial immortal platform was, it would be fine. Because what Lin Fei lacked was a map. If these two were to find out, they would probably be extremely angry and act as a good person for free. If you don't say it, then I want 60% of the benefits. Chapter 5000. In the end, the two of them still left, but both of them were in a good mood. This was because Lin Fei had finally agreed to cooperate with them. He had finally come to the right place. At the very least, they did not run for nothing. Although this Lin Fei looked very fierce, it was only on the first floor. If they really went outside, they would only have the strength of a god, and their own strength was superior to the other parties. If the two of them worked together, they would be able to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched as they left the floor, but did not stop them, nor did he think too much about it. This time, he was going to the everlasting mountain to take a look. If he didn't know about the immortal stage, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought too much about it. At most, he would go in for a stroll, and that would be it. Now that he knew of such a place, Lin Fei naturally wanted to take a good look. After all, the word celestial immortal seemed rather ordinary, but in Lin Fei's eyes, the meaning of these two words was completely different. There was definitely a deep secret, and what Lin Fei needed to do now was to find this place. Listening to the two of them, Lin Fei could tell that going to this immortal stage was not as easy as he had imagined, and was even more dangerous. After the two of them came, Lin Fei thought that the matter would end just like that, and all that was left was to wait for the everlasting mountain to open. But he didn't expect that there would be so many people here, and all of them were here for him. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. These people all had the same thought, and that was to cooperate with Lin Fei to head to the heavenly immortal platform. Actually, all of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. Since someone had come, then there would definitely be a second wave of people. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity, who told Lin Fei to have such a key in his hands. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not agree to any of these people. Trouble. Some of these people even came over with a tone of arrogance. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have any intention of cooperating with them. From their words, he knew a lot about the heavenly immortal stage. This heavenly immortal stage was extremely difficult to find, and other than having a map, he also needed a key. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, he would not be able to go to the everlasting mountain. Not to mention going to the heavenly immortal platform. The more information he knew, the more interested Lin Fei was in the heavenly immortal platform. It was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Just look at how impulsive these people are. It seemed like they all wanted to go to the heavenly immortal platform. Unfortunately, they didn't have the key, so it was useless even if they had the map. The key was the key, and now, Lin Fei had such a key in his hands. Lin Fei really had to thank Fu Bai from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He didn't expect that after he chased them in, the key would fall into his hands. Such a good thing was really like being blessed by the Son of Fortune. If it was any other time, Lin Fei really wouldn't think that his luck was so good. Now that he thought about it, this time, even the heavens were helping him. What kind of secrets did the great world of gods have? Actually, Lin Fei didn't have much of an idea. He just wanted to leave the great world of gods and head to a higher level place. Just like that. Lin Fei rejected everyone along the way. These people could only leave unwillingly. As for making a move, they wouldn't dare even if they had 100 guts. Forget about anything else, just the blue fairy by Lin Fei's side was something they might not be able to defeat. Right now, who didn't know that the blue fairy was called the female devil on this level, and her strength was indeed terrifying. This was especially the case for his physical body, which was extremely tough. Coupled with this treasure of his, it was truly not something that just anyone could stop. At most, they could only fight to a draw. Of course, most of them would be killed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. And the everlasting mountain was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Fei could also feel that the everlasting mountain was about to completely appear. He could even feel the faintly discernible dangerous aura coming from the everlasting mountain, causing one's heart to palpitate, fear, and despair. Master, I just received news that there's something coming down from the second floor. I want to chat with you. The blue fairy came over and said in a low voice. Big shot. Could it be that there are other big shots on the second floor? I see that you are quite moved. Could it be that I don't know? Lin Fei, you basically know all the big shots on the second floor. Now that he saw the change in the blue fairy, he was a little surprised. He is indeed a big shot. He can be said to be one of the top figures on the second floor, and he can also be said to be the #1 expert on the second floor. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me you're talking about that Bai Lai. In Lin Fei's memories, the strongest person on the second floor seemed to be called Bai Lai, an existence at the peak of the superior god, which was also the strongest person. Yes, it's Bai Lai. He's the strongest person on the second floor, but he basically doesn't show himself. The blue fairy said. Lin Fei also understood even more. It was quite unexpected. He didn't expect that this person would actually come down and talk to him about something. Then I'll have a good chat with Bai Lai and see what he wants. On this matter. Lin Fei did not refuse, he also wanted to meet this Bai Lai. After all, he was the #1 expert on the second floor. There must be a reason why he was able to find him. Could it be for cooperation? Other than this reason, Lin Fei really couldn't think of a second reason. The blue fairy left. Not long after. Lin Fei came to the study room. He sat in the study room and waited for Bai Lai's arrival. Lin Fei also knew why this Bai Lai would contact the blue fairy. It should be the blue fairy's former sect who contacted him. Otherwise, no one would dare to contact the blue fairy. The term female demon was not just for show. A ray of light appeared in the study room, and then it transformed into a figure. Then, a clone appeared. It really came and went without a trace. Its control over space was indeed quite domineering. The famous #1 expert, Senior Bai, is more powerful than I imagined. Please sit, I am the Lin Fei you are looking for. Lin Fei was quite direct. This Bai Lai was dressed like a middle-aged scholar, and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei knew that this guy was very terrifying. Even through the clone, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying and powerful this Bai Lai's original body was. The #1 expert lived up to his name. You are also more powerful than I imagined. The strength that the outside world is talking about is probably not even a tenth of your strength. Bai Lai sat down as well. Just like that, he faced Lin Fei. Chapter 5001. Lin Fei's heart was secretly moved. He really did not expect that this #1 ranker Bai Lai was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With just a glance, he could actually see the change in his strength. Although what he said to the other party was not accurate, it was still the key point. Empty reputations are just empty reputations. They're nothing. Lin Fei chuckled and did not respond to the other party's words. On the other hand, Senior Bai has come down. I wonder what's the matter. It was normal for an existence like Bai Lai, who was an overlord of the second floor, to be called a senior. Fellow Daoist Lin, you actually don't need to be so polite. I know your strength very well, so let's get straight to the point. I wonder what you think. Bai Lai did indeed plan to get straight to the point and speak directly. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He never thought that Bai Lai would be so direct. It seemed like this matter was not a small one. So he laughed, "Senior Bai, then just say it. If I can help, I will definitely help. If I really can't help, then I can't do anything about it. After all, I am just a small existence." The first time Bai Lai saw this Lin Fei, it was indeed very different from what he thought. This person was much more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder those people suffered after coming down. Even if they were to fight outside, they would probably suffer a loss. This guy was really terrifying. With this kind of strength, Bai Lai realized that coming down this time was indeed not a mistake. It was worth it to spend some money. This Lin Fei was worth cooperating with. Actually, my purpose for coming down here is very simple. I hope that fellow Daoist Lin can help me with something. I have a little girl, and I want to trouble you to escort her to a place in the everlasting mountain. Bai Lai started to speak. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised, and for a moment, he suspected that he had misheard. It can't be. Even Lin Fei himself was very surprised by such a thing. Why was it this senior Bai Lai who came to talk to him about this? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he wasn't here for the cooperation? Now that a daughter had appeared, what was going on? You said that you want me to escort your daughter to a place in the everlasting mountain? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? With my strength. Seriously. That's a surprise to you. Escorting the daughter of the #1 expert to a special place, no one would believe it. Most importantly, Bai Lai's identity was the #1 expert. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. That's what I was thinking. I hope you can escort my daughter to that special place in the everlasting mountain. Although he didn't know where this place was, Lin Fei was very clear about one thing, and that was that this place was definitely not easy to go to. However, he did not know why Bai Lai, the #1 expert, would come looking for him. This was really the sun rising from the west. No one would believe it if word got out. Just now. Even Lin Fei himself was given a huge fright. He truly did not dare to believe that he could actually encounter something like this. Everlasting Mountain is not as good as everyone thinks it is even more dangerous than you think, and the place I want fellow Daoist Lin to escort my daughter to is also quite dangerous. The most important thing is that the place I took out has limited a certain amount of strength, and only the inferior god realm can be in that area. Do you understand my reasoning now? This time, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. If it was because of this, then it was no wonder. He had suppressed the inferior god on the first floor, and even the peak of the inferior god was not a match for him. Moreover, it was the same place. No wonder Bai Lai would come to find him. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If you are willing to escort my daughter to that place and help her get the item, I can give you a complete map of the everlasting mountain. There are only a few maps like this, and I spent a lot of effort to get them. Bai Lai said. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. Inside is the map of the everlasting mountain. Other than that, there are also some other information regarding the everlasting mountain. It's very detailed, and it's not that easy to obtain just one copy. I got it from the world building. Speaking of the world building, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. Of course he knew this place. I heard that it was a very, very mysterious place. I heard that only the superior god had the qualifications to come into contact with it. What kind of existence was the world building? In any case, it was unfathomable, like a colossus. Now that Bai Lai said that this information was obtained from the world building, it was completely worth it for Lin Fei to be moved. Right now, he didn't know much about the everlasting mountain, and all he knew were some superficial things. However, if he had this complete map and the information inside, it would be completely different. No matter what, he would be able to transition from a rookie to a veteran. Before entering that area, you don't need to do anything. I will arrange for someone to escort my daughter. I will only trouble fellow Daoist Lin once we are inside. The jade talisman in Bai Lai's hand was also placed on the table. I hope that fellow Daoist Lin can seriously consider it. I also hope that you will be able to gain something from this everlasting mountain. After all, this everlasting mountain is not something that you can encounter at any time. Perhaps this is the only chance in your entire life. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he looked at the jade talisman. Let me think about it. After all, I have been looking forward to the everlasting mountain for a long time. I don't want some things to affect the process. Lin Fei had also said it straightforwardly. Although this item was very tempting, Lin Fei did not agree to it in one go. As for whether or not Bai Lai would dig a hole for him to jump into, Lin Fei felt that it was unlikely. Through the Great Karma method, Lin Fei did not feel any hostility towards him from the other party. Instead, he had a lot of good intentions. A number one expert like Bai Lai naturally knew a lot of things, and also knew that people like Lin Fei were not as simple as they imagined. There was no need to offend such a person. He was not in the inferior god realm, but he had killed a peak inferior god. Even though he relied on his physical body was still very strong. This kind of person could not be offended. Tell me the name of this place so that I can know and be prepared. After all, I don't go anywhere rashly. I think Senior Bai wouldn't mind telling me, right? Lin Fei asked. This is not a difficult matter. I can tell you right now and let you know. Bai Lai laughed. He knew that Lin Fei had already made up his mind. Thus, he began to talk about this place. This place is called the Nirvana Pool. It can improve a person's bloodline. There will be a certain chance of activating an ancient bloodline. Chapter 5002. The number one expert of the second floor ran down like this, and in the end, Lin Fei still chose to agree. After all, it was worth it for Lin Fei to obtain this map. Moreover, this map came from the World Tower. The World Tower was not an ordinary place, it was a top-notch mysterious place. At the very least, Lin Fei did not have the qualifications to go to the World Tower yet. It was said that in order to go to the World Tower, one had to be invited by the World Tower in order to be qualified. Now that he was able to obtain such a map, it was for the best. Wasn't it just escorting Bai Lai and his other daughters to the Nirvana Pool? This Nirvana Pool sounded very extraordinary. It was definitely a very special place. Raising one's bloodline was indeed of great help to ordinary people. To Lin Fei, this kind of help could be said to be negligible, and was completely useless. After all, he was currently cultivating the ancient eternal body. It took almost half a day for this map to reach Lin Fei's hands. Only then did Lin Fei understand everything that was going on inside. Even though he had not entered the everlasting mountain yet, he already had a comprehensive understanding of about 80% of the places in the everlasting mountain. As for the remaining 20%, it was the most dangerous 20%. Even the information on the World Tower did not seem to have any records of it. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, Bai Lai did not buy the most important part of the map, probably because the price was not cheap. Even so, it was already extremely beneficial to Lin Fei. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie, and his understanding of the everlasting mountain was deeper than anyone else's. After a few days, there was another huge fluctuation in the air. Lin Fei knew who it was. It was that Bai Lai. This time, he did not let his clone come down, but sent a person down. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He thought that Bai Lai would send his daughter inside first, and then pass it on to him, but he didn't expect it to be sent down ahead of time. Could it be that he felt safe here? Lin Fei could not figure it out. What kind of thoughts did this Bai Lai have? Sure enough. In the blink of an eye, a figure came over with Bai Lai's token. The aura on this token was the most sensitive, and Lin Fei knew very well that it was from Bai Lai. Lin Fei didn't go out. Instead, he asked Blue Fairy to bring him in. The Blue Fairy was also free now. Ever since the experts from the Sky Ghost sect were killed by Lin Fei, no one else dared to make any moves. The Blue Fairy brought them in. This woman was indeed quite different. She was dressed in black, yet she looked very valiant and formidable. She was dressed like a man. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that this woman was Bai Lai's daughter. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. At the very least, her temper was quite domineering. "You're that demon king Lin Fei. You don't look like much to me. I thought you were a three-headed, six-armed man. I was happy for nothing. If I had known, I wouldn't have come down first." Bai Xingnan looked at the young man in front of her. She was in the upper levels, so she knew that this level was ruled by a guy with the surname Lin, and that he had made those guys suffer. She didn't know why her father would ask this guy for help. She wasn't weak, so she really didn't need anyone's help. Moreover, she had many treasures, so she was more or less displeased with Lin Fei. Not to mention, the Blue Fairy was standing next to her. In the past, Bai Xingnan wouldn't have taken the Blue Fairy seriously. In terms of talent, she was much weaker than her, but now, her opponent's strength was the same as hers. Most importantly, this guy's fleshly body had reached the peak of the lower god realm. This made Bai Xingnan somewhat displeased. Why could your fleshly body reach the lower god level? Why? If this was a different time and place, Bai Xingnan would have at least had a good fight with the Blue Fairy. Now, the Blue Fairy was called a she-devil. "I'm just a simple, ordinary person, and it's because of this ordinary person that your father personally came down and took out a lot of treasures. If you don't want to go, you can go back." Lin Fei knew at a glance that this guy was probably spoiled rotten. It couldn't be helped. After all, Bai Lai was the strongest person on the second level. His strength was indeed very strong. Even if the three guys who came down last time fought with Bai Lai, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. And this was under the situation where the three of them fought together. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would be directly crushed. Bai Xingnan instantly panted with anger. She glared fiercely at Lin Fei. "I'm going to rest. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." Bai Xingnan really didn't know what to do with Lin Fei. After all, even her father came down to ask this guy for help. One could imagine that this guy's strength was indeed very strong on this level. At the very least, she didn't have the confidence, so she could only hold back her anger and leave. When the Blue Fairy came back, she talked about this Bai Xingnan. "This Bai Xingnan has a bad temper. I heard that she was called a little she-devil up there. However, she seems to have restrained her temper down here. Just now, she even wanted to fight with me." At the mention of this by Xingnan, the Blue Fairy also became a little angry. If it was someone else, the Blue Fairy would have already made a move. However, this Bai Xingnan was different. She was backed by the strongest person on the second level. Therefore, the Blue Fairy didn't make a move, nor did she care. "Why don't you fight with her? If she wants to fight, then fight with her. This guy has some ability. It's a good chance to train yourself and teach her a little lesson. Let her know that even if she has the strongest father behind her, she can't do anything on the first level." Since Bai Lai had sent his daughter down, he naturally wouldn't participate in any matters, big or small. As long as Lin Fei was within a certain range, it didn't matter how he dealt with Bai Xingnan. As long as Bai Xingnan still wanted to go to this Nirvana pool and awaken her bloodline, it was fine. The Blue Fairy was obviously happy. "Can I really?" "Of course you can. Haven't you always wanted to fight with someone? Now that a good sparring partner has come, let's use her. In any case, I have the final say on this level. If you're not convinced, then come and find me." The blue fairy left in high spirits. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed movement in the distance. They really started fighting. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Didn't he know what kind of temper the blue fairy had? If he could fight, he would definitely fight. He definitely wouldn't say anything nice to the opponent. As for who won or lost, Lin Fei didn't really care. In any case, the final result was about the same. Nothing much could happen. Chapter 5003. After Bai Lai's daughter came down, she was indeed very different. At the very least, Bai Xingnan was able to fight with the blue fairy every 2 or 3 days. Basically, they were evenly matched, because the blue fairy's inferior god body had a bit of an advantage. And Bai Xingnan's own potential was even better than the blue fairy's, so in comparison, they were tied. Maybe you lost one move to you today, maybe I lost one move to you tomorrow. It was just that simple of a matter. This made the two of them feel more and more like it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say much. He had been paying attention to the everlasting mountain the entire time, and discovered that the special existence outside the everlasting mountain was getting weaker and weaker. He estimated that he would be able to head there soon. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. This half a year's time was neither long nor short. To Lin Fei, it was like the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Hua! A ray of light directly swept past the everlasting mountain. This ray of light did not have any power, but it made everyone put down everything in an instant. One figure after another rushed out. Especially those who were hiding in the void, they came out at the first possible moment. No one wanted to go to this place more than them. Lin Fei also walked out and saw the everlasting mountain. There were indeed quite a few figures around the everlasting mountain. These were all outsiders. They did not enter the great world of the gods, but instead waited in the void. This wait lasted for such a long time. The blue fairy and Bai Xingnan also came to Lin Fei's side. The two of them had been fighting for a very long time, and it could be said that they had a mutual appreciation for each other. At first, Bai Xingnan looked down on the blue fairy, but after fighting, he realized that the blue fairy had indeed improved greatly. Especially this physical body, even she was a little envious of it. It was unknown how he managed to cultivate such a cultivation method. When Bai Xingnan saw Lin Fei again, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. He was originally a rather strong person. He had never suffered any losses on the surface, but he did suffer a small loss from Lin Fei. Bai Xingnan knew that the blue fairy must have been arranged by Lin Fei, so she naturally had a different opinion of Lin Fei. At this time, her gaze had also landed on the everlasting mountain. She knew that if she wanted to enter the everlasting mountain this time, she would need Lin Fei's help. He more or less knew his father's temper. Naturally, he felt that Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. Bai Xingnan wasn't afraid of anything except her father. Therefore, during this trip, her old father had warned her not to offend Lin Fei no matter what. If she obediently followed him to the Nirvana pool, there would only be benefits for her. If she really offended Lin Fei, she would have to face the wall. Bai Xingnan didn't dare to go against her father's words. At that time, if they really had to face the wall, it would take at least 10 years, or at most a few decades. We can go take a look as well. Lin Fei waved his hand. A wave of energy enveloped the two of them and pierced through the world barrier. The first layer of the world barrier was indeed quite easy to break. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Fei's strength had always been very strong, not to mention that he had already reached the high god level. His body was so strong that he could break through the barrier of this world. Bai Xingnan had just taken out his treasure when he was enveloped by a ball of energy and brought out. He appeared in the air. This also caused Bai Xingnan to be slightly shocked. He never thought that this Lin Fei would be so powerful. It had to be known that this world barrier was not that easy to break through. Even she had brought down quite a few treasures, and there were also some special treasures that her father had blessed her with. Now that Lin Fei had easily broken through the world barrier, it was indeed different. In the starry sky, there was a turbulent current that kept rushing over. Both Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy felt a certain amount of pressure, because the starry sky was not easy to travel, unless one had a spaceship. That way, one would be able to resist the turbulent current. It was almost impossible to do this with just one's physical body. It was said that only those who had reached the level of a mid-god could easily withstand it. Lin Fei, you are finally willing to come out. You actually dared to kill Fu Bai of our heavenly ghost sect. Now pay with your life. A cold wind came from the distant starry sky, followed by a pagoda passing through and appearing in the sky above Lin Fei. It was suppressed on the spot. The power of this pagoda was quite strong, causing the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan to feel a great deal of pressure. It was as if they would be injured and vomit blood under this attack. This was definitely the attack of a middle god expert. You have the nerve to take out this kind of scrap metal. Your heavenly ghost sect is too poor. Scram! Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the pagoda. With a swoosh, the pagoda, which had seemed to have unlimited power, was sent flying backwards. Next, a muffled groan could be heard from the starry sky. After a few more sounds, several figures chased over. These figures locked onto Lin Fei as soon as they appeared. One of the big men had an extremely angry look on his face. If nothing unexpected happened, the pagoda should belong to this person. The Heavenly Ghost sect is handling matters. Everyone, step aside. The Heavenly Ghost sect seemed to have great influence. As soon as they said this, some people in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Even in the void, some people stayed far away. The surroundings became quiet. After all, those who could come to the starry sky all had some power. Not bad, not bad. 6 experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect came. 4 demigods, 1 peak stage, and 1 god. Lin Fei swept them with his gaze. He told them all their realms one by one. These 6 people from the Heavenly Ghost sect were naturally guarding Lin Fei outside. One of their demigods, a proud son of heaven, had died inside just like that. The killer was Lin Fei. The most important thing was to take away the item that belonged to the Heavenly Ghost sect. If Lin Fei had continued to hide in this minor world, they would not have been able to do anything. This was because this place restricted one's power. Once they entered, they would be suppressed. The only thing they could do was to wait for Lin Fei to come out. Unexpectedly, he really did come out. Since you know that we are members of the Sky Ghost sect, I advise you to hand over the item and go to the Sky Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness, even though your fleshly body is quite powerful. That's right, we already have a mid-god on our side. A rather mature figure walked out and looked at Lin Fei. You have the nerve to ask me to go to the Heavenly Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness with just the few of you. Is there something wrong with your head? Chapter 5004. These fellows had actually dared to attack him. To be honest, even Lin Fei felt that there was something wrong with these fellows' brains. So what if the Sky Ghost sect was so great? They could come to stop him. Did they really think that he was no match for them in the universe? They were thinking too much. Fairy Bai Yu felt that her master's words were quite right, so she replied coldly. My master is not someone you can talk about. There was a loud bang. The Blue Fairy also attacked. After using her most powerful move, the Blue Fairy became bolder and bolder. Even though these people were strong, she was not afraid. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. She stared at a low god expert. Bai Xingnan was slightly shocked. She did not expect the Blue Fairy to have changed so much in the past few hundred years. She actually dared to take the initiative to attack. That was a member of the Sky Ghost sect. The Sky Ghost sect was considered an upper-middle power in the star field and was considered very strong. Even the sect that the Blue Fairy belonged to did not dare to offend the Sky Ghost sect. Compared to the powers in the great world of the gods, there was still a gap. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Bai Xingnan, who was beside her, also attacked. She was not a good-tempered person and had the personality of a little devil. Seeing that the Blue Fairy had attacked, how could she not attack? Thus, she also attacked. The experts of the Sky Ghost sect were slightly stunned. They did not expect that these two women would be so bold as to directly attack. They did not take the Sky Ghost sect seriously at all. What kind of person would produce what kind of disciple? The people of the Sky Ghost sect were already prejudiced. They all thought that the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan were Lin Fei's disciples. The two figures flew out and then started fighting. Many people in the distance were also watching this scene, and they all shook their heads one after another. This Lin Fei really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dares to fight the people of the Sky Ghost sect. I think I know who the one next to him is. I think she is the she-devil, the Blue Fairy. She is quite strong. I don't know the other one. Is she new? It's too unfamiliar. The other figure in the void was also watching the battle. This person was Bai Xingnan's father, Bai Lai. Beside him stood another figure. Brother Bai, your daughter has quite a temper. She even dares to fight with the people from the Heavenly Ghost sect. She has your style. Next to him was a middle-aged man who looked very ordinary. But his eyes were very deep, like the endless whirlpools in the starry sky world. That's my daughter's temperament. But now that Lin Fei is here, it's naturally his business. Although the Heavenly Ghoul sect is considered to be above average, I don't take it seriously. Bai Lai was quite clear about his daughter's thoughts. The Blue Fairy's strength has improved very quickly. That guy is probably going to be out of luck. The Blue Fairy took the blow head-on, and with a bang, she killed a lower god expert. The demigod immediately lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bai Xingnan, who was standing next to him, grew somewhat anxious. She began to unleash a series of attacks. With a bang, yet another demigod was killed. The battle before and after was too short, and the two demigods on the Heavenly Ghost sect side were killed just like that. Gao Peng, who was the older god in the lead, instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're courting death. They hadn't even taken him down yet, and they hadn't even seen the map of the Everlasting Mountain. But now, they actually lost two people. They couldn't believe it. With a furious roar, he raised his hand and grabbed forward. This move displayed the terrifying strength of a god. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Xingnan, both of them felt a great deal of pressure. Their movements became sluggish, and even their strength was completely suppressed. It just so happens that our Heavenly Ghost sect is still lacking two top cauldrons. Just the two of you will have to pay the price for killing our demigod experts. Gao Peng was very upset that two lower celestial experts had died. Gao Peng still decided to capture these two fellows and bring them back. Only by doing this would he be able to slightly ease the anger in his heart. Of course, the most important thing was still this Lin Fei. The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan continued to erupt, but their strength was still a huge gap. The two of them didn't look like they were going to admit defeat, and they didn't even panic. It was as if this was a casual game. After all, Lin Fei was still standing not far away. As long as Lin Fei was here, then everything would be fine. They didn't believe that Gao Peng could do anything to them. Not to mention Bai Xingnan. He also knew that his father was definitely watching him from the starry sky. Gao Peng's expression changed slightly. These two women actually didn't change at all. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the Heavenly Ghost sect, and that they weren't afraid of him, a god ranker. They're all god rankers, why do you need to attack 2 juniors? This will make me very unhappy, do you know that? Under the envelopment of this power, a figure walked out, following the blue fairy and Bai Xingnan into the distance. Didn't you want to see who's stronger? Then why don't you try what it feels like to be enveloped by someone else? Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. I really don't care about a puny god like you. Just like that. Lin Fei casually broke his opponent's technique. This caused quite a few people in the shadows to be secretly shocked. This Demon King Lin Fei seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than they had expected. He was able to easily break through a god's technique, and they didn't even see any technique. He was just relying on his fleshly body. Could it be that he really was that powerful? Lin Fei slowly reached out with his hand. He also spread out his 5 fingers, which instantly enveloped Gao Peng's body. The technique that Gao Peng had just unleashed was completely nullified. His entire body glowed with resplendent light. In an instant, it was destroyed. And then, as his 5 fingers closed, it was as if the entire void had become one. Blood began to flow from the corner of Gao Chang's mouth, and his fleshly body began to split open. Powerless and helpless. Gao Chang, a god, was instantly shattered into pieces. And just like that, a god disappeared before everyone's eyes. Those who had been prepared to watch a good show were now somewhat dumbfounded. Even their breathing was a bit ragged, as if they had just played a big joke. Was this how a god was? Is there anyone else who wants to settle the score with me? If there is, then come out at once. We can deal with them all at once, so that I don't have to travel alone. After all, I'm a god ranker, don't you think? Lin Fei's voice spread out. The remaining experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were so frightened that their faces turned white. They turned and fled. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Let's all go down together. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Several figures were instantly destroyed. Chapter 5005. Just like that, the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed. The people who were watching from the void all sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that it was impossible for him to fight against this great demon king, Lin Fei. This guy was really terrifying, he was really hiding his strength. Gao Peng, who was a god, was actually killed in an instant. This proved that the strength of this great demon king, Lin Fei, was most likely at the late stage of the god realm. This was more terrifying. As for the others, they didn't have any thoughts. Lin Fei also knew that after exterminating the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect, no one else would show up. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, if they revealed a little of their strength, the people who wanted to make a move would have to consider whether they had the ability or not. You are indeed crazier than me. You even dared to kill the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect. I'm afraid they will come for revenge, but it doesn't matter if you hide in the first floor. Bai Xingnan teased. To be honest, he was more or less shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. This guy was most likely at the late stage of the god realm. As for the god realm, he didn't think much about it. He also realized one thing, Lin Fei must have cultivated a special method, his body did not emit the aura of a divine level ranker. However, his fighting strength was truly a mess. I've already killed him, why should I care? Let's go to the everlasting mountain. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. If the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect really knew about this, they would have to think about it. When the time came, they would have to send out a few goddess to kill him, or a god. Lin Fei believed even more that in the star domain, even if one reached the level of a superior god, they would not be able to casually make a move. If he was not careful, he would easily encounter a calamity. This was definitely a huge loss to a sect. The more they couldn't figure out what kind of strength Lin Fei had, the more they wouldn't make a move. Unless there was something wrong with their brains. He brought the two of them to the vicinity of the everlasting mountain. The moment he arrived at this area, he felt a force land on his body. After this force landed on his body, the surrounding space seemed to have become extremely turbid, like a huge quagmire. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that this place was different. No wonder there were people in the distance, but they didn't seem to be moving. He was probably restricted by some special method. Looks like this is the first test of the everlasting mountain. If I can't even pass this stage, I don't think I have the qualifications to enter the everlasting mountain. Lin Fei laughed. There was a loud rumbling sound. The special power that was added to their bodies collapsed along the way. After collapsing, they would recover in the blink of an eye. It was really quite mysterious. Just like this, Lin Fei brought the two of them all the way to the front of Everlasting Mountain. This time, he could clearly see what was going on inside. This is what a proper Everlasting Mountain looks like. Whoosh! Lin Fei brought the two of them into the Everlasting Mountain. The outer layer was really a small test. Of course, such a test was not simple. Without a demigod, it was impossible to enter. Weaker demigods had no chance at all. Once he arrived at the Everlasting Mountain, Lin Fei and the others arrived at a black place. In this black place, it was impossible to see clearly. All the power of perception was instantly suppressed to an infinite degree. Lin Fei, who had seen the information on the Everlasting Mountain map, understood what kind of place this was. This was the so-called Dark World. It could also be considered a place to test in the Everlasting Mountain. In this dark world, all the power of perception was infinitely suppressed, and there were even ghosts that had nowhere to hide. They were the so-called Black Phantom, and they were extremely powerful. After killing these Black Phantom, there was a certain chance that they would obtain something. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would not be able to obtain anything. Therefore, there were several such places. Therefore, after entering the Everlasting Mountain, it would depend on luck as to which area they would enter. It seemed that Lin Fei's luck was not that good. As soon as he entered, he came here. I know this is the Dark World. It seems like there are a lot of Black Phantom here. Whoosh! A cold light came over and directly slashed towards the blue fairy who was at the side. The blue fairy reacted quickly and immediately threw it out. Following that, the cold light disappeared. In such a short period of time, the blue fairy felt the aura of danger. It seems like there are a lot of hidden Black Phantom in the surroundings. They are very strange and mysterious. Just now, I followed this attack and was actually unable to learn their bodies. This was also the first time the blue fairy had come to this place, but he had seen a lot of information. These were all things that Lin Fei wanted him to see. It was good to know that he had an understanding of them. He never thought that he would feel pressure from the very beginning. Lin Fei's perception was also suppressed. However, he was extremely strong after all. Even if his perception was suppressed, his physical strength was not affected in the slightest, and he could still feel the faint killing intent. This killing intent was all in the surrounding area. This place is indeed dangerous. There is an invisible suppression on the power of perception. This place makes me feel very uncomfortable. Let's leave this place first. Lin Fei lightly stomped his foot, and layers of power directly rushed into the dark place like flowing water. This power was like flowing water, directly sweeping through the bodies of these Black Phantom. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many Black Phantom were killed? Along the way, there were basically no more Black Phantom that appeared. This was because they were killed by Lin Fei before they could even make a move. Lin Fei was too lazy to fight these guys. The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan both followed closely beside Lin Fei. They naturally also felt that this place was not ordinary. In less than 2 hours, they passed through this dark world. this was just a small test. Of course, compared to the test outside, it was much more difficult. If it was judged by 5 stars, it could also be considered a 2-star level. After passing through this dark world, the front suddenly opened up. Endless forests, towering mountains at the end of the distant mountains, and palaces also appeared. I finally made it. A figure flew out from afar and plunged into the sky. Accompanied by the other party's loud laughter, it seemed that he was extremely excited. Whoosh! A black stream of light directly pierced through the forest below. As soon as the light flashed in front of this person, he was directly frozen through. Following that, this person let out a scream and was dragged down. In the blink of an eye, there was no more movement. This is the more dangerous eternal forest. Chapter 5006. A place like this did indeed give off a dangerous aura. Lin Fei could already clearly feel it, especially those figures. These voices were all faintly discernible, but it was in this everlasting forest. It could be imagined that these fellows had already been dead for a long time. Others might not be able to feel it, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. These guys lived here. If anyone were to barge in, they would fall into their trap if they were not careful. To put it bluntly, these guys were all puppets. They were all controlled by the special existences in the everlasting forest. After reading the information, Lin Fei naturally knew the dangers here. If he wanted to reach the palace over there, he would have to pass through the everlasting forest. In the distance, there were also many figures who had learned their lesson and directly entered the everlasting forest from below. Lin Fei did not stay idle either, and directly brought the 2 of them into the everlasting forest. The moment they entered, the entire world darkened. It was clearly a sunny day outside, but when they arrived here, it became extremely dark. It exuded a serene aura. This place is no different from what the information says. It looks quiet and serene, but in reality, the danger here is enough to kill people. A large group of finger-sized mosquitoes came over. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. It was like a small black cloud. The blue fairy immediately sent a streak of frost over, freezing these mosquitoes. These frozen mosquitoes broke through in the blink of an eye, appearing to be extremely extraordinary. These guys have to use fire to attack. If we don't use fire to attack, we won't be able to kill them at all. Furthermore, ordinary fire won't do. We have to have a strong fire. Bai Xingnan immediately unleashed a wave of fire-type treasures. These fire-type treasures were truly the bane of these beasts. They were instantly incinerated into nothingness. In any case, everyone has to be careful in this place, especially if you guys really encounter a special existence here. If you're not careful, you'll be gone easily. Please remember to stay within 5 meters of me. 10 meters is fine, but any further and you won't be able to. Lin Fei chuckled and followed. As soon as they left, Bai Xingnan noticed that something was different. An invisible force pressed forward. The range was not very large, but it was enough to alert the enemy. It could even resolve some invisible dangers in advance. Of course, this invisible force was naturally created by Lin Fei. This place is dangerous. If he was alone, he would have rushed over directly, but now he couldn't. Since he had brought 2 people with him, he naturally had to neutralize these invisible dangers. Whoosh! Whoosh! From time to time, some things in the forest would be killed by Lin Fei's power. This also shocked Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy. There were so many dangers in this place that even they didn't realize it. Save me, save me. I know a legendary treasure. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly, intermittent cries for help came from the darkness ahead. These cries were extremely miserable. Anyone who heard them would feel sorry for them and subconsciously want to go over and take a look. The faces of the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan changed slightly. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. The two of you unknowingly fell for it. If I wasn't here, the two of you would have gone in this direction. Incredible. Even this demonic sound has appeared. Someone like Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be affected. In fact, before it could even get close to him, it would be blocked by the power. The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan wouldn't be able to withstand it. They were clearly much, much weaker. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy were both shocked. Their faces turned white. Their faces turned white. To be honest, they really hadn't expected such a situation to occur. I heard that in the past, many low-god experts died here. Even mid-god experts would encounter danger here. I didn't expect this demonic sound to exist here. I don't even know how I got hit by it. I felt like I was in a trance for a moment. Bai Xingnan began to speak as well. This is the benefit of telling you to be careful. That's why you'll be able to benefit from following me. Come, let's go take a look at what this place has. Since it was able to lure us over, there should be quite a few treasures left behind. We can't just go there empty-handed. Lin Fei could naturally tell that the sound wasn't too far away from them. On the way here, they had dealt with all the minor dangers, but they hadn't encountered any major ones. Up ahead, they saw a figure hanging from a tree, struggling non-stop. The sound had come from this person's body. Not too far away from this person, there were quite a few treasures lying on the ground, glowing faintly. They were still intact. This fellow is constantly struggling and begging for mercy, but in reality, he's already dead. He's currently under the control of this tree demon. Anyone who goes over will be replaced. Lin Fei looked at the nearby tree demon as he spoke unhurriedly. A cold light shot out, landing on the man's body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely incinerated. Which B** dares to incinerate my prey? Get the hell out here. Streaks of light shot towards Lin Fei's direction. The blade light flashed and the streaks of light were cut apart. It turned out that these streaks of light were actually tentacles that retracted. An illusory figure materialized. You hurt me. You have to die. You have to die. The illusory voice continued to howl as it headed towards Lin Fei's direction. At the same time, Lin Fei brought the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan out. After a blade light flashed, the illusory figure instantly stopped moving. Then, another cold light flashed. It slashed towards the giant tree. The tree was like a black sword. However, after being slashed by Lin Fei's blade light, it started to writhe and struggle non-stop. A face actually appeared on the tree trunk. The face sank into endless pain. Then, a black fog shrouded it. Following which, the tree demon turned invisible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many things fell to the ground, glowing faintly. You two go and pick them up. If you like them, you can keep them for yourselves. We're opening up a path for others, so we should at least get some benefits. Bai Xingnan was already in extreme shock. This powerful tree demon was killed just like that. Was this really the powerful existence that the information stated? Chapter 5007. Wow, there's an inferior grade divine weapon here. Fairy Green Stream picked up a low-grade divine artifact saber. Although it was a little damaged, it was still a genuine inferior grade divine weapon. What's your inferior grade divine weapon? I still have an inferior grade divine weapon here, which is specially designed to restrain your treasured blade. Bai Xingnan also picked up an inferior grade divine weapon. This was a treasure used to trap people, and it seemed to be very powerful. The number of things that dropped here was not an ordinary amount. There were at least a dozen of them, all of which were experts who died here. They were plundered by this tree demon, but now, this tree demon was killed by Lin Fei in a few slashes. Everything exploded out. It was really too exciting. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Xingnan, they had both seen this scene before. However, in the blink of an eye, so many inferior-grade divine weapons had fallen, and even one of them was a middle-grade divine weapon. This truly shocked them. The most important thing was that this tree demon was extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of Lin Fei, it was easily killed. That was the most shocking thing to them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He never thought that this everlasting forest was actually quite different. So many of these inferior-grade divine weapons had dropped. One could imagine how many people had come to this everlasting forest in the past. It was a pity that after coming to this place, he was immediately killed, and even his treasures were left behind. Right now, this was a bargain for him. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Xingnan, they had both picked up 6 or 7 inferior-grade divine weapons and returned. Adding the two of them together, there were more than 10 inferior-grade divine weapons, and in addition, there was also a middle-grade divine weapon. Such a huge harvest, no matter who it was, would be shocked. Not a bad harvest. Let's go and clean up the other tree demon first. There really are a lot of tree demons along the way, and this tree demon can't be considered strong. Lin Fei continued to walk forward. As for the inferior-grade divine weapons, he let the two of them keep them first, which made the two of them extremely excited. Even though they had seen some scenes before, they had never seen someone with so many low-grade divine artifacts. This was definitely the level of a tycoon. Along the way, they really did encounter quite a few monsters from the everlasting forest. Some of them were like ghosts. However, these things could not get close. Before they could even get close, or even before they could do anything, they were destroyed. On the other hand, the strength of these tree demons had become much stronger. No matter how powerful the tree demons were, they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. Such a method indeed made everyone feel what was called shock. After Lin Fei and the others left, a group of people came from behind. They had also come to this road, which was also in this direction. At this moment, they frowned slightly. The situation doesn't seem right. Look, this tree demon has been killed by someone, and those low-grade divine artifacts have been taken away. It's a pity that we're too late. They had come for this tree ant. But now that this tree demon had disappeared, this was a headache. It's fine, there should be a tree demon down there, let's just continue. With so many of us, could it be that we can't kill this tree demon? These people were indeed here for the tree ant demon. The everlasting forest was a paradise for treasure hunting. They knew that killing a tree demon would drop a lot of divine weapons. This was definitely a secret that many people did not know. Therefore, they had gathered a lot of experts this time. But now, it seemed that something unexpected had happened. Gone again, damn it, who exactly took these tree demons? Isn't his strength a little too strong? No matter how capable he is, he wouldn't be able to move at such a speed. Along the way, all the places with tree demons had been destroyed, and not a single tree demon could be seen. At this moment, all of their faces changed. They were shocked and afraid at the same time. This person's strength was definitely much stronger than theirs. Even if they wanted to deal with these tree demons, they would have to be fully prepared. Even so, they would have to spend a lot of time, but the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Why don't we follow them and take a look? This was the only thing they could think of. Right now, they were not in the mood to seek revenge. To be able to destroy a tree demon, it was definitely a powerful master. It would be easy for him to destroy this group of people. Just like that, they followed him all the way here, causing them to feel the pressure on them lessen. They had never thought that they would not encounter anything along the way. Safe and sound. Even if there were some scattered ones, they could easily deal with them. This made them feel as if they were on vacation, and not on an adventure at all. This kind of feeling was both love and hate. How could they encounter such a thing? Yet, they really did not dare to say anything. Their speed along the way was still very fast. Suddenly, a sound of movement came from the front. This kind of tree demon has to be properly fought with them. It's just the right time to hone your combat experience. This is a rare expert with a stable mind. The sound in front of them was not loud, but it was filled with a sense of stability. They carefully walked over. Even from afar, they could see that there were two women attacking this tree demon. This tree demon looked a little miserable at this time. All of the tentacles on its body had been chopped off. Only 2 or 3 were left. It looked as if its power had been greatly reduced. At this time, after being attacked by the two women, it began to bleed green blood. It looked as if it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The two women's fighting style was very ferocious as well. At the very least, they were very shocked and very terrified. Suddenly, the young man, who had been standing there without moving, suddenly turned his head. He smiled faintly at them, and this smile made their scalps go numb in an instant. Although they could not see his level, no one would think that he was not a deity. This sort of person was extremely likely to be a high god expert. This tree demon belongs to us. You can stand aside. A few figures came out. When they saw this tree demon, they immediately grew excited. As soon as they released their hands, a wave of jingguang surged over. It seemed to be more of a hidden weapon technique that enveloped the three of them. However, as soon as they attacked, the young man waved his hand, and these hidden weapons flew back. Their faces instantly turned pale. Clatter clatter. Within their range, in the blink of an eye, only a few of them had charged out. The remaining 2 immediately fled. With a clatter, the tree demon transformed into a puff of green smoke, and then dropped 7 or 8 glowing treasures. After collecting these glowing treasures, the 3 of them continued forward. They never turned their heads again, as though what had just happened was nothing. Chapter 5008. This everlasting forest was dangerous, but there were still quite a few good things. At the very least, Lin Fei had wiped out more than 10 tree demons along the way. These tree demons had contributed a lot of things. At the beginning, Fairy Green Stream and Bai Xingnan were very happy, but towards the end, the two of them felt a bit numb. There was just too much to say. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They could pick up low-grade divine artifacts and middle-grade divine artifacts. Some of them were still very well preserved, and could unleash 70 to 80% of their power. Any one of these items would be enough to shock anyone outside, but here, they had more than 1 or 2 of them. Everyone had at least 10 or 20 of them on hand, which meant that there were around 40 low-grade or middle-grade divine artifacts. No matter how they looked at it, it was a huge harvest. Looking at the calm and collected Lin Fei, they realized that they still had to learn well. Only by being able to not collapse in front of Mount Tai would they be able to make progress. Even they felt a little numb, let alone the people who had been following behind them. These people didn't have any thoughts right now. They just felt that they could reach the palace on the other side this way. This kind of opportunity wasn't that common. Thus, they followed behind from afar. No one dared to rashly approach them. They were already satisfied to be able to follow behind like this. If they really continued to walk forward, there would definitely be something wrong with their brains. Looks like this tree demon was taken by someone else first. But it doesn't matter, we can take a look and see how they fight against this tree demon. This tree demon is quite powerful. In this everlasting forest, just how long did they have to travel for? The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan had a certain amount of time in their hearts, but they still had to do it for a long time. Then they didn't have much confidence. After the loud rumbling sound in front of them, they heard Lin Fei's voice. Following that, they sped up and saw a huge tree demon being besieged by a few experts. These experts seemed to be extremely strong. When the blue fairy saw them, she clearly exclaimed in surprise, "I know who these people are. I heard that these people are all god rankers. Could it be that this tree demon is also at the god level?" Previously, most of the Treants he dealt with were at the demigod level. Of course, gods were not easy to deal with. Now, a mid-god Treant had popped up. With such a master, not just anyone would be able to get by. Bai Xingnan said, "I know these people. They are the top powers of their sections. I never thought that they would join forces to kill this tree demon." Naturally, Lin Fei could also see that these people possessed mid-god strength. Even so, it would be very strenuous for them to deal with this tree folk. If it was any other time, it would be fine. But in front of this tree demon, it was extremely strenuous. It was as if these fellows were very difficult to deal with. Even if they attacked with all kinds of treasures, the tree demon would always have a way to resist. In this case, a stalemate was formed. Dark Pagoda. At this moment, the tree demon actually used a powerful killer move. A dark cage world appeared, trapping them in an instant. It destroyed these gods with a single attack. Their faces changed slightly, because they could sense that the surrounding spiritual energy had disappeared without a trace. In other words, if they continued to fight in this place, their power would continue to weaken. Weaken to the point where they would not be able to unleash any power at all. This sort of technique. They had heard of it before, but they had never imagined that this tree demon would be able to unleash this sort of technique. As for the nearby Lin Fei, he could tell that this was a powerful killer move. It truly lived up to its reputation as a god-level tree demon. It truly was powerful. With this technique, it was able to ensure that the tree demon was undefeatable. The longer it dragged on, the more powerful it would be. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be in trouble. This tree demon has mastered quite a few abilities. It is even able to use this sort of special barrier technique. It really is interesting. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, these tree demons weren't much of a threat at all. They didn't have much combat power at all. However, this tree demon was different. It was extremely ferocious. Lin Fei could leave the other Treant demons to the side, but this Treant demon made him want to make a move. "The two of you, stand here and don't move." If they played with the tree demon, they would be able to get a few mid-quality divine artifacts. If they were lucky, they might even get a high-quality divine artifact. Jade Mistress and Bai Xingnan had arrived. They all knew that in the end, Lin Fei would definitely reward them with some low-quality and mid-quality divine artifacts. Their combat power would immediately increase. But high-quality divine artifacts were different. This was the true terror. The increase in combat power was truly terrifying. The people not far away saw this scene. Of course, they didn't dare to come forward. They could feel the terrifying power of this huge tree demon from afar. If they went forward, they probably wouldn't even be cannon fodder. They would be directly crushed. Another guy who doesn't know what's good for him has come. A black figure walked over from the dark pagoda. It was an illusion. He stared at Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei seemed to have huge benefits that he could absorb. It should be a mid-god tree demon. "I see that you have quite a lot of skills. You should have quite a lot of good stuff. While I'm in a good mood, hand them all over. Otherwise, I'll beat you up later." None of them had expected that this young man would say something like that, let alone those mid-god experts who were trapped. For a moment, their minds were shaken. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dared to say such words to the tree demon. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The tree demon waved his hand. Countless branches and vines came from both sides. They were like arms. This was his attack method. Struggle and leave. Once you enter this area, this is my world, my territory. You can't beat my ashes. The faint voice was filled with endless pride. It seemed to be as easy as killing an ant. He didn't even cultivate a godhead, yet he still had the nerve to come here. But his vitality was quite strong. The blade light flashed. All the branches and vines disappeared without a trace. They quickly shrank back. My saber is pretty sharp, right? Chapter 5009. This saber blow was indeed extremely sharp. It was so sharp that everyone was momentarily unable to react. They discovered that quite a few of the vines and branches on the tree monster's body had been chopped off. The people who had been following them all this time naturally knew how powerful this young man was. He was extremely powerful, but he hadn't trained a divine spark. He seemed to be an expert in close combat, but they hadn't expected that his saber his saber technique would be so fast. With a single saber blow, he had broken through the opponent's technique. You really do have some ability. In that case, all the more I need to control you. You make me feel a dangerous aura. Once I eat you, I'll definitely benefit tremendously. The low voice continued to ring out. It once more enveloped this small area. Even more vines and even more vines came flying over. At the same time, one illusory figure after another flew out. Some of these figures were wielding long sabers, some long swords, and some spears. All of them attacked towards Lin Fei. Nonsense. All of these are just some illusory existences. They're only good at scaring ordinary people. To me, there's really nothing to be scared of. Lin Fei let out a loud laugh. His fleshly body moved, and a stream of water energy smashed directly against those illusory figures. Even the vines and branches were the same. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. Everything had been restored to its original state. Even the illusory figures, in the face of this stream of water, were instantly destroyed. And then, a ray of light flashed past. In the blink of an eye, the rather terrifying Dark Pagoda's special barrier was broken apart, and the four gods inside all charged out. Their hearts were still trembling. That scene just now had truly been quite dangerous. Right now, their gazes were all focused on this young man. Thank you, brother, for your assistance. We were able to easily destroy this Dark Pagoda. These people were indeed quite grateful. If it hadn't been for this young man destroying the Dark Pagoda from the outside, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Then do we still want this tree monster? If we don't, then I'm going to destroy it and see if there's anything good inside. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The four gods all shook their heads. This tree folk is too powerful. Even though he only has the strength of a mid-god, he was able to stop the four of us. We are no match for him, so we didn't think too much about it. After fighting for a while, they knew that it would be difficult for just the few of them. This tree demon's defense was very strong. Although its attack was average, it could last for a long time, which was why it could use the Dark Pagoda. A figure appeared in the sky above the tree. It was the same shadow from before. It seemed to be very angry and full of hatred. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first. A black-armored figure instantly rushed out. And then, a saber light flashed out. This saber light flashed past, and then, even the bodies of those four gods began to tremble. He retreated repeatedly. Brother, be careful. This is a melee expert that has been refined. He can erupt with the strength of a mid-deity. This should be his trump card. These people were quickly forced to retreat. They felt a terrifying chill, and there was still such a terrifying trump card. They finally seemed to understand why this tree folk had been able to exist for so long. He probably relied on the Dark Pagoda to trap them and exhaust their energy. then directly used the black armored figure. At that time, he would be able to catch them off guard. They wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a good plan. After they retreated, the black armored figure fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. The saber light flashed again and again, displaying a terrifying extreme speed. The people in the distance could also see that this was another extreme speed. In front of this speed, they couldn't see it clearly at all. Up until now, only a few gods could barely keep up with this speed. In front of this speed, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. This little brother is probably going to be in trouble. This black armored figure actually has such extreme speed. Although it's just extreme speed, it's still hard to defend against. Let's go and help. Otherwise, this little brother won't be able to hold on. Didn't you notice that this brother hasn't made any moves? Even if the opponent's saber light is fast, it seems like his speed is just as fast. If it were them, it would definitely be very, very difficult to defend against such a move. But now, this young man seemed to be able to hold on very easily. This was thought-provoking. Since when did a young man become so powerful? You're quite fast. I really have to thank you for contributing such a good treasure. With such a helper, I'll be able to do a lot of things, Chen Feng said with a smile. Lin Fei was really happy. This tree folk had really given him a big surprise. He hadn't even reached this place, and he had already given him such a good thing. This was definitely an existence with a powerful fleshly body. Although this fleshly body couldn't compare to his, it was at least the fleshly body of a god. The fleshly body of a god could be seen everywhere. But the fleshly body of a god was a bit difficult. Not just anyone could train to that level. This black armored figure was definitely famous when he was alive. With a whoosh, the saber light landed on the body of the black armored figure. The black armored figure was sent flying by the saber as soon as he came up. Then, another saber flashed by, severing the karmic connection between them. So this saber had been infused with karmic connections. It had become very different. The tree folk had been feeling a bit smug. He could finally take revenge. He could even capture this guy in front of him and refine him. But in the blink of an eye, he lost contact with the black armored figure. He knew that he was in big trouble. The first thing he wanted to do was to snatch the black armored figure back. But as soon as he moved, a cold light attacked him. One treasure after another appeared around him. All of them were defensive treasures. But because of this, he was a bit too slow. The black armored figure fell into the opponent's hands. You have quite a lot of defensive treasures. It seems like you are rather afraid of death. I wonder what other killing moves you have. Just use them. Otherwise, I'll kill you later. So. One saber light after another instantly slashed out from all directions. You bastard, you actually dared to trick me. In the blink of an eye. The illusory figure was hit by one attack after another. It wasn't just an ordinary amount. Against someone like you, do I need to talk about tactics? Lin Fei smiled calmly. He didn't care at all. The other party was so angry that he vomited blood. He couldn't take it anymore. At other times, it might not be a big deal, but now was different. Chapter 50-10. Lin Fei had no intention of playing with these things with real swords and spears. It was a simple matter to get rid of them. Moreover, Lin Fei was quite interested in this armored man. This guy's body was very strong. It had reached the level of a middle god. Such a puppet was also a close combat warrior. It would be a good idea to keep it by his side. Therefore, Lin Fei made his move. With the karmic connection and the immemorial overlord saber in his hand, he broke the connection with the other party. Then, he took control of the puppet. This was just the beginning. After taking control of the puppet, Lin Fei made his move. Slash after slash. Each slash came from different directions and landed on the huge tree demon's body. No matter how powerful the tree demon was, it was in a sorry state. After 10 slashes, it turned into smoke with a boom. Quite a lot of things had been exposed. The blue fairy and Bai Xingnan put them away. One of the items caused their expressions to change. It was actually a high-grade god artifact. Even though it was incomplete and damaged, it was still a high-grade god artifact. "My lord, there is a high-grade god artifact here. It looks like it still has some power. This guy is probably used for sneak attacks." The blue fairy could sense that this thing was unusual. It was the same for Bai Xingnan. She could tell. This thing was even more different than they had imagined. As for the figures in the distance, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that a few middle gods would be able to deal with this tree demon. Unfortunately, this guy had been scheming. He had the Dark Pagoda and the close combat armored man. Now, he even had a high-grade god artifact. If he really dealt them a huge blow, they would probably all die here. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At other times, it would have been fine. But now, they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, this young man was very strong. He turned and killed the tree demon. Even though it had dropped many things, they weren't jealous at all. This was exchanged with their lives. Otherwise, their treasures would be among these gifts. A few figures flew over and cupped their hands towards Lin Fei. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for your help. If not for you, all of us would have died here. I never thought that this everlasting forest would be even more terrifying than we imagined." Originally, they had absolute confidence in themselves. But now, they no longer felt that a few mid-gods could run amok here. If he wasn't careful, he would become fertilizer for these things. This was something they could easily sense. The tree demons here are indeed stronger than you think, so if you don't have the ability, it's best not to touch them. The ones on the outskirts are fine, but the ones inside are all very strong. Each of them has a special trump card. Lin Fei naturally knew better than anyone else how powerful these things were. To be honest, if he had not improved his strength, it would have been difficult for him to deal with such a tree demon. However, the unlucky one was the tree demon. The gods, after thanking him, then left. They didn't dare to follow behind Lin Fei. They were afraid that after seeing it, they would feel even more ashamed. He had trained for so long, but he was still inferior to others. He was even worse than those two little girls. There was no harm without comparison, so they knew better than anyone else. Lin Fei continued to bring the blue fairy and Bai Xingnan forward. There weren't many of these large tree demons behind them. Even if Lin Fei wanted to find one, it would be difficult. Just like that, they didn't meet again. The only thing was that there was only one large tree demon. Even if there were small tree demons, Lin Fei didn't have the mood to make a move, and left them all to Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy. Just like that, after a day, they finally passed through this area. After passing through this area, a series of palaces appeared in front of them. There were large and small palaces, but there seemed to be a layer of treasure light around the periphery of each palace. This treasure light was like a seal. Even Lin Fei could feel that these seals were different. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. He didn't feel that there was too much movement within the palaces. Now, let's see how to get to the Nirvana Pond. They arrived at this area. Lin Fei knew that the Nirvana Pond shouldn't be too far away. As for how to get there, it would depend on Bai Xingnan. He believed that Bai Xingnan should have a map. In reality, Bai Xingnan did have a map of the Nirvana Pond, and she was the only one who had it. Even Lin Fei didn't have it, because it wasn't easy to find it. He had to keep some with him. Lin Fei didn't care much about this, because Bai Xingnan had brought the map over. This is the direction to the Nirvana Pond. Please take me there. It should be in this direction. Bai Xingnan pointed to the front. Because he did see something different in this direction. As for what was different, it was that the palaces seemed to be arranged in a certain order. The Nirvana stone should be in this palace. However, which palace it was would depend on whether or not he had the ability to do so. The two of you, follow me closely. Don't run around. If you run around, I won't be able to save you. They arrived at this place. Lin Fei could feel the danger here more than anyone else. Even though he had the strength of a superior god, he could still feel the dangerous aura, which could definitely injure him. The everlasting mountain was really mysterious, but so far, he had not felt any strong auras. He didn't know where these guys had gone, or if they had taken in all of the auras on their bodies. No matter what, Lin Fei was prepared to bring Bai Xingnan to the Nirvana Pond first. After going to the Nirvana Pond, he would go to the so-called immortal stage to take a look. This place still had a great attraction. The information was detailed. As long as he followed the path, he would be able to continue walking. Be careful, there is a restriction in front of us that can explode with resplendent attacks. Lin Fei, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped. In front of him was an inconspicuous path. However, there was a dangerous aura on this small path. After the punch was thrown, the air began to distort, and within the distortion, rays of cold light shot out. The power of a god. This scene instantly gave Bai Xingnan and the Green Stream Fairy a fright. They really couldn't withstand this restrictive method. Chapter 50:11. The danger of this place was much greater than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, he had encountered many big and small tricks. Even Bai Xingnan and Bai Youji, who were behind him, secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a dangerous place? He had even seen many corpses along the way. Of course, there were also some treasures. These treasures seemed to be badly damaged. It was obvious that they had suffered a great blow in the past. Fortunately, Lin Fei was here this time. Thus, they were very careful along the way and did not encounter too much danger. Only they understood that if they continued to stay here, it would definitely be the most dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, the palace in front should be the so-called Nirvana Pool. I can already sense that there are people there. They should be here to challenge it. Lin Fei's perception was stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, he could clearly sense that there were people coming from the front. It seemed that they would be able to enter very soon. Bai Xingnan's heart tightened. This time, he had put a lot of effort into this Nirvana Pool. Now that there were people coming, it seemed that he was not the only one who wanted to enter. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Along the way, Lin Fei had basically used violent methods. There were no tricks at all. He had directly broken through them. After these methods were broken, it did not affect the other methods. Therefore, Lin Fei was even more relieved. If a slight move could affect the whole situation, Lin Fei would definitely not go all out. That was definitely thinking too much. But now, he naturally did not have so many scruples. Without any scruples, it was much easier. Not long after, Lin Fei charged into that place. In front of the palace, there were already several groups of people here. They were all carrying treasures. Charge in. There was a divine light on the palace gate. This divine light was very strange and blocked their way for a moment. As for the origins of these people, Lin Fei naturally did not know, but he could clearly see them. These people were definitely not from this level. They should be from the starry sky outside. Bai Xingnan immediately recognized a few of them. The ones at the front should be the people from Tianheng Palace. Also, the second group of people behind them should be from the Devil Star. The divine light that filled the sky was indeed very strange. Even Lin Fei could feel that these divine lights were extremely lethal. However, these divine lights were now limited to a certain range. In other words, if he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to pass through the divine light. The people challenging the divine light also saw Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan coming over. As for Lin Fei and the Blue Fairy, they didn't know many people, but Bai Xingnan was different. After all, he had a father, the strongest expert of the second floor. Therefore, everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect this person to also come. However, it wasn't Bai Lai, which was a bit surprising. It was actually a young man. Could it be that this young man had some sort of background? After thinking for a while, without an expert like Bai Lai, they naturally had nothing to fear. If Bai Lai came, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they were more at ease now. This place wasn't easy to break through. Lin Fei watched from the side for a while. He wasn't in a hurry. Slowly and leisurely, he saw through these divine lights. These divine lights seemed to be a kind of resistance. If one wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of resistance. In other words, one would have to have absolute strength. Lin Fei's eyesight was still very good. He quickly identified the attributes of these divine lights. Then, he let Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy follow by his side. Then, he rushed over. As soon as he entered, a power like flowing water surged over. It was very thick, very soft, and very unusual. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have been directly frozen. Lin Fei's body moved and he punched out with his fist. The water in front of him was blocked to a certain extent and actually bounced back. The surrounding people were a little surprised by Lin Fei's punch. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. He didn't rely on treasures and just the power of his fist technique to block the power of the water. No wonder Bai Lai, the strongest expert of the second floor, would find such a helper. But they actually didn't know this person. They all felt that it was very strange. You must follow closely. Later on, the water is very strong. Once you're trapped here, you basically can't get out. You will slowly be corroded and you will truly die slowly over time. Lin Fei's voice fell behind the two of them. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy followed closely, almost not leaving each other's side. Lin Fei walked forward and the two of them followed behind. The power of the water was strong from the beginning and got stronger and stronger. No wonder everyone couldn't move. Only by using all their strength could they slowly move forward. Lin Fei's physical body was strong and his accumulation was very thick. Naturally, it wasn't something they could compare to. Along the way, he passed everyone one after another. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Lai's daughter was one step ahead of them. Even the people from Tianheng Palace were a little dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? He was actually the first to run over. It seemed like he didn't encounter any resistance at all. After such a stimulation, they all pushed the treasures in their hands. They didn't dare to stop at all and went all out. This way, their speed was obviously a lot faster. But compared to Lin Fei, they were still quite a bit slower. Lin Fei's physical body directly shook the power of the water. The further they went, the more they felt the strain. Luckily, they were getting closer and closer to the door. It only took Lin Fei a little time to finally come up. Once they came up, the power of the water disappeared without a trace. The people behind were still a lot slower. They could only watch as the three of them went in first. Once they went in, they became even more anxious. They desperately wanted to rush in, but the power of the water seemed to be against them. It just wouldn't let them rush in easily. On this side, Lin Fei finally came in with Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy. There was a courtyard in this palace. This courtyard was very ordinary. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. But Lin Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. He turned his fist into a palm and struck out. Everything instantly turned into a puff of black smoke. So this was an illusion. The center of the courtyard and its surroundings instantly became empty. A huge pool appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. The runes in the pool were constantly flashing, and it looked very mysterious. Could this be the Nirvana pool that Bai Lai had mentioned? It looked different too. Chapter 50:12. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It was even more special than what he had imagined. Especially the flashing divine characters in the middle of the pool. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Bai Xingnan wanted to come here. This must be something good. It could allow one's fleshly body to undergo a complete transformation. It was extremely attractive. To Lin Fei, this attraction was no different from a piece of candy. He really didn't fancy such a small thing. This should be the Nirvana pool. As for how you use it, that's up to you. I'll help you guard outside, waiting for the day you come out. Lin Fei laughed. He really didn't have much interest in this pool. Instead, he said to the blue fairy beside him, "Since you're here, you should go down and give it a try. See if your fleshly body can undergo a certain transformation. After all, you have the fleshly body of a lower god. One more step and you'll reach the pinnacle realm. You might even be able to take another step. This is your opportunity." This time, the blue fairy had followed him here to gain some experience. She never thought that she would have the chance to enter the Nirvana pool. Bai Xingnan didn't have much of an opinion. After all, not everyone could enter the Nirvana pool. Of course, she was also envious of the blue fairy's powerful fleshly body. For those with powerful fleshly bodies, entering the Nirvana pool was very beneficial. The two looked at each other, didn't say anything, and directly entered the Nirvana pool. As soon as they entered the Nirvana pool, divine runes immediately enveloped them. In an instant, the two were pulled down. Lin Fei sensed for a bit and didn't see any problems. He let out a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about. This Nirvana pool was indeed quite incredible. These divine characters all had special powers. If one could absorb enough divine characters, their fleshly body would undergo a transformation. This kind of change could make their potential stronger. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand and shot out rays of light into the void. These rays of light converged into rays of saber light. They were lying in ambush in the void. They even turned into tiny particles. Just like that, they hid in the surroundings. Lin Fei had already mastered such a method before. He was just too lazy to use it. However, there were still people outside, and they would come here sooner or later. What Lin Fei needed to do was very simple. He needed to block the people outside. It was that simple. When the two of them came out, he would search for the so-called heavenly immortal platform to take a look. After all, there should be quite a few secrets in the everlasting mountain. Even now, Lin Fei was still unable to completely sense the situation in the entire everlasting mountain. In other words, this everlasting mountain was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei came over after setting up his trap. There was a small door facing the entrance. As for when these people would arrive, Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee. It wouldn't take long for them to reach this place. As long as they were interested in the Nirvana pool. Just like that, Lin Fei closed his eyes. Behind him, a throne condensed into form. He just sat like that. In an instant, he became incomparably tall. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Finally, someone was the first to rush over. The people who rushed over were the people from Tianheng Palace. They had always hoped to be the first to enter, but they never expected that someone would beat them to it. That was Bai Lai's daughter. Even more so, they didn't expect that the one who brought them in would be a young man. This young man was very mysterious. Fortunately, they finally knew where he came from. So it was the great demon King Lin Fei of the first floor of the gods' great world. Toward such a great demon king, they truly felt that it was laughable. With just this kind of strength, he had the nerve to call himself the great demon king. That was because the other party had never seen a true great demon king. Halt! Just as he passed through the door, he was frightened by a voice. His voice was like thunder, exploding in their ears in an instant. The weaker ones immediately left a trail of blood at the side of their mouths. Following that, a defense was erected in front of them. The people of Enchanting Palace instantly recognized that this was the so-called Great Demon King Lin Fei. He was actually sitting here all by himself. When they saw the faintly discernible Nirvana pool behind him, they knew what was going on. The two women must have entered the pool. Instantly, the youths all changed. They wanted to enter the Nirvana pool to obtain the greatest benefits. But now, someone had beaten them to it. How tyrannical. You even dare to snatch something that belongs to our Enchanting Palace. We like it. Take your people and leave immediately. Otherwise, we won't be polite. This young man, coupled with the rumors that he was extremely powerful, caused the Enchanting Palace elder to restrain himself. He gave them a way out. After all, there was still Bai Xingnan there. If it wasn't for the fact that the person from the Bai clan was very powerful, they wouldn't have needed to give him face. They would have directly charged over and taken him down. I don't care where you are from or what power you have. In any case, this place is temporarily in my hands. If you want to barge in, you can. But are you prepared to die? Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes, looking at these people. The most powerful of these men was this so-called elder who had just spoken. He was a god. His level of cultivation was indeed quite high here. So long as he didn't encounter any high gods, he wouldn't have much of a problem. However, in front of Lin Fei, he really wasn't enough. Secret attack. The Enchanting Palace elder instantly attacked. One figure after another walked out, activating their so-called secret arts. A ray of black light instantly shot over. This ray of black light was like a ghost, instantly penetrating through. It seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. A technique like this was truly inconceivable. Lin Fei smiled calmly. His 5 fingers grabbed the black light, and with a slight bit of force, he completely destroyed it. He flicked his finger. A ray of cold light flew back. A defensive barrier instantly appeared in front of this god from the Enchanting Palace. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered. This force bounced onto his body, and more than half of his body was instantly destroyed. Your technique isn't bad, right? If you want to die early, you can keep moving. Let's see if I can kill you. Stupefied. Their own elder couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone's faces grew even uglier. How could there be a fellow like this, and with such terrifying power? They were so terrified that their faces turned pale, and cold sweat began to drip down. If he went all out, most likely no one would be able to block him. A high god. He was definitely a high god. Or perhaps a peak stage god. The power of the Demon King, Lin Fei, was terrifying. Many thanks for not killing us. We don't want our Nirvana pools anymore. He chose to give up and leave first. Chapter 50:13. The Enchanting Palace elder brought his people and left. Half of his body had recovered. After all, he was a middle deity. However, he had used up a lot of divine power. His face was much more dispirited. Not long after they left, they ran into another group of people. They ran into another group of people who were rushing over. When this group of people saw them, they couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this Enchanting Palace's elder Tianyun? You look like you are injured. Is there an expert in the Nirvana pool? The one who spoke was an elder of the Demon Star. His name was Elder Sanmu. He had quite a powerful technique. His name was not small either. When he saw Elder Tian Yun's injured appearance, he could not help but laugh. Earlier, they had lagged behind and could only watch as Elder Tian Yun brought his people over. They had not expected that by the time they arrived, Elder Tian Yun had already left. As for gaining something in the Nirvana pool, that was just wishful thinking. Everyone who had entered was here. No one had entered. Elder Tian Yun looked at him coldly. We do not want the Nirvana pool. If you want it, we will give it to you. I hope that you will not suffer. I am just giving you a piece of advice. Elder Tian Yun left with his people after saying this. On the contrary, Elder Sanmu frowned slightly, clearly surprised. Logically speaking, it was not easy for the Tianheng Palace people to come here. They would not give up. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in Elder Sanmu's mind. Could it be the two women and one man who had entered earlier? Aside from them, it was impossible for anyone else to have entered first. Could it be that someone else had come from somewhere else? That was possible. No matter what, Elder Sanmu intended to go in and take a look. The overall strength of the Demon Star was not inferior to the Tianheng Palace. When they reached the door, Elder Sanmu finally knew what was going on. It turned out that there was a person sitting at the door. This big saber and golden horse sat there lazily. It was the young man who had entered earlier. He could not see the two women and understood that they had entered the Nirvana pool. Take this move of mine first. What a waste of time. I am not in the mood to fight with you one by one. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a wave of energy shot over. This wave of energy was getting closer and closer. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Elder Sanmu couldn't even put up a defense in time. More than half of his body exploded. Even the people behind him suffered the same fate, and they all suffered a little. Without another word, he immediately turned around and retreated. A single wave of power was enough to make him experience despair. He finally knew why this guy dared to sit here. With such strength, it was indeed very difficult to barge in. Although Elder Sanmu had retreated, he gritted his teeth and took out an item. This is a very special treasure and can be considered a very rare thing in their devil planet. It was called the Sound Transmission Bugle. It was able to transmit sound within a certain range. He wanted to let everyone know that there was such a place here. Such a thing seemed to be of little value, but sometimes it seemed to be very useful. Elder Sanmu planned to use this treasure. He couldn't enter, but he wouldn't let you have an easy time either. Do you really think that you can suppress just anyone? We don't need the Nirvana pool anymore. If anyone wants to go, then go. There's only one person guarding it, a close combat expert. The leisurely voice directly spread throughout the area. Even Lin Fei heard the voice. This voice was very strange. It came from all directions, but it was very clear. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be the doing of the people from Devil Star. They really do have some ability to actually have such a method. Are they trying to tire me out? I'll remember you, Devil Star. After the news of such a treasure spread, Lin Fei knew that there should be a lot of people here. After all, there were more than a few people who came to the Everlasting Mountain this time. There were some who came in earlier, and some who came in later. However, with this treasure, everyone knew about the existence of the Nirvana pool. Lin Fei was not too worried. After all, with his strength, as long as it was not a top-level superior god, he would not be able to do anything to it. Even if he did, his primordial blade was not a joke. Now that his super-ancient eternal body had reached the 3rd level, even though the experience gained from signing in was not a lot, But this did not stop Lin Fei from slowly improving. From the moment he accepted Bai Lai's errand, Lin Fei knew that there would be a lot of trouble. At the same time, in the boundless darkness of the everlasting mountain, a few figures also heard this voice. Sound transmission horn, someone is targeting my daughter. Bai Lai also sensed it at the first possible moment. Such a treasure could only be that sound transmission horn. This treasure was very useless, but it was very useful in the everlasting mountain. From the moment Lin Fei brought his daughter to the Nirvana pool, Bai Lai had never been worried. Lin Fei's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Whoever underestimated him would definitely suffer a huge loss. Could it be that someone had used the sound transmission horn so quickly? Do you want to go? Didn't your daughter go to the Nirvana pool? If there really are other people going to the Nirvana pool, then it will be a bit troublesome. This time, there are quite a few experts, and quite a few first-rate powers have come. A man in black said. It's fine, that Lin Fei's strength is stronger than I expected, with him guarding it, there shouldn't be any problems, let's continue forward, moreover, it won't be that easy for us to leave this place, this is the land of darkness. There were many secret realms in the everlasting mountain. Without detailed information, it was impossible to break in. They were in the mountains. It was still quite dangerous. It wasn't that easy to leave. They couldn't give up halfway. Ha ha ha, not bad. I never thought that there would be such a good place here. Once I absorb all the essence of the Nirvana pool, my body will definitely be able to reach another level. With a burst of loud laughter, a tall and sturdy figure landed in front of the door. He didn't even look and directly barged in. However, the moment he entered, he saw a blade light flying towards him. Hua! His entire body was sent flying. A ray of saber light exploded on his body. Saber lights left behind. Even though his physical body was strong, the saber light still exploded on his body, leaving behind many cracks. His demigod fleshly body was now covered with wounds. Such a strong blade technique. The expression of the tall and sturdy man clearly changed, and his entire body seemed to turn cold. There was actually such a terrifying blade technique, a single slash was enough to almost injure his physical body. This person was definitely not a match for him, no wonder the sound transmission horn treasure would appear. Chapter 50:14. Those who were able to come here were all very powerful. However, they had all suffered a loss this time. They couldn't break through it all, because Lin Fei was here. A single blade light was enough to make them realize what fear and despair were. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't kill them. After experiencing a life and death struggle, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts and just left. Lin Fei had it easy as well. Of course, he also encountered a few powerful people. These powerful people actually joined forces to ambush him from 3 different directions, but they were all killed by Lin Fei with a single blade strike. After all, Lin Fei's tyrannical blade was no joke. It could only be said that these people were rather unlucky. They could ambush anyone, but they had to ambush themselves. Fortunately, this didn't happen too often. Those people more or less had some connections. If they couldn't enter this place, they naturally wouldn't enter again. Lin Fei was also quite relaxed and warm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day. During these 7 days, Lin Fei had defeated a total of 108 experts. 10 of them were at the god level. However, the high gods hadn't seen them yet. In Lin Fei's view, there were so many mysterious places in the primordial mountains. High gods like them definitely wouldn't have a problem with their brains to come here. Lin Fei was quite calm. Whoosh! 2 figures rushed out from the magma. If it wasn't the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan, who else could it be? After coming out, the 2 of them immediately felt a huge difference. Their life auras had greatly improved, especially the blue fairy. Her fleshly body had actually reached the early god level in one go. This kind of fleshly body was too terrifying. As for Bai Xingnan, she had also undergone a huge change. Her life aura had increased, which meant that her bloodline had greatly improved. A faintly discernible phoenix appeared behind her. Although it wasn't solid, it was just a faintly discernible shadow. The existence of this shadow let Lin Fei know that Bai Xingnan's future potential had increased by a large amount. No wonder Bai Lai came to find him. "Milord, my fleshly body has already broken through to the early god level." The blue fairy was also very happy. Bai Xingnan's face was also filled with envy. She had also activated her bloodline, which was completely different from before. She also looked gratefully at Lin Fei. "Senior, thank you for bringing me here. Without you, I wouldn't have the qualifications to cultivate here. It's normal to take someone else's things and do things for them. Now that you've refined the divine runes here, the rest should be useless. I'll take it." Originally, Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about it. However, the people outside kept breaking in. Coupled with the fact that the people of Devil Star had used a treasure like the sound transmission bugle, Lin Fei really felt unhappy. Therefore, Lin Fei felt that if he was unhappy, he would make them unhappy as well. Bai Xingnan nodded his head. "This thing is useless to me. There is still some essence inside, but not much. I think only one person is left, and the time to absorb it is at most 2 to 3 days, not 7 days like now." Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He reached out his hand and grabbed, and the divine runes flew up one after another, turning into a ball. This ball seemed to have condensed into essence. It wasn't big, but all of the divine inscription's essence flew out. In just a few dozen breaths of time, this area had instantly turned into an ordinary area. This could also be considered Lin Fei's first harvest in the Everlasting Mountain. If the people behind him were to come in again, they would really faint from crying. A good place was destroyed by Lin Fei just like that. Just like that, Lin Fei was not enough, so he extended his hand and grabbed a stone wall. With a wave of his hand, he left a few words on it. "Devil Star, your sound transmission bugle horn is quite useful, so I'll take away the rest of the divine inscriptions." When they saw this line of words, both Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy were slightly shocked. They knew that Mo Xing was going to be out of luck. After all, this place had always been left behind to allow people to improve their physical bodies and bloodlines. But now that it was gone, they naturally hated the people of Mo Xing previously. When they used the sound transmission bugle horn, they naturally knew that this was a relatively useless treasure. Then this matter was Mo Xing's. "Alright, since this matter is settled, I can also go take a look around this place. The two of you can also find a place to train. This is a rare opportunity, so don't follow behind me. I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep up with where I go," Lin Fei tactfully told Bai Xingnan. The blue fairy was the same. Naturally, it was for her to train, especially when her physical body had reached the early stage of the god realm. As long as she didn't go to any dangerous places in the Everlasting Mountain, there were still many treasures that she could fight for. As soon as he finished, Lin Fei's figure immediately left. Whether it was Bai Xingnan or the blue fairy, neither of them could feel how Lin Fei left. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in space. "My lord is just that impatient. Why don't the two of us form a team together? At least we have a companion, don't you think?" The blue fairy was the first to speak. Bai Xingnan didn't really care about this. He also felt that working together with the blue fairy was quite beneficial. "I also have the same idea. Then let's work together." The two of them also left this place. Not long after they left, a figure walked out from the void and laughed in a low voice. "I didn't wait here for so long in vain. I can finally come in. That great demon King Lin Fei is really not easy to deal with. I never thought that he would be so strong. With a single slash, he would be able to scatter our souls. The moment he entered, the voice of this figure was especially cold. What a great devil star, what a great demon King Lin Fei, to actually destroy such a place. I will not let this go. On the other side, Elder Sanmu suddenly shivered and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone around, nor was there any danger. But why did he shiver? This shiver seemed to be very bad. Thoughts like this were quickly put away. He didn't think too much about it. Unfortunately, there were more and more of these shivers, one after another. In a short period of time, he had experienced a different feeling. It was like a sign of being cursed. His entire body felt cold. As an expert, he could more or less feel it. Could it be that he had encountered some trouble this time? Logically speaking, it was impossible. How could there be trouble? He was a member of the Devil Star. Chapter 50-15. Lin Fei finally escaped. After all, he had been there for the past few days, and it really made him feel uncomfortable. There were truly more interesting places in this everlasting mountain than he had imagined. Lin Fei wanted to take a look even more. The secret realms here could be said to be formed one after another. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to sense the existence of these secret realms. The more secret realms one could sense, the more places one could go, the stronger one would be. Just like now. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he appeared in a forest. However, this forest was different. There was an entrance to a secret realm in this forest. It was extremely inconspicuous. It had turned into an existence of a particle, and this particle was also very strange and could not be detected at all. This was because it would move all the time, but the restricted area was within this forest. This forest was actually a treasure that had trapped this place. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to sense the changes that were happening within. If someone came from the outside, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all, let alone enter. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this kind of place. Because he didn't feel any dangerous aura from the particles, he naturally chose to give up. From Lin Fei's point of view, the places he wanted to go had to be some of the more dangerous secret realms. Of course, the one that moved him the most should be the Heaven Immortal stage. That place was the place that truly moved his heart, and the other places could be put aside. Along the way, he had seen 5 secret realms. Some of these 5 secret realms were dangerous, some were ordinary, but no matter which one it was, there were definitely some treasures inside. However, Lin Fei didn't even look at them. Looks like going to this Heaven Immortal stage isn't as easy as I thought. I actually got lost in this place. What the hell? On a fork in the road. Lin Fei stopped. Although there was a path on the left and right in front of him, Lin Fei knew that only one of the 3 paths was correct. The other 2 paths were filled with the aura of death. However, the aura of death wasn't very weak and could be sensed instinctively. But when he tried to sense it, he found that there was a layer of great power enveloping this place, completely isolating that feeling. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't know where he should go. If he took the right path, he would naturally be fine. If he took the wrong path, he would naturally be in danger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed, and his entire person changed a lot. I didn't expect there to be negative emotions in this place. It almost affected me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and recovered in time. Lin Fei looked at the 3 paths and suddenly punched out 3 times. These 3 punches seemed to be heading towards these 3 paths, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 paths actually turned into one. In other words, there was only one path in front of Lin Fei. The other 2 paths were actually fake. What a good illusion technique. The illusion technique didn't seem to be very clever, but Lin Fei knew that he had already entered the illusion. Fortunately, Lin Fei was different from others. Therefore, he was able to react quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Not to mention getting out of this place. The three paths turned into one. Lin Fei also slowed down. Along the way, he saw many skeletons on the ground, but there weren't any treasures. He didn't need to guess to know that these treasures must have been taken away by someone. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't care much about these things. Even if they were taken away, it didn't matter. He just continued to walk like this. The surrounding environment was also constantly changing. However, Lin Fei knew that this was all an illusion. He could not take it seriously at all. If you took it seriously, then congratulations, you definitely wouldn't be able to get out and would be trapped in this illusion forever. At the same time, Lin Fei also understood that within the everlasting mountain, the strongest should be this illusion technique. True and false, false and true. Lin Fei wasn't strong in anything else, but his physical body was strong. Once his physical body was strong, he would be able to resist the invasion of a small ghost. He maintained a clear state of mind at all times. The tyrannical power of the ancient eternal body was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. If it was a different body, it definitely wouldn't have such a great effect. Not to mention being able to withstand the impact of an invisible illusion technique. I knew there was definitely a place here. It's exactly as I thought. A palace appeared in front of them. This palace wasn't big and looked very ordinary. The words on the palace were very obvious. Bliss Palace. Seeing such a name, Lin Fei's mind became a lot more lively. It seemed that this palace wasn't too serious. Since he was already here, Lin Fei was naturally not surprised. He pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, he saw many young women in front of him. These women were graceful, and as they swayed, a fragrance filled the air. Following that, they walked towards Lin Fei. Before they could even get close to Lin Fei, a resplendent light came out from Lin Fei's body, and then crushed over these women. In the blink of an eye, the field of vision in front of him widened. There was nothing left. Everything had turned into nothingness. He had the nerve to use such a small trick. Lin Fei snorted in his heart, and continued to walk forward. This time, there weren't that many things that came out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a small study room in the palace. It turned out that there weren't many rooms in this palace. Most of the rooms were empty. Only this study room was a little different. There were quite a few books here. After Lin Fei walked in, the small study room actually changed to a certain extent. It was very different from before. So. Rays of light flew out from Lin Fei's body. These rays of light turned into fish lights, and all of them landed on the study room. Following that, the study room underwent a strange change. This is the true appearance of this study room. Not far from Lin Fei, there seemed to be a yellow springs hell. All sorts of cries could be heard from time to time. The surroundings also became dim, and there was a dark red glow. Lin Fei knew that he had entered a secret realm. Following that, a huge wave of shadows swept over. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the shadows in front of him, sweeping across. The black shadows vanished without a trace. Just like that, Lin Fei's figure walked forward unhurriedly. Suddenly. Then, he punched the air again. Blood flowed down like a waterfall. There were many hidden special existences like this, but none of them could hide. Along the way, Lin Fei was basically killed. Chapter 50:16. Along the way, there was nothing that could stop Lin Fei. Even if there was, he would be killed instantly. As a figure came over, Lin Fei realized that there was a long river not far away. This long river was boundless, but there were a few stone platforms by the side of the river. On the stone platforms, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. One of the figures said to Lin Fei, looking a little surprised. After all, not just anyone could come to this place. In the end, this young man came just like that. More importantly, he seemed a little unfamiliar. The others didn't pay much attention and continued to sit there leisurely. However, their eyes seemed to be looking at the vast sea. When they got closer, Lin Fei realized that there was something different about this place. It was actually a blood-colored sea that seemed boundless. This made Lin Fei have a different thought. It seemed like this place was really different. This place doesn't seem dangerous, but this sea is a little different. Could there be something special about it? Seeing that there was another stone platform not far away, Lin Fei sat on it. However, the moment he sat down, rays of light burst out from the stone platform. These rays of light contained an extremely strong force. Lin Fei didn't react. He pressed down with his palm and the rays of light dissipated instantly. Then, they landed on the stone platform. The three figures who were originally sitting there all opened their eyes and looked over at the same time. Especially the one who had just spoken, he even laughed. Daoist friend, your strength isn't bad. To be able to destroy this force so easily, it seems like you're someone with some ability. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't use much strength with his palm and the rays of light dissipated on their own. However, it was different for the four of them. Instantly, they felt a certain amount of pressure from Lin Fei. A certain amount of fear. This young man was an expert. My strength is only so-so. Can't you see that I haven't even cultivated out a godhead? Lin Fei smiled faintly. He knew that this stone platform might be a test. Without this stone platform, he might not be able to enter the sea. He still didn't know what kind of secrets this place had. These people should know, it's just that they didn't explain. Only after Lin Fei said this did they notice that this young man really did not cultivate out his divine deity, but his strength was very strong, and he walked the path of body refinement. That was quite rare. So fellow Daoist is an expert in body refinement. No wonder you could come all the way here. A figure sitting not far away, who was the one who started the fight, seemed to be quite interested. Hello, I am a higher god of Sky Orchid. The man introduced himself. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that those who could come here were neither low gods nor mid gods. Only high gods were qualified to come here. Without this strength, it was impossible to reach this step. My name is Lin Fei, and I walk the path of body refinement. This place is quite interesting, so I came in. He said casually. These people were all intrigued, but they didn't know where this Lin Fei came from. There were many people who knew about the god's great world. No one tried to find out more about it. When Lin Fei said this name, unless it was someone who was very familiar with it, most people wouldn't be able to recognize it. They couldn't find anything after searching for a while. They didn't think about it anymore. At the very least, this person was strong. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Fellow Daoist Lin, I think this should be your first time here. This sea is called the Endless Blood Sea. In a while, there will be a big ship coming over. Once you board that ship, you will be able to enter the legendary Blood Demon Island. I wonder if you're interested. Let's team up. Hearing the message, Lin Fei knew that this higher god of Sky Orchid had some ideas. As for whether or not he had formed a team with the other three, he didn't know. At the very least, what Lin Fei knew was that this was the Endless Blood Sea. No wonder the aura of this place felt so evil. So this place is called the Endless Blood Sea. That's really different. Lin Fei, who didn't know the name of this place, finally knew the origin of this place. This secret plane should be called the Blood Sea Secret Plane, because there was a copy of it in the information. Previously, this place looked incomparably evil. Naturally, Lin Fei couldn't recognize it immediately. With the other party's words, he understood that this was the Blood Sea's secret plane that he had seen before. Rumor had it that it was a place where a powerful demon lived. Now, it had become a secret plane. Just how powerful must one be to turn a place into a pocket dimension? It was no wonder there were so many evil auras and strange powers along the way. This pocket dimension was probably a world in the first place, but it had been refined by someone, and all the lives in it had been wiped out. It was the same even for those powerful evil devils. This place is quite dangerous. If you're willing to team up with me, we'll be able to look out for each other. If you're afraid, I have a treasure here. We can swear to the heavens that the heavens will protect us. We won't be able to hurt each other for a certain period of time. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who was new to this place. The more one reached this realm, the more one wouldn't be stupid enough to believe a person's words. Then, he sent another message. Forget about this for the time being. Let me take a look first. You know that I'm a person who tempered my body yesterday. I can't do anything else, but my life-saving skills are quite strong. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to you when the time comes. This was a tactful refusal. The higher god of Sky Orchid was stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. Then, do as you wish. If you want to form a team, you can tell me. This endless blood sea isn't as peaceful as you think. A lot of information about this secret plane appeared in Lin Fei's mind. According to the information, there were some treasures left behind by the demon in this secret plane. However, these treasures were full of demonic nature and weren't that easy to refine. Apart from that, there was also the essence left behind by the demon. Rumor had it that once one obtained it, one would quickly gain half of the demon's strength. As for how much strength this half possessed, no one knew. However, it was enough to make countless people go crazy. This was a real opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Speaking of which, these things weren't as good as imagined, but they weren't as bad either. If one could obtain them, they could more or less exchange them for some useful things. Only Lin Fei would have such an idea. Chapter 50-17. Lin Fei was more or less interested in this high god of Sky Orchid. After all, he had come to invite him to join his team. How could he possibly not be interested in him? Perhaps this fellow knew quite a few secrets of this place. Lin Fei wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for his tricks. More people were coming. Lin Fei's senses were quite sharp. Although he hadn't fought yet, he knew that he was definitely more powerful than these people, even if they had treasures. Lin Fei's senses were extremely strong as well. The figures moved at high speed towards him. It seemed they all wanted to go to Blood Demon Island. If one wanted to go to Blood Demon Island, one had to board a Blood Demon ship, which seemed to have a fixed location. Only the spots on the stone platform could be used to board the Blood Demon ship. This was what Lin Fei had come up with after reading through the information. This particular spot was extremely important. As expected. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures arrived. These 5 figures were all dressed in black, but each of them had a golden saber on their chests. They looked quite different. Even the experts present had a slight change in appearance. And then, from afar, yet another voice rang out. Only, the way he walked was a bit different. It was like a saber, incomparably sharp, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everywhere he passed, he left behind one saber light after another in the air. Although these saber lights left behind in the air didn't cause much of a commotion, one could still see them. Anyone who followed behind him would be struck by these saber lights. Any one of them was capable of killing a demigod or heavily injuring a god. It seems I came at the right time. There's still one more spot, but my people need one more spot. You're welcome, young man. The golden-robed man waved his hand, and a saber light swept out, locking onto Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who had been sitting there, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. A punch came smashing towards him. It landed right on the saber light, and then instantly collapsed. Sir, you attacked as soon as you arrived. Do you think you are very powerful? Or do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm sitting here quietly? Lin Fei let out a cold snort. He stood up and punched out. Then, dozens of fish shadows enveloped the body of the man with the golden saber. The man with the golden saber drew his saber and slashed once, resolving many of the attacks. The 5 men in black who had been following them were not so lucky. Bang, 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 bang. He was beaten into a bloody mess. Since you brought so many people with you, I'm sure you don't mind fighting alone. Lin Fei sat down again. The nearby high gods were all slightly startled. My goodness. This young man was quite irascible. As expected of a physique cultivator, his physical strength was truly formidable. He actually killed 5 of Jin Dao's sect master's subordinates in the blink of an eye in front of him. They were the most recognized disciples of the Golden Saber sect master. Basically, he would bring them along to look for opportunities whenever he went out. These 5 Jin Dao Gate disciples were exceptionally strong. But now, in the blink of an eye, these 5 Jin Dao Gate disciples were gone. Jin Dao School was also a powerful force, especially in the stellar domain. In particular, the saber techniques which this Jin Dao Gate master specialized in were absolutely terrifying. Supposedly, he had even learned a terrifying god-slaying saber technique. This saber technique was the most powerful technique of the Jin Dao Gate master. When fighting against him, one had to guard against this saber. Supposedly, this saber could kill a peak high god. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. In any case, no one had ever personally experienced it. Perhaps everyone who had experienced it had been killed. You dare to kill 5 of my disciples. The Jin Dao Gate master truly was in a bad mood. In the outside world, everyone would give him face. But now, someone had actually killed 5 of his disciples with a single attack, completely annihilating them. In order to raise these 5 disciples, he had spent countless resources and effort. Most importantly, these 5 disciples had been of enormous use to him. But now, there was nothing left. They had been wiped out by this fellow in front of him. If they've been wiped out, then they've been wiped out. All I can say is that they are too weak. If you have the ability, then come fight us. Let's see who's afraid of who. Lin Fei wasn't that easy to talk to. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, one doppelganger after another walked out, appearing in the surrounding area, all locking onto Lin Fei's body. 10,000 saber attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A rain of saber light came crashing down. Every single saber light transformed into an enormous meteor, but these meteors were filled with terrifying power. This was a large area of effect attack. But of course, the most important thing was that the power that was unleashed in this instant caused the remaining high gods to feel shocked. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Jin Dao Gate master. The techniques he possessed were so savage and domineering. No wonder everyone had to give him face. This young man really was something. Of all the people he could offend, he had actually offended the Jin Dao Gate master. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei rose to his feet as well, exploding with a punch as well. On the other hand, Lin Fei's fish shadows were much more powerful. A single fish shadow blasted open a region. After all of the punches merged together, they instantly created an enormous canopy. All of the techniques had been destroyed. Lin Fei looked over as well. It seems your strength isn't that great. If you have the ability, then continue attacking. I have plenty of time. Lin Fei was indeed using a body tempering technique. But as soon as he unleashed his power, the people present once again had an idea. This fellow was also a vicious person. The Jindao Gate Master was also a vicious person. When two vicious people met, it would most likely be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. A body refiner. The Jindao Gate Master finally realized that this fellow's explosive power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such power, but he was actually walking the path of body refining. This sort of person was too hard to deal with. Just now, after testing him a bit, he knew that this fellow's body was extremely powerful. At the very least, he had reached the god level. This sort of body was indeed very hard to deal with. Right, I'm a body refiner. I might not be good at other things, but I'm quite good at preserving my life. The last thing you should have done was to immediately attack me. We body refiners have our own tempers. The Jindao Gate Master didn't attack again. As soon as he turned around, he landed on a distant stone platform. It seemed that he was going to give up on attacking. The other superior gods were also a little surprised. In fact, this was also within their expectations. If they were to attack again, the Jindao Gate Master might have to pay a great price to take down this young man. In their hearts, they couldn't wait for the two of them to fight for 300 rounds. No matter who won or lost, these people didn't mind attacking again. All the benefits would fall on them. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't attack again. They seemed to mind their own business. Chapter 50-18. Sect Master Jindao didn't move again. All of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy had guts, but he couldn't figure him out. In addition, he hadn't cultivated godhead. Just the path of body refining made him feel great pressure. That was why he didn't dare to make a move. Before he had a certain degree of confidence, this guy could only stare. This was the deterrent power of Lin Fei's strength. Even if he killed a few of his juniors, he could only stare. Could he fight with himself? He reckoned that the few people nearby would be very happy. When both sides were injured, he would directly take the knife. This was a normal operation. The others began to study this young man slightly. The method just now was really domineering, especially the method of body refining. Pure physical strength could actually shake Sect Master Jindao's method. Sect Master Jindao still had some knife skills that he hadn't used, and he hadn't even used some of his trump cards. However, it could be seen from such a simple exchange. This young man was extraordinary. Originally, they all knew each other very well, but now that there was another young man, it was completely different. Not far away. There seemed to be no one on the last stone platform. Of course, they didn't care much. After all, they already had people here. As long as the Blood Sea ship came, they could enter the Blood Sea ship and then go to Blood Demon Island. It seems that I can still make it in time. A strange figure came all the way from afar. Only a voice was heard, and then a figure appeared on the stone platform. Looking at the figure on the stone platform, whether it was Sect Master Jindao or the others, their expressions changed slightly. Lightning Devil King, I didn't expect you to actually come here. The first to speak should be Sect Master Jindao. He looked thoughtful. Originally, that position was also his, but he wanted to take 2 more positions so that his disciples could also be qualified to enter. In the end, all 5 of his disciples died. He didn't get any advantage. Instead, he had an opponent, and this opponent had some ability. He wanted to deal with him but couldn't. Lightning Devil King was a young man, very young, and seemed to be about the same age as Lin Fei. Such a person had a faint smile on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. So it's Master Jindao. Don't your 5 disciples usually stand by your side? This is such a good opportunity. Why didn't you let them come out and train? The Lightning Devil King laughed. Suddenly, he looked towards a certain direction. There seemed to be a stench of blood in that place, and as it spread out, he immediately understood what it meant. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, your 5 disciples were actually killed by someone. I wonder who was so bold as to kill all 5 of your disciples. Even I don't have the guts to do that. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was somewhat ugly. Who didn't know that this Lightning Devil King usually spoke the most inappropriately? It just so happened that this guy's forte was speed. By the time you made your move, he had already run far away. Unless you had a top-grade spatial treasure that could restrain him, there were basically not many people who could do anything to him. It was said that this guy's speed had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage. This was a little scary. If he took another step forward, he could basically walk sideways with his speed. No one could clean it up. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a little ugly. This Lightning Devil King really had to mention this. Doesn't he know that my 5 disciples died, and I feel terrible in my heart? So, it's this friend. I'm the Lightning Devil King. I don't like that disciple of his. Now that you were able to kill them, I should thank you properly. If you have time, we can have a drink. The Lightning Devil King's gaze immediately fell on Lin Fei. This was because he felt that the gaze of Golden Blade Sect Master wasn't quite right. Especially when it fell on this young man, he understood what was going on. Lin Fei also noticed this young man just now. He was actually called the Lightning Devil King. This speed was truly unimaginable. Even Lin Fei had to go all out to fight him to a draw. And this young man seemed to be born with the ability to control speed. Lin Fei had also encountered such a method before. This was their innate talent. It was no wonder that the 2 Golden Blade Sect Masters didn't dare to say anything. Being targeted by such a speed-type expert wasn't something that anyone could endure. When you fought, you only used one move, but the other party used dozens of moves. That scene would definitely be a complete mess. Even if the current Lin Fei were to go all out, he would still be able to unleash an extremely fast speed. However, in the end, this speed was not the fastest. Lin Fei was well aware of this point, so when he saw that the Lightning Devil King had actually taken the initiative to greet him and even tease the Golden Blade Sect Master, he felt that it was quite interesting. I also felt that the disciple that the Golden Blade Sect Master brought was a bit too much, so I made a move. I didn't expect that they would be finished the moment I made a move. If I had known earlier, I would have restrained my strength. You also know that a body refinement expert like me can't do anything else, but my strength is a bit too much. I was just saying that friends are different. So it's because body refiners are rare. Then when we leave Everlasting Mountain, we have to have a good drink no matter what. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were chatting quite openly. It was just that the Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a bit ugly, and in the end, he directly sealed his facial features. He didn't want to hear or see these 2 people. They were simply too despicable. It was clear that his 5 disciples had died in vain, but he couldn't do anything about it. This Lightning Devil King was most proficient in speed, and speed was not easy to break, unless he found another speed-type expert, or a formation that could trap people. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with him. As for that body refinement guy, he also didn't have divine deity, but his physical body was extremely strong. He was probably at the peak of the god stage. These 2 guys were really a weirdo. No wonder they could chat together. The others were also silent. The boat is here. A large ship slowly came over from the endless sea of blood. It seemed to be very slow, but in the next second, it opened up a large distance. In just a few breaths of time, the Blood Sea ship appeared in front of them. It was like a tall mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on the big ship. Following that, they were pulled over by a force. This was a very strange force. This strange power was filled with a certain degree of connection. Following that, the 6 of them landed on the ship. The ship slowly sailed away again. Chapter 50:19. The big ship slowly sailed on the endless blood sea. Everyone stood on the deck without moving, but they could feel that the endless blood sea had a special power that was constantly trying to seep in. In the end, it was blocked by the blood demon ship. The Lightning Devil King appeared next to Lin Fei. Previously, the two of them had introduced themselves to each other. Thus, they knew each other's names. Daoist Lin, no one can enter the endless blood sea. I heard that only those who have broken through to the superior god stage and reached the divine master stage have the ability to fly. The Lightning Devil King seemed to understand the situation here. Lin Fei also felt that the endless blood sea was indeed quite terrifying. The power of the endless blood sea was specifically used to deal with their bodies of flesh and blood. Without the blood sea ship, the entire endless blood sea would be like a huge ferocious beast. This ferocious beast could kill all of them in one bite. As long as we follow this ship, we will be able to reach the Blood Demon Island. However, once we reach the Blood Demon Island, we have to be careful. Why don't we form a team of 2? I specialize in speed, and you specialize in close combat. That way, our cooperation will be perfect. The Lightning Devil King took the initiative to invite them. He also knew that his strength was average. His forte was speed, but if he really reached the Blood Demon Island, it would be a little difficult for him. After all, the Blood Demon Island was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, if he teamed up with Daoist Lin, it would be a different story. The Lightning Devil King was quite direct and invited them to work together. Lin Fei had quite an impression of this Lightning Devil King. He also felt that this place was not ordinary, so he might as well cooperate with him. If he did not cooperate, he did not know what the others would think. Therefore, he might as well cooperate with the Lightning Devil King. Lin Fei also felt that the Lightning Devil King did not have any enmity towards him. After all, the Great Karma technique was no joke. It was quite mysterious. It was not very strong. If it was stronger, it would be able to use the Great Karma technique and kill people along the karma lines. For example, this Golden Blade sect master was very hostile towards him. In other words, this guy would definitely kill him. As for the others, they more or less had some karma lines, but they were not too serious. At most, they were just a little wary. This was considered a normal phenomenon. No problem. If we work together, we can avoid a lot of danger. With your speed, you can help me restrain a lot of dangerous existences. Lin Fei had taken a fancy to Jin Dao's sect master. The Lightning Demon King also looked over and said with a smile, "That's right. I'm not good at anything else, but my speed is quite good. I can help you restrain them for a while. When the time comes, if anyone has any ideas, we should work together. We might even be able to do something big." Sect Master Golden Saber was displeased. This guy, Lin Fei, actually said it directly. It was obvious that he didn't take him seriously. Of course, Lin Fei's words also suppressed Sect Master Jin Dao's thoughts. If the two of them really joined forces, then he really had no chance of winning against them. Not only would he suffer losses, he would also have to worry about his life. Damn it. He would endure it for now. When he arrived at Blood Demon Island, he would look for an opportunity. There were quite a few things in the nearby Blood Sea that would occasionally appear. People like them weren't able to enter the ship's hold at all. They could only stay on the deck. The Lightning Demon King knew quite a bit about the situation here. On the way, he talked about quite a few things. This allowed Lin Fei to gain quite a bit of knowledge. He had acquired some information from Bai Lai. But of course, the internal details couldn't keep up with what the Lightning Demon King had said. As for the other high gods, they seemed to have gathered together as well. No one knew what they were doing, but they were faintly discernible. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. In any case, he didn't sense that they were targeting him in any way. The Great Karma art was quite useful. But of course, Sect Master Jin Dao was different. This guy really was full of karma lines. 3 days passed. In front of them, a faintly discernible island appeared. In the air above the island, there was an enormous face. The face floated on the surface of the water, but with just a glance, those pitch-black eyes were like endless whirlpools. Lin Fei glanced at it and felt as though his entire body was about to be sucked into it. The Lightning Demon King's voice rang in his ears. Don't ever look at this face. Actually, at first glance, Lin Fei had already felt it. He directly shook and broke off the connection. After all, Lin Fei's physical body was still very strong. It could be easily dissolved. This thing is called a blood face. It's a treasure. Those who are weak will be unable to break free from it at first glance, so no one will look at this blood face. The Lightning Demon King didn't dare to look up. Of course, in his heart, he had a certain understanding of Daoist Lin's strength. No wonder he was able to kill the 5 disciples of Sect Master Jin Dao. Even such a blood face couldn't do anything to him for a while. He was able to easily break free. His strength was indeed strong. It seemed that he might be able to gain something from this trip. Soon, the large ship approached the Blood Demon Island. The entire sky above the Blood Demon Island was red, and the red fog shrouded it. He couldn't see clearly what was inside, but he could vaguely see some buildings. Of course, some buildings were in ruins and collapsed. After a long time, there was no change at all. The 6 of them all flew out. They landed on the Blood Demon Island. After looking at each other, they each charged into the red fog from different directions. They didn't hesitate at all, as if they were afraid that they would lose something if they were a step too late. These fellows really think that they can get good things by going in first. The danger inside isn't that easy to resist. Lin Fei and the Lightning Demon King were the last 2 to enter. They weren't in a hurry at all. There is indeed no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Let's go in slowly. Maybe we can even get a huge bargain. The 2 of them followed into the red fog. Once they entered, the red fog started to seep in. A yellow light spread out. It turned out that the treasure that the Lightning Demon King released. Just like that, the red mist was blocked. This is the power of blood. It is very terrifying and has a strong penetrating power. You must not let it seep in. Once it seeps in, the blood in your body won't be able to be controlled and will be slowly swallowed by it. Then, a blood demon will come out from your body. Many people in my sect have suffered a huge loss here. The Lightning Demon King seemed to be quite afraid of this. Chapter 50-20. This Blood Demon Island was indeed a little more unusual than Lin Fei had imagined. The power of blood was very strange here. If he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the Lightning Devil King had brought treasures, he would still feel a certain amount of pressure. The 2 of them did not walk very fast. Swoosh! A figure quickly pounced forward. The Lightning Devil King immediately sent a bolt of lightning over, shattering this thing. It turned out to be a ball of blood. Other than the power of blood, there are also some amazing things, just like the things we just saw. They are definitely not something you can imagine. Things like this are called blood spirits here. They possess extraordinary power. Some blood spirits are strong, some blood spirits are weak. We have to be careful. The reaction speed of the Lightning Devil King was still very fast. A single bolt of lightning killed the blood spirit. Lin Fei could also tell that this blood spirit indeed carried a bloodthirsty aura, so he reckoned that there were quite a few of these things. As soon as he finished speaking, so. Many sanguine spirits charged toward him. The Lightning Devil King scolded, and shot out bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning were all very powerful and possessed an extremely powerful destructive power. He couldn't withstand the number of blood spirits. Lin Fei suddenly punched out. This punch was like flowing water as it swept across the blood spirits. In the blink of an eye, it quietened down. The Lightning Demon King chuckled. Dao friend Lin's close combat techniques are still the best. Furthermore, it's an area of effect attack. Compared to you, my techniques are far inferior. At the very least, I can't compare to you in terms of power. With Lin Fei's strength, the Lightning Devil King had indeed acknowledged it very much. Just like this, the two of them continued to explore, one in front and one behind. There were also some palaces and some ruins here, but the Lightning Devil King did not stay here for too long. Their gazes had always been on the depths of this place. There were basically no good things in the periphery. After all, this everlasting mountain had existed for so long. Every time it was opened, there would be some people coming in, so there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to get to the innermost part of the place. Not to mention the outer perimeter. There definitely wouldn't be anything on the outskirts. Therefore, the two of them continued to search inside. This search lasted for several days. Apart from a middle-grade divine artifact, there was nothing else. Neither the Lightning Devil King nor Lin Fei were surprised. If treasures were really that easy to find, then the streets here would be filled with treasures. I think I saw a palace. If I am not wrong, that should be the famous Blood Demon Palace in front. I heard that the good stuff comes from there. I wonder if the others managed to get there first. Their speed along the way was quite fast. The Lightning Devil King wasn't sure if he was the first to enter, but he decided to check it out first. Lin Fei also looked forward. In the blood mist, there was a palace filled with a strange and unique aura. I hope I didn't come here for nothing. Of course, it would be good if I could run into that Golden Blade sect master. I'll take the opportunity to destroy him. The Lightning Devil King laughed heartily. He also admired Dao friend Lin's temper. Sect Master Jin Dao had really suffered a huge loss this time. If he had fallen here, it would have been a different story. That guy is quite cunning. He even has a clone. If you want to kill him, you will need some tricks. Unless you have a special treasure that can kill him and then kill his clone by following the connection. Otherwise, this guy will be hard to kill. Lin Fei was also aware of this. Therefore, he wasn't anxious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the Blood Demon Palace. When they entered, they felt a fluctuating aura inside. The two of them looked at each other. The Lightning Devil King was the first to rush in. In terms of speed, he was indeed much faster than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little late. Therefore, when he entered, the Lightning Devil King saw the situation inside. There was actually a huge pool inside. And in this pool, there was a huge creature. This creature was like a ball, but it looked more like an octopus. Its arms kept bombarding over. At this moment, the Lightning Devil King was also attacked by a few tentacles. Every single tentacle caused the Lightning Fiend King to suffer. As for the remaining high gods, they were all here. Their faces were extremely ugly. They were frantically resisting. However, they were facing a powerful creature. Even Lin Fei's heart trembled. Whoosh! A tentacle came out of the void and swung over. This swing was filled with the power of a high god. Damn! There was actually such a powerful creature here. And Lin Fei instantly knew what this creature was. This should be the legendary Nirvana creature. Such a creature was originally dead, but through special means, it survived and lost its intelligence. It lost all its intelligence. But its attack power was perfect. Such an existence was very hard to deal with. The Nirvana creature in front of them didn't seem to be of a low level. It was at least at the high god level. After the first attack came out, the second tentacle came over. It attacked crazily, its power reaching the limit. It was very perfect. No wonder they couldn't take it anymore. Even the Lightning Devil King was the same. It was fast, but it was weak. Hence, in the blink of an eye, it was bleeding. It looked like it couldn't hold on for long. Whoosh! Not too far away, a high god was pierced through by the tentacle, and his body began to clatter. His body followed, and this high god was sucked dry, turning into a pile of powder. The pupils of the remaining high gods all contracted as well. They were really in big trouble. Big danger. How could there be such a powerful existence? So. More than 10 tentacles attacked Lin Fei from different places. Lin Fei's fist landed on these tentacles. After confirming that these tentacles were very tough, the surface of the tentacles cracked open, and then they healed. Indeed, he is somewhat capable. No wonder he can hide in this blood demon palace. We can't block it at all. Retreat. Every time Sect Master Jindao's saber light slashed the tentacles apart, the tentacles would bounce back. He couldn't leave at all. He realized how difficult it was to deal with this thing. They rushed in thinking that they could take advantage of it. In the end, they were targeted by this Nirvana creature. The other party trapped all of them. They couldn't escape at all. And the waving tentacles behind the Nirvana creature didn't attack at all. This was the most terrifying thing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the tentacles behind them turned into a black shadow and enveloped them. The treasures around them were incomparably resplendent, but they were filled with despair. This was the other party's killing move. Chapter 50-21. This move was incomparably terrifying. It could be said to be the strongest move, and even Lin Fei could feel the terror of this move at this moment. Crash! His super ancient tyrant blade released a ray of light, directly slashing towards the black shadows. Following that, he completely rushed over and grabbed onto the Lightning Devil King's body, then retreated. Another slash passed by. In the time it took for a breath, the two of them had retreated. After the black shadows that filled the sky disappeared, whether it was the Golden Blade sect leader or the other superior gods, their bodies were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Following that, their blood and energy seemed to be attracted by someone and flowed into the body of this Nirvana creature. Did I survive? This is too terrifying. I can't even block the full power attack of this Nirvana creature. I'm afraid that this technique just now is at the peak of the superior god realm, or even at the divine lord realm. Lightning Devil King was truly scared out of his wits. His face also turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying Nirvana creature. This guy is indeed quite strong. Fortunately, he's restricted inside. As long as we don't get close, he probably won't make a move again. Lin Fei could also feel the terror of the attack just now. Even if he wanted to resist, he would have to pay a price, and he might even be injured. This guy was indeed quite strong, as expected of a Nirvana creature. Unfortunately, the Golden Blade sect leader and the others did not have this kind of luck and were killed by the Nirvana creature. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin. Without you, I would have died for sure. As expected, Everlasting Mountain is filled with danger, and these Nirvana creatures are not to be trifled with. Lightning Devil King had experienced the terror of this Nirvana creature. If he wanted to go in again, he really didn't have the guts. The chase just now had left him with a lingering fear, and he no longer had the guts to go in again. It's a pity that with this guy guarding here, it will be difficult for us to pass. There should be a door behind him, maybe the thing left behind by that supreme expert is behind that door. Lightning Devil King's attention was still very strong. Lin Fei also looked over, the Nirvana creature had once again hidden itself. The entire pool was very calm. There really was a door behind the pool. This door was very ordinary. But in this ordinary-looking place, there was a powerful Nirvana creature. If someone who came here for the first time really thought that they could pass through, they would probably be entangled by this Nirvana creature in an instant. At that time, it would be impossible for him to come out alive. Even high gods weren't able to take it. This fellow was definitely a peak stage high god, especially when he unleashed a combined attack. This Nirvana creature is indeed quite strong, but I'm interested in fighting it. What you need to do is very simple. Collect the things left behind by Master Jin Dao and the others. Don't waste them. Lin Fei was quite interested in this Nirvana creature. No matter what, he had to establish a good relationship with them. The Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he wasn't a match for him. This fellow Daoist Lin was quite courageous. However, when he thought about how he had blocked those two attacks, he realized that they were very ordinary, but he had been able to block them. Leave this kind of small matter to me. My speed is still okay. If you want me to fight him, then I won't dare even if I have 100 guts. Who asked me to be so afraid of death? The Lightning Devil King was quite direct. He knew that if he went in, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this Nirvana creature. He was quite confident in fellow Daoist Lin's words. He could at least be in charge of guiding them from the side. The main force would still be fellow Daoist Lin. Right. Do you know what sort of things a Nirvana creature like this will drop after it is destroyed? Lin Fei didn't know much about this, so he asked the Lightning Devil King. He hoped that he had a good idea. The Lightning Devil King was quite surprised that he wanted to destroy a Nirvana creature like this. This Nirvana creature was definitely a peak stage high god. Its combat power was extremely terrifying. He said, I heard that these Nirvana creatures are all created from special materials. If you kill them, you'll be able to obtain some special treasures. These special treasures are all extremely powerful. The stronger the Nirvana creature is, the more powerful these treasures will be. This peak stage high god Nirvana creature might even drop a treasure that is infinitely close to the God Lord level. Even a fragment of it would be worth an extremely high price. Although divine artifacts were extremely precious, compared to true treasures, there was still a difference. A God Lord level treasure could crush all other divine artifacts. It was an even higher level treasure, and it was even harder to create. Any sect that had a God Lord level treasure would be extremely terrifying. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still be able to explode with 1 or 2 layers of its power. It would be able to sweep through all opponents of the same level. Even a fragment wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. The Lightning Devil King had never heard of anyone possessing a complete God Lord level treasure. So this thing is actually this valuable. Then I want to fight it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Lin Fei charged in with a whoosh. After entering, the Nirvana creature, which had sunk into the ground, reappeared. Numerous tentacles rushed over. Boom! Each tentacle was like a ray of light, and in a single exchange, dozens of them attacked. It was truly ferocious. It seemed to recognize Lin Fei. Lin Fei immediately unleashed one fist after another. The shadows of the fists hit the streams of light. However fast the opponent's tentacles were, Lin Fei's speed was. He blocked most of the attacks, but of course, some landed on his body. However, when they landed on his body, they were sent flying. They only left white spots on Lin Fei's body. This Nirvana creature is really powerful. My physical body is also strong enough. However, its attack still caused a certain amount of impact. It should be in existence at the peak of high god level, and a particularly powerful one at that. Lin Fei didn't use many techniques. He only used close combat techniques. At the same time, he realized that this fellow's defense was also very strong. Although his own power was strong, it would be destroyed by the opponent's surface layer of power. This made him a very good competitor for Lin Fei. The Lightning Devil King didn't rush in. He was terrified as well. This fellow Daoist Lin really was terrifying. He was so young, and yet he was already a peak higher god. At the very least, those who had gone in before wouldn't have been able to survive so easily. This fellow Daoist Lin was definitely very strong. The Lightning Devil King was glad that he had gotten to know such a powerful fellow. They had even fought side by side. At the very least, he had saved his life. Could it be that he was a young master of a hidden clan who had come out to train? Chapter 50-22. This creature's methods were quite fierce. Each tentacle was equivalent to an attack. It was equivalent to the attack of a top expert. His methods were really fierce. Even the Lightning Devil King, who was watching from the outside, was shocked. If he fought alone, he would definitely die. Before this, they couldn't take it. Even then, they felt a lot of pressure, let alone one-on-one. However, Lin Daoyu's words were completely different. The Lightning Devil King learned a lot of techniques from it. Of course, it could be seen that the methods of body cultivators were really quite powerful. Their strength was extremely penetrative and it was no different from taking it head-on. Slowly, the two of them couldn't decide on a winner. Whether it was the creature or Lin Daoyu, it seemed like they were evenly matched. If one took a closer look, it should be the Nirvana life form below them. He couldn't take it at all. Its methods were almost the same from the beginning to the end. It relied on absolute ferocity to take on any enemy head-on. Suddenly, all the tentacles on the back of the octopus Nirvana creature moved at once, instantly launching a powerful move. Facing this move, the Lightning Demon King's heart jumped. Just now, in front of this move, he felt tremendous pressure, and was almost killed. If it wasn't for Lin Daoyu's help, he didn't dare to imagine that he would have died like those people. At this moment, the Lightning Demon King wanted to see how Lin Daoyu was going to take this move. This move was really terrifying. It was equivalent to a super move. Even if one had some powerful treasures, one might not be able to take it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was going to use this move. The ancient Overlord blade landed in his hand. Hua hua. One blade. One by one, the tentacles were chopped off. Then, with another slash, a path was instantly cleared. His whole body rapidly closed in, because at this time, all the methods he had used had been used. There was no way to defend at all. The blade in Lin Fei's hand turned into streaks of light and slashed away all these things. Then, he quickly closed in on the creature. One blade slashed. The blade that slashed across the opponent's body. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it was extraordinarily fast. Even the Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he himself wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It was simply too ferocious. After this slash, the Nirvana creature kept struggling and roaring. The second slash came. The blade pierced through the Nirvana creature. The third slash. After 3 slashes, the octopus-like creature finally turned into a puff of green smoke. After turning into green smoke, an item fell down. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed it. It landed on his hand. It was actually a small section of a broken blade. The broken blade was very ordinary, like a piece of iron. However, when it landed on Lin Fei's hand, it felt extraordinary. It gave off a dangerous aura. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, his immemorial tyrant saber sucked the broken blade into his saber. This caused Lin Fei to be a little surprised. Could it be that the immemorial tyrant saber could refine and absorb the fragments of these Nirvana creatures? No matter what, it was absorbed. The immemorial tyrant saber entered a refining state and didn't move at all. He casually put it away. The Lightning Devil King chased after him. After a few swishing sounds, he took out many rings, more than he had expected. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Lin, for killing the Nirvana creature. Many high gods are jealous of you. No one can do this. The Lightning Devil King knew the difference between him and this fellow. Thus, he became even more enthusiastic. After taking the rings, he handed them to Lin Fei. Lin Fei only took half of them and gave the other half to the Lightning Devil King. We are partners. These rings were left behind by them. We can split them evenly. To the Lightning Devil King, this was definitely a great bargain. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. He collected the rings. The Lightning Devil King arrived in front of the door. After all, he knew that with his speed, he could sense some dangers ahead of time. The door didn't have any tricks. After all, with such a Nirvana creature here, not everyone could barge in. The two of them entered one after the other. In front was the Lightning Devil King, and behind was Lin Fei. This passageway wasn't very long. Suddenly, it became wide. After entering, they realized that there was a giant palace. However, this palace seemed empty. There seemed to be something in the center of the altar. The Lightning Devil King was the fastest, directly arriving at the center of the altar. He arrived at the center of the altar and saw what it was. Fellow Daoist Lin, come over and take a look. There seems to be a God Master treasure here. Although it's just a fragment, it's definitely very strong. As soon as he said that, a black shadow appeared. A black shadow came out. After a flash of black light, the Lightning Devil King slammed into a wall in the distance. The black shadow disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying aura spread out on the spot. Lin Fei quickly came to the side of the Lightning Devil King and grabbed it. The Lightning Devil King's armor was directly sliced open, and blood flowed out. My speed is considered fast, but this guy is faster than me. I can't take it. He should have reached at least the 4th level of speed. I can't compare to him. The Lightning Devil King was shocked. After all, his speed was considered fast. However, he realized that he couldn't dodge in time. The other party's speed was much faster than his. This saber strike made him realize what despair and terror were. Even Lin Fei could see the black shadow at this time. It was indeed quite fast. Because of the other party's speed and strength, the Lightning Devil King naturally wasn't a match for it. It's good that you're fine. It seems that as long as you don't get close, the black shadow won't appear and attack you. When they attacked just now, even if Lin Fei wanted to stop it, he couldn't. The other party was too fast. Most importantly, he didn't know where this guy was hiding. He felt that there must be a miniature space around this treasure fragment, and this guy was hiding in it. Once someone approached, it would be triggered. It would attack. Such an item was still attractive to Lin Fei. After all, the previous one had been absorbed. Chapter 50-23. That thing didn't look easy to take, but Lin Fei could see that it wasn't as dangerous as he imagined. That attack just now looked really terrifying. If he went all out, Lightning Devil King definitely wouldn't be able to take it. This could be considered as him showing mercy. However, Lin Fei was quite interested in the items on it. No matter what, he had to take a look. He placed Lightning Devil King in a safe place. Rest here for a while, I will go take a look. Lin Fei was confident in his own strength. He could even kill the Nirvana lifeforms outside, so even if the black shadow inside was strong, it shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left such a method. Wah! Lin Fei's body appeared around the altar and he saw the two items on it. It was really filled with a dangerous aura. It was the same aura as before. Without a doubt, this should be a fragment of the Master God's treasure. It wasn't complete. Whoosh! A black eye appeared, and a ray of black light surged forth just like before. It was really fast. Even if Lin Fei expected it, he was still hit by the black light. The black light was filled with terror and the direct power crushed him. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body showed its might. Apart from taking a step back, he didn't do anything else. Of course, his vital energy was triggered, but it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. After the black figure attacked, it seemed to realize that Lin Fei's strength was stronger than it had imagined. So, it attacked again. A ray of black light followed another ray of black light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was in a state of shock. Lightning Devil King's heart jumped when he saw this from afar. Just now, he couldn't even take one move. This person was even stronger than him and actually took so many hits. However, he still couldn't see what that person looked like. A black shadow flickered non-stop as it unleashed a series of attacks. His speed had definitely reached the 4th level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had suffered 20 to 30 attacks. Every attack left a white mark on his body. This was the first time that Lin Fei had been at a disadvantage ever since his fleshly body had matured. It was no wonder that the Lightning Demon King was unable to withstand it. Even 10 people might not be able to withstand such a move. This guy is very strong. However, he isn't really that strong. His speed is extremely fast. Indeed, he is faster than the Lightning Devil King. However, his strength isn't even at the level of a peak high god. He is inferior to this Nirvana creature. Lin Fei kept dodging, but unfortunately, he was still too slow. His opponent's speed was indeed above his. The difference in strength was a lot, so it was relatively easy for Lin Fei to carry it. If it was someone else, it would definitely not be so easy. Hua hua. Streams of light, like ripples, slid past Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow that was pouncing over was sent flying by this force. He pulled away from it. This was Lin Fei's technique. If you weren't fast, then he would make it so that you couldn't get close. Lin Fei wasn't good at anything else, but his fleshly body was really strong. In truth, this technique was quite useful for Lin Fei. After it spread out, the black shadow's technique was indeed blocked by Lin Fei's strength. Even if it wanted to get close, Lin Fei's strength was already very strong. As it swept forward, it pulled away from it. In the blink of an eye, it was next to the platform. Even if the black shadow wanted to attack, it wouldn't be that fast. The black shadow was only fast. Its strength was only average. Thus, Lin Fei was able to deal with it easily. He did not feel too much pressure. A palm landed around the altar. The altar was like a mirror, shattering. This was the existence of a special seal. He could sense it. 2 items fell into Lin Fei's hands. As expected, they were god-level treasures. But as soon as these 2 items fell into his hands, the black shadow disappeared as if it had never been there. The surroundings became quiet. If it weren't for the white marks left on Lin Fei's body, it would have been as if nothing had happened. In truth, he really had been attacked by a black shadow. Even now, Lin Fei hadn't been able to see what it looked like. It was a little embarrassing to say it out loud. His speed was indeed amazing. The Lightning Devil King was also dumbfounded. That guy had disappeared into thin air. Even he couldn't sense it. How can I waste such a good thing? I'll have to chase it out first. Was it over just like that? That couldn't be it. Lin Fei definitely couldn't do it. Whoosh! Whoosh! His fleshly body began to move. The power that had been like flowing water instantly became turbulent, crashing against the air. It kept crashing against the air. He didn't believe that this thing could be hidden. Bang, 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 bang. The power of flowing water kept crashing against the air. The first time, the second time, the third time. Lin Fei was already very strong, and his fleshly body was even stronger. As he rammed against the air, even some of the techniques in the air were destroyed by this technique. Whoosh! A figure fell from the sky. This time, Lin Fei finally saw what this person looked like. He finally knew that this guy was hiding in a pocket dimension. Just at that moment, Lin Fei's power broke through the pocket dimension. After all, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attacks. As soon as he appeared, he didn't attack at all. He just stood there quietly. This was a faceless, masked black shadow. His speed was quite fast. Even the Lightning Devil King couldn't compare to him when it came to holding people back. It could be said that he was a fairly high-level high god. Given his speed, even peak stage high gods might not be able to withstand it. It was definitely a headache. Seeing this thing not move at all, Lin Fei understood. This guy had definitely received orders. He would only deal with it after taking it. He stretched out his hand. Rays of cold light shot into the black shadow. He continued to search. Indeed, deep within this guy, there was an illusory figure. This illusory figure was very faint. He couldn't see its face clearly, but he could sense how powerful it was. F***ck off. The illusory figure moved. With a rumbling sound, it came crashing back. Lin Fei's thoughts were destroyed. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's figure once more entered. This was a thought of his, but it wasn't a simple thought. It attacked as soon as it entered. The illusory figure resisted to a certain extent, but how could it block Lin Fei's non-stop attacks? In just a few breaths of time, the illusory figure was beaten back. A puny little illusory figure like you dares to sit here and not leave. Chapter 50-24. How could this tiny, illusory figure possibly withstand Lin Fei's attacks? Under Lin Fei's attacks, it was directly smashed apart. And then, Lin Fei's illusory figure landed within it, replacing it. The Lightning Fiend King didn't know what had happened, but he could clearly sense that this black figure seemed to be different from before. This feeling was quite obvious. Don't forget that he was also a high god expert. It was just that his strength wasn't as strong as that of the others. His senses weren't that different, and he immediately understood that fellow Daoist Lin had definitely subdued this black-clothed man. This black-clothed man truly was a qualified hired thug. His speed was quite a bit faster than even his own. If he were to fight against him, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Lin. You've acquired yet another good item. This is far better than a single treasure. The Lightning Fiend King laughed, then began to congratulate him. This black-clothed man really is quite good. He's quite skilled in speed, and can be used to tie down enemies. Don't you think so? Just like you. In the future, when your power increases, you'll be able to match him. Keep up the good work. I'm quite optimistic about you. Lin Fei really was quite optimistic about this Lightning Fiend King. This was because this Lightning Fiend King was different from the others. Once he broke through, he would definitely have an enormous advantage in speed. Just like in the beginning, Lin Fei, when faced with this fellow who had an advantage in speed, really couldn't think of a way to deal with him. In the end, he used his own strength to transform into flowing water, forcing the Lightning Devil King out. However, the Lightning Devil King had lost his instincts, so his methods were more or less different. But if it was the Lightning Devil King, then it would be completely different. Speed could be controlled, and when the time came, he would be able to improve quite a bit. Thus, there was no way to compare them at all. But of course, to the current Lin Fei, this black-clothed man was still of some use. Ordinary high gods really weren't a match for this black-clothed man. Just look at the Lightning Fiend King. There was a huge difference between the two. The Lightning Fiend King took a deep breath. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin, for your praise. I will definitely keep up the good work. There was nothing else in this place, and the two left the secret realm. As soon as he came out, he could feel some fluctuations in some places. Fellow Daoist Lin, other than these secret realms, there is another special place in this everlasting mountain. I don't know if you want to go there as well, but I'm preparing to go there next. The Lightning Fiend King suddenly asked. What was so special about this everlasting mountain? Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Although he had read some information, it was obviously incomplete. The information that Bai Lai took down didn't have any special markings. I'm really not too sure about that. I only know a few secret realms about this everlasting mountain, but I really don't know where the most famous part of this everlasting mountain is. Lin Fei shook his head. The Lightning Fiend King laughed. He knew he was right. Actually, the most special part of the everlasting mountain should be the eternal world. The Lightning Fiend King spoke unhurriedly. In an instant, Lin Fei's attention was drawn to the eternal world. I heard that this eternal world is the most special place in the entire everlasting mountain. Those who go to the eternal world are all powerful geniuses, and of course, there are also some powerful rankers. I heard that in this eternal world, there is a series of treasures left behind by the top ranker Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of this before. If he dared to use the words eternal world as a secret realm, it would indeed be different. Furthermore, it seemed that the strongest person was called Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of it before. Is this Gu Tianxia very powerful? Lin Fei was not afraid of losing face, and directly asked. The Lightning Fiend King was very curious. The other party was so strong, could it be that he had never heard of Gu Tianxia? However, he didn't think too much about it. He explained again. This Gu Tianxia is the #1 expert in our star field. Do you think he's powerful or not? I heard that this is a top-notch expert who has dominated an era. A top-notch expert of an era. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. He had thought that this Gu Tianxia would be a very strong top-notch expert. He never thought that it would be the top expert. This top-notch expert is publicly acknowledged by all the powers. No one dares to say that his strength is insufficient to sit in this position. The Lightning Fiend King continued to speak. Every time the everlasting mountain appears, the people who come in are actually aiming for the eternal world. Of course, people with ordinary strength are here for these secret realms. I heard that these secret realms were all gathered from various places by this senior Gu Tianxia, and then specially integrated into this everlasting mountain, which is why they are like this now. Not to mention the eternal world, Lin Fei was really interested in this. This was the most special place in the entire everlasting mountain. Since it's the most interesting place, I must take a look. I don't know the way, so I'll have to trouble you to be my guide. The Lightning Fiend King laughed out loud. With fellow Daoist Lin with me, I can be at ease along the way. I heard that the closer I am to the eternal world, the more dangers I will encounter. Although my speed is fast, it is hard to avoid encountering a loss when I am alone. With fellow Daoist Lin, it will be different. I can really reach the eternal world happily. The Lightning Fiend King was also incomparably direct. He knew in his heart that although everyone wanted to go to the eternal world, without a certain amount of strength, they could only stare blankly. The two of them headed towards the eternal world one after the other. With the Lightning Fiend King leading the way, it was completely different. The two of them pushed their speed to the limit, and gradually, Lin Fei discovered some mysteries, because the closer they got to this place, it was as if there was a force pulling them. This was a very mysterious feeling, and Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Especially since his physical body was so strong, he naturally would not miss out on this slight feeling. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you feel a trace of pulling power? This is the recognition released by the eternal world, and only by obtaining a certain amount of recognition can one have the chance to head to the eternal world. As long as I follow this guiding force, I will be able to gradually approach the eternal world. Without this guiding force, I will encounter those secret realms. The Lightning Fiend King understood this place quite well. Very quickly, Lin Fei understood the use of this guiding force. And just like that, a secret realm appeared in front of him. There was such a small path in these secret realms. Without this guiding force, even though there was nothing going on in front of him, in reality, it was just a combination of secret realms. It was extremely likely that he would fall in if he wasn't careful. It would be difficult to get out. He was afraid that he would enter this secret realm and go to that one. A series of secret realm pits. Chapter 50-25. The pulling force wasn't very fast, it was slow. Just like that, he followed a line and headed towards a certain place. During this time, Lin Fei also felt a lot of voices heading in this direction. It could be imagined that there were quite a few people who had reached this level of strength. After all, the people who were able to come here were definitely here for this everlasting mountain. It was fine if they didn't know about it, but if they did, they definitely wouldn't miss it. For example, Lin Fei almost missed the opportunity. If it wasn't for the Lightning Devil King saying it, Lin Fei would never have thought that there was such an important place called the Eternal World. Look, the Eternal World is right in front of us. Doesn't it look like a towering pyramid? If you want to go to the top, you can only know the scenery above. I heard that the Eternal World has been open for a long time, and so far, only one person has reached the top level. There are a total of 9 levels in the Eternal World, and there are unfathomable existences on the 9th level. I heard that the person who made it to the 9th level has already become a top-notch expert in the star domain. The Lightning Devil King's face was filled with worship as he looked at the faintly discernible Eternal World in the distance. Lin Fei also looked over, and indeed, he saw that the Eternal World was like a pyramid, but this pyramid gave off a vast and boundless aura. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he still felt that there was a huge difference in front of the Eternal World. He was afraid that this pyramid was a super treasure. With just one move, I can let you experience what is called the aura of death. Not long after, Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were getting closer and closer to the Eternal World Pyramid. The number of people around them gradually increased. They were also being led. They looked at each other but did not make a move. Instead, their gazes landed on the Eternal World Pyramid. No one left. No one knew better than them that in front of them was the famous Eternal World. Those who knew about this place naturally had some tricks up their sleeves. They wouldn't make a move at this time, as that would be asking for trouble. If they couldn't enter the Eternal World, it would be the biggest problem. In the blink of an eye, everyone sat in the Eternal World. In front of them, there was a large open space, and on this open space, there were many round tables. These round platforms were like footholds. Everyone landed on these round platforms one after another. There was a certain distance between them. The Lightning Demon King landed on a nearby circular platform. It was not too far away from Lin Fei. At the same time, it sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. This is a temporary place to stay. I heard that once you reach this round platform, you will have to accept the test of the Eternal World. It is also considered an entrance test. I heard that only by passing the test will you be qualified to enter the first level. Otherwise, no one else is qualified to enter. The Eternal World is filled with all sorts of tricks, big and small. Only those who abide by the rules can enter. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was quite a good method. No wonder there were so many round tables here. Anyone who landed on this round platform could sit cross-legged. there was no more movement. He didn't know how many round tables there were around. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't think there were too many, but it wasn't too few either. Now, almost half of them were sitting down. Some of them closed their eyes to rest, while others were sizing them up. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. Without exception, they were all looking at the pyramid. The pyramid looked very ordinary, but there seemed to be runes embedded on the outside. It made people feel majestic, powerful, and terrifying. They didn't even doubt that if they attacked the pyramid, they would be counterattacked by the empty pyramid and killed on the spot. Lin Fei sat quietly nearby. He could feel the power of the pyramid. With such an existence, it was no wonder everyone came. The first round of the test wouldn't be simple. Although the pyramid didn't look big, Lin Fei knew that it was definitely a powerful spatial treasure. It was definitely very powerful inside. It wouldn't be easy to make it to the 9th level. So far, there was only one person who made it to the 9th level. One could imagine how strong this person was. His potential was probably even stronger. Lin Fei waited for more than a day. The round platform outside was finally filled with people. However, the moment everyone was seated, a brilliant light instantly enveloped everyone. In front of this bright light, everyone felt like a mountain had fallen on their bodies. It was a very different feeling. At the same time, a figure walked out of the bright light. This figure could only be vaguely seen, but one couldn't clearly see what it looked like. It was very blurry. But it was this blurry figure that was able to let you know what great terror was. Even a glance or movement from the other party could make one feel it. Welcome to the Eternal Pyramid, to the place of the Old Master. Those who can come here are the proud sons of heaven in the star area. You may be disciples of big families or sects, but it's your fate to come here. Everyone's heart was slightly startled. They originally thought that this figure was the top powerhouse, but they didn't expect that it wasn't a powerhouse. It was just a subordinate, which made them feel even more afraid. Everyone became well-behaved. Lin Fei also saw this figure. This figure looked very simple, but Lin Fei knew that such a figure could erupt with terrifying power. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to withstand it. This kind of feeling was very rare, but Lin Fei was very sure that this was the case. This was definitely an existence equivalent to a tool spirit, responsible for the Eternal Pyramid. Since you can come here, this is the place for your opportunity. Now, whether you can take a step closer to the opportunity depends on your own strength. Later on, I will activate the treasure left by the Old Master. The treasure will release a certain amount of power. Whoever can withstand it for a long time will have a higher chance of entering. Actually, when everyone sat on the round table, they already knew what was going on. Without a certain amount of strength, it was impossible to enter this place. Now, it seemed like this was really the case. The figure suddenly reached out and grabbed, and a treasure flew out of the Eternal Pyramid. This treasure fell into the palm of the figure like a ball. Then, with a push, a surge of energy rushed over like flowing water. There was a proud son of heaven with the strength of a middle god at the front, but he was instantly blown away by this flowing water force. Then, his whole body disappeared like a star in the blink of an eye. No one knew where this guy went, but at least it was certain that this guy had lost his qualification. Chapter 50-26. This power was very strong. It swept across everyone's body like a stream of light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Those who were weak couldn't withstand it on the spot and were immediately disqualified. After this stream of light, a second stream of light appeared. Then, a third stream of light appeared. The power of each stream of light was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei felt quite relaxed. When these streams of light landed on his body, they were indeed powerful. However, they weren't as terrifying as he imagined. Therefore, it was very easy for him to withstand it. There were a total of 10 rounds of such power. After 10 rounds, there weren't many people left. It seemed like the 10 platforms were quite empty. They weren't as full as before. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Then, the figure appeared once again. Congratulations to everyone for obtaining the qualifications to enter the primordial pyramid. After entering, everyone can search for their own good fortune. Let's see who will be able to reach the 9th floor this time. There are big and small fortunes on each floor. Of course, there are also some that are at risk of losing your life. These words were spoken unhurriedly. In the distance, a door appeared. The door was connected to the Eternal Pyramid. Just as the Lightning Devil King had said, if one didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be able to enter. This figure knew the way to enter. The people present didn't hesitate too much. One by one, they turned into streams of light and rushed towards the door. Lin Fei was considered one of the slower ones. Even the Lightning Devil King was the same. Of course, the Lightning Devil King knew that if he was the first to enter, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of these geniuses. If he followed Daoist Lin, it would be completely different. He would definitely be able to gain a lot of advantages. I thought you would be the first to enter. With your speed, you would definitely be ahead. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King entered just like that. After knowing that there was a 9th level, Lin Fei was even less anxious. After such a long time, only one person had reached the 9th level. One could imagine how dangerous each level was. Therefore, Lin Fei was even less anxious. It'll be easier if I follow you. After all, my strength is only so-so. If I were to encounter any one of them, it would be troublesome. The Lightning Devil King was also very straightforward. He knew how much strength he had. It wouldn't be so good if he were to fight alone. After entering the primordial pyramid, he felt that this place was a little different. This floor was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little surprising. This was a pitch-black place, and even the perception of the surroundings was infinitely suppressed. He couldn't figure out where the cave was in such a short amount of time. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to enter the supreme ancient immortal realms. Seems like this is really the case. I wonder how I can reach the 2nd level from this level. The Lightning Devil King wasn't very clear about what was going on. All he knew was some news from the outside. One by one, the figures disappeared, making this place seem even stranger and more mysterious. This place is very different. I wonder how he made it to the 2nd floor. The Lightning Devil King's figure kept moving as soon as it entered. He didn't feel anything different when he moved. Anyway, it was like an endless place. In fact, Lin Fei could feel it too. After entering this place, it seemed to be boundless. It was impossible to see clearly what kind of entrance there was. It was very strange. It seems like this first floor is for us to find the way to the next floor by ourselves. Lin Fei observed for a while and felt that this floor was very different. The Lightning Devil King frowned immediately. He couldn't sense the existence of any route in this place. Just follow behind me. Wherever I go, you will follow. Basically, we will be able to make it through. This first floor might seem endless, but there is actually a route that leads to the middle. After all, Lin Fei's strength was much higher than the Lightning Devil King's. Therefore, he could feel it the moment he entered. There was a special existence that was faintly discernible on this floor. Others might not be able to sense it because they weren't strong enough. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was different. He could even sense the existence of these guiding forces. However, it didn't seem to be activated. Suddenly, he headed towards a place. The Lightning Devil King followed behind unhurriedly. Walking through the night, there was no danger in this place. However, it was terrifyingly quiet. There was once when the Lightning Devil King wasn't careful and nearly lost him. It scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. I was almost gone. This place is definitely a huge maze. No, it should be a huge illusion. Only an illusion can be like this. My strength is still too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the end. Chen Feng sighed. What a close shave. The Lightning Devil King cursed and his expression turned a little ugly. Although he didn't show much along the way, he knew that if he came in alone, he wouldn't be able to pass this level. Just thinking about it made him feel a little sad. Lin Fei's speed wasn't that fast. He could feel the threads of guiding force. Although it wasn't very strong, at the same time, he agreed with the Lightning Devil King's words. This floor did have a certain amount of illusion power. The power of these illusions was quite terrifying. Voila! Lin Fei brought the Lightning Devil King and finally passed through this floor. Even the Lightning Devil King was confused. He didn't expect to pass through just like that. It was like a dream. It seems like this ancient pyramid is quite terrifying. I can't even pass through the first level. If it's the second level, I will be even more dumbfounded. Thank you, Dao friend Lin, for bringing me to the second level. This made the Lightning Devil King feel even more grateful towards Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to pass through. Just thinking about it was a little scary. There was a huge difference between the first and second level. The first level gave off a feeling of boundless vastness. In reality, there was a trace of the power of illusion. However, the second level was a little different. This side was also empty, but in front of them, a group of soldiers appeared. These warriors were all standing quietly. Every now and then, there would be a warrior standing at a fixed distance. Lin Fei saw that there were people in the distance. Every certain distance, there would be a warrior. These warriors seemed to be exceptionally strong. Their first move was a close combat technique. It seemed like if he didn't defeat these warriors, he wouldn't be able to pass through the next level. Chapter 50-27. These warriors were all very fierce in close combat, and they all held a scimitar in their hands. The scimitar was like a flowing moon, and every strike was almost exactly the same. He didn't know what kind of big shot had created it, but if it was used to guard this place, it would create a certain amount of pressure. If he wanted to pass through this place, he would have to pass through the attacks of the black-armored people. Lin Fei was very sure after watching for a while. He even knew that these black-armored people would only attack one person and not more than one person. However, if you wanted more people to attack him, one of the black-armored people would catch up and directly isolate you. Therefore, the scene was very chaotic, but it was also very different. You'll have to rely on your own strength in this place. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for others to participate. Do you see those golden-armored people? They should be guarding this place. If you don't have some ability, you won't be able to stop them. Lin Fei had long since noticed that there were a few golden-armored people not far away. These golden-armored people just stood there quietly without moving. If there were any people who seemed to bully them with numbers, they would instantly arrive beside the black-armored people. The moment they made their move, everyone could feel that they were using spatial techniques. They were indeed using spatial techniques. They could move within such a short distance in an instant. If they wanted to deal with them, it would be difficult unless their spatial techniques were stronger than theirs or they were stronger. It was a pity that these people were not as strong as these golden-armored people, so they could only leave in a sorry state. Then it seems like I can only risk my life on this floor. However, it seems like their strength is quite slow, and their speed is a bit slow. If I rely on my speed, I should be able to break through. In the first stage, the Lightning Devil King followed Lin Fei over. He had thought that he would be able to pass through a few levels. The current situation was truly unexpected. The Lightning Devil King still had a certain level of confidence. After all, these black-armored people could still be dealt with. Although he wasn't as fast as fellow Dawish Lin, he still had his own strength. As long as he was careful, he would still be able to pass. With a whoosh, the Lightning Devil King flew forward. As soon as he flew, a black-armored person came over. A crescent moon directly attacked, and the Lightning Devil King directly dodged it. After all, his speed was still very fast. Speed gave him a certain advantage. Lin Fei watched quietly for a while and decided to move forward. He didn't know how long this path was or how many black-armored people there were, but they were definitely not easy to deal with. The further they went, the stronger they would become. The second level clearly gave off a sense of pressure. Voila! One of the black-armored men in the distance was instantly blasted to pieces, and a treasure fell out. The black-armored man instantly grew excited. Unexpectedly, my luck is quite good. I actually obtained a low-grade god artifact. Not to mention, it is a defensive one. That person was extremely happy as well. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it was definitely something good for it to be here. At the same time, everyone finally understood that this was the so-called serendipity. In the distance, another black-armored man was killed, and a weapon dropped down. It was a long spear. The long spear landed in the man's hand, and with a wave of his hand, it glowed brightly. He was wild with joy. Such words really made many people feel envious. Initially, he thought that this battle would be very dangerous. But now, it seemed that these black-armored people were quite capable. Most importantly, after killing them, there was a certain chance that they would drop something good. At the same time, they admired those big shots for actually leaving such treasures in the bodies of these black-armored people. This time, Lin Fei also noticed it. He also knew that these black-armored people not only had the ability to defend against them, but more importantly, they could also drop items. Of course, this depended on luck. Some people didn't even drop anything after killing the black-armored people. Some people did, so the scene fell into a short period of celebration. You drop one, I drop one. It seemed like the drop rate was quite high. Lin Fei's side seemed to be more unlucky, and he killed a few black-armored people. He didn't gain anything, even the Lightning Devil King. At this moment, he gradually felt some pressure because it was really not easy to resist these black-armored people. Although they were slow, they were strong, so they were very careful. They were really careful along the way, afraid that they would suffer a loss if they were not careful. If they suffered a loss, all their previous efforts would be wasted and they would lose their spot here. Take your time. I'll take a look at the end first. When the time comes, I'll wait for you there for a while. I hope you can do your best. Lin Fei said to the Lightning Devil King, then he sped up. How did he speed up? Of course, it was by increasing the strength of his hands. When these black-armored people came up, Lin Fei directly punched them, and they instantly exploded. This was the use of a strong physical body. One black-armored person, two black-armored people, three black-armored people. Along the way, these black-armored people couldn't stop Lin Fei at all, which shocked many people. They didn't know where this expert came from. It was too easy and too simple. It was like drinking water. This also made many people feel helpless. They were still bitterly holding on, but this person had already gone all the way. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him because there was a black mass in front, which meant that this young man had already reached the front. He was faster than them. Lin Fei's speed was really fast, and he directly pulled away from the most basic group of people. He reached the front. Fewer and fewer people came. Of course, there were still some people who came to this area. Their strength was obviously stronger than the others, and many people also noticed this side. This was because as everyone moved forward, there was naturally a line that appeared. There were people in front, and there were people at the back. Everyone wanted to reach the third level. Although killing black-armored people on this level would result in items dropping, it depended on one's luck. If one didn't have the luck, they could only watch helplessly. Who is it? He's so fast, and he can even fight with these black-armored people head-on. His strength is amazing. It seems that this person has quite a bit of potential. We have to work harder. The strength he displayed was indeed quite strong. Killing these black-armored people was really too easy. With a whoosh, the black-armored people finally revealed an item. When this item dropped, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It was actually a secret technique. This secret technique was a divine ability. It was called Heaven's Collapse. Just hearing the name, it felt especially domineering. Even Lin Fei felt that it was a little interesting. How many good things were hidden in the black-armored people? Chapter 50-28. Finally, there was something that Lin Fei was satisfied with. This was a secret attack and it was quite strong. Especially the power that exploded in an instant. The power of this move was quite strong. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. For Lin Fei, this move was quite useful. After a few thoughts, he grasped this move. This move condensed the energy into a point of essence and instantly launched a certain attack, leaving the opponent with no reason to resist. This Heaven's Bane had a certain probability of ignoring the opponent's defense. Such a method really surprised Lin Fei. This kind of method was really rare. No wonder it was named Heaven's Bane. Sometimes, when one move was used, it would turn into a huge attack. Coincidentally, Lin Fei came in front of a man in black armor. That man in black armor launched an attack. Lin Fei threw Heaven's Bane over. There was a loud bang. A ball of lightning instantly fell on the opponent's body. At this moment, the huge power of the lightning blasted out. Some people who were originally challenging the levels also noticed this. The man in black armor was instantly blasted away by this move and split into pieces. Originally, everyone thought that this young man was quite strong. But now, they took a deep breath. This was much stronger than they had imagined. How could there be such a strong guy? He was really different from before. Many people looked over and remembered this guy. He seemed to have moved quite quickly and pulled a certain distance. They didn't expect him to have such a secret technique. He blasted the men in black armor away with one move. This move made them feel even more terrified as it broke the men in black armor. They all knew that the men in black armor were quite strong and it wouldn't be easy for them to break through. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Suddenly, he understood one thing. In other words, after these men in black armor went berserk, some secret techniques were most suitable for this place to deal with these men in black armor. Lin Fei was originally very strong. When he used Heaven's Bane, it was really flexible. There was a loud rumbling sound. One after another, the thunderbolts were hurled forward. Everything was just as Lin Fei had imagined. The skyfall had caused great damage to the black-armored man. With a single move, the black-armored man was blasted away. It also consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei didn't change much. His speed increased, and in an instant, there was a certain distance between them. The second batch of people were also pulled apart. There was a loud rumbling sound. In this area, the black-armored men were basically unable to stop them. When Lin Fei made his move, there was a certain drop rate. The number of items increased as well. However, there were all kinds of items. Lin Fei didn't look at them too much and kept them all. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer people around. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. He did not expect that a secret attack would be targeted. In other words, some of the divine abilities here were targeted at these black-armored people. Whether or not one could use their full power depended on luck. At least, Lin Fei was quite lucky. Hua hua hua. A wave of frost swept across the area in front of him. The black-armored men were instantly split apart, and then many pieces fell out. It turned out that there was a woman in white who kept attacking. Every attack froze the void. Even the black-armored men had no chance as they were frozen. Her attacks became very strong. No wonder she was so fast. At the front, there weren't many people. There were only 4 or 5 of them. These people were all in a certain area, and it seemed like they weren't fighting with each other. Of course, there was competition. Everyone wanted to get to the second level as soon as possible. The black-armored men on the second level were indeed quite different. It was quite stressful to deal with them. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane continued to bombard them. It did not take long for him to discover that there was a change to the black-armored men. When he used Heaven's Bane, he noticed that those people were looking over. There weren't many of them. After taking a look at Lin Fei, they retracted their gazes and used their own techniques. Lin Fei observed for a while and could tell that these people were actually using secret techniques. It was highly likely that these secret techniques had all been dropped. Because they were targeted. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane was straightforward and explosive. It wasn't something that anyone could activate. Their techniques were more or less targeted. For example, the frost that the woman in white used. It turned into a cold light that shrouded over and froze them. It seeped in and froze the black-armored men from the minute details. Then, the icicles flew over and killed the black-armored men. It complemented each other and was definitely a secret technique. This woman was very cold, terrifyingly cold. It was as if there was a cold current flowing around her. In other words, there wasn't any power around her at all. In particular, if he wanted to fight in close combat, he would probably be attacked by the frost around him before he could even reach him. Instead, they would become a frozen statue. This woman's strength was pretty good. When Lin Fei looked at her, he could tell that she was at least a peak mid-god. Although she wasn't a high god, by relying on secret techniques, she was able to compete with high god experts. Just by looking at his current position, one could tell that he was much faster than the others. Ordinary people really didn't have this ability. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze and began to attack the black-armored men. He wanted to see if the defense of these black-armored men had improved. However, Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane wasn't just for show. After using Heaven's Bane, Lin Fei arrived in front of the black-armored man. Lin Fei's fist smashed over, forcing the black-armored man to retreat. Then, Lin Fei's second punch arrived. Then, the black-armored man was pushed back again. Lin Fei's third punch smashed the black-armored man into pieces. This technique once again drew the attention of those people. It turned out that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat. He was able to destroy a black-armored man with 3 punches. This technique was quite ferocious. Not everyone could do this. At the very least, they weren't experts in close combat. They realized that this person was also a formidable competitor. They weren't afraid of anything else, but close combat would be somewhat stressful. People like this were not easy to deal with. If his body became exceptionally strong, they could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, this person was quite unfamiliar. They knew that they should mind their own business. After all, they were all here to explore the Eternal Pyramid. Naturally, they wanted to obtain their own opportunities. Chapter 50-29. Lin Fei's actions attracted the attention of many people. The method just now was indeed quite ferocious. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. Especially the method of Heaven's Collapse, coupled with the close combat method, he was definitely a body refining expert. The number of body refining experts they knew could be counted on one hand, so they naturally paid attention. They didn't guess wrong. This person's close combat method was extremely strong. He kept rushing all the way, and few of these black-armored warriors could stop him at all. They were either killed or blasted away. Then, with a series of critical strikes, these black-armored warriors were directly killed. In a place not far away, there were two people. One on the left and one on the right. There was a lot of distance between them, but vaguely, they seemed to complement each other. At this moment, the two of them were also transmitting their voices. That guy over there seems to be quite strong, and he is also a body refining expert. Why don't we pull him over to form a team? Otherwise, the later levels will be more and more difficult to pass. The two of us can at most reach the 3rd or 4th level, and the 5th level is the most we can reach. If we can pull him over, the 5th level shouldn't be a problem. Maybe we can even reach the 6th level. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who didn't look young. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he noticed the situation over here from time to time. He used water attack methods, and the power of water ripples kept attacking these black-armored warriors. It was more of a kind of restraint, so that they couldn't get close at all. After a certain distance, he used water methods to kill these black-armored warriors. On the other side, this person used spear techniques. The spear was like a dragon. Every strike could leave a little crack on the black-armored warrior's body, and his strength was stronger than this person's. At this moment, he also noticed that the body refining expert over there had also heard this voice transmission. He also transmitted his voice over. It is indeed worth roping him in, but he has to enter the 3rd level, otherwise, he won't be qualified. It was time to speak. The black spear in the other party's hand pierced through the black-armored warrior. Like a ball of fire, the power quickly spread out. A ball of fire rose in the black-armored warrior's body, blasting it into pieces. Nothing dropped, but this person wasn't surprised and rushed to the second black-armored warrior. At first glance, this young man seemed to be a mess. He blasted away a few more black-armored men, vaguely ahead of them. They couldn't help but feel envious. This kind of strength was indeed quite strong, especially when he was a body cultivator. He was said to be invincible in close combat, and even the black-armored man seemed to be somewhat unable to defeat him. Lin Fei also noticed that they were observing him, but he didn't think too much about it. He just kept rushing forward. He didn't know how many black-armored people he had killed and how many items he had picked up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the end. At the end of the tunnel, there was an existence that was similar to a dimensional rift. There were no black-armored people here, only golden-armored people. At this moment, there really was someone here before Lin Fei. He fought with the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man used a blade. Every slash was traceless and extremely domineering. Moreover, this person was also using a saber, so he really couldn't win in a short time. This person also saw Lin Fei rushing over, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he was targeted by a golden-armored man. The golden-armored man said. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Kill me. If you obtain the pass, you will have a chance to pass through this spatial gate." The golden-armored man instantly shot over like a cannonball. Ignoring the void, he punched in front of Lin Fei. The power of this punch was very strong. Lin Fei raised his hand to block. A wave of power seeped down. It was like a broken bamboo. How could Lin Fei's body be so weak? Once it was activated, a wave of power directly came up, and with a loud bang, the two of them retreated. The golden-armored man was also sent flying, and the young man who was still fighting was shocked, and his eyes lit up. He was actually a body cultivator, and he was actually able to withstand the golden-armored man's attack head-on. So. The golden-armored man instantly unleashed a fierce attack, and many figures appeared around him. These figures seemed to be real, and they instantly exploded. Every strike wasn't easy to withstand. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with either. Similarly, Waves of attacks exploded out, and these attacks instantly destroyed the phantoms. It was the same even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. It struck the golden-armored man's body. There was a loud bang. The golden-armored man smashed into the wall in the distance. It was unknown what the wall was made of, but it was very sturdy. There was no problem at all. Friend, you have a good technique. The golden-armored man's defense is very strong. It won't be easy to kill him. Your fist technique is quite tyrannical. The young man also laughed. Right now, he was being attacked by the golden-armored man. He felt a lot of pressure, but he didn't feel any despair. Instead, he had an unlimited fighting spirit. You have to be careful of this golden-armored man. These guys can easily recover from their injuries, and their strength is also very strong. Basically, every golden-armored man is around the superior god realm, so it won't be easy to kill him. The only way is to exhaust him, and once his strength is exhausted, you will naturally be able to enter the next stage. Lin Fei didn't know why this young man said such a thing. It didn't prevent Lin Fei from knowing some information. The golden-armored man was really quite strong. If he really killed most of these black-armored men and came here to meet the golden-armored man, he would only be able to stare at him. You won't be able to break through. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Fei said gratefully. He rushed towards the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man instantly left his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Fei. There were also spatial techniques. A punch came crashing down. After this punch came crashing down, a series of fist shadows exploded out. It was another big killing move. The power of this move was extremely powerful. However, Lin Fei smiled coldly and suddenly punched forward. After passing through these attacks, the punch instantly landed on the golden-armored man's body. An endless amount of power came crashing down like mountains and overturning seas. The power of the immemorial eternal body instantly exploded out. He really didn't believe that this guy's physical body could be that strong. Even if it was made of special materials, it wouldn't be that strong. This was the second stage. If it was really that strong, then there was no need for everyone to continue. They would just obediently accept their fate. There was a loud boom. The golden-armored man's body was covered in cracks, and these cracks expanded endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the golden-armored man couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch and turned into pieces. It was as swift as lightning. This punch used up almost 40% of Lin Fei's strength. The effect was quite obvious. It directly destroyed the golden-armored man. The young man was shocked once again. What a powerful body refiner. He killed the golden-armored man with a single punch. It was a pity that the golden-armored man didn't drop anything, which was the so-called pass. Chapter 50-30. The golden-armored man's resistance was indeed quite strong, but when Lin Fei killed the golden-armored man, there was no drop of anything. It had to be said that he had really been busy for nothing. It was not easy to obtain this pass. The young man on the other side also laughed. This golden-armored man is indeed not easy to deal with. Even if we kill him, we might not be able to obtain the pass. Sometimes, we have to kill 2 or 3 golden-armored men, or even 4 or 5 or 7 or 8. It all depends on our luck. Lin Fei had thought that he would be able to kill the golden-armored man with a single move and obtain the pass. Now it seemed that he would need time to face the golden-armored man. If he wanted to get the pass, he would need luck. Countless Jingguang gathered in front of him, and a golden-armored man appeared. The aura of the golden-armored man was not much different from before. In other words, there was another golden-armored man. Your golden-armored man is different from the ones you usually see. After you kill him, the second golden-armored man that comes out is sometimes not a melee type, and sometimes it's a different type. It can be said that there are many types, just like me. It's just that the one in front uses a sword, and now the one in front uses a saber. It's even more ferocious than the one in front. In the time it took for them to speak, the saber technique in the young man's hand changed and became a lot stranger. He grasped the opponent's whereabouts and slashed at the opponent's body. The power of this saber was not ordinary. It was incomparably sharp and instantly cut the golden-armored man into two. Lin Fei could also tell that the slash just now was not ordinary. It had struck at the golden-armored man's weakest point. I am Zhao Wuji from the Zhao family. The young man cupped his hands and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei also replied, a nobody, Lin Fei. This was also Lin Fei's best excuse. He was indeed a nobody. In the star domain, there were not many people who knew of an existence like him. Just like this time, many of them were experts from the star domain. The experts inside were naturally different. Don't look at the proud sons of heaven they had met now. When the time came, they would probably meet some old seniors. They had probably already reached the 3rd level, or maybe the 4th. They were just at the beginning. Zhao Wuji had never heard of this name before. He felt that this person in front of him was very unfamiliar, but he was extremely strong. Especially this close combat ability, it was truly unimaginable. Even the golden-armored man could not withstand this tyrannical punch. Just how strong was this guy's physical strength? The 2nd level is indeed quite difficult. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels are even more difficult. You have to be careful. It's best if you don't go all out. If you consume too much energy, you won't be able to keep up in the next level. Seeing that the other party was so strong, Zhao Wuji naturally had some thoughts. It would be best if they could cooperate. Lin Fei suddenly attacked the golden-armored man in the distance. Even Zhao Wuji was surprised. It was another punch. It was the same move, the same method, but it seemed to be more powerful than before. There was a loud bang. The golden-armored man exploded. He didn't have the ability to endure it, and he hadn't even made a move yet. Isn't this too fierce? He actually killed another golden-armored man just like that. I only killed 4 golden-armored men in total, but he killed 2 in the blink of an eye. He's trying to catch up to my rhythm. Zhao Wuji muttered in his heart. Following that, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Those golden-armored men were all killed by him. They fell to the ground. After killing 10 golden-armored men, Lin Fei finally obtained a pass. The drop rate was extremely low. He deliberately wanted to stop everyone. Fellow Daoist Zhao Wuji, I'll be going first. If you can come in, we can have a good chat. Lin Fei pushed the pass in his hand and entered the spatial door. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Zhao Wuji looked at Lin Fei's disappearing eyes and couldn't help but blink. It was as if he was dreaming. I really can't believe that this guy's close combat skills are so strong. In the blink of an eye, he went in. I'm far inferior to him. This also made Zhao Wuji remember this person. Originally, he thought that his strength was about the same as his, but now, it seemed that he was definitely stronger than him. He couldn't even block a single punch from the golden-armored man. His physical strength was probably extremely strong. Even if he were to deal with him, once he got close, he would still feel a great sense of danger. This person was definitely a proud son of heaven. However, he seemed to be unknown in the star field. This time, many people would probably remember this Lin Fei. Such a powerful body refinement power was truly terrifying to anyone who saw it. He didn't seem to have any sort of aura on him, which was the most incredible thing about him. How could there be such a guy? Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. It's not that you don't have an opponent, it's just that you haven't met one yet. If this Lin Fei became an enemy, he would become a terrifying nightmare for all the proud sons of heaven. On this side. With a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the third floor. The third floor was indeed very different from the second floor. This was a place filled with birds and flowers. It was like a garden, but it was such a place that made Lin Fei feel surprised. Because he didn't feel any dangerous aura here. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this floor should be dangerous. How could there be no danger? Lin Fei walked around. He was prepared to take a good look and understand what was so mysterious about this floor. As he walked, Lin Fei found a palace on this floor. At the entrance of the palace, Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Lin Fei had seen this name quite a few times, but it was indeed quite different when it appeared on the third floor. Since he was here, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and pushed open the door to enter. After entering, fresh flowers floated down like a rain of fresh flowers. However, these fresh flowers instantly erupted with a terrifying and sharp aura. Every single petal exploded with power, smashing against Lin Fei's body. With this explosion, there were hundreds or even thousands of attacks. They truly were as dense as the waves of a tsunami. This allowed Lin Fei to experience the terror of this floor. With a thwa sound, Lin Fei's energy transformed into a protective barrier around his body. It formed a line of defense. Then, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. In this short period of time, it was unknown just how many flowers attacked Lin Fei. However, all of them were blocked by Lin Fei's defensive power. This was a barrier formed from physical strength. It wasn't something that just any technique could block. In this short period of time, although they were all god-level attacks, when there were so many of them, it was different. Chapter 50-31. Naturally, these techniques weren't enough to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked in. He swaggered in with these techniques that specifically targeted the body. They looked rather powerful, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were still a bit weak. As he saw it, the power was only so-so. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Thus, it was easy for him to enter. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary mid-level or high god-level experts to enter so easily. They had to pay an enormous price. But of course, if they were unlucky, they would be destroyed by the attacks of these petals. Lin Fei walked into the palace. There were attacks like this on the outside, to say nothing of inside. Lin Fei was still a bit cautious. Although he had already trained the primordial eternal body to the third level, and his body was at the high god level, his physical body was already very, very strong. Although the explosive power was domineering, this was the ancient mountain. Naturally, things were different. This was the most mysterious primordial pyramid in the ancient mountain. This place had a total of 9 levels. He had made it to the third level. Lin Fei didn't know how to get from the third level to the fourth. Upon entering the palace, one gaze after another fell upon Lin Fei. Some of these gazes were puzzled, some were surprised, and some were extremely calm. Lin Fei realized that these people weren't geniuses. Some of them were veteran experts. Their power was at the high god level. Lin Fei had thought that he had made it to the third level by himself. It seemed that the third level really did have some tricks up its sleeve, to be able to stop these people here. This was rather rare. Lin Fei casually swept them with his gaze, and discovered that the most powerful people here should be at the peak of the high god level. They were very close to the legendary Divine Lord level. But of course, although it was only a single step away, Lin Fei knew that this step was very, very difficult. To reach the Divine Lord level wasn't that easy. This required great power. Of course, there was also a certain amount of luck. Otherwise, there was no way to pass. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have swarmed towards this place. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. He stood at a random spot. These people did not pay any more attention to this newcomer. Lin Fei looked very flustered at this moment. From Lin Fei's body, he did not sense any of the aura that a god-rank powerhouse should have. To be able to make it through the trial from the outside meant that his strength was pretty good. Everyone quickly understood what was going on. He should be a body cultivator. He didn't expect that a body refinement cultivator would come over this time. After these people saw that Lin Fei was a body practitioner, their eyes fell on a burly figure in the distance. The burly man also looked over. He seemed to be guessing the relationship between the burly man and the young man who just came in. Lin Fei also noticed that the burly man was also looking over. This person's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. It was very different from the gazes of the others. Lin Fei did not sense any killing intent from the other party. He understood what was going on. The other party was also a body cultivator. Just as Lin Fei was wondering if he should go over to meet him, the other party walked over first. As soon as he came over, he came to Lin Fei's side. Then he activated his treasure. At this time, no one could hear him at all. He could talk with peace of mind. I'm Zhao Yong, a body cultivator. It's really not easy to see a body cultivator here. I wonder which sect are you from, or are you a rogue cultivator? If you are a rogue cultivator, you are indeed quite strong to be able to make it this far. Zhao Yong did not pay much attention to this person just now. Later, he found that this person was stronger than he imagined. He was actually a body cultivator. This was relatively rare. It felt like he had seen a fellow countryman. Not everyone could become a body practitioner, so the appearance of a body practitioner really made him feel pleasantly surprised. I'm Lin Fei, a nobody. I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect to meet a body cultivator here. It's not easy. Lin Fei did not intend to cultivate Godhead. Naturally, he wanted to walk the path of the physical body. It was really difficult for others to walk this path, but it was different for Lin Fei. It was really easy. It was really not easy to meet one now. Those words surprised Qin Yong. He didn't expect this guy to be so direct. What a nameless person. Qin Yong was also surprised that he didn't know the name of someone who had cultivated to such a realm. So, it's Cultivator Lin. It seems like we can stand together this time. This is the third level of the 100 Flowers Palace. Do you see the place in front? There is a place to clear the stage. This stage is a little different from what we imagined. Qin Yong didn't ask any more. Instead, he told Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei was indeed quite curious about this place because it looked quiet in front of him. There was nothing there. Apart from a blurry white mist, there was nothing else. Lin Fei knew that this was the place of the test. Everyone can only go in one at a time. There are some tricks over there. As long as you can crack it, you can naturally go in. If you can't, you will be teleported out. Before you came, dozens of people were teleported out, so no one dared to be rash. For the time being, we haven't figured out what this place is like. Qin Yong sighed. Is there no other way out? I see that you are also a body refiner, could it be that you can't take it? Lin Fei could naturally tell that this person's physical body was also extremely strong. He had almost reached the peak of the god realm. He was only one threshold away from the superior god's physical body. Of course, this threshold wasn't that easy. It would probably take decades or even centuries to break through. Once he reached the superior god's physical body, his power would become even stronger. That was why this guy came to the everlasting mountain to try his luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence. Not to mention coming here to seek opportunities. There's only one way here, and that's it. Only by passing through can we enter. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass through at all. Qin Yong looked over. At this moment, a figure flew over. Another person planned to give it a try. It landed on the surface of the white mist. However, everyone could clearly see that after that person entered the white mist, he suddenly started to move in a frenzy. There was no rhythm to his movements, as if he had fallen into a state of madness. Very crazy, uncontrollable. Lin Fei's eyes slightly narrowed. Could this be the so-called illusion technique? At the first moment, he understood what was going on. Too fast. There didn't seem to be any other reason. That much was certain. Chapter 50-32. The nearby Qin Yong nodded. It should be an illusory technique. Sometimes it's something else, sometimes it's not. It's very random, and it's not easy to control. Thus, everyone is testing their luck. Lin Fei could indeed sense that this energy was very strange, very unique. Aside from the power of illusions, there seemed to be nothing else. He hadn't expected that the third trial would be the power of illusions. This illusion was a test of how powerful a person's soul was. In other words, the so-called soul. If one's soul was powerful, one would naturally be able to endure it. If one's soul wasn't powerful, even if one's body was powerful, it would be useless. In this aspect, Lin Fei was fairly powerful, but this time, he wasn't in a rush. With so many high gods here, he wasn't in a rush. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei chatted with Qin Yong about some things. During this period of time, quite a few high gods charged over. Only 3 managed to make it through. These 3 all had some powerful treasures, which was why they were able to endure the attacks of the second and third trials. Thus, they were able to enter the next floor. This also made Lin Fei understand one thing. Why everyone said that this floor was extremely hard to overcome. To be able to make it to the 4th or 5th floor was already very impressive. To be able to make it to the 6th floor could be said to be extremely talented. Not to mention the 7th and 8th floors. As for the legendary 9th floor, originally, Lin Fei had felt that he would be able to make it through the 9th floor. But now, it seemed, the difficulty of each floor was infinitely greater. Just look at these high gods. Those who weren't extremely talented probably wouldn't even have a chance, much less be able to make it through. Then are you going to make it? Most likely these people aren't planning on doing so for now. The nearby Qin Yong asked. Lin Fei looked at the white fog, then nodded. I've decided to give it a try. If I can make it in, that would be for the best. If I can't, I'm confident in being able to easily retreat. Whoosh! Lin Fei charged towards the white fog. Even Qin Yong was surprised. He hadn't imagined that this kid would be so decisive and resolute. What he didn't know was that once he entered, there would be no way out. Either he would be teleported out, or he would be killed by the white fog. Otherwise, why would this place be said to be extremely difficult to break through? But even so, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to break through to the next level. When Lin Fei charged into the white mist, many people turned to look at him. When they found out that this person was a body refinement practitioner, their interest was piqued. There were even fewer who walked the path of body refinement. Currently, on this floor, there was only Qin Yong. The physical body of a mid-god was very strong. Coupled with the defense of a treasured armor, ordinary methods were really useless against Qin Yong. Qin Yong could be considered to have made a name for himself in the circle. Even an ordinary early-stage high god might not necessarily be able to capture Qin Yong. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. Of course, if he met someone who could restrain him, then he would be sorry. He was unable to unleash his full strength. Lin Fei rushed into the white mist. The white mist seeped towards him. Initially, Lin Fan had thought that the white mist was just for show. Only now did he realize that he had been thinking too much. The white mist was not just for show. Rather, it was seeping into his body. The white mist was very spatial. Even though Lin Fei's primordial eternal body was very powerful, it was actually able to seep into his body through those tiny openings. Not much. As soon as it came in, it was blocked by the power in Lin Fei's body. He didn't know what the white mist was for. But Lin Fei knew that the white mist definitely couldn't take over his body. It was just that simple. And then, with a boom, it was as though a huge bell had been struck in his mind. This power instantly exploded out of Lin Fei's body. It smashed into Lin Fei's body in circles. He finally knew how difficult this level was. That attack just now wasn't just a soul attack, it was also aimed at the physical body. No matter which one was injured, they would all suffer. Lin Fei's physical body was naturally fine. At most, his body would split open. He would be able to recover with a single thought. It was just that his mind was completely blank. This sort of technique was indeed quite profound. Hua, hua, hua. Lin Fei quickly healed his body. His physical body was really strong. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of his mind. Then, the power of the bell descended once more. Lin Fei instantly used his own fish technique. He didn't think much about dealing with such a technique. His hand that was wide open was broken. He continued to strike the illusory bell. It shook. Lin Fei's technique was broken down a little, but it couldn't stop Lin Fei's explosive power. Finally, he found a chance to strike the bell. It caused some ripples to appear on the bell. He was delighted. He finally had a chance. Following that, it launched a second attack at the same time. This second attack was much faster than the previous one. There was a loud rumbling sound. Even someone who was prepared wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, this was a treasure that no one was controlling. It was purely an attack that someone placed here. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would have believed it. But this one, aside from causing him to be a bit surprised at first, didn't have any power afterwards. Each time, Lin Fei would find a chance to strike heavily against the illusory bell. After 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, the illusory figure was finally sent flying. And then, Lin Fei's body completely returned to its natural state. With a swoosh, he charged out of the white fog. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been here. He knew that he had passed the third trial. After passing through the white fog, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Those high god experts did indeed remember this person. But now, they were all filled with astonishment, because they discovered that this person had actually passed through the white fog. In other words, he had advanced to the 4th floor. Even they weren't able to pass through. How was it that this fellow was able to do so? They couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it. Some people felt that perhaps this trial had become easier. And so, several figures charged into the white fog. Their results didn't seem to be very good. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. They had disappeared because they had been forcibly teleported away, unlike that young man. Chen Yong had been watching this entire time. He had originally thought that this person wouldn't be able to pass, but he realized that he had been thinking too much. This person was indeed much more powerful than him, but he had passed through just like that. Perhaps he could also use the power of his physical body to pass through this floor. Those who had been thinking of doing so now had no such thoughts. They discovered that they wouldn't be able to pass through at all, but they all remembered this expert who was a body refiner. Chapter 50-33. This level was relatively easy to pass. At the very least, that was what Lin Fei felt. After passing through the layer of white fog, he arrived at another place in the blink of an eye. This place was a small palace. It turned out that he didn't enter the 4th level. In the palace on the 1st level, he saw a few figures. These figures seemed to be picking something. At this moment, they saw Lin Fei coming in and felt a little strange. They didn't sense any godhead aura from Lin Fei. How could such a person barge in from the outside? Everyone knew that the techniques here were terrifying. Those without strength could only stare at them because they couldn't enter at all. If it was a body cultivator, it would be a little different. After all, body cultivators were rather terrifying, especially with their strength. Not everyone could withstand them. In particular, some of their small tricks were rather scary. If one didn't fight against them, they might not feel anything. However, once they did, they would know how powerful they were. Can I ask what kind of tests are there on this level? Lin Fei asked them with a smile as soon as he came over. These people were indeed considered strong. Of course, they weren't the strongest because the strongest definitely wasn't on this level. Lin Fei asked them directly. As for whether they would say it or not, that was another matter. Lin Fei felt that they would say it honestly and wouldn't keep it to themselves because it wouldn't be good for them. Those people were indeed choosing something, because there was a ball of light not far from them. At this moment, their faces turned ugly when they heard this. A figure in white suddenly snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us? Do you really think you're great just because you came? A huge thunderbolt came crashing down. It was really fast. It was so fast that no one could react and it landed on Lin Fei's head directly. It seemed that this strike would definitely take down Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. The thunderbolt landed on his hand and didn't come down at all. Then, it turned into a ball of light. It was smashed back by Lin Fei. The white-robed figure was not on guard at all. With a muffled groan, he retreated several steps. This power landed on his body. What do you think? The taste of your own lightning isn't bad, right? If you continue to make a sound, I don't mind using my fist. I feel that my fist can even destroy your armor. I don't know if you believe me or not, but if you don't, you can come and try. I guarantee that you'll experience the power of your body. I can make you experience true despair with just one punch. Lin Fei's action of grabbing the thunderbolt with one hand made them feel incomparably terrifying. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. One of the taller experts said, "There are some treasures here. Only by choosing a treasure and using it to unleash its full power will you be able to advance to the next level. Otherwise, you will still be trapped on this level. This can be considered a small test for this level." Lin Fei was a little surprised by the tall man's words. It was rare to see such a thing happening. No wonder there were so many balls of light floating in front of him. These balls of light seemed to contain treasures. When he took a closer look, there seemed to be some sort of isolating power. It was really unusual. It turned out that this was a blind selection. It all depended on one's luck. If one's luck was good, they would naturally be able to obtain the item inside. But if one's luck wasn't good and obtained a low-quality treasure, then trying to master the mystique within it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. This was the reason why these fellas had such a headache. Of course, this was nothing to Lin Fei. He used the Great Karma technique right away. One golden thread after another floated out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was able to determine which item was fated with him. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed it. This ball of light didn't resist at all. It landed in Lin Fei's hand. This time, it landed in Lin Fei's hand. The outer layer of defense was directly broken. After that, a technique appeared inside. It turned out that there was a mystique technique stored inside. This mystique technique seemed rather frequent, but Lin Fei instantly understood. This mystique technique was quite powerful. When the skinny man saw Lin Fei keep the ball of light, he started cursing in his heart. He hoped that this fellow wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. If that happened, he would be trapped here. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be on the same level? Lin Fei immediately went to another place. This palace wasn't very big, but to Lin Fei, a small corner was enough. He would absorb and refine this technique. This mystique technique wasn't very difficult. It was an explosive technique. At this moment, the tall man spoke again. This is the stone steel that they left behind. As long as you have the technique, you will be able to break through this stone steel. Only by doing so will you be able to enter the next level. All of us are still lacking in strength, so we can't go down at all. Previously, Lin Fei had noticed this stone steel. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that it was used for a test. That was a little different. Then, he chuckled. It's still easier to use it for a test. Lin Fei laughed out loud and stepped forward. He punched the stone tablet directly, and the power in his body instantly surged out. Then, it turned into a mystique technique. There was a loud bang. Everyone felt their ears go deaf. Then, the stone steel was broken through. A huge hole was left behind. After the hole appeared, a wave of energy landed on Lin Fei's body. Then, a voice rang out. Congratulations on mastering the mystique technique. Prepare to enter the next level. Swoosh. Lin Fei disappeared in the blink of an eye. The skinny man had wanted to look down on him and even feel lucky. But in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. His face turned extremely ugly. That's too fast. All of us wasted quite a bit of time, but he passed the moment he arrived. That power is too domineering. They had indeed been trapped here for quite some time. They thought that they would be able to enter the next level from the start. They didn't expect that there would be another small checkpoint here. It would allow them to master the mystique technique. But if they couldn't pass it, it would be a huge pity. A latecomer actually barged in directly, which really surprised them. Swoosh. On this side, Lin Fei finally arrived at the 4th level. Chapter 50-34. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When he arrived at the 4th round, Lin Fei instantly felt that something was different. That was because this level didn't look particularly dangerous. However, if he were to really feel it, this level was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Streams of power that were like flowing water rushed over continuously. After the power of the flowing water hit his body, it formed a huge impact. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Even if Lin Fei had cultivated the ancient eternal body, he still felt a little pressured. At this moment, he felt a little pressured. He didn't expect the 4th level to be so powerful. In his eyes, he didn't see anything. Other than the power that was like flowing water, there was nothing else. Could this be the test of the 4th level? If this was the test of the 4th level, then one wouldn't be able to pass it if one didn't have some strength. No wonder no one came. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei could already feel that this level wasn't normal. Then, let me see what's in this 4th level. Lin Fei's body moved and formed a vacuum around him. After the power rushed over, it couldn't move forward at all. This was especially taxing for Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei could still withstand it. Just like that, he walked forward step by step. His steps weren't considered big, but he could feel that the power of this level seemed to be gradually increasing. If the 4th level was already this strong, then Lin Fei felt that it would be a little difficult to break through to the 5th level. Not to mention the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. Every level would be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei kept walking forward just like that. As he walked forward, he realized that this level seemed to be quite difficult. This level didn't seem to have an exit and it seemed to form a circle. After walking a few times, he almost reached the same place. Lin Fei stopped and squinted his eyes in disbelief. Could there be no entrance to this level? Seems like I must have used the wrong method. I should be able to pass this level. Perhaps this level is a test of the strength of the physical body. The previous floor was related to the soul, but this floor was very likely to be related to this. Lin Fei's judgment was still very strong. In the blink of an eye, he felt that he should have grasped the key point. He sat down decisively. He didn't know how many people were on this floor. At the very least, he didn't feel it now. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite calm at this moment. He might as well silently endure these attacks. The power that flowed like water was getting stronger and stronger. It kept attacking Lin Fei's body, and as time went on, he found that the power was indeed increasing. The body protection that he had formed was actually slowly being crushed. The distance formed was getting shorter and shorter, just as he had imagined. This place is really a test of the body. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. As for how long they would have to endure here, no one knew. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't too worried about this. He decided to wait and see how long it would take. At the same time, he also discovered a pattern. The power would increase in an hour at most. Thus, an hour was the limit. After all, Lin Fei's observation skills were quite accurate. After an hour, the power increased by a portion. Time continued to pass. The power continued to increase, and the protective power around him was almost completely destroyed. It began to attack Lin Fei's body. In this way, it would be able to show how different the fourth floor was. The power didn't just attack Lin Fei's body, it also attacked his cells. It constantly seeped into him. Lin Fei's primordial eternal aura was indeed quite domineering. When withstanding it, he was able to completely suppress the invading power, preventing it from entering his body and forming a certain scale. This was a battle of attrition. This made Lin Fei more and more certain that this was what the fourth floor was all about. Only by withstanding it would one be able to calmly enter the fifth floor. To many people, very few would be able to withstand the fourth floor. This was a truly headache-inducing level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The power of the flowing water increased once more. This time, it reached the high god level of power. It was still at the high god level, but the power was slightly different now. Some of the power of the flowing water was extremely penetrative, and the power of the flowing water actually contained a penetrative nature within it. The power instantly increased explosively as well. If you still thought that it was the same power as before, then this attack would cause you to suffer greatly. You wouldn't even dare to think about it. You really are quite crafty. If you aren't careful, you really might suffer. But now that you've encountered me, there's nothing you can do about it. I'll be able to easily endure it. Lin Fei once more focused, not daring to let his guard down at all. He was afraid that when the time came, this power would bring him some danger. If he wasn't careful, he might be eliminated. That would be a bit of a pity. Who knew if he would be able to enter again? His power once more increased. This time, it became savage and dominating, as though he was a dominating, ultimate expert. Every punch and kick was filled with terrifying power. This was what Lin Fei felt. Lin Fei didn't move too much. He just quietly endured it. He felt as though if he were to clash head-on against this power, it would be rather dangerous. He would most likely suffer greatly. From start to finish, after roughly 10 hours, Lin Fei finally managed to endure all of the attacks. In particular, the final attack actually activated the power that had seeped into his body. With a swoosh, it transformed into an internal and external attack. Then, he encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei really didn't let it succeed. He easily withstood it. After enduring the attack, he heard a rather familiar voice in his mind. Congratulations on passing the 4th trial. You may now proceed to the 5th trial. At the same time, in the 4th trial, you may choose any divine ability you wish. The power disappeared without a trace like the wind. Immediately afterwards, several balls of light appeared. These balls of light couldn't be seen clearly, but they were filled with an extraordinarily attractive force. This was a divine ability. This was quite rare. It seems I've passed this trial. Lin Fei had guessed that this was a trial of the physical body. Now, it seemed that this really was the case. As expected, it was a trial of the physical body. Even though this was what Lin Fei had guessed, this level was still dangerous and it was extremely harmful. So, he decided to pick out the balls of light first. Once again, he used the Great Karma technique. However, this time, there was a certain obstruction. It was as though it was blocked by a layer of power for no reason. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, this big shot was amazing. He could even block the Great Karma technique. Now, he could only rely on randomness. Chapter 50-35. As for what kind of divine ability it was, Lin Fei really didn't care. If he could find a suitable one, then that would be for the best. If not, then it didn't matter too much. He was thinking too much. This place was indeed quite unusual. He casually grabbed a ball of light. This ball of light had a ball of sealing power on it. With a crack, it shattered and landed in his hand as a jade slip. After this jade slip landed in his hand, Lin Fei's expression became a little weird. He didn't expect that there would actually be a jade slip here. Things like this were really rare. It seemed like this ancient mountain was really different. He tapped on the jade slip with his finger. Then, he saw the technique inside. From a dusky place, a figure walked out. With a single strike, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and the entire world seemed to have changed completely. Even though it was just a simple strike, it made Lin Fei instantly feel that this power was different. This should be a powerful divine ability. It should be a higher level special power that evolved from a divine ability. Lin Fei had quite a bit of experience. At first glance, this move was indeed quite powerful. This was because this move was called Sky Splitter, but Lin Fei felt a different power from it. That was because this power wasn't just a simple attack, but it had also split all the power apart. It seems like my luck is quite good, to actually obtain such a powerful divine ability. After obtaining this divine ability, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to head to the next level. He started to practice. He started to comprehend. This comprehension took some time, but when it was completed, Lin Fei immediately punched out. This punch was like a blade, instantly sealing everything in front of it into countless parts. After this punch was thrown, the power was consumed extremely quickly. In an instant, it consumed 30% of Lin Fei's power. Such a huge consumption was like a bottomless pit, instantly robbing the power in Lin Fei's body. This kind of situation really wasn't easy to encounter. This also caused Lin Fei to be even more astonished by this divine ability of Split the Heavens. If such a move was used to deal with a high god, it would definitely be able to heavily injure it or even kill it. It was definitely a move equivalent to that of a pinnacle high god. He could even go one step further. Even when I'm using it like this, I still have such peak battle prowess. If I were to use the opponent's power, it would be even more powerful. It would probably reach the level of a divine master. Lin Fei was using pure physical strength, so the power that erupted out would definitely be affected. Unlike the other party, Lin Fei also realized that this was probably a higher level of origin energy. As for what this origin energy was called, that was hard to say. In any case, Lin Fei had finally obtained a technique that he liked. He needed to consolidate his foundation. Lin Fei entered the next level. As soon as he entered the next level, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lin Fei. This mountain was like a mountain that was 30,000 meters tall. One couldn't see the end of it, as it was covered by layers of clouds and mist. In front of Lin Fei, a mountain path actually appeared. This mountain path was curved, rocky, and covered by white mist, making it hard to see clearly. Can it be that I have to follow this mountain path all the way to the top? Can I only reach the 6th level after reaching the top? Lin Fei had already experienced the power of the previous level. What surprised him even more was that he didn't sense any figures here. He knew that if he wanted to enter the next level, he would have to go through this path. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure charged into this mountain path. As soon as he charged in, Lin Fei discovered that the path behind him had completely disappeared. He also understood that this mountain path was most likely meant for him alone, while the person behind him should be using a completely new mountain path. Whoosh! A saber light chopped down from up ahead. The saber light chopped down, exploding forth with tiny blades, each of which had the power of a high god. Lin Fei knew that this mountain path wasn't going to be easy to traverse. He had only been in for a short period of time, but someone had already come, and it was a large-scale attack at that. Virtually the entire path was blocked off, giving him no chance at all. His primordial eternal body moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of the attacks landed on Lin Fei's body. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. This sort of attack didn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps at all. Lin Fei's speed grew even faster. On the way here, countless rays of light constantly attacked him. These rays of light surged forward. Lin Fei decided to make the first move. No matter what techniques were in front of him, with a single punch, he was able to break through quite a few of them. Lin Fei began to travel more and more mountain paths. He slowly began to sense that his position seemed to be slowly rising. On the way here, the existences that appeared became much more ferocious, all of them using divine abilities. These divine abilities were all quite mysterious, but they also allowed Lin Fei to gain quite a bit of knowledge. This path was really not easy to traverse. If one didn't have a bit of strength, they really wouldn't be able to endure it. In front of him, there were no longer some divine abilities, but the figures of some puppets. These puppets were either powerful in close combat or long-range combat. No, Lin Fei's physical body was indeed very powerful. He kept getting closer and closer. Although he left some marks, he did not let these things hurt him. It wasn't until a huge demonic figure appeared in front of him that Lin Fei's speed slowed down. When this figure saw Lin Fei coming over, it actually took the initiative to speak. If you want to walk past me, you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on at all. This figure also quickly pounced forward. As it pounced forward, more than 10 arms stretched out from behind it. Every arm came crashing down. Each attack was equivalent to the battle prowess of a peak superior god. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of strength. With such a powerful thing here, Lin Fei instantly thought of some special creatures. As expected of the primordial mountain, Lin Fei also immediately avoided it. In an instant, the void where he was at exploded. This demonic creature was simply too strong. With such a roadblock here, not everyone would be able to stop them. These arms kept charging forward, and Lin Fei also retreated. Of course, there were also some figures that hit his body, and the power was still extremely strong. In an instant, a layer of powerful force erupted in a short range. The impact and destruction also followed closely behind. Lin Fei's speed wasn't fast, but his dodging speed was much faster. These arms were almost a beat slower in every step. Lin Fei circled to his opponent's back and threw a punch at him. This punch turned into a beam of light, directly destroying a few of the demonic creature's arms. This demonic creature wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Chapter 50-36. These creatures were indeed quite powerful, but Lin Fei had already destroyed these nirvana creatures before. So it wasn't that difficult to deal with them. Moreover, Lin Fei's strength had increased quite a bit, so his journey wasn't considered fast or slow. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian broke through the distance of 100,000 feet. By then, he could vaguely perceive through the void that some people were also moving forward on the other road. There weren't many who were walking the fastest. He wasn't the slowest. Some people in the distance seemed to be able to vaguely sense Lin Fei's presence. Looks like my speed should be around the top 5, and this is without me speeding up. If I go all out, I should be able to walk in first place. Lin Fei had already figured out that he should have walked a distance of 10,000 feet, but he didn't know how long this path was. He couldn't see the end yet. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly. 15,000 feet. 20,000 feet. 20,000 feet. At this time, the nirvana creatures ahead were getting stronger and stronger. Almost every one of them had the battle prowess of a peak upper god. These commemorative creatures all had different techniques. Some were close combat, some had special attacks, and all of them were very powerful. At this time, Lin Fei observed and realized that he had unknowingly walked to first place. The people on the other paths were all behind him. At most, they had walked to around 17,000 feet. And he had already reached 20,000 feet. This made Lin Fei realize the benefits of having a strong physical body. There was a loud bang. Another nirvana creature was destroyed. Lin Fei continued forward. The white fog in front of him suddenly dissipated. A bright light fell on Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the top of the mountain. It turned out that this mountain path was only 20,000 feet. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. But along the way, he had destroyed many nirvana creatures. At a rough estimate, there were at least a few dozen nirvana creatures. This also allowed Lin Fei to gain a lot. There was a huge table at the top of the mountain. This table looked quite extraordinary, but Lin Fei couldn't tell what it was. He placed the pass on the table and casually picked it up. As soon as Lin Fei activated it, he directly entered the next floor. When he left, he saw that there were not many passes left on the table, less than 10 yuan. In other words, there could be another 8 or 9 people. Even if the people at the back reached this level, they wouldn't be able to go down. It seemed like the quota for each level was limited. Just like that, he successfully passed the 5th level. There was no reward. After another flash of light, Lin Fei arrived at the 6th floor. They arrived at the 6th floor. Lin Fei could sense the aura of a top-notch expert. These were the true top-notch experts. Every one of them was a peak stage high god. Everyone's gazes fell on him. It turned out that there were already 6 people on this floor. These people were much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. All of them were quite old. Although they all looked to be middle-aged, each of them had probably trained for thousands of years. Their gazes fell on Lin Fei. Some were calm, some were surprised. In the blink of an eye, they all closed their eyes to rest. It was also a palace. The palace seemed to be extremely ancient, and Lin Fei sensed an aura that was somewhat familiar. That was the aura of the primordial era. Lin Fei's gaze quickly focused on a few items. Those items were like pillars, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be items from the primordial era. He randomly found a place to sit down. There are actually items from the primordial era. Could it be that this primordial mountain was passed down from the primordial era? If that's the case, then it really is different. Lin Fei himself had trained in the primordial eternal body, and had even acquired a primordial tyrannical blade. When used together with his fleshly body, he became even more powerful. Now that he had seen items from the primordial era, he more or less had some expectations for this floor. Lin Fei sat here for almost a month. This was out of his expectations. There was no movement on this floor at all. It was as though they were waiting for everyone to arrive. More and more people arrived. Some of them were people Lin Fei had never seen before. In the blink of an eye, there were 15 people sitting on this floor. These 15 people were all top-notch experts. As for the young ones, there wasn't any, and the youngest was most likely Lin Fei. These 15 people all arrived. Lin Fei knew that he would soon find out what the 6th floor was. After all, since he had come to the 6th floor, he definitely had to go to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was probably something that only people like them could enter, and then the 8th floor and finally the 9th floor. An illusory figure appeared. It was the same illusory figure that he had seen before. It was still impossible to see the figure's face, but its voice could not be faked. Welcome to the 6th floor. Those who are able to come to the 6th floor are all experts qualified to become god lords in the future. It was still as cold and emotionless as ever, but the 15 people present had clearly changed quite a bit. The 6th floor is different from the other floors. In this match, you will be qualified to accept my test. Each person will take one attack. If you can take it, you will be able to enter the 7th floor. If you can't, you will still be able to obtain a God Lord weapon. Everyone was visibly moved. The 7th floor truly was something to look forward to, but a God Lord weapon was also something to look forward to. They rejoiced even more that they could become one of the 15 people. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this item. He already had the immemorial Tyrant Saber, and this saber definitely surpassed the God Lord level. What Lin Fei was interested in was heading to the 7th floor. Taking one attack from the illusory figure was no easy task. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate this illusory figure. This fellow was extremely strong. He could definitely control the power of the immemorial secret dimension. Even so, the people present were clearly extremely excited. No matter how moved they normally were, a God Lord weapon was enough to excite them. With this weapon in hand, there were very few people at the same level that could be a match for them. Only the people present were a match for them. Chapter 50-37. This stage was very interesting, especially since the Phantom was personally making a move. Even if it was just a single move, it was enough to make everyone feel different. Who is going to be the first? The Phantom's voice was as cold as ever. The 15 people present seemed to be wondering if they should be the first to take the test. After all, the Phantom only used one move. They didn't know what it was, but they didn't know what tricks the Phantom had up its sleeve. Don't worry, everyone. Since this is the test of the 6th level, the power of this move will only be within your imagination. Perhaps the Phantom knew what everyone was thinking, so it spoke again. Therefore, he spoke again. His voice was still very cold, but it made everyone feel that something was amiss. At least, this move didn't seem as dangerous as they had imagined. A burly figure stood up. Then I'll go first. I'll give it a try. When the figure stood up, a few people's expressions changed. Clearly, they recognized this person. I am all heaven's 4 seas. Please advise me. The figure stood up, clasped his hands, and walked to an empty space in the distance. There was nothing in that empty space. It seemed very empty. All heaven's 4 seas just stood there casually. Instantly, the sound of waves could be heard. It turned out to be a high god who trained in water elemental power. He had trained in water elemental power very well. As soon as he stood up, it was like a vast ocean that was flowing slowly. It was very powerful. Water elemental power could be used for both offense and defense. It was indeed very hard to deal with. No wonder he was the first to stand up. Lin Fei also looked over. He didn't plan on being the first to step out, even though he would have some advantages if he did. Although being the first would give him some advantages, he still decided to watch. This phantom was definitely more extraordinary than he had imagined. Whether or not they could withstand it depended on their luck. So, he decided to let them try first. He could observe and see how strong this phantom was. If it wasn't strong, then it would be fine. If it was extremely strong, then he would need to study it. The phantom disappeared and instantly appeared in the empty space. It was also an illusory figure. Suddenly, there was an endless ocean around it. It charged forward. This move transformed into a boundless wave that surged forward crazily. Even all heaven's four seas was shocked. Unexpectedly, his opponent also used the power of water. The power of water seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, the power of the water element had cleanly washed away the power around him. Then, with a boom, it landed on his body. With a crisp sound, all heaven's four seas was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. It's a pity that you weren't able to withstand this move, so you can only retreat in defeat. After a flash of light, the man disappeared without a trace. Many people secretly took a deep breath. He knew that this phantom was extremely strong, but he didn't expect it to use the power of the water element. The power of the water element became even more overbearing and ferocious as he displayed it. None of them had ever experienced the power of water before. He had never met someone as strong as him before. This Luo Tian Si Hai really lost unjustly. Encountering the same move, if it were any other move, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Lin Fei had seen it clearly just now, so he understood what was going on. This phantom shouldn't be as simple as being proficient in the power of water. He should be able to display all the powers that the people here have mastered. So, if he wants to withstand this move, he has to burst out with great power in an instant. His opponent had only used one move, but Lin Fei could see something. This guy wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In fact, he was extremely strong. This level wasn't that easy to pass. After all heaven's four seas, another person stood out. This person wasn't very tall, but he was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived at his previous position, as if he was prepared. This time, this person wasn't like all heaven's four seas, who just stood there without moving. Instead, he attacked the phantom in an instant. As the saying goes, the first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers a calamity. This saying had been passed down for a long time. Many people had learned it. This figure instantly split into 5 figures. 5 figures appeared around the illusory figure and instantly launched an attack, forming a joint attack formation. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen this technique. These clones were extremely powerful as well, each of them at the high god level. After the 5 of them joined together, the explosive power they unleashed instantly reached the peak high god level. This phantom instantly transformed into an enormous black hole. This black hole expanded infinitely, directly enveloping all of the clones, including this person. And then, with a muffled groan, the person fell down. A very smart move. However, you still failed this level. That technique just now was my technique. My name is Black Hole. The second person was also eliminated. The remaining 13 people more or less had some ideas in their hearts. They had thought that they had some tricks up their sleeves, but as they saw it, they could just stand to the side. This phantom truly was more powerful than they had imagined. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. In the blink of an eye, 7 people had been eliminated. The 8th person stepped onto the stage. This was a white-robed young master. The others all sucked in a cold breath, their faces filled with astonishment. This was because this phantom truly had too many techniques at his disposal. It was inconceivable. Compared to him, their techniques were simply too weak. Sword. The white-robed young master instantly chopped out with his sword. After the sword chopped out, it transformed into nothingness. None of the people present were able to see the traces left behind by this sword. Even Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately realized that this white-robed young master was an expert. This wasn't a simple attack, it was an extremely terrifying, spirit sword technique. The power of this sword was rather terrifying. There was some movement around this illusory figure. And then, it scattered. After condensing it, it didn't attack again. What an excellent spirit-slaying sword technique. You have some experience. Congratulations on entering the 7th level. A door instantly appeared next to the white-robed young man. Nobody had imagined that this white-robed young man would be able to make it through just like that. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. Since when had this phantom become so weak? The 8th person made it through. This caused everyone to have some thoughts. And then the 9th and 10th. The 11th all stepped onto the stage. Unfortunately, all of these people were eliminated as well. There were only 4 people left, and Lin Fei was one of them. Chapter 50-38. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left. The strength of these 4 people seemed to be quite strong. Of course, Lin Fei was also one of them. So far, only the young man in white had entered. His sword technique was quite outstanding. With a single slash, the illusory figure was cut down. It might not be appropriate to say that he killed it, but the young man in white's sword technique was quite mysterious and hard to resist. So, the young man passed the 1st level. He arrived at the legendary 7th level. The 7th level must be very different. A figure stood up. It was a very ordinary-looking man. The moment this man stepped forward, he stood up. As soon as this man came up, 5 beams of light flew over. These 5 beams of light instantly turned into a giant cage, trapping the phantom. With a boom, the phantom cracked inch by inch and turned into nothingness. You've also passed the level. You can go down now. This ordinary-looking man repelled the phantom as soon as he attacked and entered the next level. He was so fast that the other 3 people were surprised. Earlier, Lin Fei also noticed that this ordinary-looking man should be quite strong, but he did not expect his strength to be so domineering. He repelled the phantom as soon as he attacked, and the technique he used was quite sophisticated. It was clearly a spatial technique. The spatial technique controlled the direction of the phantom's movement. And there was more than one such space. There were several of them. They trapped the phantom layer by layer and then killed it. This was definitely an old guy. It was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. The 13th person was not so lucky. He was eliminated. Then he was the 14th. The 14th person surprised Yi Xian. A long phantom dragon broke out. This long dragon seemed to contain spatial techniques. It was also very domineering. The illusory figure was repelled. And successfully entered the next level. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left, and that was Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched from the beginning to the end. This illusory figure was indeed quite powerful. He flew over. That phantom also looked at him calmly. You're very special. You're an existence that hasn't cultivated out a godhead. Let me see just how strong you are. Among the 15 of them, Lin Fei was the only one who had not cultivated a godhead. Lin Fei's strength was not weak at all. He suddenly moved his muscles and punched out. The punch turned into a ball of light and instantly enveloped the phantom. The phantom didn't resist at all and directly disintegrated. This punch. Lin Fei unleashed 100% of his power, not holding back at all. He wanted to see how long the other party could last. It seemed that everything was going as he had expected. In the face of absolute power, this phantom was still quite lacking, because it did not use any other power. They could only exist by relying on the power of the phantom itself. It's very rare to walk the path of body refinement. Just like my previous master, I hope you can go even further. A door opened. Lin Fei entered the portal. He had also heard the phantom's words. In this everlasting mountain, was the strongest person in the past a body refiner, or an expert from the primordial era? Lin Fei more or less already had some ideas in his heart. This time, he arrived at the 7th floor. Crash! Streams of light washed over his body. As the stream of light rushed over, Lin Fei's body was instantly riddled with lacerations. Following that, blood flowed out. Not far away, he also saw the 3 people who had entered earlier. They had all moved their treasures, and when they saw Lin Fei who had entered from behind, they were all slightly surprised. They had always been paying attention to this person. He walked the path of body refinement, but they never thought that his physical strength would be so strong that he would actually be able to repel the phantom and successfully come down. With a thought, he recovered. Following that, a layer of vacuum energy appeared in the surroundings. However, this energy was quickly struck by a heavy blow. At this moment, he was inside a huge black hole. Layer after layer of energy erupted from the black hole, continuously attacking their bodies. Whether it was Lin Fei or the 3 of them, they all felt the pressure. Lin Fei even squinted his eyes slightly. At the very front of the black hole, he could even vaguely see a few figures. They seemed to have come in earlier than them, but it seemed like the 7th stage was especially difficult to pass. This power is so tyrannical, and it's full of destructive power. It should be the legendary origin destructive power. Destruction can destroy anything, no wonder my body was destroyed quite a bit in just a single exchange. Lin Fei's body was already strong enough. After all, he had reached the 3rd stage of the ancient eternal body. Now it looked like he couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't obvious. It was obvious that there was another thing, and that was that this place depended on who could hold on. If he couldn't hold on, he basically wouldn't be able to go down. If it was the previous trial, it would have been stressful. However, this trial was clearly even more difficult to pass. Not only did he have to have powerful treasures, he also had to be able to withstand the consumption of his own energy. Otherwise, he would be quickly driven out of the black hole. At this moment, his strong physical body came in handy. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. He turned into a stream of light and charged forward. As he charged, layers of energy appeared in front of him. Left with no choice, Lin Fei could only show himself. It seems like I can only take it one step at a time. When the other 3 saw this, they found it a little funny. This young man was really interesting. Very quickly, they couldn't laugh anymore because this young man's physical body was much more terrifying than they had imagined. One step at a time, he passed them in the blink of an eye. Not only did they have to push the treasures, but they also had to be able to withstand the consumption of energy. Naturally, they weren't like Lin Fei. He didn't need any treasures at all and he had many advantages. Gradually, the distance between them was pulled apart. In the blink of an eye, they were left behind by Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei, he was gradually closing in on some of the people in front. There were old and middle-aged people in front of him. At this moment, all of them noticed Lin Fei. This young man's speed was too fast. His physical body seemed to be very durable. Young man, why don't we work together? I'm willing to give you 2 Godlord level treasures on how to get through the 7th floor. How about it? A middle-aged man with a mustache in front of him looked over with sharp eyes. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat pale, and he seemed to be struggling. Thank you, but I like to be straightforward by myself. Lin Fei smiled and rejected the offer. Work together. He had an absolute advantage here, so he wouldn't work together with others. None of these people were simple. Working with them was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Lin Fei wasn't stupid to that extent. Chapter 5039. Of course, Lin Fei didn't care about the middle-aged man's request and rejected it directly. As for what the middle-aged man thought, he didn't care. After all, his body was the strongest here. Lin Fei could still see this. Cooperation. What kind of joke was this? He didn't even know when he would be ambushed. The middle-aged man with the handlebar mustache looked very surprised. Even the others had strange expressions on their faces. One could imagine that this middle-aged man with the mustache didn't seem to be very good. Young man, you did the right thing by rejecting this guy. This guy isn't as good as you think. An old man said with a smile. This old man was also very ordinary. He seemed to be no different from the previous ordinary person. His strength was indeed very strong, even though he didn't walk very fast. The middle-aged man with the mustache's face also turned slightly cold. He was actually rejected. This young man was quite capable. Reject me. Do you know who I am? Rejecting me is not good for you. The other party only made a request, but now it seemed that he was a little unhappy. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, I'm not interested in who you are. If you want to, just fight. We don't know who will lose face yet. The old man laughed out loud again. Even the other people were the same. This made the middle-aged man with the mustache's face even more unsightly. He gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, remember my words. If you have the guts, remember my words. My name is Seymour. You will definitely regret this name. Lin Fei had indeed never heard of this name. However, since the other party revealed his name, he naturally had some ability. So your name is Seymour. Then I will remember your name. As for me, I don't have a big name. You can call me Nameless Person. If we meet again, let's have a good chat. In such a short time, Lin Fei's speed had obviously increased a lot. He surpassed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He seemed to be a little unable to believe that the other party had surpassed him just like that. He watched helplessly as the other party walked past him. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Seymour was a high god expert, and he was infinitely close to the pinnacle. He even had a divine master-level weapon in his possession, and he could erupt with a significant amount of power. Although he couldn't fight against a true divine master, he was still considered powerful among the higher gods. Now, he felt that he had lost all face. How did he meet such a guy? If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that there were other people here, didn't it mean that he couldn't do anything to this guy? Voila voila. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning rushed over like a lightning snake. It turned out that Seymour had cultivated a lightning technique. Moreover, the lightning was quite terrifying. It directly came crashing down. Lin Fei was naturally paying attention to it at all times. From the moment he made his move, he knew that this guy was indeed quite capable. He made his move as soon as he said he would. As soon as the lightning snakes came over, they were struck down by Lin Fei's power. They simply could not advance any further. In fact, when Lin Fei moved a little, the power directly crushed the lightning serpent and blew it away. Then, Lin Fei rushed over. This guy had already made his move. If he didn't do anything, he would be laughed at. He also knew that if he didn't show off in these places, people would think that he was easy to bully. Seymour's expression also changed slightly. He really had to give it to this guy. He was quite bold. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to attack directly. Bolts of lightning instantly rushed out. Although he had used a treasure this time to block the attack of the flowing light, he could still divide a part of his attention to deal with this guy. Did he really think that he was very powerful here? He hadn't said anything to Seymour yet. As for the people who had been lagging behind, when they saw this scene, they frowned slightly and felt that their anger had been vented. This guy, Lin Fei, seemed to be quite strong. He hadn't cultivated a godhead, but he had actually relied on his physical body to get ahead of them. Naturally, they felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that they had followed Seymour to attack, they naturally felt happy. After all, one less person meant one less person to reach the 8th level. They might even get less spoils of war on the 7th level. Before Seymour's lightning could get close to Lin Fei, it broke apart one by one. Then, a flowing light slashed over. This slash made Seymour's expression change immediately. Then, the techniques in front of him kept changing. Bolts of lightning transformed into a huge thunder divine shield. This divine shield only blocked for a moment, but it made him retreat a few steps before he stopped. What a strong power! The old man exclaimed in his heart. He was quite surprised. After all, Seymour was indeed quite strong. He cultivated the power of lightning. However, this time, the opponent's Thunder Divine Shield couldn't withstand it. One could well imagine how powerful that piercing power was. As for the others, their expressions changed one after another. They had really misjudged him. This young lad's strength was truly formidable. After Seymour retreated, he looked down at the treasured armor on his body and saw a crack. This crack seemed to have been left by a saber light. If you are still willing to fight with me, then I'll have a good fight with you. Seymour could clearly feel that this move just now was definitely a saber technique. Saber techniques were very penetrating. If one wasn't careful, one would suffer a big loss. In other places, he would definitely have a good fight with this guy. However, here, he had already divided part of his attention. If they were to fight again, he reckoned that he wouldn't have any chance of winning. This guy was quite capable, and he was quite capable. You're good. I hope I remember you. I hope that we don't meet again. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Seymour didn't attack again. He felt embarrassed. He regretted attacking just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He had lost face for nothing. He would remember this guy. There weren't many people who cultivated the tempered body. Therefore, as long as he went back, he would definitely be able to find this guy. When that time came, he would settle the score slowly. He would forget about today. Who knew what other trump cards this guy had? If he fought impulsively, he would suffer a loss. It would affect his progress in the future. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei knew that this guy wouldn't dare to attack. Chapter 50-40. Lin Fei's move instantly left an impression in the hearts of the people present. This guy who refined his body was quite strong. It was full of explosive power, especially when it came to close combat. Seymour was already at a disadvantage before he even saw him. He mastered the power of thunder, which was destructive, but it didn't seem to have any advantage in front of his opponent's body, even though it was just a simple fight. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would win or lose. After the fight, Lin Fei continued to move forward. His speed didn't change much from before, but it seemed to be a lot faster. This caused the expressions of Seymour and the others to change quite a bit. Especially Seymour, he didn't want this guy to run ahead of him. But there was no other way. This guy's body was extremely strong, even his thunder seemed to be able to deal with it easily. He could only watch as the other party went further and further away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the 7th floor. He was really difficult to deal with. Those who passed the 7th floor to the 8th floor were all people with unlimited potential. So there was a shadow in his heart. How did he offend such a person? If they were to fight, it seemed that he really didn't have much chance of winning. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. Of course, he didn't leave the 7th floor, because the obstacles in front of him were getting heavier and heavier, making it impossible for him to get through. It didn't take long. Lin Fei's speed was almost negligible. Step by step, he left a footprint. There were only 3 people in front of him, and these 3 people seemed to be stronger than the people he met before. They also noticed the people behind them. Of course, they also sensed that the person who attacked was a body refiner. And this body refiner seemed to be extremely strong, even Seymour wasn't his opponent. Although Seymour's strength was only at the peak of the upper level, with this method, the power that he erupted was definitely not something that anyone could withstand. After their eyes fell on Lin Fei, they retracted in the blink of an eye. Back to normal. After a few days, the distance between Lin Fei and them increased a lot. He became equal with these 3 people. The 3 people finally looked at this young man seriously. This young man was really amazing. He had reached the same position so quickly. It was hard not to notice. Lin Fei did feel the pressure, and it was not a small one. Not everyone could reach this position. At the very least, they were already top-notch existences. It was clear just by looking at the situation. Little brother, you're really strong. You've actually made it this far. I thought that the 3 of us would be the first to reach the 8th level, but now it seems that there's one more opponent. An ordinary-looking old man smiled at Lin Fei. The old man looked messy, and he even carried a hoe on his shoulder. At first glance, he looked like a farmer, but this farmer was not an ordinary farmer. Lin Fei knew at a glance that the other party had asked this question. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm just here to try my luck. I can't do much else, but this body of mine is barely passable. He didn't know who this farmer was, but Lin Fei knew that this farmer was very strong. He was probably at the peak of the high celestial level. The high celestial level had the peak level. Of course, after the peak level, there was the high celestial level. Strong people at the high celestial level were different. That was the real terror. He definitely had a lot of treasures. So, if he really exerted his full strength, his strength would absolutely be shocking. Not everyone could withstand it. It was not a good thing to offend such a strong person. After all, he must have a strong background. You have a good mentality. The farmer looked away and didn't speak again. Lin Fei didn't sense any killing intent from him. The same went for the other 2 people. They were probably sizing him up more. The possibility of that happening was extremely high. Lin Fei's speed increased by quite a bit. This was because when the power struck his body, Lin Fei's body instinctively resisted it. Gradually, he got used to it. He surpassed the farmer. He hadn't reached the first place yet, but he seemed to be close. A few days later, Yi Xian finally passed the 3 and stood in front of them. Once he came to the front, he could feel the boundless pressure. The pressure was much greater than before. No wonder these 3 people weren't very fast. As such, Lin Fei became the frontmost person among the 3 of them. For now, Lin Fei didn't see anyone else in front. This place was mysterious, and he didn't know how many people came here. Right now, Lin Fei wanted to give it a try and see if he could reach the 8th floor. Lin Fei was looking forward to this level, although he didn't know what rewards there were on the 7th level. There should be rewards at the end. The distance between them was increasing. During this time, the farmer and the other 2 people also exerted their strength, but it seemed that they really couldn't catch up with Lin Fei. He didn't care whether they could catch up or not. He was just here to give it a try. At the end of the 7th level, Lin Fei finally saw something that made his eyes light up. Surprisingly, there was a table there. There seemed to be some treasures on the table. These treasures looked quite obvious. It looks like that should be the end. From where he was, it should only be a few hundred meters away. It seemed like it would take him a while to walk a few hundred meters. In fact, that was really the case. It took Lin Fei nearly 5 days to reach the end of the last few hundred meters. He looked back at the distance between the three people. It should be about 400 or 500 meters away. It would take another 4 or 5 days to reach his position. There were many things placed here. They all had some seals on them. The power of these outer seals seemed to be quite strong. A shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei. Then, it said calmly, "Congratulations on reaching the end of the 7th level. There are some God-level treasures here. Of course, there are also some God-level techniques. You can choose any one you like." Treasures of this level weren't very attractive to Lin Fei. He had the immemorial Overlord blade. This was a weapon from the immemorial era, so its quality must be very high. As for God-level techniques, Lin Fei had some techniques, although he had already mastered many of them. Who didn't want to be stronger?
Capítulo 1033 Maestro secreto. Nunca había visto a alguien tan desafortunado ante la burla de An Xiao. El rostro del maestro secreto se hundió y era demasiado vago para responder. Sus ojos miraron más allá de An Xiao hacia los rayos de luz que se alejaban del borde del campo de batalla. Muy pronto, el ejército mecánico expuesto separó algunas de sus unidades para escoltar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial y desapareció de la vista. Su estado de ánimo descendió desde la cima de la montaña hasta el fondo. Quería perseguirlo, pero el avatar del señor de Black Star se interpuso en su camino y emitió una vibra que lo puso inconscientemente tenso. Sabía que tan pronto como hiciera algo, inevitablemente enfrentaría una tormenta de ataques. Los ojos del maestro secreto se volvieron a centrar en An Xiao, que estaba delante de él, evaluándolo cuidadosamente. Luego dijo con un tono algo interesado pero mayoritariamente insatisfecho, «Black Star, esta debería ser la segunda vez que nos vemos, ¿verdad? Incluyendo el encuentro de los dioses, de hecho es la segunda vez». An Xiao asintió. Entonces estamos, bastante, predestinados. El maestro secreto dijo palabra por palabra. Estaba irritado y enojado por el robo de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, pero todos estaban allí para luchar por ella, por lo que todo dependía de su fuerza. Pertenecía a cualquiera que pudiera obtenerlo, no podía acusar a An Xiao de nada. Realmente quería la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Aunque Black Star se lo había quitado, no había necesidad de armar demasiado escándalo. Ambos eran personajes famosos en el universo. Si no podía obtener la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, que así fuera. Si le daba más importancia de lo que realmente era, no quedaría bien para nadie, ni era necesario. Sin embargo, no había manera de que simplemente se retirara así, tenía que defenderse de alguna manera. El maestro secreto no quería ver a An Xiao escapar fácilmente, parecería que le tenía miedo a An Xiao. Tenía vergüenza, a diferencia de los 7 ojos a su lado que ya estaban acostumbrados. Intentó en secreto un hechizo de teletransportación y se dio cuenta de que estaba restringido por la prisión del vacío. Cuando esta área ya no esté bloqueada, todavía existe la posibilidad de alcanzar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial a través de la teletransportación y recuperarla, pensó el maestro secreto mientras ajustaba su estado de ánimo, concentrándose en la situación actual y reprimiendo su ira. Su expresión volvió a ser fría y empezó a charlar. Por cierto, siempre he sentido curiosidad por ti. Aunque no tuvimos mucho contacto en el pasado, siempre tuve una fuerte impresión de ti. ¿Fuerte en qué sentido? A An Xiao no le importaba perder el tiempo. Era lo que él también quería. Tus obras se extienden por todo el universo. En mi opinión, eres una revista con un gran plan, además de un oportunista. La suerte es una de las principales razones por las que pudiste construir lo que has construido hoy. Le ayudó a elegir las oportunidades adecuadas y le brindó la oportunidad de desarrollar esto rápidamente. Eres un hombre afortunado. Al escuchar sus palabras, Xiao no pudo evitar mirar al maestro secreto unas cuantas veces más. Esta es la primera vez que alguien dice que tengo suerte. Probablemente te hayas equivocado de persona. No obstante, podía entender por qué el maestro secreto tenía este tipo de impresión de él. Para el mundo exterior, su ascenso fue extremadamente rápido y feroz, además de fluido. Hubo tantas oportunidades que parecían haber caído en su regazo, y todo parecía ser debido a su suerte. Sin embargo, estas oportunidades fueron creadas por él en lugar de esta suerte, todo porque estaba familiarizado con la dirección que tomaría el mundo y tenía información sobre el futuro que nadie más tenía. Pero nadie lo sabría jamás. Supongo que puedes decir que tengo suerte, asintió Xiao en broma. Jeje, pero a partir de hoy tu suerte se acaba. Runas mágicas aparecieron en las profundidades de las pupilas del maestro secreto. Deberías haber escuchado mi apodo. Puedo controlar la suerte de alguien. Al ver su confianza, Xiao se sintió extraño pero continuó cooperando con su actuación. ¿Estás intentando reducir mi suerte de forma permanente? El maestro secreto resopló. Tomaste lo que es mío, tendrás que pagar por ello. En realidad, no estaba muy dispuesto a meterse con Xiao. Después de todo, después de la reunión de los dioses, la posición de Xiao era bastante especial dentro del círculo Beyond Grade A. Como un Beyond Grade A neutral, era mejor no meterse con él si no era necesario. Sin embargo, no podía soportar esto, ni siquiera por salvar su propia cara. Por lo tanto, decidió usar su mejor truco para castigar levemente a Xiao. Entonces, todavía se trataba de hablar con los puños. Xiao había esperado esto. No pensó que el maestro secreto dejaría pasar esto fácilmente. Al momento siguiente, una luz azul mágica y cegadora brilló desde el cuerpo del maestro secreto. Todos dicen que eres bueno peleando. Déjame ver qué tan fuerte eres personalmente. La energía mágica en su cuerpo brotó como una marea rugiente, estallando en un instante. Auge. El avatar del señor de Xiao fue arrastrado por la explosión de energía mágica y fue empujado hacia atrás a cierta distancia. El maestro secreto aprovechó la oportunidad para retroceder, tratando de aumentar la distancia entre Xiao y él. Sin embargo, después de la mejora de la transformación del rasgo de Dios, el efecto de la prisión del vacío fue más fuerte y ralentizó aún más a las personas que estaban dentro. Esta habilidad no podía diferenciar a amigos o enemigos, pero Xiao, que tenía talentos de Void Race, podía moverse libremente dentro. Muy pronto se dio cuenta de que no podía alejarse de Xiao por mucho que retrocediera, por lo que decidió simplemente no moverse en absoluto. Comenzó a lanzar hechizos continuamente como un cañón de hechizos. Para arrebatar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, el avatar del señor había usado Void Swap para intercambiar lugares con el contenedor de sellado, lo que lo llevó a quedar aislado y solo poder luchar solo con el maestro secreto. El ejército mecánico estaba en camino. Estallido. Rayos de energía mágica azul se arrastraron a lo largo de estelas de relámpagos y se dispararon hacia Xiao continuamente, rompiéndose en chispas en el escudo del avatar del señor. Sin el ejército mecánico, Xiao claramente tenía un problema de potencia de fuego. Por lo tanto, decidió cargar contra el mar de hechizos y acortar la distancia mientras el maestro secreto no podía retroceder. Después de esta promoción, sus atributos de fuerza y destreza podrían considerarse altos incluso entre Beyond Grade A. Al enfrentarse a un mago con el avatar de su señor, el combate a corta distancia se convirtió en la mejor opción para él. Mientras un lado permanecía en su lugar, el otro se acercaba extremadamente rápido. La distancia entre ellos se acortó en poco tiempo. A los ojos de Xiao, el enorme rostro del maestro secreto se acercaba. Cómete el cabezazo de mi cohete. Activando habilidades de golpe crítico, Xiao se golpeó la cabeza directamente hacia adelante. Sonido metálico seco. Su frente de metal aterrizó justo en la cabeza del maestro secreto a través de su escudo mágico. El maestro secreto sintió un zumbido en su cabeza de inmediato, como si alguien estuviera haciendo sonar una campana en su cabeza. Rápidamente recuperó la concentración. Los encantamientos rúnicos en su cuerpo de repente se iluminaron y cientos de manos aparecieron a su lado, creando imágenes residuales de golpes por todas partes. Como mago, era lógico tener algunas habilidades de combate a corta distancia. Habiendo sido reprimido en un combate a corta distancia, el maestro secreto quedó secretamente conmocionado. Golpes tan poderosos. Había entrenado con un buen número de pugilistas antes, y se dio cuenta de que la fuerza de combate cuerpo a cuerpo del avatar del señor de Anxiao era incluso más fuerte que la de algunos pugilistas superiores al grado A. Los ataques tipo tormenta le resultaron muy difíciles de aguantar. Quedó atónito por la fuerza de Anxiao. Black Star se siente más fuerte de lo que dicen los rumores. Este pensamiento solo apareció por un instante antes de desaparecer. El maestro secreto se centró en el asunto en cuestión y desvió su atención para hacer dos cosas a la vez. Se enfrentó a los feroces ataques de corto alcance de Anxiao mientras controlaba su energía mágica para desarrollar su mejor hechizo de estudios secretos que apuntaba a la suerte. La suerte originalmente era informe y casi superficial, pero en este momento, en la visión del maestro secreto, de repente apareció una niebla borrosa alrededor de cada forma de vida. Algunas nubes de niebla eran espesas y otras finas. Este fue el hechizo único del maestro secreto. Combinó el estudio del alma, la mente, la previsión, la adivinación y muchos más campos mágicos. Pudo cuantificar con éxito la suerte del objetivo. La densidad de la niebla representaba la suerte de un ser. Cuanto más afortunado fuera, más espesa sería la niebla. Aquellas cartas de tipo protagonista que tenían la glows generalmente tenían la niebla más espesa. Déjame ver qué tan fuerte es tu suerte. El maestro secreto había decidido reducir la suerte de Anxiao. Cuando miró de cerca, quedó completamente estupefacto. Por lo general, Beyond Gradea era gente muy afortunada. Para que pudieran alcanzar este territorio en la cima del universo, había al menos un mínimo de mala suerte que podían tener. La suerte de Black Star debería haber sido excepcionalmente fuerte, debería haber estado cubierto por una espesa niebla. Sin embargo, la situación real era todo lo contrario. La niebla alrededor de Black Star era tan fina que casi inexistente. El maestro secreto había observado a innumerables personas antes, pero esta era la primera vez que veía a alguien tan desafortunado. Apenas podía creer lo que veía. No tiene sentido. ¿Cómo puede ser tan débil la suerte de Beyond Gradea? ¿Cómo puede alguien tan desafortunado convertirse en un Beyond Gradea? El maestro secreto quedó completamente atónito. Inicialmente, quería dañar la suerte de Black Star, pero ahora que lo miraba, ¿se puede incluso disminuir la suerte de este tipo? Los muchos hechizos únicos del maestro secreto giraban en torno a causar indirectamente grandes cantidades de daño espiritual al disminuir la suerte del objetivo, pero frente a Anxiao, se dio cuenta de que su carta de triunfo parecía inútil. Por un instante, perdió la concentración e inmediatamente mostró fallas en medio del combate. A Anxiao no le importaron en absoluto sus pensamientos internos y aprovechó la oportunidad. ¡Bam bam bam! Golpes ultrarrápidos aterrizaron rápidamente en el cuerpo de Secret Master, generando oleadas de impacto. Al ser golpeado gravemente, muchas runas defensivas en el cuerpo del maestro secreto se hicieron añicos. Sintiendo el dolor, el maestro secreto no se atrevió a distraerse nuevamente. Adoptó una postura defensiva y aguantó los ataques de Anxiao. Mientras los dos luchaban intensamente, Ravenlaude, que también estaba incluida en el alcance de la prisión del vacío, se sentía en conflicto. Normalmente, Ravenlaude ayudaría al aliado de la dinastía, pero ahora, Black Star también era un competidor que luchaba por la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Solo puedo completar la misión y obtener un tesoro universal si tomo la energía misteriosa del caos primordial de las manos de Anxiao. Después de pensarlo un poco, Ravenlaude tomó su decisión y comenzó a lanzar hechizos para cancelar los efectos de la prisión del vacío. Sintiendo la perturbación, Anxiao se dio la vuelta y le lanzó a Ravenlaude una mirada asesina. No me mires. Solo estoy ejecutando la misión de la dinastía. Ravenlaude notó la mirada de Anxiao y respondió nerviosamente. Luego, silenciosamente intentó escapar de la prisión del vacío junto con el maestro secreto. Al segundo siguiente, la prisión del vacío se rompió. El espacio alrededor volvió a la normalidad. Mientras los dos luchaban, Ravenlaude abrió una puerta de teletransportación inmediatamente y desapareció, dirigiéndose hacia el ejército mecánico, que escoltaba a la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Al ver esto, el maestro secreto quiso hacer lo mismo. Sin embargo, el avatar del señor le impidió hacerlo. El resto de la maquinaria de An Xiao ya había llegado. Activaron dispositivos estabilizadores espaciales y dispositivos de interrupción mágica que cubrían esta área, deteniendo el uso de hechizos de teletransportación una vez más, lo que provocó que Secret Master no pudiera perseguir la Prime Chaos Mysteries Energy. ¡Mierda! El rostro del maestro secreto se hundió aún más. Esta situación básicamente significaba que ya estaba eliminado de esta competencia. Además, Secret Master pudo ver que Black Star también tenía una manera de detener a Ravenlaude. Solo que dejó ir a Ravenlaude a propósito, pero lo mantuvo allí. Él está apuntando específicamente a mí, eso es demasiado. Al ver la expresión del maestro secreto, An Xiao se rió entre dientes. ¿Te diste cuenta de que dejé a Ravenlaude a propósito? No te estoy apuntando a ti sino a él. Había dejado ir a Ravenlaude a propósito y le había dado la oportunidad de perseguir a su ejército mecánico porque quería convertir a Ravenlaude en un objetivo para mostrar sus puños. Debido a la infelicidad de la última vez, An Xiao quería mostrar más de su fuerza a la dinastía, pero no quería que el mundo exterior supiera que había crecido una vez más, en caso de que el emperador mecánico lo buscara nuevamente. Por lo tanto, quería cambiar el campo de batalla y no tener testigos. Un aliado de la dinastía era el mejor objetivo para eso. En comparación con golpear a los enemigos, ¿golpear a los compañeros de equipo parece mejor para crear una reputación? Después de todo, después de recibir una paliza, su compañero de equipo todavía tenía que ocultar la información de la batalla. Aunque el avatar del señor se quedó para contener al maestro secreto, todas las armas apóstoles estaban en el equipo de escolta. Con todo eso y el ejército mecánico, sería lo suficientemente fuerte incluso sin el presente. Desviar fuerzas y luchar en múltiples batallas al mismo tiempo era el método de lucha de Beyond Grade a Mechanic. Capítulo 1034 Duelo Seeker fue asustado por Black Star, Secret Master fue retenido por el avatar del señor y Ravenlaude se teletransportó para perseguir al ejército mecánico. La situación de la batalla cambió varias veces en un corto periodo. Las flotas de las demás organizaciones presentes se convirtieron en meros espectadores. En este punto, estas organizaciones sabían muy bien que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial no tendría nada más que ver con ellos. Estaban algo decepcionados pero no sorprendidos. Hace unos días, cuando se dieron cuenta de que la dinastía y la iglesia habían interferido en esto, supieron que sus posibilidades eran insignificantes. Sin embargo, al poder confirmar que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial había aparecido en el cúmulo de estrellas Esmeralda, además de tener la oportunidad de ver una batalla entre muchos más allá del grado A, la mayoría de ellos sintieron que valía la pena el viaje. Aunque Black Star se llevó la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, no se dispersaron de inmediato, sino que sacaron sus bocadillos para ver la lucha entre Black Star y Secret Master. Solo unas pocas organizaciones que aún no se habían rendido querían perseguir la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, pero fueron detenidas por el ejército mecánico. Al mirar los densos barriles psiónicos, estas personas solo pudieron permanecer allí con resignación. Mientras el avatar del señor lideraba el ejército mecánico para luchar contra el maestro secreto, la flota de la dinastía también respondió e inmediatamente informó de la interferencia de Black Star en esta batalla. Esto llegó al hombre a cargo de esta operación, un escalón superior de la facción halcón de la dinastía, Bekorodi. ¿Black Star también está ahí? Y lo consiguió a lo lejos, en el remoto centro de mando dentro del territorio de la dinastía. Los ojos de Bekorodi se abrieron tanto que casi se salieron. Estaba conmocionado y enfurecido. Su excelencia Ravenlaude ya lo está persiguiendo. Probablemente tendrá un conflicto directo con Black Star. ¿Qué debemos hacer?, preguntó el comandante de la flota con cautela. Al escuchar esto, Bekorodi frunció el ceño profundamente. Estaba lleno de dudas. Sintió que este asunto era muy difícil de tratar. Black Star fue un aliado importante de la dinastía. Por lo general, las dos partes deben evitar el conflicto tanto como sea posible. Sin embargo, antes de esto, la dinastía no sabía que Blackstar interferiría con esto, lo que preocupó bastante a Bekorodi. Con el control de la dinastía sobre Flickering World, de alguna manera, no se dieron cuenta de que Blackstar había enviado un equipo a ese lugar. Esto demostró que el ejército de la Estrella Negra había construido en secreto una gran cantidad de cosas en el mundo parpadeante haciendo uso del apoyo de la dinastía. Bekorodi sintió que en situaciones como esta, Blackstar debería ser el primero en dar un paso atrás. Sin embargo, Blackstar vio claramente que la dinastía estaba involucrada, pero aún así participó en la batalla. Para Bekorodi, esto fue porque Blackstar no le dio la cara a la dinastía, lo que hizo que un escalón superior de la facción halcón como él fuera bastante infeliz. Sin lugar a dudas, sintió que toda la situación era culpa de Blackstar, por lo que se encontraba en un dilema. ¿Debería continuar la operación arriesgándose a ofender a Blackstar o dar marcha atrás y abandonar el plan? Señor, ¿deberíamos contactar al gobernante? Mientras reflexionaba, la voz de su subordinado sacó a Bekorodi de su línea de pensamiento. Hizo una pausa y luego dijo con voz profunda, no notifiques al gobernante todavía. Contacta con Blackstar primero. Hablaré con él. Sabía que a Urranrel le gustaba Blackstar, por lo que no quería avisarle. Solo podría controlar la misión si se ocupaba de ella él mismo. El centro de mando llamó al número de Blackstar. Sonó 3 veces antes de que lo contestaran. El rostro de An Xiao apareció en la pantalla con una sonrisa significativa. No está mal, me contactaste antes de lo que esperaba. Los ojos de Bekorodi temblaron. Reprimió su ira, forzó una sonrisa y dijo, Blackstar, ¿te acuerdas de mí? Soy Bekorodi. Hola, nos volvemos a encontrar, ¿has comido? Acabo de cenar. Te ves bastante bien, ¿has estado durmiendo bien recientemente? Ya no eres joven, así que no trabajes tan duro. Descansa más. Estoy acostumbrado a trabajar duro, pero parece que no puedo tener demasiada libertad. Después de tantos años, hace mucho que me acostumbré a trabajar todos los días, pero últimamente he dormido bastante bien. Y... A mitad de hablar, Bekorodi se detuvo de repente. Acaba de darse cuenta de que, sin saberlo, había seguido el ejemplo de An Xiao, y de hecho, inconscientemente comenzó a charlar, casi olvidando lo que quería decir en esta llamada. Además, ni siquiera estamos cerca. Blackstar, ¿estás intentando ganar tiempo? Bekorodi tosió fuertemente, tratando de disimular la incomodidad. Luego rápidamente recuperó el control y preguntó, ¿sabes por qué te llamé, no? Es una sorpresa que también hayas puesto tus ojos en Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Esta información provino de la herencia de Esgoth. Deberías haber notificado a la dinastía o al menos haber informado de tus acciones. Si hubieras hecho eso, los accidentes de hoy se habrían evitado por completo. ¿Por qué no lo hiciste? La expresión de An Xiao parecía extraña, como si estuviera diciendo, ¿qué tipo de pregunta es esa? ¿No notificarles a ustedes no significa que lo quiero para mí? Además, no creo recordar que estoy obligado a darle toda la inteligencia que tengo a la dinastía ni a informar de mis actividades personales. Somos aliados, no empleadores y empleados. Bekorodi puso una expresión seria y dijo, de todos modos, no hay necesidad de discutir este asunto. Escúchame. La dinastía no quiere que el mundo exterior nos vea pelear con nuestros aliados. Esto necesita una solución. Entonces es simple, ríndete. Dame la energía misteriosa del caos primordial y listo. An Xiao sonrió. Imposible, dijo Bekorodi inconscientemente, pero luego se dio cuenta de que su tono no era muy apropiado, por lo que se calmó. La dinastía también necesita la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. No lo dejaremos pasar tan fácilmente. ¿Para qué necesitas la energía misteriosa del caos primordial? An Xiao tenía curiosidad. Bekorodi se calló inmediatamente. No era como si pudiera decirle a Blackstar la verdad y decir que era para replicar las habilidades del cubo de evolución. Querían que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial hiciera que Gauth creciera más rápido y entrara antes en el territorio Beyond Gradea. El objetivo de eso era analizar el cubo de evolución. Gauth solo podría analizar la energía de evolución con su habilidad Esper si estuviera más allá del grado A. Después de bastante tiempo, Bekorodi finalmente sacó de su boca las palabras «es confidencial». Olvídalo entonces. An Xiao negó con la cabeza. De todos modos, no retrocederé así. Es cierto que somos aliados, pero no puedo darte todo una vez que me lo dices. Incluso esos conocimientos supremos requirieron que hiciera contribuciones para obtener acceso a ellos. No puedes simplemente pedirme que dé desinteresadamente, ¿verdad? Bekorodi asintió. Está bien, entonces hagamos un trato. Estamos dispuestos a intercambiar por Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy. ¿Qué deseas? ¿Inteligencia? ¿Conocimiento? ¿Recursos? ¿Un tesoro universal? Supongo que quieres la energía misteriosa del caos primordial probablemente porque quieres convertirla en un tesoro universal, así que también podrías intercambiarla con nosotros. Puedes elegir de la lista que te dimos la última vez. Puedo aprobar este trato personalmente. Para empezar, la dinastía tuvo que darle a Ravenlaude un tesoro universal para contratarlo, por lo que como la energía misteriosa del caos primordial ahora estaba en manos de Blackstar, Bekorodi simplemente hizo el mismo trato con Blackstar. Por supuesto, el acuerdo con Ravenlaude ya no sería válido. A lo sumo recibiría algunos recursos como compensación. Ravenlaude, que todavía estaba persiguiendo al ejército mecánico, aún no sabía que su empleador ya había perdido la esperanza en él y que el tesoro universal en el que había estado pensando estaba básicamente fuera de su alcance. An Xiao arqueó las cejas. ¿Y qué pasa si no cumples tu palabra? Si estás de acuerdo, haré que Ravenlaude se retire primero y podrás quedarte con la energía misteriosa del caos primordial por el momento. Luego, harás un anuncio público para eliminar los rumores provocados por este conflicto. Después de eso, podrás cambiarlo por un tesoro universal con nosotros. Por lo tanto, no tiene que preocuparse de que no cumplamos nuestra parte del trato. Bekorodi no tenía intención de hacer ninguna broma. Al menos tenía tanto orgullo como superior de la dinastía. Sin embargo, An Xiao no planeaba estar de acuerdo de inmediato. Si mi compañero se escapa, ¿a quién le doy una paliza? Hablaremos de esto la próxima vez. Todavía tengo que decidir si quiero dárselos o no. Necesito pensarlo. Por lo tanto, por ahora, simplemente compitamos de manera justa. Como no quieres que el mundo exterior lo sepa, lucharemos en un lugar donde no haya nadie más. El tono de An Xiao era tranquilo y no rechazó por completo el trato. El rostro de Bekorodi se puso rígido. Estaba muy molesto. No quiso perder más tiempo y dio un simple vale. Luego cortó la llamada. Le dijo a su subordinado que notificara a Ravenlaude que tenía que obtener la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. En su mente, el cuerpo original de An Xiao todavía estaba en el Palacio de la Estrella Negra, y solo un avatar del Señor y un grupo de tropas mecánicas estaban allí. El maestro secreto estaba restringiendo al avatar del Señor, por lo que Ravenlaude aún debería tener una oportunidad. Dentro de la brillante nebulosa, Ravenlaude persiguió al ejército mecánico que huía, alejándose del campo de batalla donde el avatar del Señor estaba dentro y fuera de la vista de todos. Sin las restricciones de los dispositivos de estabilización espacial, los hechizos de teletransportación de Ravenlaude fueron más rápidos. No importa qué tan rápido corrieran las tropas mecánicas, él podría alcanzarlos en un instante. Solo lo había seguido lentamente todo este tiempo porque quería alejarse más del avatar del Señor para que no pudiera interferir con su batalla. Después de todo, si el avatar del Señor estaba presente o no haría una pequeña diferencia. No quería enfrentar los ataques del avatar del Señor con su cuerpo como maestro secreto. Después de todo, soy un verdadero mago. Soy como papel. El estilo de artillería remota es nuestro fuerte. ¿Combate cuerpo a cuerpo? ¿Cómo puedes llamarte mago? Ese maestro secreto, que dibujaba todo su cuerpo, tenía un poder de combate cuerpo a cuerpo bastante fuerte, pero Ravenlaude era un mago anticuado que dominaba las artes arcanas puras. Hacerlo luchar cuerpo a cuerpo sería lo mismo que los mecánicos corriendo hacia los brazos de los pugilistas. Excepto por Blackstar. Esto es suficiente. Ravenlaude concentró su mente y usó otro hechizo de teletransportación. Apareció justo ante las tropas mecánicas. Con un movimiento de su mano, Apareció un bastón mágico de primer nivel y flotó sobre su cabeza. La gema en la parte superior del bastón brillaba con una brillante luz mágica. Al momento siguiente, gruesos libros mágicos aparecieron uno tras otro alrededor de Ravenlaude, rodeándolo lentamente como un anillo de estrellas y emitiendo una poderosa energía mágica. Cuando los libros mágicos se abrieron y las páginas pasaron extremadamente rápido, una espesa y enorme luz mágica púrpura apareció y se expandió instantáneamente, convirtiéndose en una barrera de energía esférica de color púrpura oscuro que envolvió a todas las tropas mecánicas ante él. La esfera era extremadamente grande. Mirando desde el interior, la pared interior de esta esfera era de color púrpura oscuro cubierta por corrientes circulantes de luz mágica azul brillante y blanca llameante, como cometas arcanos. Parecía una cortina morada decorada con motivos azules y blancos. Muro de tragal, arena púrpura oscura. Este es un nuevo hechizo prohibido creado por mi equipo de investigación de hechizos. Después de lanzar este hechizo, Ravenlaude sonrió con confianza como si la energía misteriosa del caos primordial ya estuviera en sus manos. El rayo de la fuerza mecánica sobre las tropas mecánicas de repente se volvió mucho más débil. Dispararon a la pared, pero los ataques del cañón psiónico desaparecieron al aterrizar en el interior de esta esfera como si fueran absorbidos. Algunos soldados mecánicos volaron al hospital. Pero en el momento en que tocaron la pared interior, una brillante explosión arcana repelió a los soldados mecánicos. Ravenlaude estaba segura de que las tropas mecánicas no podrían escapar. En una situación como esta, el alma del villano que yacía en lo profundo de su cuerpo comenzó a hervir. Comenzó a realizar el movimiento característico de un villano, explica. Este es un hechizo de sellado de nivel prohibido. Puede absorber los ataques de energía en su interior y transferirlos al exterior. Al mismo tiempo evita que cualquier material atraviese su pared. Tus tropas mecánicas no podrán escapar. Además, este hechizo también puede reducir la eficiencia de la transmisión de energía. ¿No te has dado cuenta? La fuerza mecánica que les aplicaste se ha debilitado. Se estaba divirtiendo hablando, pero las tropas mecánicas lo ignoraron y continuaron atacando físicamente la pared interior, siendo repelidas una y otra vez. Al ver esto, Ravenlaude sacudió la cabeza y sonrió. Dijo lentamente, «Deja de perder el tiempo, Blackstar. Sé que puedes oír mi voz. Discutamos esto». Después de unos segundos, las tropas mecánicas dejaron de intentarlo, se giraron para mirarlo y abrieron el canal de comunicación del área. Apareció la voz de Anxiao. ¿Discutir qué? Blackstar, respeto tu fuerza, pero el avatar de tu señor no está aquí. Si luchas conmigo, solo desperdiciarás estas tropas. Entonces, ¿por qué no simplemente darme la energía misteriosa del caos primordial? Recordaré este favor que te debo y te daré una compensación suficiente. Ya sabes, somos aliados, no tenemos que resolver el problema con violencia. Ravenlaude sonrió levemente y sintió que le estaba dando mucha cara a Blackstar. Sin embargo, solo los jóvenes sin experiencia renunciarían a sus propios beneficios por unas pocas palabras amables. Aunque Anxiao era considerado básicamente un bebé en términos de edad entre los Beyond Grade A, su experiencia en la vida estaba lejos de ser tan inmadura. No se vio afectado en absoluto e inmediatamente ordenó a las tropas mecánicas que dispararan. Tú. Las tropas mecánicas rodearon a Ravenlaude y le dispararon inmediatamente. Sin embargo, Ravenlaude estaba preparada. Múltiples capas de escudos arcanos lo protegieron mientras se movía a gran velocidad para esquivar los ataques. Continuamente lanzaban hechizos ofensivos de sus manos, bombardeando a las tropas mecánicas. El tamaño de esta esfera era extremadamente grande, lo que le daba a Ravenlaude suficiente espacio para volar. Además, su movilidad proporcionada por el teletransporte podría mantener la batalla a medio alcance, por lo que sería una batalla de disparos de cañones y hechizos. El objetivo no es destruir el ejército mecánico. Es mejor irse después de obtener la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Mientras disparaba hechizos al ejército mecánico, Ravenlaude notó la ubicación del soldado mecánico que escoltaba a la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. De repente, la formación del ejército mecánico mostró una falla. Hubo una brecha en la protección de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial por un instante, y lo notó de inmediato. ¡Oportunidad! Ravenlaude lanzó un hechizo que ya había preparado hace mucho tiempo. Una onda de choque invisible se disparó y dividió al ejército mecánico. Lanzó otro hechizo de teletransportación, que también fue preparado de antemano, apareciendo inmediatamente junto al soldado mecánico que escoltaba a la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Una mano púrpura formada de energía arcana se agarró hacia la energía misteriosa del caos primordial contenida justo ante sus ojos. En ese momento, un tinte de luz azul oscuro apareció de repente en el borde de su mira. La sensación aguda que desprendía le puso los pelos de punta. En un instante, Ravenlaude rápidamente retrajo su abdomen para esquivar la luz. Una lanza blanca cubierta con un patrón dorado y rodeada de energía azul oscuro rompió fácilmente todos sus escudos, deslizándose más allá de su punto vital debajo de su abdomen. De repente se vio cubierto de sudor frío. Eso estuvo cerca, casi pierdo a mi descendencia. Sionic Prime, que había estado al acecho entre el ejército durante mucho tiempo, giró su lanza, disparó una onda de energía y abofeteó directamente a Ravenlaude. La Sionic Prime Spear era su arma de vida, que apareció cuando se convirtió en un arma apóstol. Tenía un grado naranja plateado y se volvería más fuerte junto con el arma apóstol. En este punto, la Sionic Prime Spear tenía muchas características nuevas. Cuando las usara el propio Sionic Prime, estas características mejorarían. Era un arma aterradora de corto a medio alcance en sus manos que podía penetrar fácilmente la mayoría de los escudos. El escudo mágico de Ravenlaude era como papel frente a la Sionic Prime Spear. Sionic Prime agitó su lanza y persiguió a Ravenlaude, sin dejar escapar la oportunidad que había ganado al atacar repentinamente. Cuando lo alcanzó en poco tiempo, inmediatamente usó un suave combo de pugilista mecánico contra él, sin darle tiempo a Ravenlaude para recuperar el aliento. No mucho después, Ravenlaude volvió a sentir una fuerte sensación de peligro detrás de él. Unas cuantas armas apóstol ocultas más cargaron hacia él a corta distancia. Todos eran buenos en el combate cuerpo a cuerpo, como Mad Sky Hunter, Purple Sky Spirit y Even Suppressing Banner. Obligaron a Ravenlaude a no tener tiempo de usar el teletransporte para aumentar la distancia entre ellos. Aparte de las armas apóstol que tenían tamaños habituales, como Giant King Kong, todas las demás armas apóstol estaban allí y habían estado escondidas entre las tropas mecánicas. Ahora, finalmente todos atacaron. Sionic Prime llevó a algunos de ellos a luchar a corta distancia, mientras que Silver Flash llevó a los otros a atacar desde la distancia. Cooperaron perfectamente. Con el éxito del ataque sorpresa, Ravenlaude se quedó pasiva. Con la mejora de la fuerza mecánica de Anxiao, cada una de estas armas apóstol tenía una fuerza superior al grado A. Ahora que Anxiao había pasado por otra promoción, sus habilidades relacionadas con la maquinaria se fortalecieron nuevamente, por lo que la fuerza de sus armas de apóstol también había aumentado. Incluso uno solo podría luchar con un Beyond Grade anormal durante mucho tiempo, y no hace falta decir a quién se refiere esto. Enfrentándose a más de una docena de armas apóstol con este tipo de fuerza al mismo tiempo. Ravenlaude apenas podía aguantar. No hubo trucos para salir de esto. Fue una completa diferencia en la fuerza bruta. La situación rápidamente giró hacia un lado. ¿Ni siquiera puedo vencer a un ejército mecánico de tamaño mediano sin un avatar del señor? ¿Su fuerza ya ha crecido a este nivel? Ravenlaude apretó los dientes y soportó los feroces ataques de estas más de 10 armas apóstoles. La energía mágica en su cuerpo salió volando como una presa rota. Su corazón estaba lleno de incredulidad e impotencia que se hundió profundamente en sus huesos. Sintiendo el estado en el que se encontraba ahora, Ravenlaude pudo confirmar completamente una cosa: Blackstar se había vuelto más fuerte nuevamente. En ese momento, de repente recordó su experiencia contra el emperador mecánico hace muchos años. Así se sentía. Tan fuerte que incluso un Beyond Grade como él tenía miedo. Capítulo 1035. Golpear a mi compañero de equipo. Esta no era la primera vez que Anxiao peleaba con un mago. Cada mago Beyond Grade tenía su propio estilo y una forma diferente de luchar. Ravenlaude fue uno de los antiguos. Aunque, debido a su potencial limitado, ya había alcanzado la cima de su fuerza y no podría convertirse en un pico más allá del grado A, en su larga vida, había aprendido innumerables hechizos. El Instituto Arcano bajo su mando era una organización utilizada para estudiar e inventar nuevos hechizos para él. En esta pelea, había demostrado su amplio conocimiento en el estudio de la magia. Como antiguo también, el estilo del Rey Dragón, Milizaus tenía diferencias muy claras. Milizaus se centró en los poderosos hechizos mágicos del dragón, luchando con fuerza bruta en un estilo sencillo, mientras que Ravenlaude tenía infinitos hechizos para lidiar rápidamente con todo tipo de situaciones. Cada Beyond Gradea tenía su especialidad. Al enfrentarse a una situación tan desventajosa, aunque Ravenlaude fue reprimido por las armas del apóstol, gradualmente usó sus combos de hechizos en constante cambio para darse un respiro, al que siguió un combo que había preparado durante mucho tiempo. Con un destello de la gema en su bastón, aparecieron a su alrededor anillos parecidos a seda hechos de runas. La energía arcana púrpura comenzó a girar y rápidamente se expandió hasta convertirse en un tornado. La energía violenta hizo volar las armas apóstol cercanas, creando una breve oportunidad para lanzar más hechizos. Ravenlaude estaba en el ojo de la tormenta. Con el cambio de su señal con la mano, la tormenta arcana se condensó rápidamente en miles de flechas mágicas flotando a su alrededor. La energía arcana altamente concentrada casi parecía sólida, como si se hubiera convertido en cristales de color púrpura transparentes. Habilidad secreta: lluvia de flechas de nova arcana. Las flechas con forma de cristal púrpura se dispararon en todas direcciones hacia el ejército mecánico, causando grupos de explosiones de energía arcana de color púrpura brillante. Boom, 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 boom. La onda de impacto se onduló y se expandió, arrastrando toneladas de soldados mecánicos. Al mismo tiempo, la vibración de las partículas mágicas provocó que muchos soldados mecánicos quedaran inmovilizados. Esta habilidad tenía efectos tanto de daño como de control en un amplio rango. Ravenlaude no se detuvo ahí. Agitó la mano, de repente apareció un libro mágico y se abrió. Todas sus páginas brillantes bailaron y se convirtieron en un cinturón de luz circular, creando una entrada blanca a la dimensión secundaria que se expandió rápidamente detrás de él. La entrada se estaba ampliando hasta alcanzar varios miles de metros de ancho. ¡Om! Una enorme punta de torre cuadrangular que parecía hecha de cristal se extendía desde el túnel, mostrando lentamente su apariencia completa. Era claramente un magnífico edificio mágico. Hechizo arcano de alto grado, invocación de pagoda de mago. Está convocando su pagoda del mago, deténlo. Los ojos de Sionic Prime parpadearon. Se evitó ser arrastrado y cargó hacia adelante una vez más. La pagoda del mago era el equipo principal de los magos de alto nivel. Un mago con y sin la pagoda del mago estaría en dos niveles completamente diferentes. Un mago solo alcanzaría su máxima fuerza cuando luchara junto a la pagoda del mago. Por ejemplo, el Palacio de Hechizos Ocultos de Austin era una pagoda de mago de grado dorado, que no solo le daba mejoras extremadamente poderosas sino también una movilidad excepcional. El costo de las pagodas de magos que podían almacenarse en una dimensión secundaria y convocarse en cualquier momento era extremadamente caro. Por lo general, cuando un mago convocó a su pagoda del mago, significaba que había decidido mantenerse firme y luchar en ese lugar. Esto se debía a que la mayoría de las pagodas de magos no tenían poderes de teletransportación tan fuertes como el Palacio de los Hechizos Ocultos. Una pagoda de mago era una carta de triunfo. Desde que había sido convocado, significaba que Ravenlaude ya no se contenía. Estaba haciendo todo lo posible. Blackstar, de hecho eres más fuerte que yo, pero no será tan fácil derrotarme. Ravenlaude se mordió el labio. Su orgullo como Beyond Gradea resultó dañado y su voluntad de luchar estaba en llamas. El ejército mecánico activó inmediatamente el dispositivo de estabilización espacial. Sin embargo, dentro de Dark Purple Arena, la espesa energía mágica debilitó sus efectos. Ravenlaude también estaba haciendo todo lo posible para mantener estable el portal de invocación. La pagoda del mago se extendió poco a poco. Silver Flash y el ejército mecánico trasladaron el objetivo de los ataques de largo alcance a la pagoda del mago. Grandes runas defensivas aparecieron en la pagoda del mago para protegerla, como un escudo de energía de luz púrpura translúcida. Detuvo el bombardeo y vibró sin parar mientras explosiones y chispas estallaban en su superficie. Ravenlaude usó su energía mágica a su máxima capacidad. Una luz violeta oscura brillaba en su cuerpo. En el proceso de convocar a la pagoda del mago, su movilidad se reduciría enormemente. Las gruesas capas de escudos arcanos protegieron su lanzamiento para que no fuera interrumpido. De repente, el espacio detrás de él se onduló. Mad Sky Hunter, que tenía una capacidad de teletransportación a corta distancia, se teletransportó directamente dentro de los escudos. Con sus afiladas hojas y dientes, se abalanzó sobre Ravenlaude. En un abrir y cerrar de ojos, Ravenlaude rápidamente giró su cuerpo y Mad Sky Hunter pasó junto a él. La energía arcana abofeteó a Mad Sky Hunter. Luego miró hacia abajo. Le cortaron las costillas y el costado de la pierna con heridas profundas. Podía ver su carne moverse hacia adentro, tratando de cerrar las heridas. Antes de que pudiera hacer algo más, apareció Sionic Prime. Su lanza apuñaló hacia adelante tan rápido como un meteoro, dejando solo imágenes residuales. La capacidad de la Sionic Prime Spear para penetrar escudos fue un importante contraataque para él. La convocatoria estaba cerca de su fin. Para bloquear este ataque, tuvo que lanzar hechizos y detener la invocación. Ravenlaude apretó los dientes y decidió no esquivarlo. Tuvo que convocar a la pagoda del mago incluso a costa de resultar herido. Vaya. Como de costumbre, el escudo fue penetrado con facilidad y la lanza se clavó directamente en el pecho de Ravenlaude. El sabor de la sangre le subió por la garganta. Ravenlaude lo ignoró y completó la última parte del hechizo de invocación. Descender, auge. Finalmente se convocó a toda la pagoda del mago. Lanzó una onda de impacto de energía mágica extremadamente poderosa que provocó un tornado, lanzando a todos los soldados mecánicos hacia la pared interior de la arena púrpura oscura, incluidas las armas de los apóstoles, dañándolos 2 veces. Esta era una alta torre de cristal. Su base era un disco enorme. En general, parecía una pieza de ajedrez agrandada. Coloridas corrientes mágicas fluyeron dentro del cristal, e innumerables runas y conjuntos mágicos formaron una barrera en forma de esfera que giraba lentamente y cubría la pagoda del mago. Ravenlaude tosió un par de veces, creó casualmente una esfera mágica curativa de color verde claro y la metió en la herida penetrante hecha por Sionic Prime para detener el sangrado. Luego, voló hacia la pagoda del mago, conectando su propia energía mágica con el núcleo de energía de la pagoda del mago. Solo entonces estuvieron completamente vinculados. Al segundo siguiente, aparecieron hileras de agujeros negros en la parte inferior de la pagoda del mago. Aparecieron toneladas de marionetas mágicas y colosos. Inmediatamente después, aparecieron túneles de teletransportación por todas partes y se convocaron innumerables monstruos que cargaron hacia el ejército mecánico. Sionic Prime balanceó y giró la lanza en sus manos, disparando ondas de luz, cortando fácilmente por la mitad a los colosos y monstruos en su camino, creando áreas vacías en la pila de enemigos. En ese momento, la voz de Ravenlaude sonó en toda la arena como un trueno. Ya que deseas la batalla, disfrútala hasta el final. Ven, estrella negra. Un mago superior al grado A en pleno rendimiento. No puedo decepcionar la confianza del señor. Chispas eléctricas brillaron en los ojos de Sionic Prime. Sin miedo, lideró el ejército mecánico y cargó hacia adelante. El ejército de 2 toboganes chocó. Mucho después de que la flota de la dinastía llegara al lugar, lo que vieron fueron restos. Gemas destrozadas, carne y maquinaria flotaban en esta área. También hubo innumerables reacciones de radiación en el espacio cósmico creadas por explosiones de alta energía. Una pagoda de los magos muy dañada flotaba, cubierta de agujeros y grietas quemadas. La luz mágica a su alrededor se atenuó por completo. Claramente había experimentado una batalla extremadamente dura. La flota de la dinastía no vio señales del ejército mecánico, por lo que enviaron gente a la pagoda de los magos y encontraron a Ravenlaude, que estaba apoyada contra la pared. Tenía la ropa hecha jirones y estaba hecho un desastre. Su cuerpo estaba cubierto de heridas y había montones de marcas de sangre dorada seca en el suelo. Un bastón mágico partido en dos yacía al lado de sus pies, el corte fue tan suave como un espejo. Ustedes, finalmente vinieron. La voz de Ravenlaude era débil. Se levantó con ayuda de la pared. Algunos soldados de la dinastía se acercaron rápidamente para ayudar. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Cómo terminaste así? Bekorodi, que estaba al mando de las tropas de forma remota, se sorprendió. El oponente era solo el ejército mecánico de Blackstar. Incluso si Ravenlaude falló, como Beyond Gradea, ¿cómo terminó tan golpeado? Bekorodi pensó en una posibilidad y preguntó, ¿estaba aquí el cuerpo original de Blackstar? Ravenlaude sacudió la cabeza, tomó aire y dijo, no, no lo estaba. Oh, entonces deberías haber aniquilado al ejército mecánico y obtenido la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, ¿verdad? Preguntó Bekorodi. No es de extrañar que no hubiera señales del ejército mecánico. Consideró que este era el resultado más probable. Ravenlaude volvió a negar con la cabeza con una expresión complicada. No, fui derrotado. La expresión de Bekorodi se puso rígida. Entonces, ¿estás diciendo que tú, un Beyond Gradea, viniste personalmente e incluso usaste tu pagoda del mago, pero fuiste derrotado por uno de los ejércitos mecánicos de Blackstar que ni siquiera tenía un avatar del señor? Hermano, ¿qué es esto? ¿No eres demasiado débil? Al ver la expresión de Bekorodi, Ravenlaude supo muy bien que lo despreciaba. Se sintió avergonzado y dijo con voz profunda, no sabes nada sobre la fuerza de Blackstar. Luego, repitió el proceso de la batalla en detalle e hizo un análisis preciso del nivel actual de fuerza de Anxiao. Una vez luché contra el emperador mecánico y la impresión que me dio sigue siendo vívida. Blackstar definitivamente ha tocado el nivel de la transformación del rasgo de Dios, razón por la cual sus armas de apóstol y su ejército mecánico tienen el poder de derrotarme. Sin saberlo, mientras escuchaba el informe, la expresión de Bekorodi se volvió extremadamente seria. Después de un largo silencio, finalmente habló lentamente. La fuerza de Blackstar no ha crecido en unos 20 años. Solía pensar que necesitaba más tiempo para superar esa barrera. No esperaba que volviera a crecer tan pronto. Durante la actualización de la versión, Anxiao no subió mucho de nivel, por lo que parecía como si se hubiera topado con una pared, lo que alivió al mundo exterior. Pensaron que finalmente había llegado a su límite por el momento. Bekorodi había pensado lo mismo. Pero ahora, al ver lo derrotada que estaba Ravenlaude, supo que Blackstar había encontrado el camino a seguir nuevamente. 20 años no fue poco tiempo, pero en comparación con el crecimiento de Beyond Gradeas, fue demasiado rápido. Con una profunda exhalación, Bekorodi dijo en tono solemne, informe lo sucedido a su excelencia y solo ponga esta información en documentos confidenciales. No lo filtres. En ese momento, tomó la decisión correcta. Ocultar el hecho de que Blackstar se había vuelto más fuerte no era porque quisiera sino porque sabía que el gobernante Urranrel definitivamente daría esa orden. Aunque a Bekorodi no le gustaba Blackstar, sabía que ocultar la fuerza de los aliados de la dinastía era beneficioso para la dinastía. A pesar de que le habían arrebatado su preciosa energía misteriosa del caos primordial, todavía tenía que absorberla y limpiar después de Blackstar. Retiro. Con dimisión, Bekorodi puso fin a la operación. Nuestro trato, habló Ravenlaude e insinuó el desastre con sus ojos. Su significado era claro. Lo di todo. Al menos compénsame por ello. La dinastía te compensará por los gastos de reparación de tu pagoda del mago y tus colosos. En cuanto al tesoro universal, entonces lo siento, no completaste la misión, así que no puedo dártela. Esas son las reglas, dijo Bekorodi con cara de póker. No quiso hablar más de este asunto y terminó la comunicación. Ravenlaude apretó los dientes con ira. No solo se rompió su pagoda del mago, sino que también todos sus colosos fueron destruidos y él fue golpeado. Además, el tesoro universal que había estado esperando también había desaparecido. Fue una completa pérdida. Ravenlaude se frotó la cara. Recibí esta fuerte paliza por nada. Blackstar, *imbécil. Somos aliados, pero realmente no te contuviste. Recuerda esto, te recuperaré por esto algún día. El tirano fue intimidado por Black Star antes. Iré a buscarlo. Solo estaba enojado porque Anxiao lo golpeó. En cuanto a perder el tesoro universal, no culpó a Anxiao por ello. Sin Black Star, lo más probable es que Secret Master lo hubiera conseguido. ¿Todavía era sensato a este respecto? Pero todavía estoy tan enojado. De vuelta en el campo de batalla inicial, el avatar del señor y el ejército mecánico todavía luchaban intensamente con el maestro secreto. En ese momento, el avatar del señor se detuvo repentinamente. El ejército dejó de disparar y retrocedió. ¿MMM? El maestro secreto frunció el ceño. Sostuvo el hacha mágica en sus manos y no la arrojó. ¿Por qué te detuviste? Anxiao agitó la mano. Lo tengo. Ya no hay necesidad de pelear. Pero si aún no estás satisfecho, puedo seguir acompañándote. El maestro secreto se quedó en silencio. Ya había estado estancado durante demasiado tiempo. Había perdido la pista de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial hace mucho tiempo, por lo que no habría forma de perseguirla. Inicialmente quería darle una lección a Anxiao con su hechizo secreto de suerte, pero este tipo resultó ser la persona más desafortunada que jamás había visto. Su suerte no podría haber sido peor. Según cualquier adivinación, debería haber muerto joven. Por lo tanto, técnicamente, debería haber muerto hace mucho tiempo, pero se convirtió en alguien así de poderoso y fuerte. Para ser honesto, el maestro secreto realmente sentía un poco de respeto por Anxiao. Para poder llegar tan lejos con un destino tan trágico, tenía que mostrarle su respeto. Como todo lo relacionado con la suerte era inútil para Black Star, Secret Master solo podía soportarlo. Después de todo, incluso si destrozara el avatar del señor, no causaría demasiado daño a Black Star, sin mencionar el hecho de que ni siquiera podría destrozarlo. Has ganado hoy. El maestro secreto le dio a Anxiao una mirada significativa. Luego envió un mensaje de voz con energía mental solo a Anxiao. Ya que tienes un nivel lamentable de mala suerte, te avisaré. Gorutan podría estar tramando algo contra ti. Anxiao quedó atónito por un momento. ¿Me estás advirtiendo? ¿Eres tan bondadoso? El maestro secreto no respondió. Dio media vuelta y regresó a su nave espacial, partiendo con su flota. Al ver al maestro secreto irse, Anxiao pensó esas palabras. Anxiao recordó que tanto el maestro secreto como Gorutan eran protectores del mercado negro galáctico, por lo que deberían estar en la misma facción. Había destruido el plan del maestro secreto para obtener la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, pero le había advertido y vendido a Gorutan. Parece que también hay conflictos internos entre los protectores del mercado negro galáctico. ¿Será que cuantos menos protectores, más ganancias obtiene cada uno? Anxiao reflexionó. Cuando terminó la batalla entre los dos, las organizaciones curiosas también se dispersaron. Para la mayoría de las organizaciones, aunque no ganaron nada, habían participado en un evento importante, por lo que valió la pena. Con información de primera mano, tendrían muchas oportunidades de presumir de ello en el futuro. La civilización Modo, sin embargo, se convirtió en la mayor perdedora de este incidente. Ni siquiera tocaron la punta de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, y más del 80% de sus élites de grado calamidad habían muerto por ella. ¡Qué tragedia! Anxiao expresó su simpatía. Cuando la lucha por la energía misteriosa del caos primordial llegó a su fin y todas las personas irrelevantes se fueron, finalmente pudo echar un vistazo a este tesoro. Capítulo 1036. ¿Compre uno y llévese otro gratis? Un ejército mecánico acababa de llegar a un planeta desolado fuera de la zona estelar a través de hiperimpulsor. Un desierto blanco sin fin a la vista cubría el planeta. Sionic Prime lideró a los demás y aterrizó lentamente en el suelo. Había un pequeño punto negro flotando a 1 metro del suelo. Era un trono mecánico divino. El cuerpo original de Anxiao estaba sentado sobre él con los ojos cerrados, concentrado en controlar el avatar del señor y las tropas remotas. Un rayo azul dorado chispeó alrededor de su cuerpo y desapareció cuando estaba a más de 1 metro de él, ingresando al canal de transmisión cuántica de distancia infinita para mejorar sus tropas a lo lejos. El ejército pisó el suelo y Anxiao abrió los ojos al mismo tiempo. Bienvenido de nuevo. Señor, no te hemos fallado. Sionik Prime caminaba al frente. Estampó la lanza en el suelo, sacó el contenedor mágico que sellaba la Sionik Prime Spear y lo ofreció con ambas manos. Anxiao miró hacia arriba. Dentro de la bola de cristal translúcida estaba la energía misteriosa del caos primordial que fue sellada y encogida innumerables veces. Era como una niebla roja que seguía cambiando de forma. Bien hecho. Anxiao agarró la bola mágica y jugó un poco con ella. Luego miró a las tropas que tenía delante. Este ejército había luchado contra Ravenlaude y su máxima fuerza. Su victoria no fue fácil. Toneladas de tropas normales habían sido destruidas. Casi todos los soldados mecánicos tenían heridas en el cuerpo y la armadura exterior de muchos de ellos se había abierto, mostrando sus interiores que parpadeaban con chispas eléctricas. Entre las aproximadamente 10 armas apóstol, 4 fueron paralizadas por Ravenlaude y los demás las llevaron ante Anxiao, tiradas en el suelo e incapaces de moverse. Anxiao tuvo que repararlos él mismo para que se recuperaran. Epassel Weapons tenía la capacidad de repararse a sí mismas, pero había un límite. Una vez que el daño que sufrieron excedió un cierto grado, o su energía de yesca bajó más allá de la línea de advertencia, entraron en un estado paralizado o de hibernación. Estas 4 armas apóstoles eran todos soldados de combate cuerpo a cuerpo. Aunque no murieron a manos de Ravenlaude, sufrieron toneladas de daño. Has hecho un buen trabajo. Anxiao asintió. Levantó la palma. 4 nanopartículas de color blanco plateado volaron y se fusionaron en estas 4 armas apóstol. Sus cuerpos temblaron y su daño exterior comenzó a recuperarse lentamente. Déjalos así por el momento. Tendré que darles una reparación completa dentro de la fábrica de dimensión secundaria para que se recuperen por completo. Anxiao luego miró a Sionik Prime y sonrió. Entonces, ¿has aprendido algo? Sionik Prime asintió. Nuestras neuronas y almacenamiento de memoria recopilaron todos los datos del combate. La base de datos para luchar con Beyond Gradeas tiene nuevos ejemplos y es más completa. La próxima vez que luchemos con Ravenlaude u otro mago Beyond Gradea, podremos diseñar estrategias más específicas para disminuir el daño incurrido y aumentar la eficiencia. Las armas apóstol eran todas vidas mecánicas con potencial de crecimiento. Su capacidad de aprendizaje fue muy poderosa. El proceso de lucha con todo tipo de oponentes fuertes se convertiría en parte de la experiencia de combate de Epassel Weapons que los haría más fuertes, o incluso adquiriría técnicas de combate especiales. Muy bien. Esta es la primera vez que ustedes derrotan a un Beyond Gradea en su máxima expresión sin la ayuda de un avatar del Señor. Estoy muy satisfecho con los resultados. Anxiao les dio algunos elogios. Luego, dejó que la maquinaria instalara trampas de estabilización espacial y rompió la bola mágica con su mano. Ravenlaude acababa de sellar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial cuando el maestro secreto se la arrebató, por lo que no hubo tiempo para establecer matrices mágicas ni nada por el estilo. La fuerza bruta fue suficiente para romper el contenedor. Sin embargo, solo Beyond Gradea podría romper algo como esto tan fácilmente, que la Metigrades no podría hacerlo. ¡Cachá! La bola mágica de cristal explotó y se convirtió en polvo. ¡Auge! En el momento en que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial salió de la bola, instantáneamente se expandió y quiso escapar a la dimensión secundaria. Sin embargo, el ejército mecánico había tendido la trampa, por lo que no pudo escapar. Esta vez, Anxiao levantó la mano, abrió la palma y realizó un gesto de atracción hacia la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. ¡Vaya! Una poderosa fuerza de absorción surgió de su mano. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial voló hacia Anxiao y entró en su cuerpo. La nube de energía roja pronto fue completamente absorbida. Silbido. Anxiao inhaló profundamente y una luz roja salió disparada de sus ojos. Según la investigación que realizaron las civilizaciones universales sobre las entidades de habilidad primal Esper, solo los Espers y la gente común podían convertirse en propietarios. Sin embargo, Anxiao planeó probar qué tan cierta era esta información con su propio cuerpo. Después de todo, su primera opción sería, por supuesto, usarlo él mismo. Tenía que intentar ver si era apto. No le preocupaba fracasar. El daño causado por no ser un propietario compatible podría matar a Calamity-Grades, pero como mucho solo causaría un poco de daño a Beyond-Gradeas. Además, humildemente sintió que su capacidad de regeneración no era tan mala, por lo que no tenía miedo en absoluto. Las células eran la residencia de las entidades de habilidad primal Esper. Tan pronto como la energía misteriosa del caos primordial entró en su cuerpo, automáticamente se fusionó en todas y cada una de sus células. Una intensa agonía explotó en el cuerpo de Anxiao. Anxiao podía sentir claramente que debido a la diferencia en los atributos de energía, la energía misteriosa del caos primordial y su propia energía entraban en conflicto y producían un sentimiento similar al rechazo. Mientras más energía misteriosa del caos primordial absorbían sus células, más intenso se volvía el dolor. Sin embargo, en comparación con el dolor que pasó durante las promociones, esto fue un juego de niños. Anxiao frunció levemente el ceño, abrió la barra de estado en la interfaz y la miró. Tu cuerpo ha sido invadido por una entidad de habilidad primal Esper. Debido a los atributos de energía repelentes, recibes entre 30.000 y 50.000 daños erosivo por segundo. Has entrado en el Cell Suppression Energy Conflict Type estado. Debido a la erosión energética, las células que te proporcionan energía quedan suprimidas. Menos 30% de eficiencia en la recuperación de salud, energía y resistencia. Has entrado en el Slightly Weakened estado. La erosión energética ha debilitado tu cuerpo. Menos 15% todos los atributos. Menos 15% de salud y energía máxima. Necesitas usar energía adicional para suprimir la entidad de habilidad primal Esper. Tu energía máxima se ha reducido temporalmente en un 40%. Eso es un montón de desventajas. La boca de Anxiao se torció. Su plan original era que incluso si resultaba inadecuado, podría intentar soportar con fuerza la carga provocada por la energía misteriosa del caos primordial con su capacidad de regeneración, para poder usar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Sin embargo, cuando vio todas estas desventajas, supo que esto no funcionaría. Parece que no podré convertirme en propietario. Anxiao negó con la cabeza. La energía en su cuerpo vibró e inmediatamente expulsó la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, lo que lo hizo sentir renovado al instante. Todas las desventajas de antes desaparecieron. Antes de que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial pudiera hacer algo, Anxiao sacó un dispositivo que contenía entidades de energía que tenía la apariencia de una tubería de 70 centímetros de largo. Su centro era nanovidrio amarillo. Sin decir una palabra, contenía la energía misteriosa del caos primordial una vez más. Al ver la mini energía misteriosa del caos primordial dentro golpeando a izquierda y derecha pero sin poder pasar a través del campo de restricción de energía especialmente diseñado, Anxiao agitó la tubería e hizo que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial rodara unas cuantas veces. Él se rió entre dientes. Aunque no puedo convertirme en el propietario, con mi tecnología, no será difícil hacer uso de Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Los magos pueden sellarlo en un coloso especial y convertirlo en una marioneta de lucha, para que yo pueda construir un cuerpo mecánico especial para convertirme también en el anfitrión de Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy. Crearé artificialmente un dueño mecánico. Sin embargo, se necesitarán muchas pruebas para encontrar una manera de construir el host. Anxiao pensó en cómo lidiar con la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Sin embargo, en ese momento, una débil onda psíquica escapó del interior del contenedor que estaba lleno de una sensación de resignación. Una voz asexuada apareció de repente en la mente de Anxiao. Hola, señor Beyond Gradea, ¿podemos charlar, MMM? ¿La energía misteriosa del caos primordial está hablando? Bien, este tipo es una forma de vida independiente que tiene conciencia. Anxiao arqueó las cejas, miró con interés el contenido en su mano, liberó su barrera psíquica y formó un vínculo de comunicación psíquica con la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. ¿Eres la energía misteriosa del caos primordial? Así es como ustedes me llaman. Mi verdadero nombre es Mosenil Catpiroye, espíritu rojo, Dito. Después de docenas de palabras, el nombre aún no había terminado. An Xiao no pudo soportarlo más e interrumpió su presentación. Detente, es demasiado problemático. Simplemente te llamaré acá. Ah, acá. El tono de Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy era rígido. Probablemente nunca antes había oído un apodo tan bonito. No te preocupes por los detalles. ¿De qué querías hablar conmigo? An Xiao arqueó las cejas. ¿Qué planeas hacer conmigo? An Xiao lo pensó y dijo la verdad. Planeo construir un anfitrión que pueda contenerte, para que luches por mí. Si eso no funciona, tal vez le encuentre un nuevo dueño. Como se esperaba. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial, sin embargo, no estaba enojada por eso. He visto muchos Beyond Gradeas. Cuando me fusioné contigo antes, descubrí que eres uno de los pocos más fuertes incluso entre Beyond Gradea. No puedo resistirme, así que dejaré que le hagas lo que sea a mi cuerpo. Sé amable, ¿vale? No me gusta lo duro. ¿Por qué la forma en que dijiste eso sonó un poco rara? An Xiao tosió y dijo con curiosidad, «Te convertirás en mi marioneta, ¿no estás enojado?» Mi vida es más larga de lo que puedas imaginar. He experimentado todo lo que hay que experimentar. No es que seas el primero que quiere controlarme. Eres solo otro transeúnte en mi vida. El tono de Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy era casual y despreocupado. No esperaba que tuvieras una mente tan abierta. La boca de An Xiao se torció y no supo cómo describir esto. Si hubieras vivido tanto como yo, conocerías el sentimiento de soledad. Es el sentimiento más horrible de todo el universo. Por lo tanto, hiberno la mayor parte del tiempo. De hecho, las experiencias que tengo luchando junto a mis dueños son los recuerdos más emocionantes y coloridos. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial fue muy honesta. Como una antigua energía misteriosa del caos primordial que pasaba la mayor parte de su tiempo durmiendo, no tenía necesidad de ocultar sus verdaderos pensamientos. An Xiao de repente pensó en lo que le había sucedido a Evans no hace mucho y preguntó, «Entonces, ¿realmente estás ansioso por encontrar un dueño?» Durante mi hibernación, dejo que mi subcuerpo se encuentren candidatos compatibles en todas partes, y cuando llegue el día en que me interese, encontraré un dueño para comenzar una nueva aventura. Las mejillas de An Xiao se torcieron. ¿Qué está pasando con el mundo? Incluso Sperebilities busca neumáticos de repuesto Toy. Mala habilidad de Sper. Sin embargo, esto explicaba lo que le había sucedido a Evans. Era la historia de una chica secundaria que se convertía en la chica principal. ¿Hay demasiadas cosas mal en esto? Eres tan cooperativo ahora, entonces, ¿por qué intentaste escapar ahora? Me gusta estar en el lado controlador, pero aún puedo disfrutar estando en el lado pasivo, respondió Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy. An Xiao puso los ojos en blanco. Entonces, básicamente, es porque no tienes más remedio que cooperar porque. Él inicialmente pensó que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial resistiría y lucharía hasta la muerte, pero para su sorpresa, la verdad fue tan refrescante y novedosa. Sin embargo, tenía sentido cuando lo pensaba. Para una entidad energética que había vivido tanto tiempo, probablemente pocas cosas importaban. Definitivamente resistió cuando fue atrapado la primera vez, pero una vez que uno permitía cruzar esa línea de fondo, comenzaba a caer en un abismo sin fin. An Xiao entendió de alguna manera por qué la energía misteriosa del caos primordial era así, era realmente antigua, pero sin la fuerza suficiente, no importaba qué tan antigua fuera. Como alguien dijo una vez, si no puedes luchar contra ello, disfrútalo. A medida que pasó el tiempo, la energía misteriosa del caos primordial desarrolló lentamente esta personalidad de no preocuparse por nada. Esta vez, la energía misteriosa del caos primordial inició activamente una nueva conversación y preguntó, «Ha pasado tanto tiempo desde que desperté, ¿cuál es la situación en el universo ahora? ¿Qué acontecimientos importantes han ocurrido en los últimos años? ¿Quién eres? Cuéntame, cuéntame. Ya que eres tan cooperativo, ¿te lo diré?» An Xiao sacudió la cabeza. A través del enlace psíquico, rápidamente transmitió toneladas de datos a Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial sintió los datos con alegría. Parece que mientras dormía, sucedieron muchas cosas importantes en el universo. Recuerdo que cuando me quedé dormido, los Beyond Gradea no eran los que existían ahora, y no había tantos. Entonces, ¿cuánto tiempo dormiste? Preguntó Anxiao. ¿Cientos de años? ¿1000 años? Suspiró. ¿Por qué iba a recordar eso? El tiempo no tiene sentido para mí. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial suspiró y dijo en un tono cariñoso y reminiscente: antes del nacimiento de Beyond Gradea, nosotros, las entidades de habilidad primal Esper, todavía existíamos. No quiero alardear, pero piénselo. En la era en la que los poderes individuales aún no habían alcanzado el reino más allá del grado A, representábamos la fuerza máxima. Innumerables personas anhelaban nuestro poder. Nuestra era solo terminó cuando apareció Beyond Gradeas. Las entidades de habilidad primal Esper eran extremadamente antiguas. Definitivamente tuvieron una historia gloriosa en el pasado lejano. Incluso podrían haber sido los protagonistas de alguna época. Parecía ser un grupo de personas con muchas historias que contar. Anxiao de repente pensó en algo. Entonces, ¿sabes dónde están las otras entidades de habilidad primal Esper? Ha pasado mucho tiempo. Perdí la pista de a dónde fueron hace mucho tiempo. Esta vez, Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy hizo una pausa. Luego, de repente, cambió su tono, que se volvió motivado y enérgico. Sin embargo, es posible que sepa dónde está un tipo. Si estás interesado, puedo ayudarte a capturarlo. ¿Por qué de repente estás tan emocionado? Anxiao respondió dubitativo. ¿Será que a ti también te gusta pegarle a tus compañeros? A decir verdad, ese tipo es mi archienemigo. Nunca me ha gustado. Luchamos todos los días hace mucho tiempo y murieron innumerables propietarios. Si estás interesado, estoy muy dispuesto a ayudar, dijo con anticipación Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy. Anxiao se sorprendió un poco al escuchar esto. No solo capturó la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, sino que ahora recibió un regalo sorpresa. ¿Compre uno y llévese otro gratis? Maldita sea, ni siquiera traje a Fading aquí. ¿Podría ser que cuando el maestro secreto se compadeció de mí antes, secretamente aumentó mi suerte? O tal vez esto sea una estafa. Anxiao se acarició la barbilla y preguntó: ¿cómo se llama? Su nombre es Na. O, según como lo llaman ustedes, debería ser la partícula de luz sagrada. ¿Partícula de luz sagrada? Los ojos de Anxiao brillaron. Este también era un nombre familiar. En su vida anterior, sirvió al mismo anfitrión que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Fue la segunda habilidad Esper de Evans. Como personaje crucial en la historia de Esgod, Evans tuvo bastantes oportunidades de tipo protagonista. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial quería que él le ayudara a recuperar la parte de su cuerpo que Esgod le había quitado, por lo que ayudó a Evans a volverse más fuerte a toda costa. Probablemente le había hablado de la partícula de luz sagrada como le había dicho a Anxiao. Evans, sin embargo, tenía un cuerpo único, que sorprendentemente resultó ser compatible con la partícula de luz sagrada también. Las dos entidades de habilidad primal Esper de alguna manera lograron un acuerdo, dejaron atrás sus problemas pasados y decidieron compartir a su dueño. En ese momento, Evans fue el primer propietario de múltiples entidades de habilidad primal Esper en la historia del universo. Hablando de eso, el hombre tenía bastante talento. Aunque ya no podría ser propietario, reclutarlo en el ejército aumentaría la suerte del ejército. No hay problema, ningún número de entidades de habilidad primal Esper es demasiado. ¿Dónde está la partícula de luz sagrada? Anxiao estaba interesado. Hasta donde yo sé, permanece en una dimensión secundaria durante periodos de tiempo muy largos. Es un mundo hecho de luz materializada, todo está hecho de luz colorida. La luz sólida parece gemas brillantes, y la luz líquida parece leche espesa y densa. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial describió la dimensión con el mayor detalle posible, mostrando claramente su fuerte hostilidad hacia su archienemigo. Al mismo tiempo, apareció una notificación en la interfaz de Anxiao. Has activado la misión. De Primal Chaos Mysteries Energies Archenemy. Introducción a la misión. Has capturado la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Es un chico muy casual. Si estás dispuesto a ayudarlo a resolver un pequeño problema, él estará dispuesto a luchar a tu lado. Requisitos de la misión: derrota a otra entidad de habilidad primordial Esper, la partícula de luz sagrada. Recompensa: 400 millones de exp, 2 cartas de invocación de personajes, activa una misión especial de hito. Primal Esper Ability Collector. Capítulo 1037. El dolor de cabeza de Gaudí. No está mal, incluso me dio una misión. Anxiao lo miró con interés. Las entidades de habilidad primal Esper eran fuertes, pero no eran mucho para él ahora. Usando cierto cómic que había leído en su vida anterior como referencia, las entidades de habilidad primal Esper eran como bestias con cola, elogiadas por el escritor como algo casi imbatible al principio, pero para esos personajes en las últimas etapas del cómic. ¿Qué? ¿Puede esta cosa matar a alguien? Del mismo modo, el dueño era como el Jinchuriki. Si la entidad de habilidad primal Esper conociera a un propietario poderoso, tendría poderes fuertes. Al observar la recompensa de la misión, Anxiao comenzó a planificar. En términos de dificultad de esta misión, se necesitarían muchos grados de calamidad para formar un equipo, por lo que se considera una misión de equipo para las versiones posteriores. 2 cartas de invocación de personajes, por lo que probablemente sean las cartas de invocación de personajes de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial y la partícula de luz sagrada. Para los jugadores, básicamente no pueden convertirse en propietarios de entidades de habilidad primal Esper, por lo que las tarjetas de invocación de personajes les resultan útiles. Sin embargo, para alguien como yo que puede domesticarlos, las cartas de invocación de personaje son solo la guinda del pastel. Pero esta misión de hito parece bastante interesante. Anxiao había visto otros hitos especiales en su vida anterior, que generalmente eran todas misiones ocultas. Sin embargo, esta era la primera vez que veía esto. Primal Esper Ability Collector, hito. Nadie lo había provocado nunca en su vida anterior. Suena exótico, pero se desconocen sus efectos. Quizás sea más adecuado para Espers. Anxiao se acarició la barbilla, lo pensó unos segundos y luego lo dejó a un lado. No importa de qué se tratara este hito, de una forma u otra iba a obtener la partícula de luz sagrada. Principalmente quería otra entidad de habilidad primal Esper, por lo que la misión fue solo la guinda del pastel. Se ocuparía de este hito especial cuando llegara el momento, especular no llevaría a nada. Estaré de acuerdo con esto entonces. Hagamos que la partícula de luz sagrada venga y te acompañe. Entonces, ¿cuándo nos vamos? La energía misteriosa del caos primordial no podía esperar. Parecía que quería vengarse de su archienemigo, pero según lo que había sucedido en la vida anterior de Anxiao, Anxiao seguía sintiendo que estaba deseando ver a su viejo amigo. Jeje, habilidades de Esper. Anxiao lo pensó, sacudió la cabeza y dijo, ahora no, tengo algo que hacer. Cuando llegue el momento, iré a buscarlo. Todavía tenía algunas cosas que hacer. Su prioridad era construir la capa del rey y del emperador, las 2 piezas de equipo de oro. Además, tuvo que inventar y construir un anfitrión especial para Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy, el propietario mecánico artificial. De esta manera, tendría una guardia mecánica especial que poseía una habilidad Esper de riesgo súper alto. Su grado sería difícil de juzgar, ya que dependería del desempeño del anfitrión. Si pudiera convertirlo en una vida mecánica, con el efecto de la habilidad Esper, tendría especificaciones excepcionales. Por supuesto, hubo precedentes de esto en la clase de mecánica. Los Beyond Gradeas que el emperador mecánico había capturado se utilizaron como materiales para hacer marionetas mecánicas especiales. Las armas apóstol eran soldados de alto nivel proporcionados por la propia clase, pero los mecánicos podían inventar y crear sus propios soldados de alto nivel. Por otro lado, la información que el maestro secreto le había dado hizo que Anxiao estuviera más seguro de que Hila estaba en una posición riesgosa. Por lo tanto, su cuerpo original tenía que permanecer oculto en el cúmulo de estrellas esmeralda y solo se movería cuando llegara la oportunidad. Al mismo tiempo, jugadores de todo el universo se acercaban al mundo parpadeante. El servidor mundial se estaba formando muy rápidamente. Según el conocimiento que An Xiao tenía sobre los jugadores, aunque se lo estaba pasando genial cosechando puerros, debido a lo mucho que se destacaban los jugadores del ejército, podrían convertirse en el objetivo de los jugadores de las otras facciones. Tenía que quedarse allí y ver la dirección de las cosas. Debido a la existencia del Black Star Army, los jugadores en Flickering World, por supuesto, tomarían acciones diferentes en comparación con su vida anterior. De ahí que tuvo que improvisar y adaptarse. En comparación con la importancia de estas cosas, la captura de la partícula de luz sagrada tendría que posponerse. Sin mencionar el hecho de que tuvo que viajar a una dimensión secundaria para llevar a cabo esta misión, así como descubrir en qué dimensión secundaria se encontraba la partícula de luz sagrada. Está bien, esperaré. A la energía misteriosa del caos primordial no le importó, no tenía prisa. Entendió que Black Star era su maestro, no un propietario o una herramienta como los anteriores. Lo único que le entristecía era que podría estar sellado en un cuerpo mecánico sin vida y no poder comunicarse con nadie, lo que sería mucho menos divertido que jugar con su dueño. Suspiro, no hace mucho encontré un propietario perfecto y compatible. Lamentablemente, no podré ingresar a él. An Xiao cortó el enlace psiónico, puso la energía misteriosa del caos primordial en su bolsillo y se puso de pie. Guardó el trono mecánico divino, convocó a su vehículo y regresó con Psionic Prime y los demás. Mientras el polvo se asentaba en torno a la propiedad de Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy, todos los participantes que se retiraron no lo mantuvieron en secreto. Rápidamente publicaron la grabación del evento, que se convirtió en la noticia principal en apenas unas horas. La misteriosa energía del caos primordial apareció y cayó en manos de Black Star. Los cambios en el mundo parpadeante afectaron a todo el universo. La noticia sobre la aparición de Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy en la zona de libre competencia y cayendo en manos de Black Star se extendió rápidamente por los distintos Starfields. Los residentes galácticos no sabían mucho sobre las entidades de habilidad Primal Esper, pero la lista de habilidades Esper de súper alto riesgo era famosa. Además, la noticia mencionaba los dos términos populares, Flickering World y Black Star. Incluso estaba la grabación del lugar de la batalla. Por lo tanto, que esta noticia se convirtiera en un tema candente en innumerables mesas no era infrecuente. Unas horas después de esta noticia, la productora de Wayne Cards hizo un anuncio, expresando que crearían la nueva tarjeta Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy y potencialmente la agregarían al conjunto de tarjetas de facción del Black Star Army. Además, estarían considerando introducir la tarjeta de conjunto Primal Esper Ability Entity. La forma en que se subieron al tren del hype fue asombrosa. Los jugadores a los que les gustaba navegar por Internet también vieron esta noticia. Mientras se sorprendieron, aprendieron el nuevo concepto de entidades de habilidad Primal Esper. Sin embargo, la popularidad de esta noticia giró principalmente en torno a la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Black Star había hecho demasiadas cosas asombrosas. Comparado con los principales acontecimientos del pasado, esto no fue gran cosa. Los innumerables residentes y jugadores galácticos estaban acostumbrados. Sabíamos lo increíble que es Black Star hace mucho tiempo. Esto es solo una ocurrencia básica, así que siéntate. En cierta base militar de la dinastía, en un bar muy concurrido y ruidoso que estaba lleno de risas y vítores, el ambiente era alegre. Todos los invitados eran soldados y oficiales vestidos con el uniforme de la dinastía. Esta base militar funcionó principalmente como campo de entrenamiento. Muchos soldados de la dinastía aceptaron entrenar allí. Al ser una base semicerrada contaba con lugares de entretenimiento internos, principalmente bares. En la era actual, las civilizaciones no serían demasiado estrictas con los supersoldados. Tenían privilegios y beneficios bastante buenos. Incluso entrenando en una base aislada, todavía podían disfrutar de la vida hasta cierto punto. Allí también se entrenaban muchos campos de entrenamiento superclave, que consistían en aquellos que estaban en la lista de personas en las que la dinastía quería centrarse en el entrenamiento. Gaudí fue uno de ellos. Un grupo de estudiantes clave de formación estaba sentado en la barra. Todos eran grados de calamidad. Bebieron alegremente y charlaron entre ellos. Gaudí estaba entre ellos. Sostuvo su vaso con una sonrisa tranquila en su rostro, de vez en cuando decía algunas palabras, luciendo como si fuera bastante sociable. Era una atmósfera amigable. Obtuvo la mayor atención entre todos los estudiantes de formación. La habilidad esper que poseía tenía un futuro extremadamente brillante. Por eso, siempre había sido famoso en el campo de entrenamiento. Alguien negó con la cabeza y dijo con una sonrisa: entre nosotros, el que tiene mayores posibilidades de superar el límite de Beyond Grade A eres tú, Gaud. Es muy difícil competir. Quizás todos seamos sus subordinados en el futuro. Entonces necesitaremos que nos cuides. Por cierto, si te conviertes en Beyond Grade A, ¿qué puesto planeas asumir? Probablemente no logres ser la guardia del gobernante, y lo más probable es que la dinastía no te envíe, por lo que probablemente serás el comandante de cierto ejército, dijo alguien más. Es lo que sea para mí. Gaudí sonrió. Su identidad sería aún más allá del grado A directo de la dinastía, por lo que su dirección de desarrollo sería diferente a la de los aliados. Podría ser parte de la autoridad central de la dinastía como Clotti. Alguien se rió y dijo en broma: según convenciones pasadas, probablemente nos uniremos a su equipo. Suspiro: también podríamos animar a nuestro futuro jefe. No irás a ninguna parte hoy antes de emborracharte. Gaudí sonrió y aceptó la pasión de sus camaradas. Mientras el ambiente era excitante, Gaudí de repente vislumbró la noticia que se reproducía en la pantalla virtual sobre la guerra del bar. Su rostro rápidamente se puso rígido y su sonrisa desapareció. Su respuesta anormal sorprendió a sus camaradas. Miraron siguiendo su vista y vieron que en la pantalla se reproducía la noticia sobre el arrebato de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial por Estrella Negra. Oye, Blackstar hizo algo de nuevo. Increíble, no es de extrañar que sea el próximo pilar que ha elegido la dinastía. Hace unos años, cuando acepté los cambios del cubo de evolución, lo conocí de cerca y casi no pude evitar querer pedirle un autógrafo. Afortunadamente, él es el aliado de la dinastía y no de la Federación o la Iglesia. Es una bendición para la dinastía. Los demás no pudieron evitar empezar a charlar sobre este tema. Todos allí admiraban a los fuertes. Muchos de ellos eran fanáticos de los diversos aliados de la dinastía Beyond Grade A, y varios de ellos eran fanáticos de Blackstar. En ese momento, Gaudí dejó su copa, se puso de pie con cara de póker y dijo fríamente: tengo algo que atender. Me voy. Sin esperar a que los demás respondieran, pasó entre la multitud y salió del bar, dejando a sus muchos compañeros confundidos e intercambiando miradas. ¿Qué está sucediendo? ¿Qué pasó? Gaudí salió del bar, regresó rápidamente a su habitación, sacó su comunicador y se puso en contacto con Becorodi. Después de que sonó durante bastante tiempo, el otro lado finalmente contestó. Gaudí preguntó instantáneamente: me dijiste que esperara las buenas noticias. ¿Son estas las buenas noticias de las que hablaste? Becorodi permaneció en silencio durante unos segundos antes de finalmente responder lentamente. La interferencia de Blackstar fue inesperada. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial está de hecho en sus manos ahora. Entonces, ¿qué planeas hacer? Gaudí se quedó inexpresivo. Intentaré salvar esto, veré si podemos intercambiar algo por la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Gaudí permaneció en silencio y no preguntó qué pasaría si eso no funcionaba. La dinastía estaba dispuesta a darle la energía misteriosa del caos primordial para que pudiera aprovechar al máximo su habilidad Esper y ayudarlo a convertirse en un Beyond Grade A antes. Entonces, podría analizar los principios de la energía de evolución. Sin la energía misteriosa del caos primordial, la dinastía aún esperaría a que él creciera lentamente. Sin embargo, para Gaudí, esto significó que había perdido una poderosa fuente de fuerza. Sin las diversas habilidades especiales de Primal Chaos Mysteries Energy, el plan especializado que había hecho para sí mismo se arruinaría gravemente y no alcanzaría su forma más fuerte. Esto significó que su futuro máximo la fuerza se redujo directamente. Blackstar no podrá usar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial por sí mismo. Mientras saquemos suficientes fichas, él estará dispuesto a cambiarlas. No es imposible. Y Becorodi todavía estaba analizando la situación cuando Gaudí habló y lo interrumpió. Sigamos con eso entonces. Avísame cuando haya algún progreso. Luego, Gaudí colgó la llamada y frunció levemente el ceño. Estaba de muy mal humor y no se molestó en perder el tiempo con Becorodi. Sabía que las posibilidades de recuperar la energía misteriosa del caos primordial eran escasas. La dinastía no pagaría de más por una entidad de habilidad primal esper que no fuera completamente necesaria, y Blackstar era un pedazo de mierda que nunca haría un trato perdedor. Por lo que sabía sobre estas dos partes, las probabilidades de cerrar el trato eran infinitamente cercanas a cero. Gaudí sacudió la cabeza y tachó en su mente la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Con el poder que tenía ahora, no tenía absolutamente ninguna forma de interferir con la lucha por la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. La única manera era tomar prestadas las fuerzas de la dinastía, y la dinastía había fracasado. Por lo tanto, no tenía otras opciones y no podía hacer nada al respecto. Todavía tenía que alcanzar su potencial, mientras que las fuerzas de Blackstar se hacían cada vez más fuertes. Dado que la energía misteriosa del caos primordial había desaparecido, solo podía dejarlo así. No era el momento de meterse con Blackstar. Pensé que con la dinastía participando, esto estaría en la bolsa, pero lo arruinaste. Ahora, ¿tengo que ajustar mi plan de crecimiento? TSK, Blackstar, o Blackstar, realmente me das muchos problemas. Gaudí estaba de muy mal humor. Fuera de la sala de comunicación remota de la fortaleza del cúmulo estelar Esmeralda de la civilización Modo, dos soldados que estaban estacionados allí estaban susurrando. ¿Cuánto tiempo ha pasado desde que entraron el comandante y el inspector? Probablemente casi una hora. Parece que los Reyes Magos los han convocado. Me pregunto cuándo saldrán. Oye, la puerta se está abriendo. Párate correctamente. La puerta de la habitación se abrió, los dos guardias rápidamente se enderezaron, dejaron de hablar y miraron hacia adelante, actuando diligentemente. Sin embargo, sus ojos se movieron incontrolablemente para mirar al comandante Radek y al inspector Lagos. El rostro de Radek parecía estar a punto de explotar, mientras que Lagos parecía al borde de la depresión. Como el sacrificio de decenas de élites de grado calamidad no tenía ningún sentido, se habían ganado una atronadora reprimenda de los tres reyes de Modo, así como de sus jefes directos. Su imagen entre las altas esferas cayó por los suelos. Aunque solo estaba ejecutando la misión encomendada por las personas de arriba y la muerte de decenas de Kelametigrades no fue su culpa, no podía hacer nada más que asumir la culpa. Estaba tan furioso que casi había explotado. Lagos no tenía forma de consolarlo. Preguntó vacilante, nuestros combatientes de alto nivel han sufrido grandes pérdidas. Como dijeron antes los Reyes Magos, eso no puede ocurrir. ¿Qué planeas hacer? Todo es gracias a Blackstar. Radek apretó los puños con fuerza y dijo con rabia, si seguimos siendo tan pasivos, Blackstar acabará sin piedad con nuestras fuerzas. Si no se soluciona este problema de una vez por todas, seguirán sucediendo cosas similares. Si pudiéramos detener a Blackstar, ¿habríamos? Lagos sonrió amargamente con resignación y preguntó, entonces, ¿qué idea tienes? Si pudiéramos matar a Blackstar, murmuraba Radek. Luego se dio la vuelta e inmediatamente vio la expresión poco divertida de Lagos, por lo que se tragó lo que iba a decir a continuación. Lo pensó y dijo, por nuestra cuenta, no hay forma de que podamos luchar contra Blackstar, por lo que solo podemos tomar prestadas fuerzas externas. Si le causamos muchos problemas al ejército de la Estrella Negra y hacemos que no tenga tiempo para lidiar con nosotros, tal vez podamos mitigar la situación actual. ¿Por ejemplo? Radek abrió la boca y se sintió impotente. Si algo así fuera tan fácil de pensar, ¿cómo pudieron haber terminado en esta situación? Si no hicieran contribuciones gigantescas, su ascenso probablemente nunca llegaría. Capítulo 1038 Reclutadores. En cierta zona dentro del cúmulo estelar Esmeralda, volaba la flota de exploración de un pequeño grupo financiero. Organizaciones como esta no eran lo suficientemente fuertes como para ocupar planetas ricos en recursos, solo podían obtener ganancias mediante la exploración normal o siendo contratados. Esto era muy común en el mundo parpadeante actual. Esta flota estaba compuesta principalmente por barcos de exploración y barcos de transporte. Como flota utilizada para expediciones, además de las tripulaciones necesarias en cada barco, también había personas adicionales que vivían en un barco de viaje que se usaba especialmente para transportar personas. Este barco tenía principalmente instalaciones de vida en su interior. El número de personas que podía albergar superaba con creces el de naves espaciales funcionales, como las naves de exploración. La mayoría del personal que no tenía deberes de tripulación permanecía allí normalmente. Esta nave para viajes de larga duración era como una estación espacial portátil. Era más grande incluso que los barcos de transporte industrial del equipo. Se encargó de la logística de la mano de obra, el suministro de alimentos y las instalaciones de entretenimiento. Con lo intensa que era la competencia en Flickering World, sin beneficios diarios, sería muy difícil contratar a alguien. Como grupo financiero comercial, su equipo no podía considerarse verdaderamente leal, por lo que el trato que recibieron fue uno de los factores importantes que atrajo a más empleados. La sala de la estación espacial era un lugar social de entretenimiento multifuncional. Había instalaciones de entretenimiento y todo tipo de tiendas donde la tripulación podía gastar dinero. La sala estaba en el piso más bajo y encima había puentes hechos de materiales transparentes. Las personas en el pasillo podían ver a las personas que estaban encima de ellos caminando cuando miraban hacia arriba. En general, parecía una plaza de negocios próspera y concurrida. En una zona del vestíbulo estaba el comedor del personal, que era bullicioso y ruidoso. Allí se podía ver al personal de todos los puestos. En el borde de la cantina, Evans se sentó solo en una mesa, comiendo lentamente su comida. Tenía los ojos apenas abiertos, miraba fijamente la mesa y soñaba despierto. Todavía llevaba el traje protector amarillo pero ahora con el casco abierto. Parecía normal y corriente, como cualquier miembro típico del equipo de tierra. De hecho, el 99% de las personas que aceptaron este trabajo eran gente corriente. Eran el personal del nivel más bajo del grupo financiero. En las mesas a su alrededor, otros trabajadores del personal de tierra ocupaban los asientos, charlaban mientras comían y, a veces, estallaban en carcajadas. De vez en cuando, los ojos de algunas personas pasaban rápidamente más allá de Evans, pero no se detenían y lo ignoraban por completo. Evans estaba acostumbrado a esto. Los miembros del equipo de tierra eran en su mayoría personas normales. Su eficiencia en el trabajo no era alta y a muchos de ellos les gustaba holgazanear. Comparativamente, era trabajador y nunca holgazaneaba, y a menudo completaba sus tareas más allá de los requisitos mínimos. Por eso, siempre fue elogiado públicamente por el técnico del equipo e incluso recibió algunas bonificaciones. Debido a su actitud, algunos de sus compañeros comenzaron a instar a otros a aislarlo, tal vez porque tenían celos, o tal vez porque no les agradaba un expresidiario que acababa de salir de prisión. Poco a poco, más y más personas dejaron de interactuar con él. Al ser boicoteado, a Evans no le importó en absoluto. Para empezar, nunca le había gustado socializar con colegas. Después de pasar muchos años en prisión, había aprendido a no preocuparse por lo que pensaran los demás. Evans, ¿estás sentado solo? Una voz que reconoció apareció a su lado. Evans miró hacia arriba y una persona familiar estaba a su lado sosteniendo el plato de comida. Era el director del equipo de tierra en el que se encontraba. Había muchos equipos en el departamento de personal de tierra. Este jefe de equipo era solo un oficial de nivel básico que no tenía mucho poder. Era el jefe directo de Evans a quien le agradaba. Ya que no hay nadie sentado a tu lado, ¿te importa si me uno a tu mesa?, dijo el líder del equipo con una sonrisa. De nada. Evans le hizo una seña al director del equipo para que se sentara. El director del equipo se sentó frente a él y conversó con Evans mientras comía. Los miembros del equipo de tierra ya no podían ignorar la mesa de Evans, así que se giraron para saludar a su jefe. Gerente, no tiene que ayudarme con esto, dijo Evans suavemente con resignación. Realmente no me importa que los demás no me agraden. Eso no servirá. ¿Qué pasa si retrasas tu trabajo por mal humor? Es posible que la cuota de nuestro equipo tenga que depender de usted para completarse. El director del equipo se encogió de hombros. Evans sonrió amargamente. Este gerente era una persona normal y amable además. Debido a su alta eficiencia en el trabajo, el gerente lo cuidó especialmente y fue muy amable. Después de tragar la comida, Evans se despidió del gerente, que todavía estaba comiendo, antes de levantarse con el plato vacío en las manos. Luego se dirigió a la ventana de reciclaje del comedor y arrojó el plato. En ese momento, algunas personas con trajes mecánicos entraron a la cantina. Todos eran mercenarios de nivel inferior y sus rostros no parecían normales. Había un ligero enrojecimiento por la emoción. Caminaban en dirección a Evans y atrajeron su atención. Supers, parece que han consumido algún tipo de droga de estimulación y están colocados. Evans miró unas cuantas veces más a estas personas, y cuando estaba a punto de pasar junto a ellos y salir de la cantina, de repente escuchó la voz de un mercenario aumentar en medio de su conversación. Uno de ellos parecía muy emotivo. No creerás que he inventado una nueva forma de usar mi habilidad Esper. Te lo mostraré entonces. Inmediatamente después de decir eso, este mercenario emocionado apretó su mano. El aire a su alrededor se acumuló y formó una esfera de viento invisible. Luego se estrelló contra el suelo debajo de él. La esfera de viento explotó y se convirtió en pequeñas palas de viento que se dispersaron y extendieron por todas partes. El grupo financiero tenía como regla que no se permitía el uso de los poderes de los supers en áreas públicas. Si eran descubiertos, los castigos iban desde el pago de una multa hasta el despido. Sin embargo, estos mercenarios de grado de que acababan de usar drogas de estimulación mental estaban en un estado de sobreexcitación y habían perdido por completo los sentidos. Se olvidaron por completo de esta regla. La gente a su alrededor entró en pánico. El suelo estaba lleno de rastros de marcas de cortes y el personal que estaba a su alrededor retrocedió apresuradamente. Como el poder de esta esfera de viento era limitado, los demás no resultaron realmente heridos. Evans, sin embargo, fue el que más se acercó a ello. La presión del viento lo arrastró y su traje protector se abrió en muchos lugares. Un tinte rojo brillante apareció en los ojos de todos. Alguien está herido. Mucha gente inmediatamente pasó a ser un tonto. El personal del equipo de tierra también se apretó, pero cuando vieron que Evans era el que estaba herido, sus pasos se detuvieron mientras dudaban si debían ayudarlo a levantarse o no. Mientras dudaban, el director del equipo se acercó rápidamente y ayudó a Evans a levantarse antes de mirar su herida. ¿Dónde estás herido? Déjeme ver. Solo una pequeña herida, estoy bien. TSR. Evans tensó su rostro, pero el tic en el borde de sus ojos mostró que las heridas eran bastante dolorosas. Las palas de viento habían abierto más de 10 heridas en su cuerpo, todas las cuales sangraban. Muy pronto, el traje protector se tiñó de rojo. Algunos patrulleros oyeron el alboroto y corrieron. ¿Qué está sucediendo? El director del equipo señaló a estos mercenarios con ira y dijo, violaron las reglas y usaron una habilidad Esper en un área pública, lo que provocó que un equipo resultara herido. El guardia frunció el ceño y miró la escena, notó que Evans estaba herido y luego miró a los pocos mercenarios. Preguntó con voz profunda, ¿es eso cierto? Después de este accidente, estas pocas personas estaban más despiertas. El mercenario que había arrojado la esfera de viento tosió y dijo, lo hice sin querer. Es solo un accidente. Iré a pedir el castigo más tarde. Afortunadamente, solo una persona resultó herida. Te multarán como máximo, no es gran cosa. El guardia consoló un poco al mercenario. Luego se volvió hacia Evans, miró el uniforme del personal de tierra que llevaba en el cuerpo y dijo casualmente, tú eres Evans, ¿verdad? Son solo heridas superficiales. Haz que los traten en la sala médica y estarás bien. No morirás. ¿Eso es todo? El director del equipo no estaba satisfecho. ¿Ni siquiera una disculpa? El mercenario que había causado el incidente miró a Evans y dijo en un tono muy superficial lleno de arrogancia, esto es mi culpa, lo siento. No se podía sentir ninguna sinceridad en absoluto. ¿Qué tipo de actitud es esa? El director del equipo estaba resentido. Esta vez el guardia lo interrumpió. Eso es suficiente. Ya se disculpó y más tarde también le descontarán el salario. No sigas pensando en eso. Aunque el guardia parecía estar haciendo lo que debía hacerse, su actitud mostró claramente el trato diferente que dio a las dos partes. Él también era un súper. Al ver que este mercenario solo había herido accidentalmente a un trabajador terrestre normal, no pensó que fuera gran cosa. Para él, aunque este mercenario había cometido un error, mientras estuviera dispuesto a aceptar el castigo, lo mejor sería darle algo de consuelo. Esto era más importante que una persona normal. Este mercenario parecía completamente normal. Al ver que Evans no moriría, no se molestó en mirarlo más y se dio vuelta para charlar casualmente con sus amigos. Esto fue presenciado por la gente de alrededor. Muchas personas normales tenían expresiones complicadas en sus rostros. A la mayoría de los supers no les importaba cómo afectaba a la gente corriente, y la gente corriente lo sabía muy bien. Aunque la otra parte se disculpó y aceptó el castigo, a él todavía no le importó en absoluto. Al ver esto, la mayoría de los presentes sintieron una llama ardiendo en su pecho. Que los super tuvieran privilegios era una regla silenciosamente aceptada en todo el universo, y no había nada que pudieran hacer al respecto. Esta vez, Evans tiró un poco del director del equipo y se levantó presionando sus rodillas. La sangre goteó sobre el suelo, salpicando por todas partes. Soportó el dolor y dijo, «Está bien. Simplemente no es mi día. Llévame a la sala médica». El director del equipo miró al otro lado y dejó de discutir. Luego ayudó a Evans y salió de la multitud. «Está todo arreglado. Nada más que ver aquí». El guardia despidió a la multitud. Sin embargo, en ese instante, se produjo un cambio repentino. ¿Estallido? La nave espacial de repente tembló como si se hubiera detenido en un instante. Ni siquiera el sistema interno de absorción de impactos pudo eliminar la enorme fuerza de inercia. Todos los presentes se tambalearon y cayeron al suelo presas del pánico. ¿Qué está sucediendo? Parece que la nave espacial se vio obligada a detenerse. ¿Conocimos piratas galácticos? Mientras todos se levantaban ansiosos y estaban a punto de salir corriendo de la cantina para refugiarse, el altavoz dentro de la nave espacial de repente sonó y resonó en toda la flota. Todos podían oírlo. Este es el ejército de la Estrella Negra. Hemos obligado a detener su nave espacial. No hay necesidad de entrar en pánico. Nuestro objetivo es solo encontrar una persona. Su nombre es Evans. Él trabaja en su equipo de tierra. Tan pronto como terminó la frase, todas las miradas se centraron en Evans. Silbido. En un instante, el área alrededor de Evans quedó vacía. Todos se escondieron en shock. El Black Star Army está buscando a este tipo por su nombre. ¿Cómo se metió en problemas con el Black Star Army? ¿Y por qué se esfuerzan tanto por encontrarlo? ¿Tiene una identidad secreta? Esta vez, la apariencia más común de Evans de repente se volvió misteriosa a los ojos de todos los que lo rodeaban. ¿Ejército de la Estrella Negra? Evans también quedó atónito. ¿No es una organización avanzada que estoy lejos de poder encontrar? ¿Por qué me buscan? Probablemente se hayan equivocado de persona. Se volvió para mirar al director del equipo, pero el director del equipo le había soltado la mano hacía mucho tiempo y se escondió a un lado con miedo en su rostro. Evans estaba a punto de decir algo cuando de repente se dio cuenta de que estos guardias y mercenarios habían caminado hacia él y lo rodeaban. ¿Qué estás haciendo? Impidiendo que escapes. Como el ejército de la Estrella Negra quiere verte, deberás esperar aquí, dijo fríamente un guardia. Evans apretó los dientes. Respiró rápidamente unas cuantas veces y solo después de un rato volvió a abrir los puños. Luego dijo con resignación, «No te preocupes, no me postularé. Yo también quiero saber de qué se trata». La gente esperó allí un rato. De repente, aparecieron pasos afuera y un grupo de personas entró. Los niveles superiores, que generalmente eran arrogantes y poderosos, ahora caminaban junto a este grupo de guerreros del ejército de la Estrella Negra con la cabeza gacha. El líder guerrero que lideraba el grupo emitió una poderosa onda de energía. Era un grado B y estos trabajadores de nivel inferior lo consideraban una persona muy poderosa. La escena era tan silenciosa que nadie se atrevía a respirar con dificultad. El grupo caminó hacia Evans. El comandante de la flota señaló y dijo, Él es la persona que estás buscando. El guerrero de grado B de este ejército de la Estrella Negra evaluó a Evans con cara de póker. ¿Eres Evans? Evans respiró hondo. Ese es mi nombre, pero no he tenido ninguna interacción pasada con el ejército Estrella Negra. Creo que es posible que hayas encontrado a la persona equivocada. Al escuchar esto, el líder del equipo de grado B sacó un currículum y se lo mostró a Evans. ¿Es este tu currículum? Mirándolo de cerca, Evans asintió con sorpresa. Su rostro estaba lleno de duda y confusión. ¿El Black Star Army realmente me está buscando? El líder del equipo de grado B asintió. Eso es correcto entonces. Eres a ti a quien estamos buscando. Sígueme. Esperen un momento, me gustaría saber, ¿por qué vinieron por mí? Preguntó Evans. Todos aguzaron sus oídos para escuchar la respuesta. También querían saber la respuesta a esta pregunta. El líder del equipo de grado B de repente sonrió, extendió la mano y dijo apasionadamente, «Eres un talento que su excelencia Black Star pidió reclutar por su nombre. Hermano, bienvenido al Black Star Army». Todo el lugar quedó en silencio por un instante. Auge. Entonces, como una bomba, explotaron voces rugientes. ¿Qué? El director del equipo se estremeció con los ojos bien abiertos. El guardia anterior y el mercenario quedaron completamente congelados por la conmoción. Todos los presentes quedaron estupefactos. Algunos incluso pensaron que estaban escuchando cosas. Innumerables miradas de incredulidad se centraron en Evans. ¿Escuchamos eso bien? Ese famoso Beyond Grade a Black Star está reclutando a una persona normal por su nombre. ¿Podría ser tan talentoso que incluso un Beyond Grade se sienta tentado a reclutarlo? Definitivamente ha estado ocultando sus talentos, razón por la cual no lo notamos en todo este tiempo. Realmente no se puede juzgar un libro por su portada. La admiración apareció en los ojos de todos. Esto fue especialmente cierto para los colegas que aislaron a Evans. Estaban llenos de arrepentimiento y apresuradamente miraron hacia abajo cubiertos de sudor, preocupados de que Evans los notara. ¿Reclútame? Evans quedó estupefacto. En ese instante, cayó en un profundo estado de duda. ¿Qué tiene de increíble que incluso un Beyond Grade esté interesado en mí? ¿Será que realmente es como lo que fantaseaba cuando era joven? ¿Que mi cuerpo ha sellado el poder del malvado Señor Supremo del Universo, el Maestro de la Destrucción, el Diablo Negro? Al mismo tiempo, dentro de una base misteriosa en un lejano desierto estelar antiguo, algunas siluetas discutían las noticias sobre la aparición de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial dentro de la sala de conferencias privada. Ha aparecido otra entidad de habilidad primal Esper. Es la energía misteriosa del caos primordial. Tenemos que encontrar una manera de conseguirlo. Ha caído en manos de Black Star. Black Star es un Beyond Grade a que ascendió en las últimas décadas. Su velocidad de crecimiento es asombrosa. No será fácil tratar con él. Black Star puede vivir mucho tiempo, pero no tenemos tanto tiempo para esperar. Las entidades de habilidad primal Esper son las claves para abrir el tercer santuario. ¿Hay que conseguirlos? Aprovechemos los productos que hemos inventado en los últimos años. La energía misteriosa del caos primordial es un material importante para la fusión. Debemos conseguirlo. Lamentablemente, el cuerpo de Esgod está en manos de Crimson Dynasty. De lo contrario, su habilidad Esper sería la mejor herramienta. Hablando de eso, las cosas del lado de Thousand Shadows casi están madurando. Podemos esperar cosecharlo después de algún tiempo. Antes de que llegue la fecha prometida, tenemos que terminar de preparar la ceremonia del despertar. El honor de los primordiales nunca se marchitará. Capítulo 1039. El archienemigo destinado de Esgod. El territorio de las 1000 sombras estaba situado en el reino de las sombras del abismo de las estrellas. El planeta gaseoso negro todavía flotaba junto al reino de las sombras como un satélite negro, cubierto de gruesas corrientes de energía negra que ocasionalmente formaban mareas onduladas. Una nave espacial se detuvo junto al satélite oscuro y se abrió la escotilla. Calamity Grade Shadows empujó a los diversos prisioneros que habían capturado de diferentes Starfields hacia abajo con cara de póker. Los prisioneros eran en su mayoría grados calamidad. También había supers de bajo grado con habilidades especiales. Estos prisioneros estaban cubiertos de dispositivos de inmovilización y estaban extremadamente débiles. No tenían poder para defenderse en absoluto. La escena parecía cocinar bolas de masa. Cada vez que alguien cayera sobre la superficie de este satélite oscuro, habría una ola de energía negra que lo envolvería. Al segundo siguiente, esa persona desaparecería. Así fue como los sirvientes de Thousand Shadows le reabastecieron las sombras. Había cerca de 1000 prisioneros en este lote, y todos fueron consumidos por las 1000 sombras del tamaño de un planeta. En ese momento, el espacio al lado de la nave espacial se onduló repentinamente. De repente apareció una silueta borrosa. Llevaba una túnica negra con capucha y no mostraba su rostro ni su cuerpo. Los bordes de la silueta parecían llamas, como si estuviera emitiendo gas. En general, parecía una nube negra. No se trataba de una proyección remota de la red cuántica, sino de algún tipo de proyección mental. Solo Thousand Shadows y sus Shadow Servants podían verlo. Al segundo siguiente, la superficie del planeta 1000 sombras de repente comenzó a moverse violentamente, formando enormes tsunamis negros. Muy pronto apareció una cara en la superficie del planeta, solo ojos, nariz y boca formados por vórtices de energía. Estaba abriendo mucho la boca como si estuviera rugiendo. Se liberaron 2 ondas psíquicas invisibles de ambos lados y formaron un vínculo de comunicación psíquica. ¿Cómo va el progreso? ¿Cuánto tiempo llevará la transformación? La silueta borrosa habló primero. No sé. Thousand Shadows es muy persistente. ¿Qué tan consciente está? No muy. Obtuve el control de su cuerpo hace mucho tiempo y heredé todos sus recuerdos. Tan pronto como consuma por completo su última pizca de conciencia, aumentará dramáticamente la velocidad de la transformación. Hazlo lo más rápido posible. Eres un factor central de nuestro plan. Hemos probado muchos métodos en estos años. Al final, descubrimos que, para abrir el tercer santuario, solo se puede hacer con habilidades Esper. Por lo tanto, eres la base de nuestra ceremonia de fusión, el recipiente que contiene a las otras entidades de habilidad primal Esper. No te preocupes. En aquel entonces, Thousand Shadows quería vivir por la eternidad y me vitalizó usando su tecnología. Este tipo codicioso se buscó esto. Excedió los límites de su cuerpo físico, pero sufrió daños por ello. Ustedes me han dado vida e independencia. Cuando me transforme en una verdadera entidad de habilidad primal Esper, podré ayudarte. Cuando el plan esté completo, te prometemos libertad. Después de eso, la silueta borrosa desapareció sin dejar rastro. La superficie del planeta oscuro volvió lentamente a la normalidad después de que la cara desapareció. La noticia sobre la aparición de Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy solo permaneció como tema candente durante unos días. En el mundo parpadeante actual, abundaban los conflictos, por lo que la popularidad de las noticias cambió muy rápidamente. Muy pronto hubo otras noticias que llamaron la atención de los residentes galácticos y de las distintas organizaciones. Como ganador final de la competencia, el ejército mecánico de Black Star también recibió cierta atención. Sin embargo, desapareció rápidamente sin dejar rastro y el mundo exterior no conoció su paradero. En este momento, la nave espacial invisible de An Xiao estaba escondida cerca del territorio de Hila en el cúmulo de estrellas Esmeralda. Actualmente estaba llamando a Ames. Entonces, esa es la situación. Te invité como invitado para proteger a Hila, hacer que pareciera que estoy en mi base para hacer que los enemigos ocultos bajen la guardia y que tú ayudes a proteger la base y cuidar a Aurora. Por lo tanto, realmente no me quedé. Te levantaste a propósito. El tono de An Xiao estaba lleno de resignación. En la pantalla, Ames estaba jugando con una pequeña esfera de campo de fuerza verde con los párpados caídos. A pesar de su tono tranquilo, desprendía una extraña sensación de peligro. Si me lo hubieras dicho directamente, yo también te habría ayudado. ¿No confías en mí? ¿Cómo es posible? ¿No querías ver a Aurora después de que avanzó? Bueno, ahora la has visto. Además, cuando te invité, no dije nada acerca de que quería verte. An Xiao se rascó la cabeza y bromeó, no lo dije directamente principalmente porque quería ser educado. Sé que siempre que te pregunte, definitivamente estarás de acuerdo. Después de todo, ya soy muy fuerte. Me preocupa que puedas pensar que te estoy ordenando. Jeje, no me lo ordenaste, pero siento que me estás usando, ¿no parece eso peor? Ames entrecerró los ojos. Un tinte verde cruzó por sus ojos. Oye, eso no es cierto en absoluto. Con la relación que tenemos, usar el término uso es exagerarla. An Xiao saludó. ¿Es eso así? Me has utilizado muchas veces en el pasado. Ames sonrió levemente. Eso es cosa del pasado. Las cosas son diferentes ahora. Nuestras dos organizaciones están entrelazadas. Somos una familia. Como familia, bueno, es normal bromear de vez en cuando. TSK. ¿Quién es tu familia? Desvergonzado. Ames frunció levemente el ceño. Al ver esto, An Xiao sonrió y se burló de ella. Jeje, ¿de verdad tenías tantas ganas de verme? ¿Quieres que vuelva y te acompañe? ¿Quién quiere verte? Ames hizo una pausa, desactivó el campo de fuerza y casualmente dijo, entonces quédate ahí para proteger a mi alumno. ¿Necesitas que vaya a ayudarte? No hay necesidad. Porque soy demasiado débil. Ames arqueó ligeramente las cejas. Por supuesto que no. Es principalmente porque otra cosa necesita tu ayuda. Tienes que quedarte en Blackstar Palace y actuar como si yo también estuviera allí. Ya que es para mi estudiante, cooperaré con su programa, pero no se apresure a agradecerme. Todavía tenemos que resolver el asunto de que me engañaste. Muy bien, cuando regrese, ¿qué tal si te acompaño en un viaje turístico a una dimensión secundaria? An Xiao arqueó las cejas. Apenas el 2 de nosotros. Tendré que capturar la partícula de luz sagrada también en una dimensión secundaria, matando dos pájaros de un tiro. Soy tan brillante. Está bien, entonces está decidido. Ames no tuvo objeciones. Aunque la habían engañado para que fuera hasta allí, después de acariciar a Aurora durante los últimos días, ya no estaba realmente enojada. Si alguien más hubiera jugado con ella y la hubiera usado así, Ames seguramente se habría puesto furioso. Pero como fue Blackstar quien le hizo una broma, no le importó demasiado, solo aquellos cercanos a ella podían hacer algo como esto. Además, esto le recordó el pasado cuando Blackstar seguía usándola a pesar de estar tan débil. La hizo sentir nostalgia. Después de charlar un rato más, An Xiao colgó la llamada y miró hacia la mesa de trabajo a un lado. Actualmente se encontraba dentro del taller de maquinaria de la nave espacial. Su fuerza mecánica controlaba todo tipo de dispositivos para construir el traje mecánico King. A su lado ya había un montón de productos fallidos. Los llamó a todos productos fallidos, pero seguían siendo todos equipos naranjas, que podrían considerarse equipos raros. Desafortunadamente, no alcanzaron el nivel del tesoro universal. No solo sus actuaciones fueron tremendamente débiles, sino que tampoco tuvieron ninguno de los increíbles efectos que se suponía que debían tener. Además, el coste era terriblemente elevado. Para él, estos fueron sin duda fracasos. Después de guardar su comunicador, An Xiao finalmente pudo concentrarse en construir este intento contra el rey justo frente a él. El Spirit Instrument, el talento en su interfaz brillaba constantemente. Este talento solo se activaría al construir tesoros universales. Sin embargo, cuando An Xiao había terminado más de la mitad, Philip apareció de repente e informó que algunos de los soldados mecánicos ya habían regresado con Evans. Tráelo aquí entonces. Los ojos de An Xiao brillaron. Al cabo de un rato, se abrió la puerta del taller de maquinaria. Unos cuantos soldados mecánicos escoltaron a un hombre. Era Evans. Tan pronto como Evans entró, vio a un hombre apuesto y dominante vestido de negro mirándolo con una leve sonrisa, e inmediatamente se puso nervioso. Su Excelencia, ¿es usted Blackstar? Ese soy yo. An Xiao sonrió y asintió mientras evaluaba a Evans. Su primera impresión de él fue normal, demasiado normal. Evans sintió que los ojos de An Xiao parecían poder mirar a través de él, como si no hubiera nada que pudiera ocultar frente a An Xiao. Se puso aún más ansioso. Aunque por lo general estaba tranquilo y sensato, ni siquiera él podía mantener la calma cuando se enfrentaba a alguien que se encontraba en la cima del universo como Blackstar. Evans respiró hondo, se armó de valor y preguntó: «Su excelencia Blackstar, solo soy una persona común y corriente sin supergenes. ¿Qué parte de mí ha causado que te interese?» Anxiao sonrió juguetonamente. «Tu físico es bastante especial y eso me interesa mucho». ¿Físico especial? Evans quedó atónito. Se miró a sí mismo y sintió que era básicamente lo opuesto a la palabra especial. «De todos modos, no te preocupes, como Bellón Gradea, no me esforzaré tanto solo para encontrar problemas con una persona común y corriente como tú. Tu vida no corre peligro aquí. Solo tienes que cooperar con mis experimentos como máximo. Después de eso, puedes aceptar un trabajo de oficina en el ejército, que paga mucho más que el grupo financiero para el que trabajabas antes. ¿Qué opinas? Ya me trajiste aquí, ¿todavía puedo rechazar?» Evans sonrió amargamente. Acababa de salir de prisión. Había venido al mundo parpadeante tanto para adquirir conocimientos como para ganarse la vida. No le importaba en absoluto trabajar para el Blackstar Army. Además, el salario sería mucho mayor. Al ver que no tenía objeciones, Anxiao tomó una jeringa y caminó hacia Evans. Le dijo que se quedara quieto y le succionó un frasco de sangre. Anxiao no estaba mintiendo. Tenía la intención de realizar algunos experimentos. Evans había sido el anfitrión compartido de la energía misteriosa del caos primordial y la partícula de luz sagrada en la vida anterior de Anxiao, por lo que su físico era sin duda especial. Anxiao quería construir el anfitrión mecánico para las entidades de habilidad primal Esper, por lo que extraer y estudiar las células de Evans ayudaría a explicar el razonamiento detrás de su compatibilidad excepcional con las habilidades primal Esper, lo que aceleraría el progreso de la investigación. Por otro lado, Anxiao también le causó daño a Evans al clavarle la aguja en el cuerpo, por lo que la información de combate también se activó. Los ojos del gran mecánico brillaron cuando abrió la interfaz para ver los atributos de Evans. La interfaz de atributos de una persona común y corriente era muy simple, solo 2 talentos especiales atrajeron la atención de Anxiao. Uno fue Medium la Glow, lo que significa que era un personaje tipo protagonista, y era solo mediano porque si bien Evans obtuvo poder, también tenía un nuevo archienemigo, Esgod. El otro talento especial se llamó Highest Grade Esper Ability Affinity Physique, y sus efectos estaban todos relacionados con la clase Esper. Aumentó drásticamente su compatibilidad con las entidades de habilidad primal Esper. Al mismo tiempo, al ser atacado por Espers, le brindó una cierta oportunidad de recuperar parte de su salud y energía. Además, la dificultad de cultivar y explorar su propia habilidad Esper disminuyó drásticamente, mientras que el poder de su habilidad Esper aumentaría drásticamente. Incluso aumentó pasivamente el potencial de las habilidades Esper en un grado. No es de extrañar que pueda poseer 2 habilidades primarias de Esper, este talento es básicamente el sentido mecánico perfecto del Esper CL culo. Sus efectos son demasiado increíbles. Anxiao estaba asombrado. Por lo general, aquellos con tales talentos deberían poder despertar como Espers, pero lamentablemente, Evans era una persona común y corriente. ¡Qué desperdicio de esta historia! Espera un minuto. Eso no está bien. Si tiene este talento, ¿cómo es posible que no tenga supergenes? Algo debe estar mal. Anxiao de repente se dio vuelta con ojos muy brillantes. Con Evans con una expresión renuente en su rostro, Anxiao le dijo que se quitara toda la ropa. Luego, obedientemente, se sometió a una revisión detallada de todo el cuerpo. Evans estuvo destrozado en el pasado. Por supuesto, no tenía forma de comprobar su supergen en algunas instalaciones de alto nivel. Por lo tanto, Anxiao pensó que algo podría haberse pasado por alto. Y con este cheque, realmente encontró algo. Anxiao miró el informe y frunció el ceño. ¿Qué es? Evans se volvió a poner la ropa y estaba un poco nervioso. No es que no tenga supergenes. No sé quién hizo la verificación por usted, pero no lo hicieron lo suficientemente a fondo. Evans quedó atónito. Siempre había pensado que era una persona común y corriente sin talento. Nunca esperó que alguien le dijera hoy que realmente tenía talento. Aunque se había acostumbrado a la identidad de una persona común y corriente, todavía estaba en shock. Pero no te emociones demasiado pronto. An Xiao saludó y habló lentamente. Hay algo mal con tus supergenes. Parece estar suprimido por algún tipo de droga. Después de tantos años, tus supergenes se han reducido tanto que es casi imposible detectarlos, por lo que la posibilidad de que tus supergenes despierten es cercana a cero. Este fue un acto del hombre. ¿Tuviste enemigos cuando eras niño? Evans apenas reprimió las emociones hirvientes en su corazón y comenzó a buscar seriamente en sus recuerdos. Luego dijo con incertidumbre, acepté la detección de supergenes cuando tenía 10 años. Si alguien hizo algo así, debió ser antes de que yo tuviera 10 años. ¿Pero cómo pude haberme hecho enemigos cuando era tan joven? ¿Por mi familia? Pero solo tengo una familia normal. ¿Cómo podría ser esto? Su expresión siguió cambiando. Podía vivir sin tener ningún talento, pero solo hoy supo que inicialmente tenía talento, pero alguien lo destruyó cuando era joven. Su talento no fue lo único que fue destruido, sino también su vida en las últimas décadas. Evans inicialmente ya había aceptado su destino, pero ahora, las llamas de la ira ardían violentamente en su corazón. Aplaudir. De repente, An Xiao aplaudió e interrumpió sus pensamientos. Muy bien, no pienses en eso si no puedes resolverlo. Puedes investigarlo en el futuro. Hablemos de un asunto más importante. Quizás tenga una manera de ayudarte a despertar. Todo el cuerpo de Evans se estremeció. Reprimió su entusiasmo y preguntó, ¿qué tengo para dar a cambio? Simple. Inicialmente pensé que eras una persona común y corriente, pero si puedes despertar tu habilidad Esper, lucha por mí. An Xiao hizo una pausa, sonrió y dijo lentamente, te he investigado. Cuando eras una persona común y corriente como siempre lo has sido, para proteger a tus amigos, encontraste una manera de matar a un súper de bajo grado. No todas las personas comunes y corrientes tienen agallas como tú. Tienes talento para la lucha. Una vez te negaste a aceptar tu destino y los muchos años que pasaste en prisión extinguieron tu pasión, pero ahora es posible que tengas la oportunidad de renacer. Solo espero que no lo desperdicies. Está bien, respondió Evans con firmeza. Sus ojos estaban llenos de perseverancia. La vibra que emitió se volvió completamente diferente a la de cuando ya había aceptado su destino, como una espada afilada enterrada en el polvo que finalmente ha sido desenterrada y limpiada del óxido. Al ver esto, An Xiao sacó una botella de poción de fuerza vital hecha por Aurora. El síntoma de Evans fue que sus supergenes se habían reducido y perdido toda actividad. Mientras se inyectara suficiente energía vital, se recuperarían. La poción de fuerza vital era la medicina perfecta para esto. An Xiao inyectó solo una décima parte de la medicina dorada en el cuerpo de Evans para que no terminara con una fuerza vital desbordante. Zumbido. Al momento siguiente, Evans comenzó a brillar y a liberar una fuerte energía vital de todo su cuerpo. Este brillo duró muchos minutos antes de atenuarse. Evans cerró los ojos y se quedó en el mismo lugar, pero se sentía completamente diferente. No podría estar más sano. Todos los daños sufridos durante sus muchos años de prisión y el resto de su vida habían desaparecido. ¿Cómo te sientes? Como si hubiera renacido. Evans abrió los ojos. La luz dorada de sus ojos finalmente se disipó. Miró a An Xiao con aprecio en sus ojos. An Xiao asintió con satisfacción y preguntó, ¿has sentido tu habilidad Esper? Evans frunció el ceño. Sintió cuidadosamente los cambios que había experimentado, pero estaba un poco indeciso. Se siente diferente, como si tuviera un nuevo órgano sensorial. Esa debería ser mi habilidad Esper, ¿verdad? Muéstramelo. An Xiao tenía curiosidad. Evans asintió. Luego usó todas sus fuerzas para intentar usarlo, pero se dio cuenta de que no pasó nada en absoluto, por lo que dudó de sí mismo. Parece que no puedo controlarlo. ¿Realmente despertó mi habilidad Esper? Cualquiera que acabara de despertar se convertiría en un supergrado E, pero a pesar de ser muy débil, las situaciones en las que los Espers no pudieran controlar su habilidad Esper no deberían suceder. An Xiao frunció el ceño. Sintió que esto no era un asunto simple, por lo que volvió a pinchar a Evans con una aguja para ver su información de combate. Sin embargo, con solo una mirada, todo el cuerpo de Anxiao se puso rígido y se quedó quieto. Se frotó los ojos y casi pensó que estaba alucinando. Lo miró durante un total de más de 10 segundos antes de recuperarse del shock. Miró a Evans con una expresión extremadamente extraña y murmuró: «No es de extrañar, no es de extrañar». «¿Has descubierto cuál es mi habilidad Esper?», Evans preguntó nerviosamente. Anxiao respiró hondo, le dio unas palmaditas en el hombro a Evans con una expresión complicada, frunció los labios y dijo con profundo significado en sus palabras: «Tienes que ser una buena persona». Entonces, no le importó la expresión confusa de Evans, le dio la espalda y rugió en su corazón. «¡Hijo de puta! La habilidad de este niño también está absorbiendo habilidades Esper. Exactamente lo mismo que Esgod. No es de extrañar, ahora la singularidad de este chico en mi vida anterior tiene sentido. No es de extrañar que seas el archienemigo de Esgod. ¿Es esta la elección de Steins, Gate?». Le había arrebatado la energía misteriosa del caos primordial que llevó a Evans a perder la oportunidad de cambiar su destino, por lo que Anxiao inicialmente se sintió algo culpable y quiso darle alguna compensación. Ahora, las habilidades primal Esper no son lo suficientemente buenas para ti. Eres el mayor beneficio que he obtenido en este viaje. Capítulo 1040 Plan de elevación de Esgod y creador del tesoro universal, Esper Ability, Capi. Esta era la habilidad principal de Esgod, pero había aparecido en Evans. La primera respuesta de Anxiao fue sospechar qué relación tenía Evans con Esgod, luego instantáneamente inventó en su mente una novela romántica de 2 millones de palabras. Sin embargo, después de pensar en la historia de su vida anterior, negó esta posibilidad. La posibilidad de que esto fuera una coincidencia era mayor. En el universo, los Espers que despertaban las mismas habilidades no eran infrecuentes. Habilidades como controlar el fuego, el agua, los campos de fuerza, etc., estaban básicamente en todas partes. Por lo tanto, que otra persona pudiera absorber las habilidades de Esper no era imposible. Sin embargo, una coincidencia como esta todavía hacía que Anxiao se sintiera extremadamente extraño. Esgod había sido encerrado en el espacio-tiempo ámbar por el no hace muchos años, y ahora, un nuevo Esgod había aparecido en el mundo exterior. ¿Podría ser esto la reencarnación? ¿Siempre tuvo que haber un señor malvado? ¡Qué sorpresa! He conocido a un Esgod en su etapa de novato. Anxiao quedó gratamente sorprendido. Teniendo Esper Ability, Capi, Evans ciertamente tendría que tomar el camino de absorber las habilidades Esper de otros. Alguien suprimió sus talentos, pero ahora no tendría más remedio que quitarles los talentos a otros. Todo esto fue muy dramático e irónico para Anxiao. Obviamente, sin una creencia firme, la forma en que esta habilidad Esper estaba destinada a crecer fácilmente haría que su dueño cayera al lado oscuro. Evans, sin embargo, había experimentado décadas como una persona común, saboreando la amargura de estar en el nivel más bajo de la sociedad, por lo que podría no ser tan agresivo como Esgod. Sin embargo, podría tener un odio profundamente enterrado que podría explotar después de ser reprimido durante demasiado tiempo, y nadie podía saber si eso sucedería. Es un arma de doble filo, pensó Anxiao. Si puede serme útil, tendrá un potencial extraordinario. Tengo que guiarlo para que esté de mi lado tanto como pueda. Él se siente agradecido conmigo, por lo que debería ser muy leal. Si algún día muestra algún signo de decadencia, no tendré más remedio que matarlo, para que no haya un segundo Esgod. Aunque poderoso, lo que la gente temía no era Esper Ability, Capi, sino el mismo Dios. En manos de Esgod, todas las habilidades que absorbió tenían una fuerza superior al grado A. Sin su fuerza como base. No importa cuántas habilidades Esper absorbiera, aún así no haría ninguna diferencia. Absorber las habilidades de Esper era una forma de obtener más métodos de combate, se consideraban habilidades y no aumentaban los propios niveles y atributos. Por lo tanto, para que Evans aumentara su calificación, no había atajos. Tuvo que entrenar lentamente como los otros Espers. Aunque tenía el talento suficiente para tener Highest Grade Esper Ability Affinity Physique, todavía no podría saltarse el proceso. Por el momento, Evans acababa de despertar y estaba extremadamente débil, solo alrededor del grado E. Aunque el tema de comparación era ese notorio Esgod, ¿cuánto tiempo había vivido Esgod? ¿Cuánta experiencia de combate tenía? Dios sabía cuánto tiempo le tomaría a Evans alcanzar el nivel Beyond Grade A. Debido a lo extremadamente rara que era esta habilidad Esper, Xiao quería planificar su camino de crecimiento para que no se desperdiciara. Esgod ya había demostrado las limitaciones de Esper Ability, Capi. Si absorbiera demasiadas habilidades de Esper, su cadena genética correría el riesgo de romperse. Esto significaba que la cantidad máxima de habilidades Esper que Evans podría absorber aumentaría a medida que aumentara su grado. Una vez superado ese límite, moriría. Por lo tanto, la situación en la que él tuviera miles de habilidades Esper cuando estaba en un grado bajo nunca sucedería. Sin embargo, debido al físico de Evans, en el mismo nivel, la cantidad máxima de habilidades Esper que podría absorber debería ser mayor que la de Esgod. También, Esper Ability, Capi, no garantizaba una tasa de éxito perfecta al absorber las habilidades de Esper. Esgod siempre había absorbido las habilidades de Esper de Espers cuyo grado era inferior al suyo, por lo que nunca hubo ningún problema. Sin embargo, al absorber la habilidad Esper de alguien del mismo grado o incluso de un grado superior, la tasa de éxito sería extremadamente baja. Por lo tanto, para que Evans pudiera absorber las habilidades Esper de alguien cuyo grado era superior al suyo, existían requisitos extremadamente estrictos. Por ejemplo, el objetivo debía estar cerca de la muerte o podría ser capturado. Básicamente, solo tendría posibilidades de tener éxito cuando el objetivo no pudiera resistir. Esgod ha estado recopilando habilidades Esper durante tantos años. Es un material de alta calidad. Las habilidades Esper que usa para luchar son bastante poderosas. Lamentablemente, Evans no podrá hacer nada a través del espacio-tiempo Amber. Si se abre el sello, Esgod escapará de inmediato. Solo han pasado unas pocas décadas, de ninguna manera su conciencia se habrá destrozado tan fácilmente. Por razones de seguridad, tenemos que mantenerlo encerrado durante al menos 500 años. El ámbar bloqueó toda la energía. El mundo exterior no podía inspeccionar el estado de Esgod y él no correría el riesgo de dejar que Esgod escapara para abrir el sello. Xiao dejó atrás este pensamiento y reflexionó sobre el camino de crecimiento de Evans. Pronto se le ocurrieron algunas ideas. No es adecuado que Evans tome el camino de Esgod. Debe planificar que absorber, calidad sobre cantidad, para poder beneficiarse de ello toda su vida. Esgod era realmente poderoso, pero había absorbido demasiadas habilidades de Esper, lo que hizo que su cadena genética llegara a la cúspide de la destrucción. Esgod no tenía uso para la gran mayoría de estas habilidades. En cambio, suprimieron su fuerza. Aunque el ejército estaba con la super sanadora Aurora, Xiao no quería que ella tuviera demasiado contacto con Evans. A lo sumo, le dejaría usar las pociones de fuerza vital. Una de las razones por las que Esgod absorbió tantas habilidades fue su ambición. Quería fusionar las habilidades Esper de riesgo súper alto para transformarse y superar el límite del pico más allá del grado A, convirtiéndose en un ser completamente nuevo. Otra razón fue que parte de la ambición de Esgod provenía de su experiencia. Xiao había leído sobre su pasado antes. Cuando Esgod era débil, siempre había estado solo. Confiaba en sí mismo para todo y solo podía confiar en sí mismo. Por lo tanto, quería volverse todopoderoso para nunca necesitar amigos. Sin embargo, Evans no tenía necesidad de hacer eso, por lo que tuvo el lujo de absorber solo habilidades Esper fuertes y útiles. Este podría ser un camino mucho más adecuado. Al ver que Blackstar se alejaba de él y no hablaba por un tiempo, Evans se confundió más a medida que pasaba el tiempo. Finalmente, preguntó, «Su excelencia Blackstar, yo». Xiao recuperó su concentración. Se giró y le dio unas palmaditas en el hombro a Evans. Tu habilidad puede absorber las habilidades Esper de otros. Esta es una habilidad con mucho potencial. Cuando Xiao explicó la habilidad, Evans entendió su propio poder pero frunció el ceño. Realmente no me gusta este tipo de habilidad Esper. Evans parecía en conflicto. Su talento había sido reprimido durante décadas, por lo que no le gustaba la habilidad Esper que les quitaba los talentos a otros. Xiao puso los ojos en blanco incontrolablemente. ¿Crees que estás comprando alimentos en el mercado? Muy quisquilloso. El gran mecánico antosió y dijo con tono amistoso, no te preocupes, ya que ahora eres mi hombre, guiaré tu camino. No te permitiré absorber habilidades de otros cuando quieras, para que no tengas que preocuparte. Nadie te obligará a seguir el camino de un criminal. Pero, al mismo tiempo, espero que puedas resistir la tentación. No pienses en querer hacer tuya la habilidad esper de otra persona cuando veas lo buena que es. No camines por el camino equivocado debido a una tentación momentánea. Esgod es la lección perfecta. Cayó en manos del mal, provocó crímenes en todas partes y creó innumerables enemigos. Al final, el grupo de nosotros todavía lo encerró y perdió su libertad. Por tanto, aprende de sus errores. Mantén un perfil bajo como yo, ¿entendido? Al escuchar la conferencia de Blackstar, Evans asintió. Había oído hablar del famoso Esgod. A pesar de tener la misma habilidad, no era el mismo tipo de persona. Se advirtió a sí mismo en su corazón que nunca olvidara dónde estaba su corazón y nunca cayera del lado del mal como Esgod. An Xiao dijo algunas palabras más antes de decirle a algunos soldados mecánicos que se llevaran a Evans. Él era el único que quedaba en la habitación. Se tocó la barbilla y murmuró, vale la pena mejorar la habilidad de este tipo. Mientras no tome el camino equivocado, sin duda se convertirá en alguien fuerte en el futuro. En cuanto a cómo ayudarlo a obtener habilidades esper. Para mí, esta debería ser la parte más fácil. An Xiao se rió entre dientes. En su vida anterior, Esgod había intentado absorber las habilidades esper de los jugadores, por lo que An Xiao entendió que era posible. Aunque los jugadores pudieron revivir, sus cuerpos estaban hechos de materiales existentes. Además de tener limitaciones extrañas y convertirse en luz después de morir, aún sangrarían y resultarían heridos en las batallas normales. Solo que la forma en que se les mostró esto sería todo tipo de desventajas. En la versión 1.0, incluso hubo organizaciones que intentaron diseccionar a los jugadores. Aunque, debido a su estado de salud, al poco tiempo de la disección, los jugadores se convirtieron en luz. No obstante, las muestras de sangre recolectadas no eran diferentes de las de seres normales. Si un jugador de clase Esper fuera absorbido por Esgod, también perdería su habilidad Esper, entrando en el estado de Ability Frozen. Todas las habilidades relacionadas con su habilidad Esper se volverían grises e inutilizables. Este estado era fijo y permanente, ninguna habilidad podría deshacerse de él, al igual que las habilidades Esper de los NPC fueron quitadas. Sin embargo, cuando este jugador muriera y reapareciera, su estado se actualizaría y recuperaría su habilidad Esper. Esto estaba relacionado con los mecanismos de Esper Ability, CAPI. El proceso de esta habilidad podría explicarse simplemente como arrebatars analizar construcción de cadena genética fijación almacenamiento. Después de arrebatar una habilidad Esper Ability, CAPI, lo descompondría y lo analizaría, luego almacenaría esta habilidad en el cuerpo del propietario en una cadena genética. Lo que construyó estas cadenas genéticas fue una materia especial producida por Esper Ability, CAPI, que se consideraba el material producido por el propio propietario de esta habilidad. Por lo tanto, no desaparecería cuando los jugadores desaparecieran, del mismo modo que Esgod no perdería sus habilidades cuando el propietario original de la habilidad muriera. Por lo tanto, en la vida anterior de An Xiao, apareció un fenómeno en el que los jugadores vendían sus cuerpos a Esgod a cambio de dinero. Esto era algo que nunca había sucedido antes, y llevó a que las tres civilizaciones universales no tuvieran más remedio que idear una política especial que estableciera que si los inmortales se entregaban activamente sus habilidades Esper a Esgod, serían vistos como criminales buscados. Por supuesto, los jugadores tenían todo tipo de trucos para superar esta política, por lo que esta política rara vez tuvo algún efecto. Por supuesto, Esgod no era un filántropo. Debido a las limitaciones de su cadena genética, solo absorbería las habilidades que le interesaban. De lo contrario, no absorbería las habilidades Esper de los jugadores incluso si vinieran directamente a su puerta para sacrificarse. Además, esta acción de los jugadores provocó un hilarante malentendido. Al principio, Esgoth pensó que se trataba de un complot de las 3 civilizaciones universales para enviar personas a morir deliberadamente para romper su cadena genética. Después de matar a muchos jugadores, solo entonces finalmente se dio cuenta de que estas personas estaban allí sinceramente para suicidarse, para darle habilidades de esper. En ese momento, incluso el siempre tan tranquilo Esgoth había quedado completamente asombrado, lo que lo llevó a decir una de sus frases distintivas entre los jugadores. Si los hubiera conocido antes, podría haberme convertido en una buena persona. Pensando en eso, Xiao sonrió incontrolablemente. Entonces, ni siquiera tengo que hacer mucho para ayudarlo a obtener habilidades esper. Todo lo que tengo que hacer es darles una misión a los jugadores de la clase esper, ofrecerles una recompensa lo suficientemente alta, y la gente se presentará por sí misma. De esta manera, los millones de jugadores de esper serían el mayor inventario de materiales. Además, nadie moriría. Era legal. Aunque le había dado a Evans el camino claro de elegir calidad sobre cantidad, con tantos materiales, poco a poco pudo reunir las habilidades esper que se complementaban entre sí y formar todo tipo de estrategias, logrando los combos más perfectos. Al pensar en esto, Xiao estaba completamente emocionado. En ese momento, nació un nuevo plan en su cabeza. Felipe. Sí, esboza un nuevo plan. El contenido es registrar las diversas habilidades de esper de todos los Esper Immortals bajo el mando del ejército. Luego, de acuerdo con los efectos de estas habilidades esper, simula todo tipo de combos tácticos que se pueden armar. Establezca el mínimo en 2 habilidades esper y el máximo en 10 habilidades esper por el momento. Marque este plan con el más alto nivel de confidencialidad. Además, no menciones la existencia de Evans. Está bien, Esto solo ocupará un poquito de mi memoria. ¿Cómo se llama el plan? No es necesario que le pongas un nombre. Solo dale un número de serie. Xiao realmente quería llamarlo algo así como Plan de elevación de Esgoth, pero lo pensó y abandonó esa idea. Aunque su base de datos básicamente nunca volvería a ser pirateada, Xiao decidió mantener un perfil bajo al respecto. Ya había decidido que antes de que Evans madurara, necesitaba esconderlo como un arma secreta. Hablando de eso, tengo el cubo de evolución y el ámbar del espacio-tiempo, y el ejército tiene a Hila y Aurora. De hecho, es demasiado llamativo. Si siquiera le digo a alguien que estoy planeando crear un segundo Esgoth, TSK, todos los enemigos probablemente querrán robarme. Pensando en eso, incluso Xiao se estremeció de manera controlada. Luego descansó un rato para digerir todas estas emociones antes de volver al trabajo que estaba haciendo antes, continuando construyendo el traje mecánico King que ya estaba más de la mitad. No sabía si era por la increíble suerte que Evans había dejado en la habitación o no, pero cuando Xiao completó el último proceso y en el instante en que se completó el traje mecánico King, de repente apareció una notificación en la interfaz. Has construido un equipo Gold Grade, Tesoro Universal. Te has beneficiado de Spirit Instrument. Has recibido un punto de transformación del rasgo de Dios. No se puede volver a obtener otro mediante el mismo plano. Uno de tus atributos aleatorios se ha reducido en 200. Aleatorización completa. Menos 200 lucas. Ha recibido 200 puntos de atributo gratuitos. Has recibido el bono de nivel 1 de Spirit Instrument, más 2,5% de tasa de éxito básica en la construcción de equipos de oro, más 1,2% de tasa de éxito básica en la invención de planos de oro. Has recibido un nuevo talento, Universal Treasure Creator. Capítulo 1041 Orientación. Has recibido un punto legendario. Entonces, esto es lo que, Spirit Instrument, los beneficios son. Los ojos de Xiao brillaron. Spirit Instrument era un talento de clase que obtuvo por defecto después de convertirse en mecánico del trono divino, que solo era efectivo al construir tesoros universales. Cuando tenga éxito, otorgará bonificaciones. Esta fue la primera vez que vio las bonificaciones exactas que otorgaba y quedó gratamente sorprendido. Anteriormente, Xiao no sabía si había otras formas de obtener los puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios, pero ahora había encontrado una: construir tesoros universales. El mismo plano no proporcionaría múltiples puntos, lo que significa que incluso si construyera otro traje mecánico King de grado dorado, no recibiría más puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios. Por lo tanto, necesitaba conseguir más planos de oro. Xiao tenía curiosidad. Hubo otros mecánicos más allá del grado a que habían construido tesoros universales a lo largo de la historia, pero según la inteligencia proporcionada por la dinastía, este método para obtener los puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios no fue mencionado. Tenía algunas especulaciones. Algunos Beyond Grade a que construyeron con éxito tesoros universales probablemente no cumplieron con los requisitos previos para obtener los puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios, por lo que no pudieron notar este efecto. Por ejemplo, Austin. En cuanto a aquellos que lo sabían, tal vez ocultaron esta información para sus propios fines y no la informaron, o las civilizaciones avanzadas mantuvieron esto en secreto deliberadamente. Incluso podría ser que él fuera el único que pudiera obtener los puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios a través de este método porque los otros Beyond Gradeas no tenían la interfaz. Por supuesto, también podría ser que la dinastía no supiera esto pero las otras dos civilizaciones universales sí. Después de todo, las tres civilizaciones universales no eran una familia, no compartirían sus secretos. Los problemas que estoy enfrentando ahora a este nivel finalmente tocan los puntos ciegos de las civilizaciones universales. Tiene sentido. La dinastía tampoco sabe nada del primer santuario. Xiao negó con la cabeza. Todavía tengo el plano de la capa del emperador en mis manos. Si puedo construirlo, obtendré otro punto de transformación del rasgo de Dios. De hecho, volverse más fuerte construyendo cosas es la mejor manera para la mecánica. En cuanto a los puntos de atributo disminuidos aleatoriamente que se cambiaron a puntos de atributo gratuitos, fue similar a restablecer atributos. Después de cada nivel, evolución de carrera o promoción, todos los atributos aumentarían automáticamente. Esto cambiaría algunos de los puntos de atributo en atributos menos importantes al atributo principal, haciéndolo lentamente más fuerte, lo cual fue bastante útil. Xiao sintió que esto podría activarse repetidamente pero probablemente tenía un límite. Quizás la cantidad de puntos reducidos y otorgados estuviera relacionada con la dificultad de construir el tesoro universal. Cuanto más difícil fuera, más puntos se verían afectados. Además, siguiendo la lógica del mayor costo del juego de planos, si construyó el mismo tesoro universal varias veces, los puntos también deberían disminuir lentamente. Por ejemplo, King restableció 200 de sus puntos de atributo la primera vez, pero la segunda vez podría ser menos de 200. Por cierto, esta vez, en realidad disminuyó mi suerte. Xiao abrió la interfaz de atributos y miró su suerte, que pasó de ser un palo a un huevo. Su boca se torció incontrolablemente. En su vida anterior, los jugadores de la subclase, Gambler, había probado que lo más bajo que podía llegar el atributo suerte era 0. Era el resultado final. Para los jugadores, significaba que esto los colocaba en una posición imbatible. Anteriormente solo tenía una suerte, que había disminuido a 0, y luego obtuvo 200 puntos de atributo gratis. Entonces, básicamente obtuve 199 puntos de atributo. No sé si esto es suerte o mala suerte. Xiao se quedó sin palabras. Aunque fue un trato sorprendente, no podía sonreír. Las lágrimas corrían por su vientre. A veces, solo te das cuenta de lo valioso que es algo cuando ya lo has perdido. Hermano, no puedo vivir sin ti. No puede ser 0. El gran mecánico apretó los dientes y presionó solemnemente el botón al lado de su atributo suerte, +1. Al momento siguiente, el valor de su atributo LUK volvió a ese noble, puro, magnífico y santo, 1 minuto. Xiao casi sintió como si su alma hubiera ascendido. En realidad, a Xiao le preocupaba principalmente que si su suerte era 0, la próxima vez que se restableciera un atributo, la suerte no se consideraría en el rango de atributos. Parecía deprimido, pero en realidad estaba muy feliz y deseaba que le sucediera más a él. Además de lo que tengo en mi interfaz, ahora tengo 2248 puntos de atributo gratuitos. Mi resistencia ahora es más de 11,700, y mientras supere los 15,000, podré obtener un punto de transformación del rasgo de Dios más a través de la próxima promoción. Guardémoslo por ahora. Reprimiendo su emoción, Anxiao miró la interfaz de sus atributos, reflexionó un momento y usó el único punto de transformación del rasgo de Dios en Godstrat Transformation, Machinery. Machinery and Void representaban su principal clase y especie. Los caminos de transformación de estos dos deberían ser prácticamente los mismos para todos. A través de las pruebas, el primero mejoró sus habilidades mecánicas y el segundo fortaleció sus talentos raciales y le otorgó atributos adicionales. Desde que ahora tenía Spirit Instrument como método para obtener los puntos de transformación del rasgo de Dios, tendría que inventar más planos dorados, lo que requeriría fuertes habilidades mecánicas. El camino de clase principal no solo aumentó su afinidad básica con la maquinaria y su fuerza de habilidad, sino que también mejoró ligeramente los efectos de sus diversas habilidades mecánicas. Al momento siguiente, sus células funcionaron a plena capacidad. Sus ondas de energía aumentaron drásticamente y aparecieron chispas eléctricas por todo su cuerpo. Le picaban y le dolían la carne y los huesos, lo que le hizo entrecerrar un poco los ojos. La transformación del rasgo de Dios, maquinaria, 2 diagonal. Etapa 1, más 1000 de afinidad con la maquinaria, más 20% de poder de habilidad. Los efectos básicos de todas las habilidades de clase mecánico están ligeramente mejorados. Etapa 2, nueva más 15% de construcción, mejora y reparación de habilidades, más 1% de afinidad con maquinaria por cada 30 int. Se mejoraron los efectos de la habilidad de la rama principal, rama virtual. Nada mal. Anxiao se rascó la barbilla. Sintió que esto no era tan bueno como la primera mejora. Podría ser que la primera etapa fuera como un regalo de bienvenida y fuera una excepción, mientras que las etapas posteriores seguirían mejorando. Luego, miró al nuevo talento. Universal Treasure Creator. Su introducción fue que construir un tesoro universal significaba que había alcanzado un cierto nivel nuevo. Su efecto fue más 10% de rendimiento en la creación de maquinaria, más un nivel para todas las habilidades de maquinaria, más 4% de tasa de éxito básica en la construcción de equipos de oro y más 2% de tasa de éxito básica en la invención de planos de oro. Sus efectos fueron bastante buenos, pero la atención de Anxiao fue atraída por la notificación que venía con este talento. Has obtenido el talento. Universal Treasure Creator. Has cumplido el requisito. Has recibido uno, The First Sanctum, fragmento de habilidad. Este llamado el primer santuario otra vez, una chispa eléctrica pasó por los ojos de Anxiao. Ahora tenía 2 fragmentos de habilidad y todavía no sabía para qué servían, pero como eran tan difíciles de obtener, definitivamente era algo importante. Sin ninguna pista, no tenía sentido pensar demasiado. Anxiao dejó de lado ese pensamiento y miró el punto legendario dado. Logro punto legendario, artesano del tesoro universal, has construido un tesoro universal. A partir de este momento, eres uno de los mejores artesanos del universo entero. Te has convertido en un maestro. Las cosas que hayas construido pasarán a ser tesoros en el futuro. Hablando de eso, dado que tengo la tecnología central, si construyo más skins y los vendo, puedo ganar bastante dinero. Anxiao sonrió ante este pensamiento. Solo estaba pensando en eso. No había manera de que cambiara su carta de triunfo por dinero, ahora no tenía ningún interés en el dinero. Después de asegurarse de haber revisado todas las cosas nuevas que había obtenido en la interfaz de atributos, Anxiao finalmente miró de cerca el traje mecánico dorado Grade King. En ese momento todavía no estaba coloreado. La apariencia de King era una magnífica armadura mecánica de cobertura completa. Los detalles de cada pieza de sus placas eran excepcionalmente exquisitos y desprendían la belleza de un producto mecánico de primera clase. Era como una obra de arte. Un dispositivo triangular del tamaño de la palma de la mano estaba incrustado en su pecho y brillaba ligeramente. Este era el único accesorio del traje mecánico del rey, trono. Mientras fuera quitado, sin importar dónde estuviera colocado, el rey podría llegar instantáneamente a su lugar. Su efecto fue comparable al del dispositivo de transporte de apertura del cielo multidimensional. En cuanto al rendimiento, naturalmente, era muy superior al equipo naranja en todos los sentidos. Como equipo hecho especialmente para mecánicas Beyond Grade A, proporcionaba un multiplicador de 1,075 a la afinidad total de la maquinaria del usuario, así como una bonificación del 35% al área efectiva de mejora de la fuerza mecánica. Era un traje mecánico de primera categoría incluso entre los equipos Beyond Grade A. An Xiao inmediatamente se lo puso como un viejo conductor que acababa de comprar un auto nuevo, lo probó con entusiasmo y registró los distintos parámetros. Solo entonces lo guardó de mala gana. Si el traje mecánico que usé la última vez fuera un Volkswagen de uso doméstico, King sería un Pagani, Koenigsegg o un auto deportivo Bugatti. An Xiao estaba muy satisfecho. Después de organizar todas sus ganancias, ordenó a los asistentes mecánicos que limpiaran el taller mientras él ponía el trono mecánico divino en modo sofá perezoso. Se reclinó y abrió los foros cómodamente, planeando recompensarse mirando a esos jugadores idiotas. En la versión 4.0, los foros de jugadores realizaron algunos cambios y actualizaciones. Agregó el nuevo panel Flickering World, que era como un canal mundial para los jugadores. A medida que llegaba más y más gente, la popularidad del panel Flickering World superó a todos los demás paneles en poco tiempo, convirtiéndose rápidamente en el canal más activo de los foros. An Xiao ojeó las publicaciones por un momento y vio el vídeo recién publicado de Bungie. La serie Black Star Army volvió a tener un nuevo episodio. Su contenido era lo que el ejército había hecho durante la actualización de la versión, y sus vistas parecían haber batido récords nuevamente. Hizo clic y lo miró. Este no fue realmente el mejor episodio de todos los tiempos, pero como toneladas de jugadores se habían unido al Black Star Army, más personas vinieron a conocer la historia del Black Star Army, de ahí el aumento explosivo en el recuento de vistas incluso de los vídeos publicados en el pasado. Desde la versión 1.0, Bungie había estado haciendo vídeos de series que ya tenían muchos episodios. Los nuevos jugadores podrían disfrutar desde el principio y aprender sobre el ascenso completo del Black Star Army. Como superfacción que creció ante los ojos de los jugadores, podría darles una fuerte sensación de inmersión. La mayoría de los jugadores extranjeros que se habían unido al ejército vinieron por los beneficios y no tenían ningún sentido de pertenencia. Sin embargo, conocer la historia de una facción podría construir lentamente su unidad, y los vídeos de la serie Bungie jugaron un papel muy importante en eso, como fertilizante. Hay que prestar atención a la construcción de ideologías. Necesitan recibir más conocimiento sobre el Black Star Army para que los jugadores sientan la calidez de un hogar. Mientras murmuraba, An Xiao continuó hojeando las publicaciones. De repente, vio que alguien había hecho una publicación para exponer al Limitless Financial Group. El contenido fue impactante. Realmente, la misión de espionaje encomendada por Sorokin, que requería que los jugadores compraran inteligencia de los jugadores del Black Star Army. De hecho, Limitless Financial Group mantuvo muy bien este secreto. Al menos An Xiao no lo sabía a través de otras fuentes. Lamentablemente, los jugadores vendieron a Sorokin en los foros. Probablemente sea más difícil para mí no saberlo. La boca de An Xiao se torció ligeramente. Los foros de jugadores eran una plataforma especial de intercambio de información, ningún extraño podría interferir con ello. Sin embargo, podía explorarlo, lo que le daba una ventaja de inteligencia incomparable que actualmente solo él tenía. Para él, los jugadores eran una red natural de inteligencia libre. Incluso si no hiciera nada y se sentara en casa, los foros de jugadores proporcionarían continuamente información sobre las otras organizaciones. Actualmente, Limitless Financial Group era la organización más apasionada por reclutar jugadores además de él. Ese desafortunado bastardo quería usar a los jugadores como sus espías, pero no tenía idea de que los jugadores lo expusieron, y An Xiao no tuvo que pagar el precio por ello. La alegría de tener privilegios siempre ha sido así de simple y aburrida. Pensando en el rostro de Sorokin que estaba claramente cubierto de complots y conspiraciones, An Xiao casi quiso reír. También podría dejar que los jugadores del ejército acepten su misión y luego vender algo de inteligencia para quedarse con el dinero de Sorokin gratis. Él es así de rico de todos modos. Mientras An Xiao tenía estas ideas perversas, de repente vio el título de una publicación muy popular y su atención se desvió de inmediato. Los cadáveres de los jugadores del ejército han sido acampados una y otra vez. ¿Quién está apuntando al ejército de Blackstar? Capítulo 1042 Reapareció Shady Trick. Acampar cadáveres era una tarea que requería habilidad. Para proteger los frágiles corazones de los jugadores, había muchas formas de revivir entre las que podían elegir: revivir en el lugar, en la ciudad más cercana, en el portaaviones más cercano o en coordenadas especiales designadas. Incluso podrían no revivir y simplemente desconectarse. Además, podrían revivir un máximo de 10 veces cada 6 días. Por lo tanto, acampar el cadáver de alguien era bastante difícil. En su vida anterior, el hecho de que An Xiao estuviera bien a pesar de ser completamente despiadado se debió principalmente a este tipo de método de reanimación. Sin embargo, incluso con tantas dificultades, los jugadores nunca se cansaron de acampar en los cadáveres de los otros jugadores. Los métodos más comunes eran el secuestro, obligar a los transportistas a detenerse, etc. En el modo de combate, había restricciones para que los jugadores cerraran sesión y serían castigados por salir del juego a la fuerza. De ahí el método de secuestro. Llevarían el objetivo al punto de reanimación más cercano y lo rodearían. Obligar a los transportistas a detenerse hizo que el jugador reviviera en el mismo lugar, ya sea que eligieran revivir en el lugar o en el transportista más cercano. Sin embargo, ninguno de estos métodos podría abordar perfectamente el mecanismo de reactivación. Incluso si todas las ubicaciones estuvieran bloqueadas, el objetivo tenía que estar al menos en línea y no desconectarse. Por lo tanto, el único requisito para que acampar el cadáver de alguien tuviera éxito era que el objetivo tuviera mucho orgullo. Y a partir de la identificación de este amigo que hizo la publicación, que fue Daddy's Proud What Are You Going Todo, An Xiao podía sentir claramente su desenfrenado sentido de virilidad. En la publicación, Daddy's Proud What Are You Going Todo, que era jugador del ejército, explicó lo que le había pasado. Hace apenas un tiempo, estaba haciendo una misión en solitario en la zona de libre competencia y llegué a un planeta de tránsito. Conocí a un grupo de jugadores extraños de otra organización y en el momento en que me vieron, me atacaron sin decir nada y me mataron. Les pregunté por qué, pero se atrevieron a decirme que simplemente no les gustaba mi cara. No sé los demás, pero no hay manera de que pueda soportar eso. Entonces, reviví en el acto y luché con ellos de frente, sin intención de rendirme. Estos pedazos de mierda realmente me mataron una y otra vez y terminaron todos mis recuentos de reanimación de hoy. Después de eso, incluso me enviaron mensajes privados para burlarse de mí. Joder. Estaba ocupándome de mis propios asuntos y de la nada me dieron una paliza. ¿Con quién me metí? Ya publiqué la identificación de estos hijos de puta. Hermanos míos, todos vosotros sois hoy mis padres. Por favor responda a mi convocatoria y ayúdeme a saludar a su familia. Que estos imbéciles disfruten del baño de energía positiva. An Xiao miró estas identificaciones, que claramente eran todos jugadores estadounidenses de Demon Race. Luego continuó leyendo los comentarios y se dio cuenta de que ese post ya se había convertido en un mar de alegría. Fast Horse, Shocking, Ayetatit do the Coles People Father at the Scene, grados emoticono cara guiñando, Humanamer, y, Your Daddy, will even you. Cold Sister, Senior Keyboard Warrior of 30 Years Reporting for Duty. I can't take it anymore, when it comes to scolding people, count on US. Aparte de estas respuestas caóticas, también hubo jugadores del ejército que se quejaban de haber experimentado lo mismo. Parecía que esto le había pasado a mucha gente. Sin embargo, no todos fueron tan tercos. Más personas fueron atacadas de la nada por un grupo de jugadores de otras organizaciones. Además, no fueron solo los estadounidenses, también había jugadores de otros países y no todos eran miembros del gremio. Era casi como si la gente estuviera cazando a los jugadores del ejército. An Xiao reflexionó sobre el razonamiento detrás de esto. Sintió que probablemente se trataba de un efecto mariposa que él había causado. En su vida anterior, todos estaban dispersos sin el Blackstar Army. Ahora, el Blackstar Army era la facción de jugadores más grande. Los vientos aúllan alrededor de los picos más altos. Según las respuestas de los jugadores, lo más probable es que esto no tuviera nada que ver con las organizaciones de NPC y fue completamente iniciado por los jugadores. Tal vez algunas personas eran hostiles hacia los jugadores del ejército, o tal vez los grandes gremios extranjeros trabajaban juntos en secreto. Había tantas posibilidades. Actualmente, decenas de millones de jugadores estaban invadiendo el mundo parpadeante y el escenario universal. Comenzaron a llamar la atención de todo tipo de organizaciones. Decenas de millones de personas eran solo una gota de agua en el vasto mar para un campo estelar, pero si todos fueran supers inmortales de grado B, sería una fuerza que no podría ser ignorada. Como parte del sistema ecológico del universo, las acciones de los jugadores ahora también afectarían a los demás. La red de inteligencia de Anxiao había demostrado que cada vez más organizaciones comenzaban a estudiar a los jugadores, y aún más intentaban utilizarlos. Las 3 civilizaciones universales también habían adelantado el reclutamiento y el estudio de jugadores en el calendario. El hecho de que los jugadores extranjeros estuvieran dispuestos a dejar sus propias facciones para unirse al ejército de la Estrella Negra también atrajo más atención. Muchas organizaciones sentían mucha curiosidad por la fuente de influencia que tenía Blackstar entre los inmortales. Aunque Blackstar era realmente famoso, ¿por qué la principal elección de tantos inmortales era el Blackstar Army? No pudieron entenderlo. Sin embargo, muchos jugadores también se unieron a otras facciones, por lo que, aunque la situación que rodeaba al ejército de la Estrella Negra era interesante, no era gran cosa. Si Anxiao realmente tuviera a todos los jugadores en su ejército, la dinastía probablemente habría venido a su puerta para interrogarlo al día siguiente. Las otras organizaciones no apuntaron al ejército, pero sus jugadores comenzaron a causar problemas primero. Anxiao leyó atentamente todas las respuestas y descubrió que el grupo más grande de personas que cazaban a sus jugadores eran jugadores estadounidenses, japoneses y coreanos. Además, cuando atacaron a los jugadores del ejército, evitaron matar a los soldados del ejército, por lo que claramente estaba dirigido a los jugadores. De repente, tuvo una idea y empezó a buscar en los foros. Como era de esperar, descubrió algunas publicaciones anónimas que fueron censuradas debido al lenguaje agresivo utilizado, que trataban de jugadores de otras organizaciones que se jactaban de matar a jugadores del ejército y expresaban que en realidad estaban apuntando al ejército de la Estrella Negra. También fueron muy arrogantes, burlándose de los jugadores chinos que mataron por su nombre. Interesante, así es como van a jugar. Anxiao de repente comprendió el razonamiento detrás de esto. No estaba familiarizado con este método. Esto también había sucedido entre los jugadores en la vida anterior, también durante la versión 4.0. Este fue un método muy turbio. Los responsables de esto fueron, sin duda, los grandes clubes. Básicamente, reunieron en secreto a algunos de sus jugadores locales para cazar a los jugadores de la facción objetivo. Luego, a estos jugadores se les diría que se burlaran y provocaran tanto como fuera posible, lo más agresivamente posible en los foros, para provocar la ira de los jugadores de la facción objetivo, iniciando una guerra insultante. Luego, dejaban que la gente guiara en secreto el foco de la situación hacia la discriminación racial, nacional y regional, provocando odio. El objetivo de esto era controlar la preferencia de facción de sus jugadores locales creando odio colectivo. Dado que los jugadores que estos clubes podían controlar directamente eran muy pocos en comparación con los jugadores locales normales, que constituían la mayoría, alguien en su vida anterior pensó en esta idea extremadamente turbia y baja para influir en la preferencia de los jugadores normales al elegir facciones. Por ejemplo, una facción tenía 1 millón de jugadores, entre los cuales había 800.000 jugadores chinos y 200.000 jugadores estadounidenses. Los clubes estadounidenses entonces comenzarían a cazar a los jugadores chinos, provocándolos y burlándose para que los jugadores chinos tomaran represalias y los insultaran también. Luego guiarían el tema hacia el odio entre las naciones. De esta manera, los 200.000 jugadores estadounidenses de esta facción, por supuesto, no estarían contentos y se unirían a la guerra en Internet. Los clubes seguirían avivando las llamas y empeorando la situación. El resultado sería que muchos de estos 200.000 000 estadounidenses abandonarían esta facción debido a su enojo hacia los jugadores chinos, y más jugadores estadounidenses no querrían unirse a esta facción. Este fue solo uno de los métodos que utilizaron los grandes clubes para manipular la preferencia de facción de sus jugadores locales. Crearon odio y, utilizando ese odio, aumentaron la unidad de los jugadores de su país. La razón de esto era muy simple. Los clubes no querían que sus jugadores locales trabajaran para las facciones en las que estaban los clubes de otros países. Solo querían que sus jugadores locales trabajaran para las facciones en las que estaban. Para los jugadores normales, cuantos más jugadores haya en una facción, más fuerte será la competencia. Pero para los clubes, los jugadores locales representaban mano de obra barata. Ya sea durante acontecimientos normales o guerras nacionales, siempre que los clubes hicieran anuncios, lo más probable es que los jugadores normales respondieran y se convirtieran en mano de obra libre. Los jugadores normales querían disfrutar del juego libremente, algo que los jugadores profesionales también debían respetar. Sin embargo, los clubes y gremios oficiales eran organizaciones comerciales, su objetivo era conseguir logros en la Pro League y obtener ganancias. Por lo tanto, después de que comenzó la versión 4.0 en la vida anterior, con los estadounidenses a la cabeza, algunos clubes comenzaron a manipular a sus fanáticos a toda costa, utilizando todo tipo de métodos sucios. Esto llevó a que el ambiente de los foros se contaminara hasta cierto punto, por lo que las facciones principales de los clubes de los otros países se debilitarían y se volverían más fuertes. En pocas palabras, estaban robando puerros a otros. Solo los clubes de unos pocos países no participaron en tales actividades, y los chinos fueron uno de ellos. Los chinos siempre habían estado unidos, y ahora que la mayoría de los jugadores chinos estaban en el ejército de la Estrella Negra, no había necesidad de utilizar métodos tan turbios en absoluto. TSK, la primera reaparición de este truco, y está dirigido a mí. Además, proviene de clubes de varios países. An Xiao lo pensó y entendió lo que estaban pensando estos clubes. Básicamente fue porque los clubes extranjeros no querían que las fuerzas de los jugadores del ejército siguieran creciendo. De lo contrario, el ejército tendría demasiadas ventajas entre las facciones. Eso no solo reduciría el espacio de desarrollo de la otra facción, sino que también daría a los clubes chinos mano de obra libre, que básicamente enviaba dinero a los enemigos, a estos clubes extranjeros. Tal como esperaba, el ejército es demasiado sobresaliente, por lo que los clubes chinos se convirtieron en objetivos. Aunque estos clubes extranjeros no me tienen como objetivo, si les dejo seguir haciendo esto, mi granja de puerros podría reducirse. An Xiao no entró en pánico en absoluto. Más bien, sonrió. ¿No es esta una oportunidad perfecta para fortalecer el sentido de pertenencia de los nuevos miembros del ejército que llega a mis puertas? ¿Por qué estaban tan unidas la Alianza y la Horda? Una razón fue la historia de fondo y la configuración del juego, pero la razón más directa fue que los jugadores de las dos facciones luchaban entre sí todo el tiempo. Crear un objetivo compartido, esta fue una excelente manera de aumentar rápidamente el sentido de unidad de un grupo. La discriminación es un factor en la vida real. De hecho, no puedo lidiar con eso ahora, pero puedo apuntar a las facciones principales en las que están los clubes extranjeros. Estás manipulando a los jugadores a través de diferencias de nacionalidad, así que haré uso de la diferencia entre facciones. Cuando los clubes extranjeros reúnen gente para cazar a los jugadores del ejército, sus facciones no los recompensarán. Por lo tanto, para ellos, esto es solo una cuestión entre los jugadores. Sin embargo, si anuncio una misión de recompensa, indicando que mientras los jugadores del ejército maten a los jugadores de tus facciones, serán recompensados, ¿qué pasará? En ese momento, tus jugadores normales locales podrían incluso darte una paliza. ¿Cómo se pueden comparar esas personas contratadas en secreto por los clubes con los 8 millones de guerreros de nuestro ejército? ¿Querías jugar sucio? Tú lo pediste. Jeje, ya que ustedes no pueden estar satisfechos con desarrollar pacíficamente sus fuerzas y hacer estos trucos sucios todo el día, permítanme agregar más leña al fuego y hacer que su negocio sea más popular. An Xiao sonrió maliciosamente, se sentó en el perezoso trono, abrió la interfaz de facción y comenzó a redactar la misión Bounty. Al mismo tiempo, En un canal de chat privado para jugadores, los miembros de alto rango de los clubes profesionales de muchos de los países estaban en línea. Entre ellos se encontraban America's Devil and Key, Hydra, Amaterasu y Beowulf de Japón, el kimchi y la bomba triple estrella de Corea, Clásica y Pizza de Italia, y Red Bay, Island y Titán del sudeste asiático. En este canal estuvieron muchos de los asistentes habituales al torneo internacional. En ese momento, el tema que estas personas estaban discutiendo estaba relacionado con el ejército de la Estrella Negra. Tal como lo supuso Anxiao, a medida que más y más jugadores de varios países cambiaron de facciones y se unieron al ejército de la Estrella Negra, estos gremios que no planeaban cambiar de facciones no pudieron soportarlo más. Trabajaron juntos en secreto y planearon frenar la base de jugadores en rápido crecimiento del Black Star Army. La gente de nuestro lado se está moviendo según el plan. La parte de opinión pública aún está en preparación. Las emociones de los jugadores necesitan tiempo para desarrollarse, afirmó un miembro de alto rango del Club Key. Las circunstancias son realmente beneficiosas para nosotros. China ha logrado ganar 2 años consecutivos. Este es su orgullo y tienen este sentido de superioridad, por lo que la opinión pública no será difícil de manipular. Dirija el tema en esta dirección, hacia cómo se ataca a los jugadores normales de los distintos países porque los equipos de su país no lograron resultados óptimos, y luego dejemos que los jugadores chinos nos insulten. De esta manera, se puede crear más ira. En realidad, trucos como este no son difíciles de entender. Los jugadores son bastante inteligentes, no te preocupes. Los jugadores serán jugadores. Una vez que se les suba a la cabeza, el razonamiento no será importante. La Pro League es un gran tema de conversación. Será fácil desencadenar sus emociones. Esperemos que funcione. Todos estamos en diferentes facciones. La mayor amenaza ahora es el Black Star Army. Hay demasiados jugadores allí. Si no los debilitamos, los clubes chinos tendrán una ventaja demasiado grande. Será mejor si podemos aislarlos. En cuanto a la postura del ejército Estrella Negra, no estaba dentro de su consideración. Para ellos, todo esto era solo entre los jugadores. Las facciones de NPC eran solo el fondo. Capítulo 1043. Pondré una fachada fuerte y te haré llorar. Dios mío, quemaré todos tus sueños. En el gran salón del Black Star Palace, un rugido emocional sonó cuando un rayo de luz blanca brilló. Se transformó en un jugador del ejército revivido con la identificación de Under the Soaring Clouds. Naturalmente, vino de China. En el gran salón había bastantes jugadores yendo y viniendo, y al escuchar esta fuerte exclamación, todos se volvieron para mirar bajo las nubes elevadas. Todo lo que vieron fue a él jadeando con fuerza con una mirada de resentimiento. A un lado, uno de los veteranos preguntó con un tono como si lo esperara: ¿qué pasa, hermano de grandes pulmones? ¿Por qué la ira? ¿Quién te jodió? Me puse en cuclillas, por un grupo de extranjeros, y hasta me ridiculizaron. Esta ya es la 3ª vez. Bajo las nubes elevadas estaba exasperado. Suspiro. Ahora es la versión 4.0, el servidor mundial. Ahora hay jugadores de todo tipo de facciones afuera, y no se puede comparar con aquel entonces, cuando estábamos en Shatter de Star Ring. Tienes que cuidar tu seguridad, aconsejó el veterano antes de negar con la cabeza y marcharse. Bajo la cara de las nubes elevadas era desagradable de contemplar. Era un jugador nuevo que solo se unió en la versión 3.0, y era más un jugador casual, no estaba interesado en PK en absoluto. En la última versión, el servidor mundial aún no se había abierto, por lo que, como jugador del ejército, básicamente solo se encontraba con su propia gente cada vez que salía, por lo que rara vez era atacado por otros. Sin embargo, no había seguridad en la versión actual. Había realizado un par de misiones, pero jugadores de otras organizaciones interfirieron maliciosamente con él. Luchó por acostumbrarse a la enorme brecha entre las dos versiones, por lo que sintió que su experiencia de juego había disminuido drásticamente. Mirando a su alrededor, vio que los jugadores con identificaciones extranjeras estaban dispersos, básicamente recién llegados que se habían unido al ejército recientemente. Entre ellos, un pequeño grupo de jugadores escaneaba constantemente a los jugadores del ejército que iban y venían, mirándolo también de vez en cuando. Este tipo de actuación probablemente fue realizada por un espía, enviado por un gremio extranjero. Recientemente ha habido muchos incidentes de ocupación y probablemente esto sea obra de esos espías. Ellos revelaron mi paradero, lo que provocó que yo también estuviera en cuclillas. Bajo las nubes elevadas sintió que esto era probable y apretó los dientes con indignación. No le gustaban los jugadores extranjeros que se habían unido recientemente, y no era el único, muchos de los jugadores chinos tenían la misma idea que él, ya que las versiones anteriores eran mucho más cómodas para jugar. Todos pertenecían al mismo país. Pero ahora, como había más extranjeros, tenían que ser conscientes de los peligros que acechaban en sus entornos externos e internos, lo que hacía que muchas personas se enfermaran y se cansaran de jugar. Under the Soaring Clouds pertenecía a la categoría de un jugador nuevo, y no se parecía a los veteranos que habían invertido mucho tiempo en el ejército. En este momento, no pudo evitar pensar en cambiar de facción. Realmente ya no quiero encontrarme con el lío de estar en cuclillas. Realmente afecta mi estado de ánimo. Justo cuando estaba a punto de actuar según sus palabras, sonaron los comunicadores de todos los jugadores en la sala. Todos los jugadores en movimiento se miraron extraños y se detuvieron colectivamente mientras bajaban la cabeza para leer las noticias. Under the Soaring Clouds también recuperó su comunicador, y cuando escaneó la notificación, se dio cuenta de que era un anuncio interno del ejército y que había 3 mensajes. Anuncio del ejército 1. Política de trato preferencial para recién llegados dirigida a todos los soldados del ejército. Ahora es el periodo de desarrollo en el mundo parpadeante. Recientemente, hemos reclutado nuevos guerreros de otros Starfields. Para integrar rápidamente a los recién llegados al ejército, reactivamos la política de apoyo a los recién llegados. Los miembros existentes pueden llevar a los recién llegados a realizar misiones y ambas partes obtendrán beneficios adicionales. El ejército otorgará ciertos subsidios, que incluyen, entre otros, ENAs, puntos de contribución, munición y oportunidades de reparación gratuitas. La lista completa se puede ver en el apéndice, expandir/contraer. Espero que todos ayuden activamente a los recién llegados, sin importar de qué Starfield vengan. Mientras uno se haya unido al Black Star Army, espero que todos podamos confiarnos mutuamente la espalda en la batalla. El comandante del ejército, Black Star. Resultó ser esta política. Bajo las nubes elevadas tuvo un cambio de opinión. En la versión anterior, el ejército reclutó a un grupo de jugadores rusos y australianos en el Constellation Corridor. Durante ese tiempo, también anunciaron una política similar, que se implementó por un periodo de tiempo. Una vez que se lograron resultados, este plan de bienestar se congeló temporalmente. El efecto de esta política había sido probado en la versión anterior. Movilizaría el entusiasmo de los jugadores más veteranos para atraer a los recién llegados y también reduciría rápidamente la distancia entre ellos, fomentando la creación de amigos. Esto permitió a los jugadores rusos y australianos de la versión anterior mezclarse rápidamente con el ejército. En este momento, los jugadores rusos y australianos en el ejército eran diferentes de los nuevos jugadores que se habían unido al ejército recientemente. Se habían mezclado con los jugadores chinos durante un periodo de tiempo más largo y se llevaban relativamente bien con ellos. Por lo tanto, An Xiao había propuesto nuevamente este plan para integrar rápidamente a los nuevos jugadores de varios países y permitirles sentir la calidez de los antiguos jugadores, eliminando cualquier barrera causada por la falta de familiaridad. A Under the Soaring Clouds no le sorprendió este anuncio, pero estaba un poco molesto. Ahora que muchos de los antiguos jugadores estaban siendo ocupados, el ejército en realidad quería que incluso lideraran a los recién llegados. Si bien los espías solo representaban una pequeña porción de la población, no pudo evitar culpar a todo el grupo de nuevos jugadores. Por lo tanto, a sus ojos, este plan sonaba como si el líder todavía eligiera ayudar al agresor incluso después de haber mostrado signos de haber sido acosado. Cuanto más pensaba en ello, más se enojaba. Esto es demasiado. Bajo las nubes elevadas sabía que no se podía culpar al NPC, pero no pudo evitar ponerse de mal humor. Mientras avanzaba hasta los siguientes mensajes, de repente se sobresaltó y sus ojos se abrieron como platos. Anuncio del Ejército 2, lista de advertencias de organizaciones. Recientemente, una gran cantidad de inmortales han informado a los niveles superiores que mientras realizaban sus misiones, fueron emboscados y asesinados por inmortales de otras organizaciones. Después de una investigación detallada, hemos descubierto que esto es cierto. Hemos compilado una lista de organizaciones que apuntan deliberadamente a nuestros miembros. Para más detalles, consulte Appendix, List of Organizations, expandir el colapso. Aunque los inmortales no temen a la muerte, sus acciones se consideran una provocación al ejército de la Estrella Negra. Por lo tanto, estoy emitiendo una advertencia pública a estas organizaciones para que restrinjan a sus subordinados inmortales antes de que les declare la guerra. El comandante del ejército, Black Star. Anuncio del Ejército 3. Permiso de contraataque hasta que estas organizaciones limiten a sus subordinados y pongan fin a las emboscadas realizadas a nuestros inmortales. Iniciaremos contraataques. Por la presente informo a todos los inmortales del ejército que pueden participar en ataques de represalia contra las organizaciones mencionadas anteriormente, restringidos únicamente a sus inmortales. No es nuestro estilo ser derrotados y no defendernos. Para fomentar este comportamiento, el ejército subvencionará suministros adicionales, que se pueden encontrar en Appendix, Reward List, expandir el colapso. Se permiten muertes repetidas, y para recibir recompensas, deberás usar el mini programa Philip para cargar cada vídeo de batalla a cambio de la recompensa a la que tienes derecho. No se otorgarán muertes a la misma persona. Al mismo tiempo, para aquellos delincuentes habituales que hayan atacado repetidamente a miembros de nuestro ejército, se emitirá una orden de persecución especial. Cada vez que matas a una persona buscada designada, puedes canjearla por una recompensa especial. Consulta, Appendix, Kill List, expandir el colapso. Todos, por favor recuerden, aquellos que me ofenden, Black Star, serán castigados sin importar la distancia. El comandante del ejército, Black Star. Se escuchó un alboroto cuando Under the Soaring Clouds terminó de leer las otras dos notificaciones y muchos jugadores se emocionaron. Maldita sea, ¿qué es esto? El ejército realmente se movió. Los PK entre jugadores en realidad causaron tal cambio en la facción, jaja, esas perras tontas. ¿En cuclillas sobre nosotros? ¿Crees que nuestra identidad como miembros del ejército se da gratis? Esta es la sensación de tener un respaldo. Es muy bueno. Nuestro comandante del ejército es verdaderamente dominante, TSK, y advierte a las otras facciones de inmediato. Los recientes incidentes de ocupación habían dejado a los jugadores del ejército indignados, pero era porque no tenían ningún equipo, solo podían contar con ellos mismos, rezando para no encontrarse con ninguno de esos jugadores maliciosos de las otras facciones. Pero en este momento, el ejército de la Estrella Negra había emitido directamente un anuncio de facción, con una redacción muy dominante que indicaba que podían tomar represalias contra sus enemigos. Esta actitud hizo que muchos de los jugadores del ejército se sintieran extremadamente cómodos. Especialmente porque matar jugadores de otras facciones ahora les daría una recompensa, todos se motivaron de inmediato. Ansiao publicó 3 anuncios con la intención de dar un golpe a gran escala. Primero usó el ejército de la Estrella Negra para reprimir a la gente y se saltó la cadena de mando para advertir a las otras facciones que su gente estaba causando problemas, obligándolos a retirar a esos alborotadores. El segundo fue el permiso para contraatacar. De este modo se podría movilizar a todos los jugadores del ejército y cazar a los jugadores de las otras facciones. No solo podrían desahogar sus frustraciones y mejorar su sentido de identidad, sino que también permitiría a los jugadores mayores luchar junto con los novatos para construir amistades. Además, incluso arrastró al agua a los jugadores de otros países, atando a todos al mismo barco. De esta manera, sería mucho más difícil para cualquier club extranjero incitar a la discriminación entre países. ¿Querían dividir en función de las nacionalidades? Incluso sus propios compatriotas terminarían atacándolos, así que no había nada de qué preocuparse. La mano de obra utilizada por los clubes para provocar problemas era limitada, lo que solo se consideraba molesto para los jugadores del ejército, pero si todos los jugadores del ejército se giraban para cazar a los jugadores hostiles, los jugadores del club extranjero se sentirían abrumados y optarían por cambiar de facción. Lo que a su vez debilitaría la escala de jugadores de la facción y ayudaría a expandir sus propias granjas de puerros. El tercer anuncio sirvió específicamente para pescar a los jugadores a los que les gustaba causar el caos, matando al pollo para advertir a los monos. Esto reduciría el número de jugadores que se involucraban juntos en problemas, reduciendo así al máximo la mano de obra disponible para los clubes. Under the Soaring Clouds quedó gratamente sorprendido. Volvió la cabeza y vio a las personas que sospechaba que eran espías ahora paradas, como si estuvieran congeladas. Bajo las nubes elevadas sintió como si todas sus quejas hubieran sido desahogadas. Se sentía extremadamente bien y cómodo, y si hubiera un puntaje de identidad de facción, uno vería que su puntaje aumentaba continuamente. Jaja, este es el juicio del cielo, ¿a quién perdonará Blackstar? Under the Soaring Clouds se rió a carcajadas, sintiéndose extremadamente cómodo. Un jugador casual perfectamente normal se estaba frotando los nudillos, como si no pudiera esperar para formar un equipo y eliminar gente. A partir de hoy, Blackstar será mi hermano mayor. Quien intente meterse con el ejército, le mostraré con quién se está metiendo. Una vez emitidos los 3 anuncios, se desató una tormenta entre los jugadores. Los jugadores no eran ajenos a este tipo de misión. ¿No fue esto una guerra de facciones? Los jugadores del ejército se sintieron como si los hubieran llevado a un carnaval, donde muchos de ellos ya ni siquiera se molestaban en realizar las misiones normales, pidiendo su ayuda. Amigos y corriendo hacia la lista de limpieza, saliendo de la base como langostas que dejan campos vacíos. El Blackstar Army fue la primera organización en organizar una misión de guerra de facciones. En la memoria de los jugadores del ejército, algunas personas en la versión anterior se habían cambiado a Bloodshed, lo que provocó que el ejército publicara una lista de asesinatos similar, pero palidecía en comparación con la operación actual. Era un grupo grande formado por más de 1 millón de personas. Los jugadores eran más propensos al caos que los NPC. Se podrían saltar misiones, pero ¿cómo se podría dejar pasar un evento tan interesante? Ya fuera un jugador antiguo o nuevo, se estimuló su entusiasmo. En particular, los nuevos jugadores de los distintos países que se habían unido recientemente estaban incluso más entusiasmados que los jugadores chinos. Debido a que muchos de ellos habían saltado de esas facciones, estaban familiarizados con las formaciones de estas organizaciones, y naturalmente, se habían apresurado más rápido que nadie para luchar con su propia gente. Naturalmente, los veteranos se enfrentaron a algunos de esos pioneros en sus partidos. Las facciones hostiles enumeradas por Anxiao eran aquellas organizaciones para las que trabajaban los clubes. Venían de diferentes Starfields y no tenían una formación particularmente sólida, y mucho menos estaban en el Flickering World donde Blackstar reinaba. Así, ante la advertencia del ejército de la Estrella Negra, la mayoría de ellos quedaron desconcertados. ¿De qué nos estás advirtiendo? No los provocamos en absoluto. Pero después de una breve comprobación, descubrieron la verdad y casi sufren un derrame cerebral. Obviamente no tenían intención de atacar al ejército de la Estrella Negra, pero algunos de los inmortales bajo su mando actuaron espontáneamente y causaron problemas, lo que resultó en que fueran agraviados. Era literalmente el escenario de estar sentado en casa, pero una olla descendió del cielo para golpearles en la cabeza. La mayoría de las organizaciones respondieron de inmediato a la advertencia del Blackstar Army y rápidamente le dijeron a Anxiao que esas no eran sus intenciones. Fueron solo algunos subordinados locos los que actuaron sin permiso. No tenían ninguna intención de convertirse en enemigos del ejército y sus débiles corazones no pudieron soportar tal sorpresa. Internamente, estas organizaciones comenzaron a restringir estrictamente el movimiento de sus inmortales, asegurándose de que sin sus órdenes no se les permitiera provocar a nadie, para que no sufrieran consecuencias nefastas. También castigaron a los alborotadores e instigadores. Reflejado en la interfaz del jugador, esos jugadores experimentaron una disminución en los puntos de contribución y la favorabilidad. Sin embargo, había una pequeña porción de organizaciones con una forma de pensar bastante singular. Teniendo en cuenta la reputación especial que tenía Blackstar Army entre los inmortales, llegaron a una conclusión sorprendente. Espías. Este grupo de subordinados problemáticos deben haber sido espías enviados por el ejército de la Estrella Negra. El ejército de la Estrella Negra debe tener planes para tragarnos, por lo que deliberadamente consiguieron que los espías crearan problemas. De esa manera tendrán una causa justa para atacarnos. Estos sabelotodos comenzaron a elaborar sus propias teorías de conspiración y decidieron no caer en el malvado complot. Incluso hubo un puñado de organizaciones cuyo proceso de pensamiento era más refinado, pensando que estos inmortales que causaron problemas no eran ni su gente ni la gente de Blackstar, sino más bien un tercero. Su objetivo era causar un conflicto entre ellos y el Blackstar Army, actuando así como el pescador que se benefició en la pelea entre el playero y la almeja. De todos modos, independientemente de que esto fuera cierto o no, las organizaciones ya lo creían así. Y para Limitless Financial Group, que era el más interesado en reclutar jugadores, se había convertido en un excelente objetivo. Al escuchar esto, Sorokin se hizo un lío. No hubo ningún problema. Realmente tenía ese plan. Pero ni siquiera he empezado a implementarlo. ¿Podría ser esto una retribución? Los anuncios de Anxiao agitaron la situación y provocaron directamente que toda la población de jugadores en el servidor mundial se convirtiera en un caos. Y los clubes extranjeros fueron inmediatamente arrinconados por el triple ataque de Anxiao. Esto no está bien. A nosotros, a los jugadores originalmente nos gustaba el PK, entonces, ¿por qué eres tú, el NPC, el que reacciona con más fuerza? Solo atacamos a tus tropas de inmortales y ya hiciste un gran alboroto. ¿Incluso te sientes avergonzado? Su plan se vio muy afectado inmediatamente después de comenzar, y casi fueron destruidos por eso. En esta situación, incluso si el plan pudiera continuar, estaría lejos de lograr los resultados deseados. Los directivos de los clubes tampoco pudieron hacer nada. Si pelearan una guerra de facciones, no serían ellos los que sufrirían. Incluyendo a todas las facciones afectadas, incluso si no pudieran vencer a los jugadores del Blackstar Army, no perderían demasiado. Incluso podrían reunir a los jugadores comunes de sus respectivas facciones a través de esta guerra de facciones. Sin embargo, las facciones a las que pertenecían obedecieron directamente. No solo no permitieron un contraataque, sino que incluso contuvieron a los jugadores bajo su mando. Como sus superiores no les permitieron tomar represalias, la guerra de facciones no pudo tener lugar. Todo lo que pudieron hacer fue resistir los ataques del enemigo. El Blackstar Army había alentado a sus jugadores e incluso había lanzado recompensas de facción. Sus organizaciones no solo no obtuvieron recompensas, sino que incluso las retuvieron. El contraste era demasiado discordante. Todos sabían que si eran intimidados de esta manera, los jugadores casuales de su facción se sentirían decepcionados, tal vez incluso saltarían al Blackstar Army ya que no podían vencerlos. Los beneficios de permanecer en una facción fuerte eran demasiados. Sin embargo, no fueron estos clubes los que peor lo pasaron. Fueron los casuales. Ante tal situación, muchos de ellos quedaron totalmente desprevenidos. Acabo de levantarme de la cama, sin ni siquiera lavarme los dientes, y me dices que he sido marcado por cientos de miles de jugadores que estás tratando de hacer. Justo cuando estos jugadores lloraban de confusión y desesperación, Hila, que estaba situada en el cúmulo de estrellas Esmeralda, de repente recibió una solicitud de comunicación especial. Vino de la Iglesia Arcana, del mismo Papa. 1. Squatted es la jerga de los juegos en la que los Packers generan el cadáver. Capítulo 1044 exponiendo los colmillos en la base de exploración de primera línea del Blackstar Army en el Emerald Star Cluster. En la luminosa y vacía sala de entrenamiento, Hila levitaba en el aire, con los ojos cerrados y respirando lentamente. Un brillo rojo rodeó su cuerpo, y las fluctuaciones de energía que emitió hicieron que la capa de cuello alto del uniforme Crimson Snake ondeara como nubes danzantes negras y rojas. Frente a ella flotaba una bola de color rojo intenso de energía mortal concentrada, y suspendida en el medio había un tenue brillo dorado. Hilos dorados parecidos a vasos sanguíneos irradiaban de ese brillo, extendiéndose por toda la bola. En ese momento, las cejas de Hila de repente se fruncieron y la bola de energía frente a ella hirvió como si hubiera ocurrido una reacción química violenta. Explotó, la energía de la muerte reverberó por toda la habitación. Fallamos de nuevo, hermana. La voz molesta de Aurora sonó en la mente de Hila. Está bien. No es tu culpa. Hila negó con la cabeza. Con el cambio cualitativo en la fuerza, el control y otras características de la habilidad Esper, el Esper podría sacar a relucir y desarrollar más usos para esta habilidad. Debido a que existía un vínculo de vitalidad exclusivo entre los dos, después de que Aurora ingresó al grado de calamidad, este vínculo se fortaleció aún más, dando origen a un canal telepático bidireccional para que se comunicaran entre sí. En cuanto a la transmisión de energía vital, originalmente estaba limitada por la distancia. En este momento, su proyecto personal era desarrollar un canal de transmisión de energía que ignorara el factor de la distancia. Sin embargo, todavía no lo habían logrado y todavía estaban buscando un método. Ahora que Aurora había entrado en el grado calamidad, Hila consideró que podía protegerse. Por lo tanto, ya no restringió a Aurora, permitiéndole utilizar las habilidades y la energía vital libremente. Hermana, en realidad, el vínculo de vida que ignora la distancia ya tiene una forma embrionaria. La energía vital se emite constantemente desde mi lado, pero no se puede transmitir al tuyo. No es un completo fracaso. Hila asintió. En realidad, recibí una pequeña cantidad de energía vital, pero la pérdida de energía es demasiado severa, lo que me limita a recibir solo una 10.000ª parte. A mi modo de ver, la mayor parte de tu energía parece ser absorbida por una dimensión secundaria desconocida, y esa dimensión secundaria tiene una conexión débil conmigo, por eso pude sentir su presencia. ¿Es eso así? No sentí nada. Aurora se sorprendió. Solo sentí esto cuando avancé al reino Beyond Gradea. Creo que si queremos completar el vínculo, primero debemos resolver este obstáculo. Anteriormente envié mi energía de muerte a esta dimensión secundaria, pero una vez que entró, fue cortada de mí por completo. Me temo que tendré que encontrar tiempo para ir allí en persona. Siempre siento que tiene algún secreto relacionado con nosotros. Llámalo la intuición de un más allá del grado A. Mientras hablaba, Hila sacudió la cabeza y levantó el dedo. Había una luz dorada brillante flotando en la punta de su dedo, del tamaño de un maní. Esta era la energía vital que había obtenido de Aurora. Con solo sus ojos, manipuló las partículas de energía de la muerte del tamaño de un sésamo en este grupo de energía vital, y al momento siguiente, una luz brillante brilló cuando las dos energías se fundieron. Los puntos de luz rojos y dorados se fusionaron en un punto de luz del color naranja dorado. Hermana, ¿lo lograste? No, todavía estoy explorando la proporción necesaria para una fusión exitosa. En este momento, solo puedo fusionar esta pequeña cantidad de energía. Hila exhaló ligeramente. Ella había intentado fusionar sus energías hace mucho tiempo, pero debido a su falta de control sobre sus habilidades Esper, nunca lo habían logrado. En ese momento, habían pensado que era un conflicto en sus naturalezas energéticas lo que causaba esto. Sin embargo, ahora que Hila estaba en el reino más allá del grado A y Aurora también había entrado en el grado Calamidad, Hila volvió a intentar la combinación, solo para descubrir que sus energías en realidad eran combinables, pero eran inestables y requerían poderosas habilidades de manipulación para mantener el equilibrio. Después de la fusión, se convertiría en un cúmulo de luz de color dorado anaranjado, con diferentes características. Aunque los efectos curativos y mortales todavía estaban presentes, estas dos características no se fortalecieron sino que de hecho se debilitaron. Hila aún no había estudiado los efectos especiales que tendría la energía fusionada. En ese momento sonó una solicitud de comunicación. Bip bip. Apareció una pantalla virtual y apareció la imagen del vicecapitán. La conmoción en su rostro no había desaparecido cuando dijo: Su Excelencia, el Papa de la Iglesia Arcana desea hablar con usted. ¿Debo transferir la llamada? Las pupilas de Hila se encogieron. Para Hila, que alguien sentado en lo más alto llamara a la puerta, pensó que era sorprendente. Pensó un rato antes de decir: transfiérelo. Muy rápidamente, la pantalla frente a ella cambió a la sombra del Papa. Las 3 civilizaciones universales a menudo tenían a sus líderes apareciendo en las noticias, por lo que Hila, naturalmente, sabía quién era. Por eso, su expresión era indiferente mientras hablaba. ¿Puedo saber tu intención al buscarme? Debido al conflicto entre la Iglesia Arcana y el ejército de la Estrella Negra, Hila no se molestó en mostrar mucho respeto. El Papa tampoco se molestó en andarse por las ramas. Me gustaría invitarte a unirte a nuestra Iglesia Arcana. El líder de una civilización universal vino a invitarme personalmente, me siento realmente halagado. Si Blackstar estuviera aquí, eso es lo que diría. Hila permaneció impasible. Pero yo no soy él. El Papa continuó lentamente. Te hemos investigado y eres alguien que valora y busca la fortaleza. La Iglesia Arcana puede ayudarte a darte una fuerza increíble. Y... está bien. Rechazo tu oferta. Hila ni siquiera quiso escuchar y se negó rotundamente. Siempre que te unas como aliado, puedes establecer cualquier condición. No interesado. El Papa hizo una pausa, inexpresivo. La razón por la que insistes en seguir a Blackstar, ¿es por tus propios sentimientos personales? Nada que ver contigo. El Papa asintió. Mi oferta se mantendrá. Si cambias de opinión, la Iglesia Arcana siempre te recibirá con los brazos abiertos. Luego terminó la comunicación. Al mirar la pantalla oscurecida, Hila no pudo evitar fruncir el ceño. El Papa de la Iglesia Arcana había aparecido personalmente, lo que significaba que tenía más sinceridad que la dinastía carmesí. Sin embargo, esto podría deberse a su relación como enemigos, lo que requeriría que él diera un paso al frente si quisiera cazarla furtivamente. Si fuera un Beyond Gradea común y corriente el que hubiera recibido tal trato, probablemente lo habrían aceptado en el acto. Sin embargo, no consideraría dejar el Blackstar Army por el momento. Así, por muy buena que fuera la oferta, ella no dudó en rechazarla. En el otro extremo, había una flota de naves espaciales que se dirigían hacia la fortaleza de la Estrella Negra en el cúmulo estelar Esmeralda. La insignia de la flota representaba un pequeño grupo de mercenarios, pero en realidad llevaba a varios combatientes de Beyond Gradea de la Iglesia Arcana. Niño de la luz, Sagman miró su comunicador. Las intenciones del Papa han sido transmitidas. La caza furtiva ha fracasado. Podemos comenzar nuestra operación. La Iglesia Arcana había preparado ambos planes durante mucho tiempo. Durante este tiempo, los Beyond Gradea se habían reunido, y si el Papa no lograba persuadirla, atacarían y eliminarían a Hila, evitando contratiempos en el futuro. La situación ahora es beneficiosa para nosotros, ya que tanto la dinastía como Blackstar aún no han descubierto que nos hemos reunido. Es mejor hacer una batalla rápida y no cometer errores como antes, dijo Taylor. En el pasado, a Beyond Gradeas le habría tomado mucho tiempo reunirse debido a los diferentes campos estelares, por lo que cualquier acción se habría descubierto hace mucho tiempo. Sin embargo, debido a que una gran cantidad de ellos estaban en el mundo parpadeante, estaban cerca unos de otros, lo que facilitaba sus acciones. Antes de que su enemigo los descubriera, podían actuar sin darse cuenta. Es mejor alejar a Hila de la fortaleza. De lo contrario, los aliados de la dinastía pueden apoyarla rápidamente a través del Stargate. Entonces te dejaremos este trabajo a ti, Tolaen. Ve a provocar a Hila y a sacarla. Cuanto más lejos, mejor, dijo Sagman. Tolaen hizo una pausa por un momento, su corazón no quería. Al final, apretó los dientes y dijo, déjame intentarlo. Bueno, si Hila no acepta el desafío, primero destruiremos el portal estelar de la fortaleza. Es una pena que Sam Hunter no pueda participar en esa actividad. Taylor, eres un mago con medios más flexibles. Destruir el Stargate quedará en nuestras manos tú y yo. Sagman vaciló antes de continuar en tono profundo. En cuanto al avatar del señor de Blackstar que estará al lado de Hila. En ese momento, el doble de Kazuyi, que siempre había estado en silencio, dijo, lo detendré. La Iglesia Arcana había obtenido suficientes beneficios para permitirle a Kazuyi participar en esta operación. Sin embargo, no le gustaba el acto de asediar a otros o intimidar a los recién llegados, por lo que simplemente envió a un doble como seguro. Muy bien, no tenemos garantía de vencer al avatar de Blackstar. Solo tú podrás reprimirlo. Sackman asintió. Es una pena que su excelencia Wornos no pudiera aparecer también, o matar a Hila sería solo cuestión de segundos, murmuró Mercer, bestia desolada. Deja de imaginar cosas. Wornos nunca abandonará el templo de Dios. No se involucrará en asuntos mortales vulgares. Taylor negó con la cabeza. Los 6 presentes eran Niño de la Luz, Sackman, Worldgate, Taylor, The Select Beast, Mercer, Red Devil, Tolaan, un doble de Kazuyi y el avatar de un mecánico del señor. La naturaleza del doble de Kazuyi era similar a la del avatar del señor de la clase mecánico, que llevaba una parte del poder de combate del cuerpo. No se puede comparar con la habilidad Doppelganger cuasi más allá del grado A de Esgoth. Tal alineación solo para lidiar con Hila, esto fue realmente excesivo. Sin embargo, la diferencia entre esto y la batalla en Planet Lighthouse fue que los aliados de la dinastía estaban desaparecidos y el verdadero cuerpo de Blackstar tampoco estaría presente, lo que significaba la ausencia del espacio-tiempo ámbar. La Iglesia Arcana pensó que esta situación era favorable, sin mencionar que su objetivo era Hila, quien era más fácil de tratar que la cucaracha que era Blackstar. El doble de Kazuyi giró la cabeza para mirar por la ventanilla y se negó a continuar la conversación con el resto. Manison, ¿probablemente no harías un movimiento correcto? Si Hila muere, Blackstar ciertamente se volverá loca. Jeje, esta vez es una elección muy difícil. No eres apto para actuar y lo entiendo, así que déjame ocupar tu lugar en este espectáculo. Conmigo cerca, ella no morirá.